At this moment, I saw the cactus on his head and the flowers on his buttocks. It's almost drowning people. However, after Xingtang's opinion, the other party came out of their own sea of corpses. I hurriedly asked if there was a way to solve it. After speaking, Zhang Xian said that the reason had been found. How to solve it requires further consideration. Knowing that the other party has found the reason, the master also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the current situation is quite disappointing, but it's much better than not being able to find the reason. Otherwise, keep letting him carry this thing out of the house. It's better to make a self-decision with one blow. It can be more enjoyable. But just as the hall master was lamenting about it, I saw the door pushed open. Immediately after, I saw Mr. Wei walking in. But when he came up to him, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This tree looks really strange. So he casually picked a fruit and took a bite. This taste is good. What did this come from? By the way, where is the master? Why hasn't it come out yet? It's been over an hour now. Several people were stunned on the spot when they saw this. At this point, he was completely regarded as the master of the plant hall. I was also so angry that my teeth were almost bitten to pieces. Only then did he suppress the anger in his heart. I have already come out in response. However, the micro shop owner heard the plants in front of him talking, and it seems to be the voice of the hall master. Immediately scared, stupidly standing still in place. It's like losing a soul. At this moment, the shopkeeper quickly spoke of respecting the teacher. You should quickly find a way to make him recover. Otherwise, let alone resolving the crisis in this situation, I'm afraid the hall master may find it difficult to even meet people. Zhang Shen responded only when she heard the other party say so. His situation involves the integration of plant spirituality into the primordial spirit. The only solution, it's to let him practice the technique of eliminating plant spirituality. Only by erasing it can hidden dangers be completely solved. But I also don't know this kind of technique myself. If it really doesn't work, then I cut off all these flowers with a knife. Then I'll add some poison. You take it down. This will reduce the vitality of the plants inside the body. At the same time, cultivation will also be limited. In other words, took medication. These trimmed plants will no longer grow. But the premise is not to use cultivation skills. Otherwise, the more power is used, the faster it grows. After listening to the other party's method, the hall master couldn't help but feel emotional. I trembled uncontrollably, thinking that as long as you awaken, you just made me like this. You really need to prepare poison for me to eat. Who knows what else might happen, although my heart is full of confusion. At the same time, he also asked a puzzled question. You will prepare poison. Is it possible that you are a drug master? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian responded with an unchanged expression. I am a physician, having a deep understanding of pharmacology. The prescription can be inferred based on the medicinal properties. After speaking, I saw that everyone disagreed with this approach. Think for a moment. Just keep talking to the other person. There's actually another way. But you need to open your Genshin impact. Let me investigate inside. Find the spiritual fusion of plants. Then erase it. 3 people heard it. After glancing at each other, immediately fell silent. You know what? To open Genshin impact is to lose the defense completely. One thought can erase a person. Even if you are a shopkeeper who has been with you for many years, it's impossible to completely open up the Genshin impact. Moreover, he is an unreliable stranger. Therefore, the head of the hall shook his head and responded that it was probably impossible to do so. Subsequently, the agent communicated multiple times. Everyone thinks that the method proposed by Sun Chang is not feasible. After pondering this for a long time, Lord Sheng suddenly spoke up, saying, Master Sun, don't you want to try the Heart Demon channel? By the way, can you temper your mood? Why don't we go over now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly startled by the opponent's brain circuitry. Weren't we discussing how to save him? Why do you make yourself a channel of inner demons? At this moment, Xing Tang insisted on the other party's expression. I thought he was afraid of danger inside. So I just smiled. Reply saying you can rest assured. The heart demon of the new store. The main purpose is to assess and hone. If you feel unable to bear it, give up and you can escape. It won't kill anyone. I heard him say that. Zhang Xian could only nod her head. After all, he knows the other party's current situation. We also need to calmly think about what should be done. How to make a decision. I can't help at all with this. Now that he says so, why don't we try the Heart Demon channel? Sharpen your mindset. Perhaps this can provide inspiration. Finding a better solution may not necessarily be the case. Then let the nearby shop owner Liao help to activate the formation. Shortly after, a few people saw Sun Chang enter. Shop owner Liao couldn't help but ask the hall master. This Sun sure is not one of us occupying the attendant hall. Why let him enter the inner demon channel? The most crucial thing is, it also involves the deepest inheritance of the Star Palace. Later, the two of them heard the explanation from the leader of the hall. I just understood. Come here. Why did the master do this? I also want to test the other person's inner demons. If he has an open heart, let their thoughts enter the primordial spirit. Naturally, there is no danger. If the other party harbors malicious intentions, heart demons breed, thus falling into danger. At that time, they will also be punished, even death. After explaining these, the hallmaster just looked towards the nearby passage. Okay, now let's take a look at this Sunchang. Is it really malicious? If there is really killing intent, it should be revealed soon. The shopkeeper nodded at the words. I responded with a voice. Then gently press your palm against the wall. The wall immediately turned transparent, like jade. Then he said, the heart demon channel can better explore the inner world. If this guy really has killing intent, or there may be other schemes, you can see it here. Because of this jade bridge, he can detect the number of demons inside. The more thoughts there are, the worse the essence is. After entering the channel, the more demons are derived from the heart, the more. We soldiers are born to fight. In a simple state of mind, it only breeds single-digit demons. Just like when the master went in just now. Full and rounded state of mind. Only 3 heads appeared. The wall only presents a light color. And the words of the renowned teacher. Just over 10 walls. It will still be light-colored. Only those wicked individuals possess dozens of inner demons. The color will become darker. Every one of these people, they have all caused countless lives on their hands. Now this Sunchang has entered the passage. If the wall is always light-colored, it shows his honesty and integrity. Don't worry. The master can be completely open to him. If Genshin Impact turns dark, that must be an ill-intentioned plan. Once we come out, we can kill it. After listening to the explanation, the hallmaster and the shop owner nodded in agreement at the same time. Just when the lord of the hall was about to speak, I saw a flicker of light on the wall in front of me. In the blink of an eye, it becomes pitch black like ink. Seeing this scene, all 3 of them are stupid. How dark is this heart? After being shocked, the killing intent of several people immediately soared to the sky. They didn't expect it. This Sunchang appears to have a sincere attitude, a harmless appearance of humans and animals. But deep down, it's so sinister. It's really scary. At this moment, the shopkeeper was only angry. Even started to feel a little scared afterwards. Fortunately, the master did not agree to open up the spirit before, or take poison, but let him enter the channel of inner demons. Otherwise, it would really be unimaginable in the future. At this moment, the hallmaster's gaze flickered. I sternly ordered you to prepare. Once this guy comes out, just do it directly, leave no survivors. However, as soon as Zhang Xian entered the passage just now, I just realized that this is a sealed room. There is no channel. There's no way out either. There are various strange patterns carved on the walls. Take a closer look. I just realized that these patterns are all monsters and demons. And there are as many as 108. See here. I couldn't help but think about it in my heart. Is it difficult? These are the heroes of Liangshan. But that's not right either. They are not so fierce and vicious. There are all sorts of strange things. But just when he was puzzled about it, suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the room. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy began to flicker. It looks like a formation. Although I am very skeptical in my heart, confused, but did not pause for a few steps. Sitting cross-legged in front of the light, just sat down. It's like activating some kind of mechanism. The monsters carved around emit a warm glow. It seems like they could jump out and start a killing spree at any moment. However, Zhang Xian felt the fluctuation of the light. At this moment, I also understood. Come here. Now it's like this. It should be that the inner demons of communicators are emerging. He was originally thinking, what kind of powerful demons will be cultivated in this place? Just like what happened during the Feast of Abundance. It doesn't seem like that now. So he didn't refuse the light around him either. Instead, it is filled with longing. He has been practicing all the way. All of them use heavenly Tao techniques. I have never encountered a demon before. I have never experienced the hopeless breakthrough like others. Despair of inability to progress. At this moment, there is such an opportunity. Of course, we need to take a look. What kind of inner demons do you possess? Can we also compete with it? Accompanied by the rapid gathering of spiritual energy around, the formation suddenly emitted a daze. Immediately after, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Consciousness is pulled into a pitch-black world. This is the same as the heart not seen back then. The entire space has no end. There is no light either. However, just as Zhang Xian spoke the words of reason, I want to check the surroundings. I saw demons with grotesque appearances. It rushed over from the 4th week. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian suddenly became foolish. He meows, how could I have so many inner demons? I thought I shouldn't have any inner demons. It's better now. So many have come down. A bunch of needles are about to rush over. not immediately torn into beef jerky. I thought he was already perverted enough. But unexpectedly, this old man became even more perverted. Just got trampled to death by the house ahead. Now, in order to come back to life. Surprisingly, he is willing to do such a thing. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at the Heart Demon Channel. After walking to the center of the formation and sitting down, consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by the formation here. Pull it to an endless dark space. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian immediately opened the hazy eyes. Only then did I realize. Hundreds of demons and monsters rushed towards him. So I felt very strange in my heart. I shouldn't have so many inner demons myself, right? Why is it like this now? I thought about it for a moment. Found something wrong. If it really is one's own demon, how could I still be so clear-headed? After all, he had experienced emotional knots before. Knowing that when encountering inner demons, one's spirit is blurry. That's precisely why. Only then will the other party take the opportunity to invade. Difficult to break free. And now I am awake as usual. Completely different from previous experiences. However, just when Zhang Xian was puzzled by this, suddenly, I heard from behind that you are very smart. These are indeed not your demons. But I heard that. Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. So I turned my head and took a look. I just realized that the person speaking is not some kind of demon or monster. But it's just one person. But who is this person? How did it appear here? Then he asked the other party who it was. At this moment, the old man retaliated with a gloomy expression and said, "Who am I? I was killed by your stomping on the haunted house." Song Xiu. Zhang Xian was even more puzzled when he heard this. You are the Tibetan village. But aren't you dead? Assume. Didn't this guy be trampled into a meat pie by the Union? How did it appear here? And these demons say it's his. What exactly is this situation? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu sneered and said, I am using a secret technique. Use Genshin Impact Sniper to capture your soul. As a result, your house was trampled to death with 1 foot. Receive traction. A thought is hidden within your body. He has also become a demon. If you don't come here, I may not be able to come out yet. Since it appears here, just wait for me to die. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian just realized. At that time, it was strange how there could be mosquitoes. What about biting the soul? So it was this guy who did it. No wonder the house would hit this guy. Originally, it was to protect oneself. I actually wrongly accused the other party. He also beat and scolded him severely. I really wronged him. Think of this. Those with changed facial features should look at each other. I asked you if you were going to take my soul. Is it possible that you are a witch soul master? At this moment, Zanshu was too lazy to talk nonsense to Zhang Xian. Scared, grab your palm forward immediately. The altar reappeared before my eyes. Immediately after, I saw a beam of light immediately enveloping Zhang Xian. It seems like he's going to pull his soul into the altar, devouring a whole night. This pulling force is nothing to Zhang Xian. What's just strange to him is, isn't the altar in front of us the one belonging to the alien tribe? How could he have thought of this? A movement in my heart. His face immediately darkened. You actually betrayed the human race by angrily scolding the other party. Tang Su laughed coldly again in classical Chinese. He, it seems like you're really smart. Just say if you can survive. After speaking, he suddenly tugged at the other person. I pulled it once. Even with all our efforts, there is no sign of movement. I thought to myself that I had used this trick to kill countless people. No matter how high one's cultivation level is, can easily pull the other party into it. But how did this guy in front of me respond? How could it not be pulled? However, Zhang Xian ignored his tug of war. Originally, I still feel like the other person was trampled to death by the house where I was inspired. I feel a little guilty. But now it seems like this guy deserves to die. So he shook his head and looked at the other person. In response, you not only betrayed the human race, still learning this kind of magic to harm humanity. You really deserve to die. After speaking, seeing the other party still desperately pulling their own soul, I suddenly felt very helpless. Just tell him, do you really want my soul? Then I'll give it to you. Immediately after, there was a surge of energy. The witch soul immediately detached from the body, a soul 10 meters in size. The soul followed the other party's pull and flew over. But we haven't waited for Zangshu to react yet. I was directly beaten into flesh by the other parties, but, just as a demon, Zangshu doesn't have a physical body at this moment. Even if it's made like this, it won't die. But he looked confused about it. My own body was trampled to death by a house, causing the destruction of all primordial gods, finally leaving behind an idea. Using secret techniques to form inner demons, I thought we could find an opportunity. Easily kill this guy. Unexpectedly, he was also sitting down like a meat patty by the other party. He meows. What kind of monster have I provoked? So I cried and shouted that I was unwilling to accept it. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian shook his head and comforted him, saying that you don't need to cry anymore. Now it's a demon. Even if I want to die, it's not that easy. Upon hearing this, Zhangshu just realized now. So my face changed. Immediately shout loudly, everyone come over quickly. Kill him together. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the demons around him and heard the command. Everyone rushed over. I wish I could slap myself on the spot. Why do you have so many mouths? It's really nothing to cause trouble. What should we do now? However, just as Zhang Xian was troubled by this, just heard a voice, Master. This altar-dwelling soul seems to be my unique secret technique. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. This move was created by you. At this point, the ruthless person responded by saying yes. Master, this altar exorcism technique. It is the essence and soul of catching famous teachers, used to nourish oneself as a primordial spirit. Its methods are extremely vicious. If you guessed correctly, this guy should be another one who defected to me. After all, during the fierce battle with Kongsher back then, the ruthless man, the body was also blown to pieces by the explosion. It's just his cultivation. It has already reached the point where it can be reborn by shedding blood, although it turns into dust. As long as there are enough opportunities, it can still be resurrected, just like the bones of the past. And after his resurrection, he cannot sense other memories. Everyone thinks they are ruthless. I want to regain my strength. Can only devour one by one. Collect all the broken parts again. There was no news before. I didn't expect this Tibetan village who wants to cause trouble. Surprisingly, he defected to another part. The ruthless person continued excitedly about this matter. Master, if we could devour this part, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response to the other party. Think of your own way to search for souls. But when the two of them were communicating, under the cries of the surrounding demons in the Tibetan ruins, everyone rushed forward. Their attacks are different from those of humans, not using tactics and strength, but it invades the sea of food, create various fantasies, causing mental breakdown, causing inner insecurity, accompanied by a roar. Zhang Xian only felt in her mind. Suddenly, there was a feeling of dizziness. This made him know that the Tibetan ruins were the peak of the Genshin impact state. These demons are also of the same level as him. Moreover, with such a large quantity, even if one's own determination is firm, once everything rushes over, it won't be able to resist. So the heart moved in the true energy of the heavenly Tao immediately began to operate. Just shout loudly and keep it slow. You are the star demons of Zhangshu. Why did you attack me? Upon hearing this, many demons responded one after another, saying he has become a star demon. How could you be delicious? I know you want to reach a higher level. I want to become a better teacher. Just listen to me. I can help you achieve your goals quickly. You have a flaw in your mindset. If you believe me, I can help you fill in the gaps. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian suddenly became speechless. These inner demons were originally attacking. I still feel a bit dizzy. After hearing these seductive words, instead, he became extremely clear-headed. After shaking his head and sighing, he felt really heartless. Then he spoke to the demons with a magnetic tone. Although I don't know, how did you get here? But there are some similarities in form and soul. Have you been thinking like this all along? Are you just hanging around aimlessly? Can it only be hidden in the corner? Don't you dare to appear openly and honestly. Don't you want to increase your strength? Is there a day to stand out? All the demons were dumbfounded when they heard this. What the hell are we trying to seduce each other? How did he come to bewitch us? He shouldn't have fallen into a coma. Are we taking advantage of this opportunity to enter? You shouldn't trust us deeply. Trapped in despair and unable to extricate oneself. Why are you so clear-headed now? And we need to become stronger. The more demons listen to it, the more it makes their hearts flutter. Zhang Xian's voice continued to resound throughout the surroundings. This makes one heart demon after another. There is no longer any hesitation as before. Everyone looked at each other with excited expressions on their faces. However, at this point, the demons of Zhang Xianjian had already been bewitched. Just extend your palm and continue saying, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. You don't have to live so hard. Come on, listen to me. You will definitely become stronger. Speaking of which, wrist flip. A jade screen appeared in the palm of my hand. Then he reached out and made them fly in with one move. The demons flew into the jade bottle without any hesitation. Soon after, Zhang Xian saw that everything had been taken in. Just plugged the bottle cap. Then asked the ruthless person, pretend like this, are they really not going to run out? At this moment, the ruthless person responded with a sound. Just use the altar you obtained from the Red Leaf King. Seal the bottle mouth. They won't be able to come out. Open the bottle stopper when you want to use it. It will definitely have an unexpected effect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I followed the instructions of the other party and operated accordingly. Sure enough, the demon inside the bottle has stopped moving, just hiding on the side. seeing so many heart demon fists. They were all taken over by the guy in front of them. I was so scared that my whole body trembled. I feel like the whole person. He's going crazy and Zhang Xian doesn't bother to pay attention to his shock. The leader stretched forward. Immediately performed soul-searching techniques on the opponent. Blink time. Soul-searching completed. A thought in the Tibetan village disappeared without a trace. However, after finishing these tasks, Zhang Xian's witch soul also returned to her physical body. I quickly recovered from the illusion. At this moment, he looked at the heart demon channel in front of him. I'm still a bit dazed. The scene that just happened was like a dream. Then he lowered his head and took a look. I found a jade screen in my hand. That's how it's confirmed. Just now, I did indeed subdue that group of demons, so I no longer dwell on this matter. We glanced at the door ahead together. No danger. I walked slowly forward. Just came in. I just saw it. There is only one crystal ball standing in the middle of the room. I took a look and didn't find any murderous intent. Just reach out and press it up. Immediately after, I saw a sudden flash of light from the crystal ball. Next second, I saw a figure slowly appear in front of me. As the figure becomes clearer and clearer, Zhang Xian just saw the other person's appearance clearly. At this moment, the old man stroked his beard. Looking at the young man in front of me, I smiled and said I could come here. I have passed the previous heart demon assessment. My state of mind is already flawless. I am also qualified to accept my inheritance. The founder of the Xianai Heart Hall. This hall was born for a magical state of mind. What I want to impart, it is the highest secret technique of the Heart Hall, the glass refining of the Heart Sutra. This set of heart refining techniques can significantly reduce the number of heart demons. Cultivate to a big city. Heart can be like glass. Flawless and free from dirt. No longer confused by inner demons. Genshin impact consolidates and mellows. Strength will also become stronger. Only geniuses who can withstand the star demon formation. Only then are they qualified to study. You can come here. Indicating that the qualification has been obtained. Are you interested in learning? I listened for half a day. Zhang Xian doesn't know what use this thing has for herself. So he responded with a disdainful expression, saying I'm not interested. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this. He meowed me here for half a day. This guy actually said he's not interested. Since you're not interested, why did you come in? Are you kidding me? Later on, he forcefully suppressed the depression in his heart. I asked, this is the highest skill of the new store. Supreme technique, you really don't want to learn. Zhang Xian still doesn't give up seeing the other party. It's also very helpless. This technique is useless to oneself. I didn't have any demons in the first place. We still need to achieve great success in order to reduce the number of inner demons. This is not getting worse the more you learn. Foolish talent learning. Subsequently, just impatiently respond with a definite affirmation once again. I don't want to learn. After finishing speaking, seeing the old man in front of me with a worried expression, he asked himself, why bother breaking through? So he let out a desolate sigh on his face. I thought there was a demon here. Cultivation that can enhance one's mental state. Just come here and sharpen it. The result is that this demon is really bad. Completely ineffective. It made me happy for nothing. To be honest, it's really disappointing. The old man's face immediately turned pale upon hearing these words. I almost died of anger. This heart demon formation. But he got it by chance back then. Inside, can evoke various negative emotions within the practitioner's body, and make use of it. Unconsciously immerse oneself in it. Former leaders of the war hall. The person who can pass can pose such difficulty as a cloth. He actually thinks it's too bad. The old man, who was full of displeasure in his heart, only then turned around. This heart demon formation is in the eyes of a true powerhouse. It's really nothing, but your strength is only superior. And it took so long to break through the formation. I'm sure it's not as easy as you said, right? It's been over 10 minutes since I came in, thinking to myself, how dare you pretend to be a big-tailed wolf in front of me? I'm so shameless. There were 3 stinky cobblers in ancient times who were better than Zhuge Liang. There are 3 bad old men fighting perverts today. Just now, after Zhang Xian subdued the demons in front of her, we arrived at the innermost room of the heart demon channel. Just came in. After touching the crystal ball, I summoned the idea of the founder of the electrocardiogram. Quickly after a round of conversation between the two of them, the old man in front of me feels, this guy on the other side not only blows, can also install. It's been over 10 minutes since I joined the formation. I dare to say that the demons here are really bad. He meows really badly. You've been here a long time ago. Is it still this long? If you give me some color, I dare to open a dyeing workshop. I can really pretend. But Zhang Xian saw the other person's expression. He also shook his head helplessly. Let out a sigh. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? Your formation is unsightly. It's completely useless. If you don't believe it, I can tell you now. Although this formation can arouse people's inner demons, but it requires walking to the center of the formation to complete. This is equivalent to giving practitioners psychological suggestion. The following experiences are all fake. Subjectively having this idea, its power naturally needs to be greatly weakened. This is the first question. The second issue is the inner demons generated in the formation. Their attack methods are too singular. I only know how to find loopholes in the cultivation of martial arts and add a strand from them. What if the challenger has difficulty with the cultivation techniques? Having absolute confidence, the power will also be greatly weakened. After listening to 2 questions, the old man in front of me suddenly stiffened, stunted in place. This guy is surrounded by a demon. Surprisingly, there is still time to look for its shortcomings. Is he still human? But Zhang Xian ignored the other party's shock. A series of 10 questions were raised. Finally, he asked the other person with a helpless expression on his face, "Do you think it's a small formation? There are so many defects and loopholes. It's not too bad, is it? Listen here." The old man's mind kept shaking. It feels like it's about to collapse at any moment. After all, as an arranger, nature knows the formations, defects and vulnerabilities. But what he didn't expect was, none of the 10 questions the other party said were wrong. I thought this guy took over 10 minutes to come over, just fighting against the inner demons. So these times were spent searching for formations. But we can find so many in such a short time. How abnormal is this kind of vision? Then he cautiously looked at the other person. Ask if there is a solution. Zhang Shuwen thought for a moment. I just responded that it's difficult to completely solve it. Even I'm unlikely to do it. But if you want to slightly increase its power, it's still possible. As long as one illusion array is added to it. The assessors who came and haven't found any problems yet fall into a fantasy realm. Subsequently, it triggers a demon in the heart. The power will increase significantly. Then add another illusion formation nearby. Once the 2 formations merge, this power is different. The old man who listened to all of this was shocked. Although this approach is wild and imaginative, not to stick to one pattern, however, but it can just make up for the many loopholes in the heart demon formation, greatly increase its power. I didn't expect this young man to not only calm down, but also, understanding of formations. It has also reached the point of causing harm and alarm. So he bowed sincerely and said thank you for being taught. Then he stood up and looked at the other person again. Finger a little. Just present the secret recipe for refining the Heart Sutra with glass. And he said even if you're not interested in him, but you passed the assessment. According to the agreement, it should also be given to you. However, Zhang Xian glanced at the technique. Also record it in your mind. Then he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The response is that this set of techniques requires such a high level of mental state. It's difficult to achieve popularization. How about this? I'll help you modify it. Enable ordinary people to practice smoothly as well. What do you think? The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this. Can ordinary people also practice? Thinking back to the days when I wanted to obtain this set of techniques, I don't know how much I ate. Hardship. The purpose is to enable soldiers to enhance their combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, the technique is too complicated. Only those with extremely high mental states can cultivate. I just feel very sorry about this. But there was nothing done either. If it can really make ordinary people cultivate, so the strength of the entire warrior hall, it will definitely improve a lot again. The safety of the human race can also receive greater protection. At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded in response and said, the biggest flaw of this set of techniques, it's during the process of cultivation. There will be various temptations. A person with slightly weaker composure cannot withstand it. This leads to an increase in the threshold. Actually, it's easy to solve this problem. I just looked at it once. It has also been modified. After speaking, Zhang Xian ignored the other person's shock, looking at the other person with a kind expression on his face. Say again how. If you want to see it, I can write a copy for you now. The old man heard this. I quickly clasped my fists and thanked him, saying that it would be tiring. So Zhang Xian quickly wrote the completed technique, handed it over to the other party. However, the old man finished reading the modified technique, excited to the point where the body keeps shaking, shocked in the heart. After a long time, I looked at the young man in front of me. I bowed directly and said it to the end. I am grateful for your great kindness on behalf of many soldiers in the war hall. Zhang Xian saw the other party so excited. I also smiled, nodding in response, saying it's too polite. Everyone is a renowned teacher, can make a modest contribution to the human race. This is what I should do. So the two of them briefly talked about their mental state. Chatting. The old man in front of us is repaying Zhang Xian. I gave the first control of the Heart Palace to the other party. Just haven't had a chance for Zhang Xian to refuse yet. The other party's idea was passed on. The old man who has completed these tasks, after showing a relieved smile, The figure also dissipated with it. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt helpless. I have no interest in Zhanchi Tang at all. Not to mention anything. Is there a new store? After some thought, it's better to forget about it. Just go out later and send these back to them. After making a decision in my heart, I looked around, discovering that there is nothing that can temper one's state of mind. He walked out with a disappointed expression on his face. I just took 2 steps. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed by, a flower in front of me. When I opened my eyes again, only then did I realize that I had returned to the outside of the new hall. Yes, Zhang Xian hasn't fully recovered from the demonic channel just now. I felt like the air around me was bursting. There is a surging force. Roll over directly from one side. So there was no hesitation. Shaking body immediately flew out in one of the directions. Immediately after, I saw the position where I was standing just now. A light wave flashed by. The ground was instantly punched into a big hole. I haven't had a chance for Zhang Xian to catch her breath yet. I saw a sword blade piercing through the air and coming. Every step he took seemed to be calculated. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian, my face immediately darkened. He really didn't expect it. Surprisingly, there was a surprise attack at the warrior hall. But now he can't bear to think too much. If this move in front of us cannot be avoided, there is only one dead end. At the critical moment, Zhang Xian, who is highly concentrated mentally, it's like entering a special artistic conception in an instant. Under the illumination of the eyes of fame and fortune, the speed of the sword in front of me seems to have slowed down. Now he not only no longer has the panic he had before. On the contrary, there is a feeling of being determined and in control. Immediately after, the whole body and bones make waves of sound. Originally around 1.8 meters tall, blink time, immediately turned into a round ball the size of a watermelon. But at this moment, Zhang Xian, who had just shrunk her body into a ball, I felt a chill whistling over my head. The sword grazed against the skin and cut through it. Scratching him, he endured the pain. However, Zhang Xian's body managed to dodge the fatal blow. Suddenly stretched out, I saw it transform into a sword aura. Immediately point towards the sword that just attacked. Its speed is so fast. We caught up in no time. The two collide. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. At this moment, Zhang Xian continuously emitted multiple sword chi points. One after another, they all fell on the sword's edge. Although this sword is very powerful, but after being attacked repeatedly, he gradually became weak. Accompanied by a roar, it suddenly rang out. The sword immediately disappeared into the air. However, this series of confrontations, it looks like it's all between electric sparks. Starting from Zhang Xian, he passively shrunk into a group, until the sword's radiance disappears. Actually, it takes less than half a breath. Just someone who doesn't know where to hide and launch a surprise attack. I didn't expect the other party to not only flash a blow, can still make a counterattack from it. I was also scared and exclaimed in surprise. And Zhang Xian knows that now is not the time to relax. With a flick of his body, he suddenly flew upwards. At this moment, a huge palm print. It fell rapidly from the air. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian, his expression immediately became solemn. He thought the other party was surprised just now. You can take the opportunity to escape. I didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. And the power of one shot is just so great. The opponent's reaction speed and combat awareness, they are all terrifying. Think of this. Zhang Xian immediately glanced at 4. Immediately after, the body moved and changed direction, flied downwards. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at a corner of the hall. However, the palm print also followed closely behind. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Finger up a bit. The formation of the entire house is immediately activated. And the palm print that fell off, instantly trapped in the barrage by the formation. After all, the old man who was in the heart demon channel just now. I gave the first control here to Zhang Xian, so he knows all the formations here like the back of his hand. Just at this moment, after Zhang Xian activated some of the formations, finally seeing clearly the person who launched the attack on him. So as soon as he furrowed his eyebrows, he shouted loudly, "Master of the hall, please, what are you three doing here?" However, the leader of the hall and others saw that the other party sensed them. I am also very shocked. The three of them took a step and a half out of the sheath. 2 peaks of Genshin impact. Just launched a full-scale attack. Even if you are a strong player in the early stages of the Holy Domain 5, they will be killed on the spot without any defense. But in their eyes, the Sunchang in front of us, it's just a peak in the Holy Land. How can we do it unscathed? Easy escape from the encirclement. This combat consciousness, understanding and adapting to combat situations, even they are far behind. And most importantly, he can actually control the formation of the new store. Isn't this something only new store owners can control? However, shocked, the shop owner Liao snorted coldly, wondering what he wanted to do. You know it in your heart. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Take a step forward immediately after speaking. Wrist flip. A token appears in the hand. Immediately after, I saw the formation that imprisoned my palm prints. I couldn't help but shake it, accompanied by a sound. The formation was directly torn apart, but it's in the huge palm print. When continuing to smash towards Zhang Xian, his direction suddenly changed. He smashed straight towards the three people. Several shopkeepers saw the situation. His face darkened. I hurriedly stepped back and left, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw where they were standing just now was smashed into a big hole. However, the three of them retreated quickly and were not hit, but it was left in a sorry state by this powerful aftershock. At this moment, the shop owner was so angry that he shouted loudly for the shop owner, "Mr. Liao, what are you doing with the airplane formation? How do you control it?" After cursing, he punched the sky. Then a huge fist followed, suddenly crushing in the direction of Zhang Xian and stopping. But at this moment, he remained unmoved. "Raise your eyebrows. Fist hasn't arrived yet." Immediately changed direction, smashed at the owner Wei and others. However, the shop owner Wei witnessed this scene. I was suddenly startled, so he swung his fist again to block the blow, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the shop owner Wei being bounced dozens of meters away. After all, he did his best with the first punch, plus the blessing of the formation. Its power is even stronger. So even he himself couldn't withstand this blow. Then he struggled to climb up from the ground. Just look at Liao Buchuan not far away and curse loudly. At this moment, shop owner Liao also responded with a confused voice. "I don't know what's going on either." He seems to have gained higher control over the formation. However, the cactus hall master beside him, after figuring out what's going on, just jumped out, let out a furious shout. "How can you gain higher control over the new store?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, his face darkened. With an angry roar, "I was invited here. Hard work to stabilize your elemental spirit. Although there have been changes, but it was also for the shop owner to break in, causing no bad intentions. Kutang Tang warrior. Not only do you not appreciate it, on the contrary, they still want to launch an attack on me. Why? Who among you will tell me why?" However, Zhang Xian's voice became richer and richer as she spoke. Step by step, he walked down from the air again. Not a walk. The hall master and others felt a little more pressure on themselves. Several consecutive steps. I feel like carrying Mount Taishan on my back, being pressed against the thigh and constantly shaking. Cold sweat is streaming down my head. At this moment, a few of them knew. The other party has completely controlled the formation of the Star Palace. I want to kill them now. It can be said to be extremely relaxed, as easy as to turn one's hand. But just when they feel like they can't hold on anymore. Once again, I heard a sound of Liang Wangpu coming from the air. "You super white." This pervert used to be. Surprisingly, he was misunderstood as a pervert. At this moment, he just laughed out loud. He. Actually, there's no need to misunderstand. I was originally. Just now, Zhang Xian discovered that she had launched multiple rounds of attacks on herself. Surprisingly, it was Lord Xing and others. His face darkened. With an angry roar, "I was invited here. Hard work to stabilize your elemental spirit. Although there have been changes, but it was also caused by the shop owner's intrusion. I don't have any bad intentions, but as brave warriors, not only do you not appreciate it, on the contrary, they still want to launch an attack on me. Why did any of you tell me? Why is this?" However, Zhang Xian's voice became richer and richer as she spoke. Step by step, he walked down from the air again. Every step taken, Lord Qin and others felt a little more pressure on themselves. After several consecutive steps, they feel like carrying Mount Taishan on their backs. The thigh under pressure keeps shaking, cold sweat streaming down. At this moment, a few of them knew. The other party has completely controlled the formation of the Star Palace. I want to kill them now. It can be said to be extremely relaxed, as easy as to turn one's hand. But just when they feel like they can't hold on anymore. I heard another voice in the air telling me, "Why is this?" However, the three of them could no longer withstand this pressure. While kneeling directly to the ground, everyone spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Mr. Liao, the shop owner kneeling on the ground at this moment. I just angrily rebuked with anger on my face and dared to ask why. "Do you dare to harm the hall master? Don't you dare to admit it?" After speaking, he struggled to lift the token in his hand. "I want to regain control of the formation, but I found it to be of no use at all." Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. "Wave your big hand." Just let out a furious shout that harmed him. "If I want to harm him, do you think he can survive until now?" At this moment, the hall master also shouted out loud. "You want the hall master to reveal the Kaiyuan god, and you have over 100 demons in your own heart. To say there are no conspiracies or tricks, do you think we will believe it? Are you kidding?" I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was suddenly stunned. I didn't expect it at first. These old guys are actually doing this for this matter. He just launched an attack on himself. So he shook his head and explained that those inner demons were not mine. Previously worked on Qilin construction. They will be ambushed by the two great northern warlords, Xingtianxiong and Zhangshu. His primordial spirit is hidden within me. That's why it attracted a demon. How many people heard this? They're all stupid. Are you saying that these inner demons are all from the Tibetan countryside? Zhang Xian saw several people indiscriminately. Just treat yourself like this. I'm not really angry either. Hoof coldly, otherwise you would really think it's me. That guy has already been killed by me now. All the demons he attracted were also subdued by me. If I had hundreds of demons in my heart, do you think I can walk out so clearly? Besides, can't you guys use your brains? If I want to have ulterior motives, will I actively enter the heart demon channel? Isn't this causing trouble for oneself? I don't even know if your head was kicked by the donkey. At this moment, the shopkeeper's face darkened. Just continued asking, do you want to deal with the hall master? Naturally, we need to gain our trust. Knowing the heart demon channel in advance, it's also easy to come up with countermeasures. I should be able to do it too, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just show a majestic posture and look at them. I'm not sure if I can achieve it with just one sound, but based on my current control over the Star Palace formation, I really want to kill you all. Who can stop me? After speaking, a few people fell silent. Just keep talking about Dao Xing. Master, if I see your Genshin impact correctly, it should be a serious injury, right? Immediately after seeing the other party admit that it was indeed the case, just continued to explain that your elemental spirit is injured. A huge crack has appeared. I will use the method of awakening spirits to help you recover. But in a critical moment, the micro shop owner barged in. Your primordial spirit drove me out of the sea of corpses. Afterwards, you suffered from a demon. After my awakening, my spirituality merged with the primordial spirit. You've only become like this. I didn't discuss this matter with you in advance, but I have no intention of harming others. Upon hearing this, Lord Xingtong, suddenly, his face turned pale. He only felt that the primordial spirit had become much more stable. I did not notice the situation at the crack. Upon hearing this, the divine stone spreads among them. After a moment, my body couldn't help but shake. He knows his primordial spirit has been damaged. I also know that the cracks are very large, but I have consulted countless skilled doctors, but they are powerless. For over 20 years, I have been seeking medical treatment without any way out. I basically gave up. I thought there was no hope in this life. I never dreamed of it. The spiritual awakening master in front of him actually helped him recover. It's ridiculous that I even wanted to kill him. So I asked the other party if you could heal the rift of Genshin impact. Then he bowed and apologized to Zhang Xian ahead. I misunderstood myself. Do such a thing. Do not expect forgiveness from Master Sun. Just seeking compensation. No matter what the cost is. As long as it is proposed. Never frown. Zhang Xian shook her head helplessly upon hearing these words. Just respond with compensation. Just trust me. I'll help you solve the problem now. Tang insists that the other party not only does not want compensation, still trying to solve the problem with him. Suddenly, a wave of gratitude surged in my heart. This is the true mindset of a renowned teacher. They are compared to one another. You really have the heart of a petty person to control the belly of a gentleman. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. So I should have replied that I naturally believe in Master Sun. After speaking, he sat cross-legged on the ground. A mental movement. Open up the primordial spirit. No more defenses. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party cooperating so well at this moment. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So the mind detached and entered the opponent's spirit. Not long. Thoughts returned to themselves. At this moment, the two people on the side saw Sun Chang wake up in front of them. Quickly asked Master Sun, how is he doing? And Zhang Xian didn't explain at this moment. Let them wait and they'll know. Then the old plate sat on the ground, starting to regain strength. After all, just now after his thoughts entered, together within such a powerful primordial spirit, searching for the spirituality of plants, even he is under immense pressure. Although it's only a short time of just over 10 minutes, but the soul power of the whole person has already been exhausted by 9 out of 10. However, I don't know how long it has been. The hall master in front of me suddenly let out a roar. A primordial spirit immediately jumped out from the forehead, and emit a warm blow. Not all the materials are available. The two of them couldn't help but contract their pupils when they saw the scene. Then my colleague exclaimed in surprise. This is a breakthrough to the out-of-body realm. And the master of the hall opened his eyes again after the primordial spirit returned to his body. I just feel my body shake. Cactus on the head and flowers behind. All fell to the ground one after another, crying to death on the spot. So they came together to Zhang Xian. Body attack. Immediately kneel to the ground. He said gratefully, thanking Sun Shida for his great kindness. Zhang Xian helped the other party up when she saw the situation. Please don't hesitate to respond. Afterwards, he looked at a few people again. Speaking of earlier, I went to Shinma Channel to meet the founder of the new store's distribution, so I applied the modified technique. Returned the highest control of the new store to him. After a few people learned about the situation, everyone froze in place. I was shocked for a long time in my heart. I just memorized the technique now. At this moment, Master Xingtong, who has read the heart refining technique with glass several times, after confirming that everyone can practice, looking at the other person with a serious expression. Just a punch is enough. Received N. It is an active interpretation for our Qingyuan Imperial City War Hall. That is to say, it has the intention to do things for all of us. From now on, whenever there is an assignment, Lingshire Hall is shattered without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian quickly waved her hand in response to the hallmaster. You're being too harsh. At this moment, Lord Xing smiled and said, this kind of kindness, no matter what, it's not serious. With this set of glass heart refining techniques, the overall strength of our war hall, there will inevitably be a significant improvement. Dealing with that trouble again will definitely be simple. After Zhang Xian nodded in response, suddenly remembered something, just looked at the other person and asked correctly, I also have some students. In terms of mental cultivation, it is also a mess. I don't know if I can teach them this set of techniques. After all, no matter what, these are all martial arts from the War Master Hall. To impart to Wang Yin and Xian Xianhui, we still need to discuss with them. However, it's okay to hear the other party say so. The Hall Master couldn't help but be happy. Of course you can laugh. This is what the ancestor passed on to son's daughter. And you didn't make any modifications. This technique cannot be popularized either. So it's up to you to decide everything. Just thinking about a few students. This is nothing. The two shop owners beside also smiled, nodding in response. Subsequently, a few people had a brief chat. It's just that Zhang Xian suddenly remembered the words of the Hall Master Xing. I couldn't help but ask a question. The big trouble you're talking about. In the end, what is it? I wonder what this is all about. Can make them so helpless. Is it difficult to be a member of the 10 tribes? This matter. The Hall Master just smiled and responded, saying that Sunshire had put in a lot of effort. With this set of techniques for refining glass and refining hearts, we are confident that we can handle all the troubles. Liao Bujing on the side suddenly thought of something about this. I quickly used phonetic techniques to tell the Hall Master about this Sunshire Dan, relying solely on the desire to win. Peak strength. We can avoid the joint attack of the three of us, not being harmed. Its combat effectiveness is terrifying. If he could guide our soldiers, will their strength be reduced in a short period of time? It can still improve by a large margin. Upon hearing this, Lord Xingtong, I was momentarily stunned. Later on, he responded that although this was a good solution, but our war hall, it's already inexplicable. I have received such a great favor from the other party. Continue to make him care for us. I feel a bit guilty about this. However, while the two of them were communicating by voice, at this moment, Zhang Xian scratched her head with embarrassment. I actually have one thing in my imagination. Please fight in the cafeteria with more than one level of martial arts. Can you lend me a wish? The more quantity, the better. I have recently reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Need to embrace all rivers and oceans. Learn more. I was also very happy to see the other party agree after speaking. I only found out after listening to their explanation. The martial arts of Warrior Hall are not as diverse as those of Mingshire Hall, although the quantity is small, but the quality is very high. The rules of Mingshire Hall are also different. They can apply once they reach the corresponding level, and the Warrior Hall must pass the level, only by meeting the minimum strength requirement at the same level, to receive the next level of legal decision. After understanding these, Zhang Xian just responded by saying that hundreds of martial arts are enough. I just don't know where to go to see it. How to conduct the assessment again. After explaining a few words to the shop owner on the side, take Zhang Xian to the inner palace where the martial arts are located. However, unexpectedly, the two of them left. I just said with a puzzled expression, Master, have you heard of it? Will reading too many cheat codes trigger inspiration? The more you read this secret, the more you don't. The more difficult it is to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Is the thinking becoming more chaotic? At this moment, the head of the hall sighed and said about it. I haven't really heard of it. However, this Sunshire is a true genius. I'm afraid it's with Master Zhang Xianzhan from the renowned Teacher Academy. They are all equally matched. After finishing speaking, I suddenly froze for a moment. No, Zhang Xianzhang just arrived in Qingyuan City. This Sunshire appeared, and the two of them look about the same age. They are all geniuses. Is it difficult? Store owner Liao still remembers. Initially, Zhuo Qingfeng brought a portrait of teacher Zhang with him. Where are you? Bring me a copy. At that time, I thought it was just the dean of a small place. I didn't care. So I haven't seen it either. Liao Bujing nodded in response to the words. just as I was about to go out, suddenly. Then I saw the other person furrow their brow. It seems like I sensed something. Immediately after, I just saw an extra communication jade card in his palm, so I asked the master what was going on. Later, I heard him say that Chairman Chi had returned. I was suddenly stunned in place. Just then asked Chairman Chi, "Is he Mr. Chi, the president of the First Labor Union? He saved you back then." But soon after, it disappeared without a trace. I thought he had already passed away. You should know that more than 20 years ago, the Lord of Xingtan was seriously injured by a member of the alien clan. Damage to the primordial spirit. I was in a coma for 3 years. If it weren't for this Chairman Chi, he probably died a long time ago. The hall master who woke up. I intended to be grateful to the other person, but I don't want to do it from then on. He disappeared without a trace. I have been searching for no news for over 20 years. I didn't expect him to come back now. At this moment, the hall master excitedly ordered, "The portrait depicts us. Let's talk about it later. Please help me prepare the items as soon as possible. I want to visit in person." Not long after, the two of them soon arrived at the side of the first guild. After meeting, the master looked at the old man in front of him. Not only did their physical strength not decline, the strength has also increased significantly. Excitedly, he quickly clasped his fists and congratulated Chi Lao. Breakthrough halfway out of the sheath. So the two of them exchanged pleasantries once. At this moment, the hall leader looked at the other party with confusion. Why did Chi Lao suddenly leave without saying goodbye? However, upon hearing the inquiry, Chairman Chi let out a sigh. This matter is a long story. I didn't leave voluntarily, but being poisoned and chased after, finally escaped to a first-class city. This poisoning incident is being pursued. I thought I would never come back. I didn't expect to meet a benefactor a while ago. Saved my life. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't see each other again. I heard the other person say that. The hall master couldn't help but ask Chi Lao, "Your medical skills are so advanced, I can't even interpret what you're saying. Is this noble person more skilled in medicine than you?" Immediately after, I heard him speak highly of this nobleman. I couldn't help but ask which expert it was. Speaking of this benefactor. At this moment, Mr. Chi nodded with admiration in his eyes. The response said his name is Sun Chang. This pervert in front of me, watching others break records from tens of thousands of years ago. As a result, my hand itched, accidentally ruining the record they just broke. Just now, Zhang Xian followed Mr. Wei to the library of Zhanshi Hall. Afterwards, the hall master's communication jade plaque. I received a message from Chairman Chi of the First Division Guild. So he and Liao Bujin quickly arrived at the First Division Guild. After all, without Mr. Chi, the Lord of Xingtan passed away 20 years ago. A few people will meet soon. After a few simple greetings, not have understood until then. The reason why the 7 elders in front of us suddenly left without saying goodbye. Because he was poisoned and chased back then. I have been hiding in a first-class city for the past 20 years. He thought he couldn't get rid of this body. I didn't expect it not long ago. He was cured by a benefactor named Sun Chang. I can only come back now. After explanation, Shi Laokai looked at Lord Xing again and said correctly, "You have more connections. If given the opportunity, help me pay more attention. If we could see each other again, I must thank him well." But Shi Laogang just finished explaining what he said. I saw Lord Xing in front of me, just foolishly froze in place. So I asked in confusion what was going on. This is after the leader of the hall has calmed down. Just responded once. Today, a renowned teacher came to our war hall. His name is Sun Chang, also claiming to be a physician. I don't know if it's the one you're talking about. After speaking, seeing the other person excitedly asking what they look like, where is the leader of the hall continuing to respond? He said he's a young man in his 20s. Looks very young. Can Shi Lao hear about his age? Fu was also stunned for a moment. Then I thought about it. The current strong ones. Many people will change their appearance. So I couldn't resist the excitement. Immediately have them take themselves to see this son forcibly. Master, upon hearing this, nodding in response, just with Mr. Liao and Mr. Chi, flying towards the war hall. However, Wei, the shop owner on the side of Zhanshi Hall, brought Zhang Xian alone, moving forward on one side, while introducing, assessment of the inner west hall. Actually, it is the assessment of the practitioner's true chi quantity. This internal information channel has an extremely powerful array. He can test the true chi quantity. The higher the score obtained, the richer the true chi, the more profound it becomes. You are now the remaining peak of strength. Getting a score of 10 or above is considered passing. At that time, you can directly enter the library to read books. However, during their conversation, quickly arrived at the inner west hall as well. At this moment, the shop owner stopped in front of the tall building, just smiled and said, "Actually, with Sun Shi's strength, there is no need for assessment at all. I can definitely take you there." Zhang Xian responded only after hearing this and said thank you to the shop owner. I've just been burying my head in practice all along. I haven't tested my strength yet. Now there's just an opportunity. I also want to see the gap between me and many other fighters. After all, he also had ulterior motives when he wanted to test. Firstly, it's the same as what he said. I want to test my actual strength. Secondly, he also wants to see the standards of the warrior hall. Let the members of the Xianxian society prepare in advance. Otherwise, both parties can communicate. I don't even know the strength of my opponent. I'm definitely going to suffer a big loss. And he's on his way here. I have also mastered the cultivation technique of the glass refining heart technique. I passed it on to the prince with a jade token of communication. After all, this set of techniques was modified by him, becoming very simple. Even without explanation, they should also be able to easily understand it. Successfully completed the cultivation. Then the two of them quickly walked in as well. Just came to Neishiton. I only discovered it here. Many people are already watching outside. The shop owner Wei, who could see the scene, came up to him. I just learned from the crowd that the person inside is Shi Hao. So he introduced Sun Shi to Zhang Xian. This Shi Hao. He is the champion of every major competition in the holy domain of the warrior hall. Actually, it has strong power. It has already surpassed the level of a centurion. Especially the depth of internal suction is terrifying. Many remaining second-tier warriors cannot compare to it. He reached a peak 20 years ago, just for better consolidation, continuously suppressing cultivation, no breakthrough or participation in any assessment. Now it seems, he's planning to challenge for the second round today. Zhang Xian was also very shocked upon hearing these words. This guy achieved victory 20 years ago. Why hasn't the peak been broken through? However, a nearby soldier heard the conversation between the two of them. Just stepped forward to explain why this guy didn't break through. Actually, I just want to break the record of Neishi Hall. Upon hearing these words, the shop owner Wei also shook his head inside. Record of internal information channel. It was left by the warrior Feng Masha 300 years ago. There are a total of 37 points. It's probably not that easy to break, right? At this moment, the soldier who had just responded said, it shouldn't have been easy in the past. However, in the past 6 months, he practices extremely crazily. Hunting holy beasts, collect holy herbs, warm up one's meridians in Dantian. It is said that in order to purify true qi, it even infiltrated the surface and entered the lava. I haven't seen you for over half a year. What level of strength has been accumulated to? No one knows, but it shouldn't be worse than the Feng warrior 300 years ago. However, just as a few people were talking, a sudden burst of light appeared on the walls of the passage. Immediately after, I saw a line of numbers slowly jumping. Not long after, it stopped at 38. After everyone saw the numbers clearly, everyone was stunned for a moment. Even the nearby shop owner Wei. Everyone showed a look of fear on their faces. And then, I heard the soldiers exclaiming in unison and recording this sudden event. At this moment, the shop owner smiled. It seems that I have not let down my cultivation. After all, he has been. I have put a lot of effort into this Shi Hao. Now we can see that he has successfully broken the record. I am also very pleased. However, at this moment, I saw a middle-aged man walking out of the passage with a pale face. When he saw the person outside the door clearly, immediately bow down, embrace your fists, and make a cut. Thank you for the cultivation of the shop owner. Upon hearing this, the shop owner can also wonder and say a sentence that surpasses Feng Zhanshi's. Create a new record. You did a great job. And when the people next to him saw him come out, they also started cheering and cheering. After all, being able to witness the birth of records with one's own eyes, this also has a great motivating effect on other soldiers. Later, the shop owner Wei looked at Zhang Xian beside him. Speaking of Sun Shi, can you go in and give it a try? Zhang Xian nodded at the words and walked inside. Just Shi Hao on the side, watching a strange young man walk in. I just asked the shop owner in confusion. Just now, this Sun Shi was. At this point, the shop owner explained that he was not a strategist, just a spiritualist. I was a great help to the hall master just now. Just came by to test my cultivation. After speaking, I saw everyone laughing until their mouths couldn't be closed. Just keep saying, don't underestimate this Sun Shi. His combat power is very terrifying. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao, there is a strong confidence in the eyes. The response is that strong combat effectiveness does not necessarily mean that one's true energy is also rich. Within the same level, the depth of true qi is almost unmatched by anyone. The warrior will soon. Just as everyone was guessing, this guy who can make the shop owner highly admire him. How many points can be scored on the exam? I saw a continuous flicker of light on the wall, but no numbers were displayed. Everyone shook their heads inside at the sight. Even the nearby shop owner Wei was full of doubts about this. But everyone was wondering why the numbers didn't appear. At that moment, Zhang Xian also walked out. Just everyone saw him come out. It also represents the end of the assessment. But there will definitely be numbers before the assessment ends. Until now, it hasn't been released. That means the other party really didn't pass the assessment, as discussed by everyone earlier. I didn't even pierce the first wall. At this moment, the shop owner shook his head inside. It seems that this sun sure only has strong combat effectiveness. The true chi is not as rich as expected. However, just as he was lamenting about it, I saw the sunshine come up to me awkwardly, so I felt a little embarrassed and comforted him. It doesn't matter if it doesn't pass. I'll take you to the library right now. At this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at the shop owner way in front of her. I looked at the channel again. He showed a hesitant expression when speaking. Looks a bit flustered and disorganized. Look at the shopkeeper's expression. At this moment, I also know that he hasn't penetrated a single layer. What you say will be very embarrassing, so I explained that you can rest assured. Son, sure, it's okay. You're not a warrior. There's no need to measure it according to the standards of a warrior. That's just a test for the soldiers. You don't need to take it to heart. Zhang Xian only realized when she heard the other person say that. Then I asked a question. The formation inside can also be automatically repaired, right? Store owner Wei smiled at the words. The response says yes. Inside, the thickness is pierced through the wall. To test the depth of true chi, even if it is damaged, it can be repaired independently. This woman doesn't need to worry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. So I no longer dwell on it. But the other party greeted me. I just walked towards the library of Nashi's store. However, after the two of them left, everyone shook their heads helplessly in disgust. I thought it brought something for the shop owner. What kind of expert would he be? I didn't expect to not even pass the first level. This is also normal. He's just a small spiritualist. I want to break through the inner channel that only warriors can pass through. It's not that easy. Just playing for a while. I really don't know what this guy is from. Just based on his strength, I can hit him 3, that's too much. In my opinion, it's not what the shop owner said about helping the hall master. It must be a playboy from some big family, right? Beside him, Sure Hao looked at his companion not far away. Just interrupt everyone's discussion and say it's okay. The other party is not a warrior. It's normal that it can't pass. Xiao Bo, I remember you wanted to bet with me last time, didn't you? Now I have finished my assessment. It's your turn too. I also want to see if you can surpass me. Refresh new records. However, the soldiers of Xiao Bo who were publicly shouted. My face immediately turned red, so he responded by saying, I'm sure I won't be able to break your record, but getting over 20 points shouldn't be difficult. Sure Hao smiled in classical Chinese. I remember you scored 21 points last time, right? I won't bully you either. This time it can exceed 23 points, even if you win. Our previous bet was still valid. I heard him say that. Xiao Bo pondered for a moment before nodding in response. Then he gritted his teeth and walked into the passage. But as soon as he came in, he saw the scene in front of him. It's like seeing a ghost, trembling uncontrollably all over the body. Then he exclaimed loudly, this, he meows. What the hell is going on? Everyone was shocked to see the other party so shocked. Also gave a puzzled glance at each other. However, Sure Hao's body shook when he saw this. I quickly approached and asked what had happened. Just haven't received a response from the other party yet. When he saw the situation inside, the pupils involuntarily contract. Suddenly scared, his face turned pale. I took a few steps back before stopping, but everyone was shocked to see both of them so shocked. Unable to resist any longer, they rushed up one after another. Many soldiers surged forward, after coming over and seeing the scene inside. Also scared. It's like seeing a ghost. I don't know how long it has been. After Xiao Bo calmed down, he swallowed his saliva. With a face full of fear, he asked when you came out just now, are you sure the channel has been restored? However, when I heard the question, with a wry smile on his face, he replied that when I left, the channel is intact and undamaged. That means he made this place. After all, the stone tablets here are not real, but it's formed by the condensation of formations. Has a great hindering effect on true chi. Not having enough profound true chi, it's impossible to penetrate at all. Under normal circumstances, I want to penetrate one, even if it's a warrior at the level of Captain Sure. Everyone needs to exert their utmost effort. Sure Hao scored 38 points, represents extremely strong true chi. It took nearly 4 stone tablets to be completely consumed after penetrating them. This is already Qingyuan Imperial City. Over the years since the establishment of Zhanshi Hall, at the peak level of Holy Land Level 1, a well-deserved enemy, and all the stones and stone tablets in the room in front of me are lying horizontally on the ground. The entire internal channel is shattered like a garbage dump. At this moment, a soldier couldn't help but say, is it possible that that guy intentionally destroyed it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bo, a few steps to the stone tablet, After taking a glance, he responded that this was not destruction. The formation inside the channel is an 8-star formation sent by headquarters. It's arranged. Even if one wants to intentionally destroy, it is impossible to do so. Later, Shirhao shook his head and explained. This is a palm strike. The other party is assessed according to regulations. It's just that the true chi in his body is too strong. Strike a stone with one palm. The stone tablet was instantly pierced through. The formation cannot withstand such violent force. So it became like this. You can tell by looking at the palm print in front of you. Everyone heard this. I quickly looked towards the front wall. After seeing the palm print above, everyone panicked. This palm can unleash such power. Although the record left by a senior 300 years ago was 37 points. For thousands of years, the Konaxi Palace has been. Shirhao is the only one who got the highest score. Even so, 38. Not even 4 stone tablets can penetrate. And Zhang Xian's palm pierced through the stone with just one palm. Its power is so great that even the formation cannot withstand it. This is one of the warriors. I can't help but wonder in my heart. So he spoke up and said, the person from Holy Land Heavy One. How could there be such a profound true chi? I really can't believe this. So I guess he must have used some powerful magic weapon. That's how it can be. Upon hearing this, Shirhao shook his head and responded with a magical weapon. If you think too much, you'll know from his side. I heard the other person say that. Everyone quickly looked towards the other side of the wall. Only then did I realize. There is a clearly visible line of oneself above. This pervert in front of us just needs to speak up. It can make everyone kneel to the ground. Call him a pervert with sincere admiration. Just now, Zhang Xian entered the internal breathing channel in less than 2 minutes. I walked out looking embarrassed and wanted to explain something. Unexpectedly, the shop owner Wei misunderstood that he couldn't even pass a level. So I comforted him and took him to the library. However, after they left, only then did everyone discover that it had turned into a garbage dump. But just when the soldiers suspect that the other party is using a magic weapon. When I finally made this formation like this, Shirhao shook his head in response to the magic weapon. You're overthinking it. You can tell by looking over there. I heard the other person say that. Everyone quickly looked towards the other side of the wall. Only then did I realize. A clear and visible line of handwriting is presented above. At this moment, everyone exclaimed in disbelief on their faces. How could this possibly have a score of 100? If it really is 100 points, why isn't it displayed outside? Shirhao smiled bitterly in classical Chinese. He has too much strength. The formation was broken on the spot. The message hasn't been transmitted at all. However, the scene arrived at the library of Neishi Hall. At this moment, the shop owner pointed to the dazzling array of books in front of him. Introduction, this is our library. Although there are many differences between it and the famous teacher hall, but the advantage lies in the fact that all the techniques have been honed through countless trials and tribulations. There are no issues with cultivation. These are the insights of warriors throughout history. Of course, everyone has different physical constitutions. The cultivation methods are also different. Although there are not many of these techniques, but if we were to watch it all, I'm afraid it could also cause mental confusion. Speaking of which, the shop owner took 2 steps forward, pointing towards the nearby bookshelf. These are some of the reflections left by the sect leader. If you really want to see it, just study these. However, Zhang Xian did not pay attention to what the other party said. Just look at this skill. But instead, I took a look around the entire first floor's double technique. After I have just collected all these hundreds of martial arts into the library. After collecting it, there are still 3 defects among them. Until now, I still can't cultivate. So let the other party continue to bring it. Go take a look at the triple and quadruple ones yourself. I quickly collected these contents as well. The higher the level, the less perfect it is. The more defects there will be. Later, he asked the other party where there were any techniques for the dual realm. No requirement for high level. The more quantity, the better. At this moment, I thought for a moment about the shop owner. I just responded that our internal interest store probably doesn't have it anymore. It's just the owner of a weapons store. He came from the renowned teacher's hall. Have a large stock of information. Not only do I know a lot about martial arts, I have also collected a lot of various martial arts techniques. Who has these things in Zhanshi Hall? I'm afraid it's only him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian instructed the other party to take her to find him. Just the 2 of them just walked out of the library. I saw a pile of soldiers piled up at the door. Shirhao and Xiaobo were both among them just now. These people gathered around for the store's decision. I don't know if they're angry or excited. One eye at a time. The appearance of reddened eyes. He angrily rebuked with displeasure. What are you guys up to? Son is not someone who stands in the cafeteria. You don't have to comply. You must pass the assessment, the rule that allows access to the library. However, Shirhao noticed that the shop owner seemed to have some misunderstandings. I quickly spoke up and said, the shop owner. We're not here for this. Actually, there is one thing. I hope you can personally go and see for yourself. The shop owner heard this. He looked at everyone with a solemn expression. Did something happen? Xiaobo took 2 steps forward on the side. Just explain that the shop owner asked you to read it and you will know. After the shop owner hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, I just turned my head to look at Zhang Xian beside me. Thank you, Master Sunday. Please wait for me here for a moment. After finishing speaking, he followed Xiaobo forward and walked out. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other party leave. I was about to sit down and take a look at the books I had just collected. I only saw a figure with 2 steps. Just spoke up and said, next time. I want to spar with Master Sun. I don't know if it's possible. Zhang Xian's face was also full of confusion when she heard this. Why bother to spar with yourself? Just seeing the other person's sincere attitude, I had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, Shihao saw that the other party agreed. He clasped his fists and politely said, then I'll start. After speaking, he shook his body and opened his fingers. Suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. In an instant, the powerful true qi within its body formed a huge wave. It seems like we need to tear everything in front of us in half. However, Zhang Xian did not dodge this explosive blow. A gentle smile on his face. I reached out my finger and clicked it. Immediately after, we saw an incredibly fierce giant wave. It stopped at his fingertips. Can't move forward by half a minute anymore. Like a giant snake squeezed 7 inches apart. No matter how hard you struggle, it's of no use. Shihao saw that the other party only used 1 finger. It blocked its strongest attack. Being angry makes one's face turn red. Give me a loud roar and move aside. Then the true qi of the whole body runs to its limit. Continue to press towards the other party. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party was exerting too much force, causing the veins on the head to burst out. He also shook his head helplessly. With that, my fingers curved. Just lightly flicked the other party, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Shihao being pushed back 7 or 8 steps before stopping. At this moment, he felt no injuries on his body. So he quickly took 2 steps forward. Hugging and bowing, I thank Master Sun for showing mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just nodded in response, saying that your strength is also good. After all, in his opinion, if the other party only discusses the thickness of true qi, although it is not as good as Zheng Yang and others, but it's not too different either. If we were to communicate this kind of strength with people from the Xianxian society, these people, definitely not a match for the warrior in front of us. It seems that we need to give a good explanation after we go back. Do not compare the true qi quantity with it. Otherwise, there is no doubt that we will lose. However, Shihao heard the other party's praise. I responded with a wry smile on my face. Then I couldn't help but say that until now, I finally believe that Sun surpassed the level based on his strength. There's just one thing that's unclear below. I would like to inquire about it. After finishing speaking and receiving the other person's shadow, I just asked if you broke through 10 stone tablets with 1 palm strike. I want to know how much true qi you have consumed in your body. Zhang Xian was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the other party to ask about this either. So I scratched my head. After careful consideration, a response with a face full of embarrassment. I didn't pay attention to that either. It's just irrelevant. When I first read the book, I had already fully recovered. You don't have to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Shihao, I choked on saliva. I almost fainted. I thought to myself, who's worried about you? I just want to know your exact strength. Besides, it's just a bit of reading practice. It has fully recovered. Is it difficult to pass? The amount of steam consumed by the internal suction channel, it's insignificant to him. Be of no great importance. It took me 20 years to break the record. I have suffered countless hardships among them. I have suffered countless crimes. How many times can one resist the impulse to break through at any moment? The record created by the results. In the eyes of the other party, it's not worth mentioning at all. Think of this. I gritted my teeth and asked again. I don't know, Master Sun. How long has it been since reaching the peak level of Holy Domain 1? However, Zhang Xian heard the other party ask about this. Just let out a sigh. I have indeed stayed in this realm for a long time. Upon hearing this, Shihao breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it took me so long to cultivate so much strength. It seems that my talent is not much higher than mine. At this moment, Zhang Xian awkwardly said, I haven't found a suitable technique these days. So I went to the library just now to search for it. See if you can give yourself some insights. Breaking through the current pledged stocks. After all, I have been trapped in this realm for over a month now. If we don't break through, even students will be inferior. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. It's only this amount of time in a month, accumulated to such a powerful true qi. It's been a bit too long. Will you die without pretending to be 13? However, Shihao now wishes he could find a hole to drill in. Just bury yourself. I spent a whole 20 years on myself. It's not as good as someone else's month. The more I think about it, the more my heart hurts. So I endured the pain in my heart. Ask the other party how they have cultivated it. They also really want to learn something or two. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party ask such a question, seeing the expectant expressions of everyone again. So his face straightened up. Just to tell everyone, it's actually quite simple. Pay attention to the artistic conception. Taking your dear Lord Hai as an example, I heard that you can hunt holy beasts while practicing, collect holy herbs, make up for the innate deficiencies of the body, even going underground for utilization, lava refining the true qi inside the body. It looks like this will make you really get in, but in reality, it's difficult to make greater progress. Xinhai Palace clears the river sea. I really want to fully comprehend this set of techniques. We must observe the vastness of the ocean, experience the nature of heaven and earth. The mood has arrived. The body will also become as vast and expansive as the ocean. Upon hearing these words, Shihao hesitated for a moment, just responded saying, I once stayed on an isolated island in the sea. For a full 6 months, not very interested. That's why we came up with other ways. From the outside in. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xiankai let out a sigh. Do you know why you can't go from the inside out? Mainly because you are too eager to break the record. Because I want to break the record. Always worried about gains and losses in my heart. I don't even have the courage to participate in an assessment once. Always thinking about accumulating to the peak before coming back. But what is the pinnacle? Are you at the peak now? If it's the pinnacle, then, why can't even break one of my fingers? You should know. Embrace all rivers. With tolerance comes greatness. Cultivate the mindset of the Clear Sea Palace. Having broad hands is essential. Don't argue, don't rob. No desire, no demand. Only in this way can we understand the true meaning. You're too calculating. Can it surpass the record of warrior Fomimo Shao? So my mind was narrow from the beginning. Nature cannot perceive the vastness of the sea surface. When listening to the other party's explanation, my body immediately became extremely stiff. The hardships of the past 20 years keep flowing in my mind. All the scenes from the past have surfaced. I don't know how long it has been. I slowly closed my eyes now. Then he took a sudden step forward. Fall to the ground. If it weren't for Sun Shi's guidance, I would have been taught. I may have to keep going. In the future, it will definitely become more and more biased. The ultimate strength is limited. However, other soldiers also rushed forward upon seeing the situation. Let this Sun Shi in front of you give me some guidance. And Zhang Xian. Let's also show everyone a set of boxing techniques one by one. I just opened it for everyone right after that. Initial guidance. After all, the warrior is the strongest combat force in the Master Teacher Hall. If he can provide guidance, he naturally won't refuse. For the sake of a renowned teacher and for the sake of the human race, he would do the same. Although they need to communicate with people from the Xianxian society. But the opponent's strength has grown stronger. It will also have a greater motivational effect. Perhaps it can help the latter go further. After all, after Zhang Xian understood the teacher's heart, he is no longer so paranoid about portals. As long as the other party is willing to learn, it will be taught without reservation. However, the shop owner Wei was standing on the inner channel at this moment. Seeing the scene in front of me, he repeatedly asked with a frightened expression on his face, "This is what Sun Shi made?" Xiaobo, who was standing nearby, quickly responded and said yes. The shop owner was still intact and undamaged before coming out on the 10th. But after Sun Shi left, it became like this. After receiving positive confirmation, Lord Wei felt his breathing becoming a bit rapid. I used to think that this Sun Shi is truly powerful in combat, has better explosive power. The richness of true qi cannot compare to that of ordinary warriors, not to mention competing with geniuses like Shihao. But now I just found out how naive my own idea is. They only cleared the level with one palm. Seeing the depth of true qi in his body, it has reached a shocking level. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became as the shop owner turned around. Just say goodbye and leave. I'll go over and discuss with him. See if we can invite him to join the inner peace hall. Xiaobo couldn't help but ask the shop owner a question in classical Chinese. What if this place is destroyed like this? At this moment, the shop owner Wei responded with a smile on his face, saying it's okay. Finish dealing with Master Sun's matter. I'm going to the Alliance Mage Guild. Please invite President Han. Just ask him to help me fix it. Although this formation is at level 8, he won't arrange it. But the detailed array diagram has been specifically studied. If it's just a simple repair, it's not too difficult. After explaining, step out of the channel. I began to ponder in my mind how to say it to the other person. Only then can he be recruited into his team. Quickly return to the library. Just haven't arrived yet. I saw a group of soldiers devoutly bowing to the ground. One by one, they shouted in unison full of admiration. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. This guy in front of me is actually pretending to be 13 in front of a pervert. Result 13 has not been fully installed yet. Brutally slapped in the face. Just now, after Zhang Xian gave everyone guidance on how to cultivate one's state of mind, one by one, they fell to the ground in reverence. It claims to have abandoned being a teacher. However, this scene was witnessed by the store owner Wei, who had just returned. He and Xiaobo beside him both froze in place at the same time. After all, they are very puzzled about this. Just left for less than 20 minutes. These warriors have all become each other's students. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian was also very helpless. I was just giving you some random guidance. Just talk about it casually. I didn't expect them to become apprentices like this. That's why everyone doesn't need to be so polite. Just communicate more in the future. You don't have to call yourself a teacher either. But when the person in front of me heard Sun Shi say this, everyone refused. They all clamored to worship him as their teacher. He also said he would be everyone's teacher. In a short period of time, their strength will make great progress. And Zhang Xian saw everyone's resolute attitude. Knowing that what you say is useless. Just when I don't know how to respond. I saw the shop owner Wei not far away. This happened to happen before. So he shouted loudly, Mr. Wei. You are back. Let's go to the Wuji Hall, then. However, that's it. Zhang Xian followed the other party towards the direction of Wuji Hall, leaving behind a group of war corpses, still wanting more, standing still in place. Store owner Wei arrived soon. Only through the soldiers in the 5G store did they learn about it. The shop owner has gone out. There was no communication between several people afterwards. The soldier only found out that Mr. Wei's trip was in order to read a book. Only by collecting the books that the shopkeeper has been collecting for his entire life. Tell him about everything being placed on the 5G channel. As long as the challenge is successful, I can watch as much as I want for as long as I want without any problem. At this moment, Zhang Xian asked the other party, are there any other rules for the challenge? At this moment, the strategist explained, there are hundreds of weapon techniques in the weapons store. You can choose to study freely, as long as they can use the same martial arts skills, better than the puppet left by the shop owner, even if successful. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian smiled. I said it, then I want to give it a try. Then the soldier nodded in response. Take the two of them to the martial arts passage. Quickly arrive at the entrance of the passage. The soldier looked at the opponent and asked, this is the weapon passage. The name of the weapon is on the front wall. Just take any of them. Can cultivate to the point of great success. You can go in and challenge the puppet left by the electricity ceiling master. Then enter the library and choose more secret manuals. Respected teacher, do you have any familiar weapons? If possible, I can register for you now. After listening to the introduction, Zhang Xian looked up at the wall. Only then did I realize. The names of weapons are densely written on it. So he asked with a shocked expression on his face. There are actually so many types here. At this moment, the soldier smiled and replied, yes. Our shop owner loves collecting these things the most. This includes all martial arts at the holy level of Qingyuan Imperial City. Sun Shi, there's something you're good at here. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party ask such a question. It's a bit awkward to say these martial arts skills. I've heard it all for the first time. I haven't practiced any of them yet. As soon as these words are spoken, the soldier beside was immediately stunned. Then he looked at him with disbelief on his face. Say, most of these are the most common holy martial arts skills. Son, as the pinnacle of the Holy Land, how could I not even practice one of them? At this moment, Zhang Xian also. It was a wry smile with a face full of embarrassment that was said. Throughout my life, I have learned a martial art at the level of a saint. But it's not among these 200. After speaking, I saw the other person's sympathetic expression. After thinking for a moment, I asked. How about this? Do you have holy level martial arts skills here? Lend me a look. I'll try to learn and see if I can break through the passage. I heard that. The soldier was first taken aback. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you want to learn now, you can break through the channel. How is this possible? Learning martial arts is not that easy. Each one requires 1,000 trials and tribulations. I don't know how many years it takes to sharpen it. Can you tell me to learn now? In my opinion, let's just forget about it. Okay? Zhang Xian only responded at this point, saying that I know. If you have a secret script to lend me, I can take a look. If I can practice, I will naturally practice. If you can't practice, you'll have to do it. However, the strategist saw the opponent so persistent. So he took out a book of martial arts, and with a hint of pride, introduced that this is the Dak Xingluo Jili that I have practiced. It's one of these 200 martial arts skills. It will be somewhat difficult. I immersed myself in it for a whole 7 years before finally achieving success. The Wei shop owner beside frowned in classical Chinese. Just asked. In 7 years, I will cultivate Dak Xingluo Jili in a small town. Are you the one that Lord Feng often mentions? Is it a super genius chat room in a weapons store? Upon hearing this, the soldier A sense of pride also arose from him. Then he nodded in response and said, "It's right below." Wei, the shop owner who received recognition. "Just look at Zhang Xian on the side." I said, "Mentor, I think we should have found a new set of martial arts skills for you. This Star Luo command is extremely difficult. Among these 200 sets, difficulty is considered to be at the forefront." After speaking, I saw the other person flipping through books. Shaking his head in response, he said there was no need for such trouble. So I also knew that saying it would be annoying. I will no longer face Sun Chang in front of me. I thought to myself that saying this thing would be useless. Only he personally practiced it. Only then did I understand the difficulty involved. Now we can only wait for this guy to stumble. When I couldn't even get started. Only then will he understand the terror of this Daxing Luo Zhili. However, the conversation warrior beside him. At this moment, I also hold this idea. So he looked in front of him with great interest. This ignorant young man. I want to take a look at him for a while. Discovering that one cannot comprehend the mysteries within. What kind of expression would it be? Just haven't waited for the conversation yet, waiting for this expression. Immediately, I saw the other person furrow their brows, a look of disgust and extreme disgust. With a displeased expression, he asked Sun Xiao in front of him, "What do you mean?" However, Zhang Xian heard the other party's questioning. There's nothing good about responding. Lower your head again and look at the technique in your hand. Not long after, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Be it so. After speaking, he had a look of death as if he were returning home. Stand still, slowly close your eyes and start practicing. And the conversation on the side. Seeing his unwilling expression, I was so angry that I almost exploded in place. Then let out a cold snort. Just as I was about to scold the other person, I saw his finger stretch forward, point gently into the air, immediately make a cutting-like sound. It seems like there are stars spinning between the fingers. It gives people a sense of vastness and distance. However, seeing this scene in the eyes of conversation, my body couldn't help but tremble. Then he exclaimed, "This is the beginning." But he hasn't finished being shocked by this yet. I saw the opponent's fingertips gathering stronger and stronger true energy. I couldn't help but lock my pupils. How did you achieve mastery? I just closed my eyes and practiced. The time for 2 breaths has reached this level. So he turned his head with a frightened expression on his face. Look at the shop owner not far away. I was just about to ask him what his background is. Learn something for. What could happen so quickly? I just saw the shop owner widen his eyes. A look as if it were a ghost. Then, as soon as he gritted his teeth, he transmitted a message asking Mr. Wei, the shop owner. This son sure has never studied the Daxing Luo command before. However, upon hearing the question, Old Wei also responded with a sound. I probably haven't learned it before. He wouldn't lie or deceive about such a trivial matter. Talking in classical Chinese, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. I arrived in Jington without learning how to blink of an eye. It took me 7 years to develop a small town. He shouldn't be able to catch up with me in a day, right? Wei Dian's opinion made him panic. Just comforted me. I shouldn't know. There is a huge dividing line from Jington to Xiaocheng. No one should be able to do it so quickly. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Seeing the scene in front of me, I couldn't help but scream. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that she had reached the small town. Just looked up at the two of them. Ask about this martial arts channel. It is to cultivate a set of martial arts skills to the point of great success. You can only enter and pass the level, right? Later, the other party responded that it was. I won't say much anymore. Close your eyes. Enter the Sea of Corpse again for cultivation. However, during the conversation, I saw the other party behaving in such a way. I quickly advised you that you want to challenge to Shang now. Daxing Luo Zhili has extremely high requirements for true qi. If we hadn't prepared in advance, if we forcefully impact, only errors will occur, causing serious bodily injury. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I saw the other person's finger pointing into the air again. The air in front of me seems to be instantly compressed. Instant. He felt like he had fallen into a starry sky. Immediately after, stars descended from the sky one by one. The conversation that witnessed this scene, soft body, collapsed directly to the ground. Then, with a face full of terror, he let out a cry of surprise. Zhou Tian Xing Xing, this is beyond Dishang, reached a satisfactory level. From receiving the secret script, it only took a dozen breaths in total. It has been achieved. And right there, when he felt doubtful about his life for the shop owner, Zhang Xian just opened her eyes. With a helpless expression on his face, he said, I have completed my cultivation. Could you please ask the warrior to help me register? After all, this set of techniques has been integrated. There are many flaws as well as martial arts. In his opinion, it's really hard to swallow. The most important thing is, once this tactic is used, it will damage some meridians in the body, like being torn apart, causing unbearable pain. Fortunately, Zhang Xian possesses the true qi of the heavenly Tao, quickly recovering from injuries. So this is not a big problem. Anyway, for him, this move is only used for assessment purposes. And the conversation at this moment, hearing the other person speaking, I just realized from the shock. With a response, he hurriedly walked forward. Before long, he returned to the front and said, "Respectful teacher, I have already said it. Let you come first." So Zhang Xian didn't have to queue up. First, go to the passage and enter. Just came in. I saw a puppet standing in a wide passage. It looks just like a real person. So I guessed. It should have been refined by the shop owner in his own likeness. And at this moment, the puppet old man saw someone coming and, "I just said that you chose the Great Scylla command. This set of techniques uses fingers to break through fingers. If you can catch my attack, you'll pass the level. If you can't take it, please leave." Zhang Xian nodded in classical Chinese. With a nod, he walked forward. However, the Lord of Xingtang and the 7 elders also arrived at the Western Hall. I just didn't find the figures of Zhang Xian and the others, so he asked aside. I soon learned from him that store owner Wei has already taken teacher's son to the dance festival hall. Feasible Lord just finished asking the other party, "What are they doing here?" Mr. Liao, the shop owner on the side. When you hear that the other person's wording is somewhat inappropriate, I quickly asked, "Wait a minute, are you referring to teacher's son just now?" After all, calling son sure is a sign of respect for renowned teachers. Respectfully, the relationship with teacher's son has gone even further. This is what we call it with the grace of receiving a job. However, sure how heard the shop owner ask such a question. Just nodded and said yes. Teacher's son guided us in our cultivation, so we are extremely grateful to him. As soon as these words are spoken, after the leader of the hall and others exchanged a glance, everyone furrowed their brows. I just thought with a puzzled expression on my face, a spiritualist guides the warrior, and let so many soldiers worship at the same time. What exactly happened here? So the 3 of them were in mouth 10. Understand the scene that just happened. This is the curiosity that Xingtang can no longer suppress in his heart. I greeted a few people and rushed towards the martial sacrificial hall. However, a few people gradually came over from the Wei Palace here. First, I was taken aback. After seeing the person clearly, just clasped fists and saluted, "Dao Qi Lao, you're okay." At this moment, Chairman Shi nodded in response. Just asked son where he is. The Lord of the Guard smiled upon hearing these words. The response states that son has just entered the channel for assessment. Just finished speaking. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, just explained that son sure wants to search for the secret techniques and manuals of the Holy Domain Double. We didn't find a suitable one in the inner West Hall. Come find the shop owner. Coincidentally, he's not here either. Sun sure decided to pass the assessment through the 5G channel, then go to the library to observe. The head of the public law hall responded by stroking his beard in classical Chinese. I see. With Sun Sure's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the assessment. After all, they have fought before, knowing the opponent's astonishing strength. In addition, the scene we just saw in the inner West Hall. What came to my mind afterwards? Just a puzzled question. The previous meeting ended. Didn't the shopkeeper come back? He didn't run out like the others. This guy always stays at home. Why aren't you here today instead? And Liao Bujing on the side also sighed at this. Even the old wind can be willing to go out. Why do I feel like I don't quite believe it? I suddenly remembered something here. I was momentarily stunned. Then he exclaimed in surprise that it was not right. He can't go out. Is it difficult for him? This is the pervert in front of him, relying solely on one's own efforts. The warrior hall, which has been established for tens of thousands of years, is about to be transformed. It was destroyed just now. Zhang Xian took more than 10 breaths. After mastering a set of martial arts skills to a great extent, we will start the customs clearance assessment. And here, there are leaders such as the hall master and Chairman Qi. I also rushed back from the consensus guild to find Sun Chang. After inquiring, several people soon found out that he had entered the martial arts channel for assessment. Just learned from the mouth of Mr. Wei, the master of the hall. This sealed shop owner who usually stays at home. I'm out now. I feel very strange. However, unexpectedly, something suddenly came to mind at this moment. I just responded with a terrified expression on my face. How many people heard this? As soon as I turned my head, I saw the other person's expression. With a puzzled expression, he asked what had happened. At this moment, the shopkeeper's face twitched incessantly. Then he slowly spoke up. I have a good relationship with Lao Feng. He often comes to my place. Let me help him resolve his inner demons. He once told me, he has a special fetish. He's just hiding in the weapon passage, disguising as a puppet to assess the strategist. Upon hearing this, a few people were stunned for a moment. The leader of the hall didn't know why, so he asked, disguising as a puppet to test for combat skills, what weapon did Sun Sure choose? Immediately after, I heard Mr. Wei say, he chose the Dax Singluo command, and it's just a beginner. However, we haven't waited for the hall master to speak yet. The shopkeeper next to it immediately exploded. Then he shouted loudly that this set of techniques was extremely difficult. He had just started learning and was about to confront the crazy shop owner. Old crazy, he's a complete lunatic. Assessment is exceptionally serious. If I knew he came to pass the level right after he started learning, I will never show mercy. This is terrible. Sun sure, he's going to encounter trouble. Hurry up, go stop the old trend. How many people heard this? He rushed towards the passage in a hurry. Just came up and saw Zhang Xian walking slowly away. Master Xing and the others rushed to the front upon seeing the situation. I asked Sun Sure, are you okay? Later, the other party responded with a smile saying it was okay. Store owner Wei also observed the other party with great concern. After discovering that it was intact and undamaged, just asked in confusion, did you pass the challenge? At this moment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, but those puppets inside really look like humans. After being beaten up by me, I still vomit blood. If it weren't for knowing in advance, I think he's a real person. When everyone heard the words, it was like a gust of wind. You hit him until he vomited blood. Zhang Xian only responded at this moment, saying yes. This guy uses the same martial arts skills at the same level. Not surpassing me. Ask him if he has passed the level. He actually didn't answer me. Then I'll have to continue fighting. You can see that his strength is getting higher and higher as he improves. Afraid of not being able to defeat, take action first. So I had to knock it unconscious. I should consider knocking out the puppet as a pass, right? As soon as these words are spoken, a few people are 100% certain this time. The puppet inside is the wind turbine owner, so I no longer paid attention to it. After defeating the puppet, Sun Shang, with a face full of unfulfilled desires, I hurriedly walked inside. How many people came in to take a look? They were all scared into fools. So he quickly arrived at the nearby wall, hang it on top. The disheveled crazy electricity owner was helped down. Then he took out a pill and fed it to the other party, simultaneously promoting the true chi to help it recover. Not long, the comatose crazy electricity master woke up. See a few people. I just asked with a confused expression, why are you all here? At this point, Lord Qin did not respond. Just a puzzled question. Did you just assess a young person? And then he was beaten up like this. Crazy main text. My face turned red before I responded, yes, the person who came over for assessment just now. Extremely firm grasp of Dax Singluo Zhili. I can't defeat anyone of the same level using the same weapon. So, out of curiosity, he quietly increased his strength. Who knew this guy would see me change my cultivation level? Suddenly rushed over. You hit me with just one finger. And then I don't remember anything. After listening to the explanation, it's okay. Tangju also had a helpless expression on his face, the owner of the prestigious war attendant hall. Being beaten up like this by a guy from the Holy Land. That's really sad. When I thought about the three of them being beaten up in the new store, immediately balanced out. Then a few people had a brief chat. Also consider Sun Chang, who hit him just now, as a spiritual awakening master. Let me introduce you to the weapon you just used. The crazy shop owner was also scared. Almost fainted on the spot. Shortly after, several people saw the other party recover from their injuries. Just take him to meet this Sun Sure. They just walked out of the passage. I saw soldiers from many weapon shops in front of me. Defeated in front of Sun Sure. One by one, filled with devout and excited shouts. Thank you, teacher. Help us clarify our doubts. At this moment, the crazy shop owner was completely stunned. The best genius in the store. Why are you losing to this guy one by one? They are not extremely arrogant. Is everyone dissatisfied? How long has this been? Why did you even become a teacher? However, the nearby hall master could no longer resist. Just take a few steps forward. Stay here just now. In front of Chairman Qi, who did not enter. Asked Qi Lao. What is this situation? What just happened? At this moment, Qi Lao was also so excited that his face turned red. My fingers kept shaking. He tried his best to restrain the impulse to become a disciple. Just spoke slowly in response. Sun Sure Gang explained some techniques for using weapons. Beneficial to people greatly. Explained the queen's suspicious expression upon seeing everyone present. Just continued saying that you didn't hear what he explained. Never mind, this is hard to describe. Wait until you find a warrior and ask more carefully. After speaking, he took a few steps to approach Zhang Xian. With a respectful bow on his face, he thanked Sun for saving his life. We meet again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, as soon as he turned his head and looked for the person, he was stunned for a moment. Then I exclaimed, how did you get here? At this point, Qi Lao explained that. After Sun helped me remove the poison from my body. Let my body be in good condition. Recently gained some insights. There's another bump. That's why I plan to come back for revenge. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian smiled. The response said it was just a small gesture. I also received your medicinal herbs as compensation. This is nothing. Unexpectedly, he just looked at the shop owner way beside him. I asked, by the way, I just defeated the puppet. The formula has passed the assessment. You should be able to go to the library now, right? Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei, the shop owner, nodding and responding quickly, of course. Then he took the other person to the library and walked over. However, Xingtong insisted that after they left, quickly surrounded Qi Lao. Ask him if he is the Sun Chan you mentioned. At this moment, Qi Lao nodded in response and said yes. He is my lifesaver. Although it has changed its appearance, but I can still hear the sound, so it shouldn't be the Zhang Xian you mentioned. After speaking, I saw the other person's relieved expression. I just asked in confusion what happened. Does Dean Zhang have any conflicts with you? He has a great reputation in Hongyuan Imperial City. Have you never heard of any misconduct? Will it offend your War Master Hall? Xingtong's opinion is that the other party is asking this question. Just quickly waved his hand and explained that we had no conflict with him. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. The shop owner Liao next to him came up and said, Master, since Sun Shi is not Zhang Xian, his talent is so high. I have such a strong understanding of martial arts skills. If we could make him take action, the words that represent the communication between our War Master Hall and Xian Hui, then there's no need to worry, right? Upon hearing these words, the Lord of Xingtong was initially taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, I just responded that although this method is good, it's just that he's not the one standing in the teacher's hall after all. If he comes forward with this matter and it gets out, will it damage our reputation? The shopkeeper heard him say so, just explained that there was nothing damaged. Let him represent our war hall. Compare with that Zhang Xian. If we win, the Xian Society has joined our Qingyuan Empire War Hall. This is once successful. Our war hall is bound to become increasingly prosperous. At that time, everyone will be from the same hall. Reputation will not be damaged. It will become stronger and stronger. If you lose, you'll have to admit defeat. If it's a big deal, we'll all join the Battlemaster Hall. After Xian finished speaking, the head of the hall looked at himself with shock on his face. So he just gave a bitter smile. There's no other way now, if given the heavy responsibility of the war hall. Knowing about Lord Zhou and Lord Lu, among others, they have all gone over to communicate and join in. This will definitely cause riots. In due course, only more warriors will become members of the Xian Society. After listening to the explanation, the hall leader pondered for a moment, just let out a sigh. Anyway, we can only do it this way now. Wait for Sun Shi to come out later. I will discuss with him. However, Zhang Xian, who came to the library, seeing books piled up in front of me, I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So it took more than 10 minutes. Just take all the martial arts and secret manuals inside. Full income into the library. Immediately after, I compiled the collected content into 3 books. They are 2 to 4 levels of techniques respectively. Except for the remaining 2, they are perfect. The other 2 books still have many flaws. At present, it is not possible to practice normally. Then I looked at the library. I found it very quiet here. I'm too lazy to go out and find a place. I found any corner and crawled into the beehive. Then we arrived inside the beehive. Just walk into the pre-built training ground ahead. I have passed a level 7 spirit gathering formation. Later, thousands of top-grade spirit stones were thrown into it. Hanshi sat down. I only realized after practicing for a while, no matter how focused and concentrated one is, can't even break through to Xingyu double. So the spirit returned to the library. I took out the double book again and looked at it again. No defects were found. I have not made any mistakes in my own cultivation. Just continue to break through. But this time it's still the same. After running in its original state, it automatically stopped, unable to break through the final quality. At this moment, Zhang Xian was completely dumbfounded. From the beginning of cultivation to now, everything has been going smoothly. There has never been a phenomenon of being unable to successfully impact. Why haven't we succeeded twice in a row now? He was very puzzled in his heart and tried several times in a row. I finally realized it. The problem is not with the techniques in cultivation, but rather the spiritual energy generated by the top-grade spirit stone. Insufficient purity. It's impossible to impact at all. After understanding these, I stood up and stopped the formation around me. There is currently no purer one available. True Qi is probably difficult to improve. It seems that we can only ask the Lord of Xingtong. Do they have purer snacks in the warrior hall? Thinking of this, I left the beehive. I walked from the library to the Wuji hall. Just arrived at the hall. I saw the Lord of Xingtong welcoming me up. So he walked up to him and said, Master, you came just in time. I happen to have something to do. May I trouble you? Upon hearing these words, the Lord of Xingtong was initially taken aback. I was thinking about how to speak. I didn't expect the other party to help him first. Then he smiled and responded by saying where Sun sure was. If there is anything to instruct, it is. As long as I, Xing, can do it. Never refuse. Zhang Xian didn't say too many polite words at this moment. Directly performed the ritual of obtaining the pure spirit stone one desires. Speak it out. And willing to pay for it. After the feasible hall leader understands the situation, just explain that it should be purer than Shangpin snacks. Only premium snacks are available. Just this kind of snack, not to mention that Warrior Hall doesn't have it. Even if the entire Qingyuan Imperial City cannot find a single one. I only thought of something after finishing speaking. Later, I told the other party that although there is no such thing as Warrior Hall, but there are still some premium snacks from Jingyuan. It is much purer than ordinary Shangpin snacks. So the hall master took out 5 gold spirit stones. But Zhang Xian doesn't want a white horse. I insist on the other party setting a price. You're the one who pays. Xingtong firmly believes that the other party is so hesitant. After a moment, he responded that there was no need for pricing. We also happen to want to ask Sunshur for help. If you can agree. 5 pieces can be completely straight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was also very curious about picking up and dropping off. This is the commander-in-chief of war. He has even reached an out-of-body state. Such a strong person actually needs to help themselves. So I asked a question. I don't know what I can do for the hall master. At this moment, Lord Qin gave a bitter smile. I feel ashamed to say it. Actually, this is the marijuana I mentioned to you earlier. This is brought by a cultivator. Although his strength is not high, but the combat effectiveness is extremely strong. We are at the same level as the Battle Master Hall. I'm afraid no one can surpass him. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian smiled and said that since it has caused trouble for you, the opponent's strength is not high. Find someone to beat him up quietly. Just hit him until he's too scared to cause trouble, isn't that enough? Anyway, Zhanshur Hall is not a famous teacher hall. There's no need to follow the rules like this, right? After speaking, I saw the hall master saying that the other party was a dark master. He responded with a conflicted expression on his face, saying, it's not easy for the dark master to take action, but it's also simple. The Dark Master has many rules. You can challenge what he's not good at. Force him to retreat when faced with difficulties. If it doesn't work anymore, find the Dark Master Hall to mediate. Dare to disobey. Just grab it and throw it into the underground cave. The head of the criminal hall listened to the other party's bad ideas. He shook his head helplessly on his face. If that's the case, it will be simple. But the other party is honest and upright. We can't go too far either. So we still want Sun Shur to lead us to battle. His cultivation level is not much different from yours. Using Sun Shur's methods, it will definitely be easy to overcome. Zhang Xian heard that it was a fight. I confidently replied that this was too simple. I have never lost a battle at the same level. You can relax. I will definitely fight. That guy is looking for teeth all over the place. Regret being a person. This pervert in front of us is just for a few stones. They destroyed their tens of thousands of years old foundation. Just now, Zhang Xian heard. The Lord of Xingtang asked himself to fight for them in the battle hall. Teach a practitioner a lesson. With a face full of joy. I agreed, after all, to complete this commission. It can also be exchanged for 5 high-quality spirits of Dingyuan. Breaking through the holy realm with 2 layers of mirrors is easy to use. So I confidently replied, don't worry. I have never lost a battle at the same level. This time, I will definitely fight for you until that guy is searching for teeth all over the ground. Regret being a person. However, Xingtong insisted that the other party made such a promise. The big stone in my heart finally came down. Later, I also explained that. However, son, you still need to be careful. The big trouble I told you about. It is also an invincible presence at the same level. Although I haven't personally witnessed his strength. But I have heard many rumors. Compared to you, I'm afraid it's not weak at all. Although we haven't met him in person. But the combat effectiveness of his students is extremely terrifying. I am no match at the same level. So son should never underestimate the enemy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I feel very scared in my heart. At the same time, it also gave rise to a sense of admiration. I thought in this world, only by teaching oneself can students be so powerful. I didn't expect there to be a mountain outside the mountain. Someone is on top of me. Think of this. My mood has become increasingly excited. Then he responded by saying that he heard what you said. I am even more interested in this big trouble. Use Tang Dynasty independence is determined. And the other party is full of fighting spirit. Just keep talking like this. Sun Shur. We have scheduled a duel with each other for a few days. You take advantage of this time. First, freely cultivate in the stone hall of the warrior hall. By the way, strengthen your own strength. To be honest, our boxing hall, both the palm law hall and the body law hall have a complete inheritance. Promotion of a person's abilities. It also provides great help. After speaking, I handed over my identity token to him, and explained that as long as you have this token in hand, you can freely read the library of the restaurant. Immediately after, I handed over another box containing 5 gold yuan snacks. I gave it to Sun Chang in front of me. After receiving it, Zhang Xian and the other party continued to communicate, flowing a few sentences. I also asked the other party for a jinsher. Not long, under the arrangement of the hall master, Zhang Xian also returned to the jinsher side. At this moment, I saw him take out a few snacks that the hall master had just given him. Punchy sat up. Less than an hour's time, these crystal-like snacks have all turned into powder, and I have also successfully broken through to the peak of the Holy Domain Level 2 Divine Realm. Just ordinary practitioners have reached this level. The divine power can spread about 400 meters. Factors with strong internal strength or bloodline can reach up to 600 meters. Almost no one can exceed a range of 1 kilometer. At this moment, Zhang Xian, after the divine energy separates from the body, spread out of myopia. We only stopped when we reached a range of 2,500 meters. This is more than 6 times more than an ordinary practitioner. Except for the large scope. More surprising than ordinary divine stone mirrors. Although Zhang Xian is now a breakthrough stone. Although there has been no increase in strength. But the combat effectiveness has greatly improved. If I had encountered a powerhouse in the Genshin realm before. Unless there is a surprise attack or close range. Otherwise, it would be difficult to surpass. And now even if we fight fairly, it's not that easy for the other party to surpass him. Just cultivating 1 level. I only used 5 high-grade spirit stones and gold coins. If you want to continue practicing, you will definitely consume more. It seems that Zhang Xian needs to start finding ways to make money again. Just him now. A pressing matter of the moment. I need to help the hall master deal with that big trouble. So he got up and walked towards the Chuanfa hall. Time flies. 3 days have passed. At this moment, I saw Lord Xing and Mr. Qi drinking tea and chatting. And Qi Lao also praised the formation of the warrior hall endlessly. These 3 days are the time. He is blessed through the formation here. The strength of partially unsheathed territory has been consolidated. If it were elsewhere, I want to thoroughly consolidate this level. It's difficult to achieve without months. And here, it will be completed in 3 days. I got it. He just wanted to be grateful to his benefactor these 3 days. But I found that the other party was even more diligent in their cultivation than I was. Until now, we still can't see each other. So I asked the master, by the way, how is Sun Shi doing now? However, upon hearing the questioning, the hall leader sighed and said, Sun Shi is truly a genius in cultivation. He went to the boxing hall first. There is a power testing stone inside. I'm sure you've heard of it too. After speaking, the other person nodded in response. The master continued with a bitter smile on his face. Record of the double historical sanctuary. It was left by the warrior Wang Su 8,000 years ago. He was born with divine power. Later, he also practiced Qin Haigong, and the highest defense secret. Both true qi and physical body are incredibly powerful. Power is tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The result was only 18 points. And this Sun Shi only practiced for 1 hour. I broke the record in 1 breath. Reached 88 points. Speaking of which, Tang Jijin and Qi Lao were scared and sent emoticons. Just shook his head and continued, actually, his strength is not limited to 88 points. At that time, I was also shocked to see such high scores. Go up and ask him how he did it. But he said he hasn't tried his best yet. I just think 88 points looks the best. This number is a bit auspicious. I want to use magic all the way back. Listen here. Qi Lao is completely full. He's working hard, but he's playing. At this moment, the head of the hall continued to say Master Sun. He left the entire Dharma hall. I went straight to the Palm Law hall. There are a total of 18 palm techniques in the warrior hall. There is Yin and softness, Huagang and Huamang. To comprehend a palm power is to face a puppet. There are a total of 18 puppet guards guarding the entire passage. It's actually difficult to pass any of them. But after he went in, directly opened all. Still flashing one. Throw all 18 puppets to the ground. It took less than 10 breaths in total. Listen here. Qi Lao looks like he's gone crazy. With a face full of disbelief, he exclaimed in surprise. 1 palm, 1 diagnosis. How is this possible? At this moment, the hall master looked at him and said, even less likely. It's still in the back. Qi Lao Defense Hall. You should know, right? Chairman Qi nodded in response to the words. Of course the defense hall knows. This heavenly palace copper hammer. It can analyze the weaknesses of the human body. Forge and refine. Help enhance defense. Once it's done, invincible to knives and guns. Amazing strength. Yeah, Qi Lao, you're right. Tiangong copper hammer. It is a mid-level artifact. Exercising the body has a great effect. Knocking on the body also causes bone marrow pain. Ordinary soldiers can hardly hold on for even a minute. Even I cannot exceed 5 minutes. And Sun sure entered it to receive percussion. I thought this time it would definitely give him a lot of physical strength. As a result, he fell asleep. Shi Lao almost vomited blood when he heard this. He can sleep even if he meows. At this moment, the hall master continued with a helpless expression on his face. Perhaps he felt the knocking was too comfortable. I slept soundly. At that time, I didn't see him coming out. Upon entering, I discovered that I was unconscious. I thought he was in danger, and forcibly dragged it out. As a result, there was nothing wrong with him, just fell asleep. Therefore, Xin Tangju once again recounted the events that occurred in the following stores. I told them all one by one. However, after listening to the introduction, Shi Lao, it's like listening to a ghost story. Who dares to think this kind of incredible and abnormal thing will happen around us? And it's also on someone I know. I thought Sun sure would make up for it these days. It's also very subtle. But who knew he could make such a big noise? Gaped for a long time. After calming down, he said a sentence. It seems that you have chosen the right person. Dealing with that big trouble, there shouldn't be any major issues. This is. The hallmaster stood up with joy and responded, saying, yeah, I was skeptical before. Can this Sun Master surpass that Zhang? Where is Xian now? Even if Zhang Xian is twice as powerful, it's definitely not his match either. Alright, Shi Lao. The members of the Xian Society are almost here. Let's go find Master Sun together. But just as the two of them were about to leave the room, I saw shop owner Liao welcoming me up. Xingtan's opinion is that he is the only one coming over. Where are the people who just asked Sun Shi? Later, I heard Liao Buchuan say that he went to the Soul Palace. My face immediately darkened. Why did he go there? This is quite troublesome now. The Soul Hall is responsible for assessment. The Warrior Hall paid a huge price. The Holy Land Fourth Clear Soul Beast invited from outside. Shi Lao was also stunned when he heard about the Clear Soul Beast. This guy's soul power is naturally strong. It's easy to fall into a coma. Are you worried that Sun Shi might be attacked by the enemy in the past? However, the anxious hall leader. At this point, he responded by saying he was worried about a ghost. I'm afraid the horror beast will be tamed by him. And the scene comes to the Soul Palace. If the Star Hall is the most mysterious place in the Warrior Hall, the Soul Palace is the most eerie place. Here, the souls of practitioners can be tempered. But as long as there is a slight carelessness, it will also fall into chaos. It's hard to distinguish between southeast, northwest, and northwest. And Zhang Xian came here. Just entered the passage. Just heard a sobbing sound. It rang in my ear, as if weeping and complaining. Can't help but be attracted. This situation was also encountered during the time of the centipede. Has a strong confusing effect. Can make people unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. But for him, who practices the Heavenly Tao technique, not very effective. This is Zhang Xuanzhen's luck turning around for a week. The pressure on my body disappeared without a trace. Listen carefully. Find the direction in which the sound is emitted. Continuing forward, I walked past. But this channel, compared to the internal channel and 5G channel we have seen before, everyone needs to be spacious. And it's pitch black inside. I can't see anything clearly. Even the divine stone is bound by the formation. Cannot spread to further distances. So he continued walking for about 20 meters. Suddenly, I felt my body tighten. A strong oppression poured in. It's like tearing apart his soul. However, Zhang Xian, who felt the oppression of her soul, only realized, this is not just a formation. Someone is still hosting this channel at all times. After understanding this, take 2 more steps forward. Identified the source of soul power oppression. I just looked ahead and smiled, accompanied by a startled sound. Come and not be disrespectful. Then come and try mine. Then I saw him at the center of his brow. There is a surging power of the soul spreading out. Although there is no soul-free cultivation method in the Holy Land after that. But after his soul was tempered by the Feast of Abundance. Like condensed crystals. Crystal clear one by one. Be spotlessly clean. This move is used to suppress the soul. Its power has increased by countless times compared to before. Immediately after, I just saw the strong force that came just now. Covered by Zhang Xian's soul power. And bounced back together. Accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the ground ahead suddenly shake. Then I heard a roar. Soul attack. Who are you? At this moment, Zhang Xian saw a monster. Take big strides forward. I took a closer look at the other person's physical characteristics. Knowledge about holy beasts comes to mind. I just found out that this is a light soul beast skilled in soul attacks. So he responded to the other party. I am a renowned teacher who came here for assessment. Horror beast patterns cluster along the nose. The huge eyeballs immediately revealed a strong aura of evil. How could a renowned teacher possibly use the methods of a witch soul master? Who exactly are you? As soon as these words are spoken, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. The practice of shaman soul masters has been lost for tens of thousands of years. I have secretly used it before. Even renowned teachers cannot discover it. Little does one think. The green spirit beast in front of me can be seen at a glance. Later, he responded by saying that I am a renowned teacher. How could it be a witch soul master? You must have read it wrong. However, the clear soul beast refused to acknowledge Zhang Xian upon seeing him. Just shout angrily, "Don't argue with me here. I have personally witnessed a witch soul master." Knowing their methods. At this moment, Zhang Xian still looked at the other person with a smile on her face. Explained that I was just born with a strong soul. Not a soul wizard. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I just saw the other person not saying a word. He suddenly flew towards himself. Zhang Xian didn't expect it. This guy in front of us takes action at the slightest disagreement. And it seems that they are also preparing to take action against themselves. So his face darkened. Immediately stepped back and left. Just the horror beast didn't hit the opponent with just one claw. The other claw immediately grabbed forward. There seems to be a major earthquake running around. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage was blocked. However, Zhang Xian saw that this guy's moves were all fierce. After continuous dodging, I shook my head helplessly and said, "Since you insist on taking action, then don't blame me for not being polite." As soon as the words fell, I saw his body flash. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on the side of the soul-clearing beast. Immediately after, I saw him punch me with one punch. The pervert in front of us is just not wearing underwear. Come out and walk around. Unexpectedly, his action can bring about such a big event. Just now, Zhang Xian looked at this holy beast. Every move was executed with a fatal blow. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. "Sigh, since you insist on taking action, then don't blame me for not being polite." As soon as the words fell, I saw his body flash, immediately appear on the side of the green soul beast. Immediately after, I saw him almost hammer it all over, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the green spirit beast directly hit the roof. Just fell down fiercely. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party was so weak. I was also startled instantly. Then I remembered the characteristics of this holy beast. Just suddenly realized. After all, the green soul beast is a holy beast skilled in soul attacks. Physical defense and strength can only be considered average. It can't withstand Zhang Xian's heavenly fist technique at all. This punch didn't kill him. Being seriously injured is considered fortunate. So Zhang Xian also understood at this moment. The other party's desire to kill themselves is not due to a bloodthirsty nature. But I feel like a witch soul master. That's why he's so arrogant. So he reluctantly walked towards the other party. And shake your head and let out a sigh, forget it. Let's find a way to save him. However, the hall master and others were also walking towards the soul hall at this time. They're just moving forward on one side. The shop owner Liao on the side just smiled and said to the hall master, "It shouldn't be as exaggerated as you said, right? The soul-clearing beast has a gentle temperament, just responsible for assessing the strength of the soul. I don't think there will be any conflict with Sunshire, right? Can you hear the other person say that?" The hall master just gave a bitter smile, and I hope so too. But you also know that. At first, we invited the soul-clearing beast. How much did it cost? So I'm really afraid of any unforeseen circumstances. After all, he also hopes that nothing will happen. Just in his eyes. This Sunshire is really amazing. Every time I pass a level, it's not like breaking a record. It's just going to make some noise. He's really afraid of getting into a fight with the clear soul beast if they don't agree. No matter which one is injured. For the War Corps Hall, it's all a loss. Soon, the three of them also arrived at the Soul Palace. Just enter the Soul Power Channel directly. Just as soon as I entered the door, I saw the spirit beast lying on the ground, tongue exposed. The corners of the mouth are covered in blood. The hall leader who witnessed this scene was immediately anxious. I'm almost crying. So he exclaimed in surprise, "Master Sun, what's going on here?" However, Zhang Shen, who was busy curing the other party, heard a voice. Then he turned around and looked over. After discovering how many people it was, I just responded with an embarrassed expression on my face. "Why are you here?" At this moment, the hall master spoke of us. "I'm afraid there might be a conflict between you and the clear soul beast. That's why I wanted to come over and take a look. Why did you get into a fight with him? Clear soul beasts are only responsible for assessment. He probably didn't mean to target you." Zhang Xian saw the other party speaking up for this guy. I was just about to explain during the ceremony earlier. I heard the soul-clearing beast behind me shout, "Okay, master, don't believe him. He is Wu Zhangxian." Seeing this, don't wait for him to finish speaking. As soon as I turned around, I kicked out a kick, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw a huge soul-clearing beast. The whole body flew backwards again. I flew into midair several tens of meters away before falling down. However, the leaders of the hall who witnessed this scene, immediately scared to the point of being mute. Immediately afterwards, Sun Chang looked ahead with a frightened expression on his face. At this moment, Zhang Xian's face was filled with helplessness. I said something to the other person. If I say he moved his hand on me first, do you believe it? All three of them were dumbfounded when they heard this. He meows. We saw with our own eyes that you kicked the soul-clearing beast in the face, almost kicked him to death. You actually said he moved the hand first. Can he pull a little more of this meow? However, after being driven crazy, the leader of the hall helplessly said, Master Sunday, if there is anything wrong with the clear soul beast, please forgive me. He was hired by the warrior hall at a great cost. If anything happens, the soul palace is difficult to operate. But Zhang Xinjian and the others don't believe it was the clear soul beast who started the attack first. No matter how much explanation is given, it's useless. So he shook his head and let out a sigh. Then ignore a few people. Continue treating the other party. Lord Wenyan of Xingtong knows that the other party has no hostility. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to him that he needed treatment. Our warrior hall has the best healing medicine. I'll notify them to deliver it over. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her hand in response and said, Don't worry. I am still a physician. Doctor's parents' hearts. I will cure him. After finishing speaking, he ignored a few people and walked over. In front of the green soul beast that was just kicked away. However, Shi Lao saw him walking over. Just nodded. Speaking of Sun Shi's profound medical skills, the green spirit beast is just a physical scar. It's nothing. Let's go and see it together. How did Sun Shi treat it? Then a few people walked towards Zhang Xian's direction. Just haven't arrived yet. I saw the other party suddenly kick the clear soul beast. Immediately after, I saw him kick straight into the air with this kick. All three of them went crazy when they saw this. Didn't we agree on the doctor's parents' hearts? What kind of situation is this now? Is there such wisdom? The hall master, who could no longer resist, rushed up immediately. Pulling at Zhang Xian, he asked him what exactly he was trying to do. If it weren't for the other party being his benefactor, has made significant contributions to the Battle Master Hall. I'm afraid I slapped him a long time ago. However, Zhang Xian, who was pulled away, has not yet responded. I saw the soul-kissing technique falling in mid-air. As soon as he turned his head, he shouted loudly with anger on his face, Okay, Master, please go aside for me. Hearing the other party's roar, the hall master was immediately stunned. But I haven't waited for him to ask yet. What the hell is going on here? I saw the spirit beast licking its face and approaching Zhang Xian again. Can brother Sun kick me a few more feet? As long as you kick me, I can recognize you as the master. Seeing this scene, the three of them went crazy again. The hall master is afraid of this holy beast. I will leave the warrior hall in anger. Only then can we find a way to dissuade them. I didn't expect this guy to enjoy being destroyed. Are all those who are good at souls so perverted? Think of this. A movement in my heart. If the other party can recognize me as the master, warrior hall no longer has to worry. He will leave at any time. I have made a decision in my heart. 2 steps forward. Speak with righteous words about the clear soul beast. How about this? You recognize me as the master. I'll kick you. As soon as these words are spoken, one person, one animal, looks like a fool, facing the hall leader in front of me. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian also ignored the other party. Just turn your head and look at the clear soul beast. Can you confirm my identity now? You're not a soul wizard anymore, are you? Upon hearing this, the corners of the soul-clearing beast's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Park wants to dare to say again that he is a witch soul master. I'm afraid I'll be killed on the spot. However, a few people on the side heard that the witch soul master just asked Zhang Xian with a frightened expression on his face. What do you mean, witch soul master? At this moment, Zhang Xinkai explained that he thinks my soul is powerful, mistakenly believing that I am a witch soul master. That's why he took action against me. After understanding the situation, the hall leader also shook his head and looked at the holy hand. It seems that you have misunderstood. Devouring souls is powerful. It's because he's a very powerful spiritualist. He helped repair all the serious injuries to my primordial spirit. Shortly after communication, Zhang Xian no longer doubted him when she saw him. I breathed a sigh of relief. Just asked, you just said you've seen a witch soul master. But isn't this profession already extinct? Upon hearing this, the green soul beast just explained that when I was wandering around, I saw a soul wizard in the Arctic swamp. Its means are extremely strong, capable of devouring the souls of others, so as to enhance one's own strength. Very eerie and unpredictable. My friend was swallowed up at that time. I also relied on my strong soul power to escape by chance, so when I saw about the power of the soul, it's a bit extreme. Upon learning this, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment. Is it difficult? This is related to ruthless people. After all, after refining the hidden blood spirit, knowing through his memory, the other ruthless clone is hidden in the spine swamp. Now this guy says that the witch soul master also met there. What does it matter whether it's difficult or not? Besides, since practicing witchcraft soul until now, Without the help of heavenly Tao techniques, I can't continue moving forward either. If we can find a new formula through this matter, it's also related to ruthless people. It is even more necessary to go. Only then did I inquire about the specific situation of the soul beast at that time. Later, Zhang Xian learned from him that the other party appeared as a soul at that time. Just shout the other person's name. You can pull their soul away from their physical body. I can't resist at all. Understand these. I also have a determination in my heart. However, just as he wanted to continue asking something, I saw Mr. Wei hurriedly walking over. Speaking of the hall master, they're here. The hall leader nodded in response to the words, just turned around and said, respect your teacher. Let's discuss this matter later. The big trouble I told you before has already arrived. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian responded with a confident expression on her face. I happen to want to take a look too. Who dares to cause trouble for Zhan Shirtang? I'm going now. Hit him and search for teeth all over the ground. After all, he also knows. Now is not the time for detailed inquiries. As soon as he turned around, he followed a few people out. A few people left the Soul Palace. We soon arrived at a huge square. Just a few people haven't approached yet. I heard an excited voice shouting out, Teacher, we've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to come first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian turned her head and looked around. I saw Wang Ying, Zhang Yang and others. Hurriedly welcomed them up. And behind them were a group of members of the Xianxian Society. After seeing him, they all clasped their fists and shouted in unison. I have met the president before. So he nodded and said to everyone that you came just in time. I happen to be competing with a strong person. You can also take the opportunity to observe. Wang Ying was very puzzled when she heard this. Just asked the teacher. Who are you going to compete with? Zhang Xian was also stunned when she heard the students say that. Then he grinned. Look at the people behind and ask the hall master. What is the big trouble? Who is the person you asked me to hit? However, just seeing a few people in front of me, they all froze in place like a gust of wind. What he doesn't actually know is, at this moment, the hall master has softened his whole body. I don't even have the strength to stand. He probably has the desire to die now. After all, he has been worried that Xian will affect the entire warrior hall. But how could he think of it? The other party has already entered their camp. And now almost all the warriors have become his students. He was originally thinking of finding a strong person, can challenge Zhang Xian, make it retreat when faced with difficulties. We can resolve the difficulties of the war hall. It's better now. I've handed over the entire prison. Only then did I realize that the strong person in front of me was Zhang Xian himself. Now not only has the difficulty worsened, but it has also not been resolved. Instead, it became a disaster. Then I couldn't help but feel conflicted in my heart anymore. Just looked at the other person and asked, are you Zhang Xian? Why did Dean Zhang say his name is Sun Chang? But Zhang Xian saw that he didn't respond to him. Instead, they asked about this matter. Just sigh, I don't like to cause trouble as a person. I don't like to show off. Very low key. Last time, I accidentally awakened the Spiritual Masters Union, afraid of attracting attention and causing unnecessary trouble. So I randomly chose a painting name. The meaning is that I don't want others to know. Master Qin heard these words. A mouthful of old blood can no longer hold on. Just sprayed it out directly. Thinking of him meowing. You also don't like to cause trouble. I don't like to show off. These 3 days' time, when you caused chaos in the warrior hall, all the core warriors in the hall, almost all of them have become your students. You're telling me now that you're very low-key. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other person's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Spit out another mouthful of fresh blood. I hurried over to the front, reaching out to help him check his pulse. At the same time, I also asked, oh, okay, master, you are so dignified. Why did this suddenly happen? But Tang insisted that the other party had an unclear expression on their face, still suppressing the frustration in my heart. Swing your hand to indicate that you don't need to check your pulse, and respond with a statement that it's okay. It's just a fork in the road. After speaking, he still doesn't die. Heart asked again, are you really Zhang Xian? However, upon hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian smiled. The response says yes. I'm really sorry, I did not intentionally conceal it. I just feel like we still need to communicate. If you reveal your identity in advance, may cause significant inconvenience. After explaining these, seeing the other person suddenly turn red all over their face, it seems like I can't even breathe normally. So he hurriedly asked Lord Xing, what's wrong with you? Wasn't it okay just now? Has the big trouble you mentioned already taken action? At this moment, the shop owner Liao standing on the side couldn't bear to watch. He's afraid of not saying anything again. The hall master may be infuriated to death. So I came up to him. Ms. Zhang doesn't know anything. Actually, the big trouble that the master mentioned, it refers to Miss Zhang. Zhang Xianwen was suddenly startled, then he asked the other person with a silly expression on his face. How did you become that big trouble yourself? Pharmacy owner Wen Yen saw again that the other party knew nothing about it. With a wry smile on his face, he let out a sigh. Then Wang Ying and others pointed to the side. Just say you should ask them. The big girl in front of me. In order to get his perverted people. Surprisingly, he can still be his wife to dozens of older girls. Just now, Zhang Xian heard Liao Bujing say, I am the big trouble in Xing Tangzi's mouth. I was suddenly scared and confused. Before you talk about this big trouble, I haven't even come to the cafeteria yet. I haven't seen you guys either. Is there any misunderstanding? At this point, Liao Dian insisted that the other party was not aware of it, so he pointed at Wang Ying and the others with a tearful smile on his face. Let's ask them instead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, his face darkened. Just turn your head and look at the two disciples. Coldly asked, what have you done again? Surprisingly, it made the warrior hall so angry. However, Wang Ying saw that the teacher was angry. Little face turned red. Just explained the war. Some soldiers in Shirtang do not follow the rules, run over in advance to compete with us. As a result, he was beaten up by members of the Xianxian society. And then I insist on joining in. Learn the martial arts and combat skills you teach. I heard Wang Ying say that. Zhang Xian also responded strangely with just this matter. The purpose of our visit was originally for communication and learning. This is nothing. I just want to communicate with each other. Why use the term big trouble to describe oneself? And can still make this hall master and many shop owners so fearful. However, Lu Yang on the side saw that the teacher didn't understand the reason behind it. Just continued to explain. In fact, there are not only ordinary fighters here. There are still 5 shop owners. They all think the knowledge explained by the teacher is very good. Also joined the Xianxian society. Listen here. Zhang Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The shop owners have all joined in. That's not a matter of joining or not joining, but it's related to the honor of the war hall. No wonder the other party is facing a great enemy. I didn't expect to be out for only 3 days. These little rascals. He did such an outrageous thing. It's really infuriating. Think of this. With a resentful expression on his face, he couldn't make steel. Look at Wang Ying and Xian Hui. Everyone shouted loudly. You really don't know the vastness of the earth. Warrior Hall kindly communicates with us, but you have incorporated them into it. Is this worthy of our friends at Warrior Hall? We don't care if we are famous teachers or not. Everything must be feasible. Sitting upright, neither humble nor arrogant. Now it's like this for no reason, regardless of whether the head of the hall is willing or not. Just lure so many warriors into the Xianxian society. This is just like my usual teaching. Destroyed the glorious image of my hero. How can I face it again in the future? Master and many other friends. Just Zhang Xian hasn't finished scolding yet. I saw a group of soldiers rushing over. Neatly prostrate oneself on the ground. Shouting in unison, I have seen teacher Xian Hui. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Not long after, I suddenly realized. When I looked at Zhang Xian again, I was even more impressed. Indeed, he is the president. They fooled 200 to 300 divisions. It took an unknown amount of effort, using various means to complete it. He might as well run straight to the headquarters of the war hall. All the fighters have been accepted as students. And Zhang Xian was also scared to the point where her face turned green. At this moment, he completely realized that the heart of the hall master was blocked. So he helplessly waved his hand and said, let's all get up. Don't be so polite. Don't you want to make your combat power stronger? Now, you can communicate with members of the Xianxian society together. After speaking, it should be good to see a group of soldiers nodding their heads. Just give a heads up to everyone in the Xianxian society. You guys should communicate and learn well. Although in terms of combat awareness and combat effectiveness, you can surpass them. But martial arts, boxing, and so on, even galaxies are far inferior. More effort is needed. Later, everyone watched as Zhang Xian explained everything to her. They quickly merged together. They are discussing it one after another. At the same time, many soldiers saw the soldiers ahead. Join the Xianxian society. 3 days of time. The changes are so significant. I can't hold it anymore. Everyone is clamoring to join the Xianxian society. However, seeing this scene, Lord Xing felt immense pain in his heart. As the head of the hall, it doesn't matter if the Meijiang Battlemaster Hall unleashes the Radiant Thief nowadays, but he was allowed to join an organization of a first-class imperial city, even if one has already prepared psychologically, but it's still a bit difficult to accept. Then he shook his head inside. The Battle Hall of Qingyuan Imperial City has been established for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect it to be destroyed in my hands. However, Fomsun walked over at an unknown time, hearing the emotions of the hall master. Just comforted the hall master. You don't actually need to be discouraged. This is not bad for us. It's actually a good thing. Actually, in the past 3 days, Feng Sun has been in seclusion all along, just waiting for the exchange meeting. It can show off its divine power. I didn't expect to see this scene as soon as I came out. My heart is also filled with shock. I just know that all of this is related to Dean Zhang. I felt relieved in my heart. At the same time, I also feel a sense of happiness. Feasible Hall Master and Liao Dian have their own opinions on what the other party says. I also feel very different. Now it looks like a ghost. Where else is there any good thing to talk about? At this moment, Feng Sun continued with excitement on his face. The political figure brought by Zhuo Qingsong to participate in the battle assessment. It's Zhang Xian, the direct disciple of teacher Zhang. If he successfully assesses the warrior, from now on, he will become the master of the War Master Hall. Status can be ranked throughout the entire continent. And he is also a member of the Xianxian Society. Even if he can't become a warrior, can participate in the selection process. Its combat effectiveness is also imaginable. I will at least become an elder in the future. He's here. Even if we join the Xianxian Society in our war hall, who else dares? Mocking a few people, they fell silent after listening to the explanation. After all, Lord Xingtong, he knew Feng Sun was absolutely right. In the mainland of famous teachers, although it is very particular about seniority, but more emphasis is placed on the hitter as a teacher, regardless of age. As long as your strength is stronger than yours, the battle is still far beyond you. It is worth emulating him. Not only will it not be ridiculed by others, will still be respected. Even Confucius back then. I have been mentored by many people with lower abilities than him before. It's not shameful to learn from someone weaker than oneself. It's embarrassing to know that you're not capable, but they have to pretend to be very powerful. I have doubts but don't ask. And if Zhang Yang becomes a warrior, you will receive the most powerful inheritance from the warrior hall. Becoming the head of the hall is just a matter of time. The hall leaders are all members of the Xianxian Society. What's so embarrassing about them joining? Even if he's not the hall master in the future, becoming an elder, I will also be proud. After understanding these, the knot in Lord Xing's heart finally untied, so he looked at Zhang Xian not far away again. I can only admire in my heart. A person in their 20s. Surprisingly, it made them stand tall in the warrior hall for thousands of years. Willing submission. This personality and strength are indeed terrifying. Who knew they would just sigh with emotion? I'm afraid his teacher is not simple either. Feng Sun nodded and responded with a yes in classical Chinese. Dean Zhang's teacher. It is said to be Yang Xian. Its strength has reached an unfathomable realm. Qin Tangju's classical Chinese immediately frowned, and Yang Xian. I think I've heard the teacher say it before. There is a teacher named Yang at the headquarters of the famous teacher hall. Unparalleled from ancient to modern times. The strength has reached an unimaginable level. But is this Yang sure called Yang Xian or not? I don't know. However, during the discussion among a few people, Zhang Xian is also busy and overwhelmed here. Communicating and learning between the two major organizations is not an easy task. Finally, at the request of everyone, he gave everyone a lecture. This is what makes everyone satisfied. A few hours have passed. After finishing her class, Zhang Xian immediately moved into the warrior hall and summarized all the knowledge learned in these days, taught to Wang Yin and Lu Yang. Let them practice before passing on the teachings. After finishing these tasks, I was about to return to the estate. I saw Sun Chang walking over. I heard him say, "It's Chairman Wan from the Qiling Workers Union who came to find himself. Let Sun Chang bring him in." Not long after, I saw President Wan walking in with a beautiful woman. Quickly, a few people gave a brief introduction. Zhang Xian just found out. This elder wants to invite himself to the headquarters for cultivation. So he responded by saying, "I'm sure President Wan has also told you about it. I am a renowned teacher. The spiritualist is just a minor, not the main profession." Elder Wei spoke confidently in classical Chinese. You can resign from the profession of a renowned teacher with your talent, as long as one practices diligently. In addition, the training provided by the headquarters to control Lingshan Chang, it's not impossible to become the Spirit King. If we reach this level, 9-star renowned teachers from mainland China should be treated with courtesy. Isn't this better than your so-called famous teacher? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. He also shook his head helplessly. I am truly sorry for the response. I won't resign from my profession as a renowned teacher. This profession is my lifelong pursuit. I will choose the inspirational poem. It's just decay. Upon hearing these words, a word of persuasion from Elder Ren Dan. You don't have to answer me in such a hurry. I can give you a few days to think about it. This is a chance to climb to the sky in one step. Once missed, there will be no chance again. After speaking, the other party refused again. Just keep talking about famous teachers, even though they are the top profession in mainland China. But there is also great competition within the renowned teacher hall. Limited resources. It's not easy to achieve 9 stars. As long as you come to the Spiritual Master Guild. We have women everywhere here. You can marry as many as you want. Even if you are willing to inspire weapons in buildings. There's no problem with this as a companion. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian is also very speechless. It seems that men are in the minds of women. I didn't leave a good impression. All of them are lecherous. They are all the same as the big brother watching the video. I'm really speechless. Then he looked at the other person. Reply with one sentence. The original ice workers were also given the same conditions. I also rejected you. Xiling is a woman from the Union. Can it be better than a woman who works in the ice field? Elder Wei was also taken aback when he heard about the ice field workers. After all, he also knows that Xiling is a Union woman. Although many are also exceptional talents. But compared to ice workers, it's still a lot worse. There are many women practicing pure silver attribute techniques there. Each one exudes national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Beautiful beyond measure. That's exactly how it is. Countless major powers on the mainland. We are all proud to be able to marry a woman who has achieved the feat of Bingyuan Gong. Knowing this trend, invited by Li, the person in front of us didn't succeed. After hesitating for a moment, what came to mind? Wrist flip. I took out a light gray stone. Tell him I have a spirit test stone here. Can test talent. If you can reach level 10, I can apply. Headquarters provides better conditions. It's also possible that you won't quit your profession as a renowned teacher. After speaking, I saw that the other person didn't understand. Let's use phonetics to explain. To be honest, let me tell you. Only those who have reached level 10 in spiritual talent, only then will there be a chance to awaken. Xiling Mountain has been over 5,000 years ago. There hasn't been a cultivator with this talent yet. Speaking of which, I don't know what Qilin Mountain is when I see the other person. Just keep explaining. This Qilin Mountain is a treasure born of heaven and earth. He is also the largest chairman of our union. The stone in my hand. It's extracted from above. If Kirin succeeds, you can directly have combat power comparable to a 9-star master. You can go anywhere in heaven and earth. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was suddenly startled. Who would have thought that the sound could be so powerful? After all, this is comparable to the combat power of a 9-star master. It's really heartwarming. This is simply the rhythm of reaching the sky in one step, and it can also retain the profession of a renowned teacher. There is such an opportunity again. If that's really the case, in the future, there will be no need to buy so-called premium snacks for gold coins anymore. The category of top-quality snacks falls under this category. You can have as much as you want. With his strength, he can also be born at the first level. About 10 days of effort. Perhaps we can reach the pinnacle of the mainland. Become a super strong existence like Kong. However, Elder Wei beside him was moved to see him. Just nodded. I handed over the test stone in my hand, and explained that the test is very simple. Just hold onto the stone. Quiet mind. It will automatically test your talent. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian grasped the redstone tightly with both hands and close it. To be honest with your eyes, he also wants to take a look. How high is one's talent in spiritual awakening? To truly meet the requirements. The other party does not request to resign from their civil career. It's not difficult to follow along. However, just as Zhang Xuanxin was thinking about it, accompanied by a roar, I saw the stone in my hand, immediately emitted dazzling light. After a moment, when the light dissipates, Zhang Xin finally let go of her hands. However, Wei Changlao and Chairman Wan on the side, hurriedly approached. After taking a glance, the two of them were instantly stunned. They can't believe the numbers they see in front of them. And Zhang Xian was also very strange when she saw the expressions of the two of them. So I lowered my head and took a look. I was also scared and my whole body was deformed. Can you guess a student? Upon learning of one's own talent, when higher than my mentor, what kind of behavior will they exhibit? Just now, the big girl in front of me. In order to have Zhang Xian go to the headquarters of the Awakening Society, he offered conditions to more than 10 wives. But unexpectedly, the other party was not interested in it. So that's why he recognized the deeds of possessing spiritual talent. There is a chance to get it. Qiling Mountain ability comparable to the combat power of a 9-star renowned teacher. Tell him. Zhang Xian, who understands the situation, after bringing the other party's testing room over. The testing has just begun. When the light of the stone in my hand fades away, Chairman Wan and the pseudo-elders beside him see the numbers on the stone. I was suddenly startled. However, Zhang Xian was also very strange when she saw their expressions. So when I lowered my head, I was also scared to the point of not being human. At this moment, I saw that the number appearing on top during testing was 3. So I couldn't help but ask, what does this 3 mean? Is it level 3? Wei Changlao on the side. At this moment, she looked at Zhang Xian with a face that seemed to be panting. I just responded that these 3 levels are correct. I thought to myself that I had fully listened to the report before. I went to see the awakened union with my own eyes again. I thought this great god in front of me. At least level 9 talent should have been achieved, but why is he meowing? He's only a 3rd level cat. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the other person with a puzzled expression on her face. What does this level represent? Is it considered very weak? After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of confusion. Zhang Xian tried several more times in a row, but every time it's the number 3. Elder Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head when he saw the situation, saying, "Forget it. I won't disturb Zhang Shiman anymore today." At this moment, Zhang Xian also responded to the two with an embarrassed expression on her face. I thought to myself why I was able to become a spiritualist so quickly, and it can successfully activate the spirit guild. It seems that one's talent is not high enough. It's just that the Heavenly Way's martial arts are too incredible. Just now, I was negotiating the price with the other party in a serious manner. After the results were tested, it was nothing. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. At this moment, Elder Wei only transmitted a message. We still hope for the matter of our union. Zhang, please do not disclose. After speaking, receive an accurate answer from the other party. Just say hello to Chairman Wan. The two of them have just taken 2 steps. I heard someone come over and ask the teacher, "Can I try this test?" Upon hearing the words, Zhang Xian looked at his disciple with confusion. "I want to test this." At this moment, Wang Ying nodded and responded, saying, "Yes, teacher, I feel like this stone is good for me. It seems to have an attraction." Zhang Xian saw his serious expression on his face. Just said to Wei Changlao beside him, "I still need to trouble you a bit." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei nodded in response and said, "It's okay." Subsequently, when testing the palm of the hand, deliver true qi to the other party's hands. However, Wang Ying took the stone and began testing it as well. After the light on top quickly dissipated, I saw a line of numbers slowly emerging. At this moment, everyone who saw the numbers on it was dumbfounded. Not long after, Zhang Xian couldn't help but look at Wei Changlao beside her. "Didn't you say that level 10 is the highest? What does 11 mean now?" At this moment, Elder Wei also seemed to have gone crazy. Then he was so excited that his face turned red in response, saying, "This is a master-level talent. Our founding ancestor is the Spirit Fairy. The talent for awakening is beyond level 10, reached a realm of unfathomable ghosts and gods. Therefore, it is possible to transform a mountain into a qilin, and refine it into a magic weapon, horizontally crossing the heavens and earth. Even Kong respects Sanfun. I thought no one would own it after my ancestor. I didn't expect it to happen to me." After speaking, he ignored Zhang Xian's shock. "Just look at Wang Ying and say, this girl, would you be willing to join me in returning to the temporary union?" However, Wang Ying did not expect it either. My talent is actually so powerful. Now being kissed like this by the other person again, I suddenly felt a little flustered in my heart. So I looked at Zhang Xian beside me. Responding to the other party, I followed the teacher's advice. "This is Wei Chang, the old man." I quickly approached Zhang Xian. Look at him affectionately. Zhang Xian was also speechless upon seeing the situation. After hesitating for a moment, let the students play a set of boxing techniques to see. I finished reading Wang Yinqing in the library. I didn't see it either. Any introduction to Kirin's talent. There is no indication that he possesses this talent. I wonder if the library is also starting to ban it. When he first saw Zhaoya, a detailed description of the pure silver physique appeared. Yuan Tao and Wei Ruyan are no exception. It can be seen that Wang Ying has such ability. Why didn't the library write it down? Then I thought of Lu Chong. I just realized that Wang Ying, like him, is an acquired ability. So the library did not record it. It seems that fate is not fixed. Even the heavens cannot accurately calculate it. In the future, teaching students should not only cater to their individual needs, but also teach them according to their aptitude. We also need to consider the other person's growth. Make adjustments at any time. Some people have poor academic performance, but even sudden enlightenment can make rapid progress. At this point, we can use the teaching method of treating academic underachievers. It's clearly not enough. However, just as Zhang Xian was reflecting on this, I heard Wei Changlao calling out to me again beside me. So I realized it. I turned my head and looked at Wang Ying not far away. "May I ask if you are willing to go?" After speaking, the other party hesitated. A straight face just showed a confident expression. "Continue speaking and go to the Spiritual Master Guild. Complete resources and cultivation system. The cultivation speed will be faster. Just following me, so am I. I can guarantee that you will reach such a high level." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying, I gritted my teeth before responding. "Teacher, I am just like Zhaoya. I also want to share your worries. I don't want to be a burden to you." Zhang Xian heard this. I also shook my head inside, saying that you are my student. How could it be a burden? After all, they have been together for almost a year. I already have a deep emotional connection. The other party feels like a burden, and in his heart, they are actually relatives. But in Wang Ying's heart, isn't that the case? He has long regarded Zhang Xian as a relative. Just got this opportunity. He also wants to grow, want to soar. Previously, the teacher sheltered himself from the wind and rain. In the future, he also wants to protect his teachers, because in his heart, Zhang Xian is his mentor, a lifelong mentor. Think of this. Eyes turn red. Just say to Zhang Xian, teacher, I'm going to the Spiritual Master Guild. However, after receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian felt a little sad in her heart. But there is no banquet that never ends in the world, knowing that students will spread their wings and fly high sooner or later. But at this moment, still find it difficult to let go. Clear odor transmission. Zhao Ye went to Bingyuan Palace. Lu Chong has gone to the Witch Soul. Master Yuan Tao returned to his family. Wei Ruyan went to the drugstore again. And Zhang Yang also went to the warrior hall. 5 people have already left the headquarters. Now it seems, the 6th one should also set off. Can achieve better development. As a teacher, actually, I feel relieved for them. Just leave like this. It's still difficult to let go. So I responded with a statement that since we have made a decision, then go ahead. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying, knees softening, immediately kneeled down on the ground. I knocked my head continuously for 8 times. Finally, I cried out, teacher, you must take care. Zhang Xian saw the other party stop at this moment. Finger a little. A pure heavenly Dao Qi poured into the other person's body. Just looked at him, ordered that if anything happens, activate this true emotion, separated by thousands of miles. Teachers can also sense it. Who dares to bully you? Even if the other party is the most powerful sect in the entire continent, even the Master Teacher Hall, teachers can also seek justice for you. Then he looked at the woman beside him. He said with a warning tone, hey, elder, I will leave this student to you. I hope you can treat it well. If I knew he had suffered a little injustice, I will definitely visit your doorstep. Ask your union for clarification. After speaking, I received a positive response from the other party. As soon as he turned around, he waved his hand and said that since he had made a decision, let's go now. At this moment, Wang Ying saw the teacher turning her back to her. I also know his good intentions and hard work. Eyes turned red. Tears fell from my eyes again. So Elder Wei bid farewell to the other party. Take Wang Ying and fly to the headquarters. And President Ruan also left the courtyard. The spirit will fly away. They just left. Zhang Xian just turned around and looked at the night sky, watching Wang Ying gradually disappear into the night sky. The whole person stood there dumbfounded, lost in thought. At this moment, Lu Yang, who was standing beside him, saw the teacher's heart twisted like a knife. Just take a step forward. When you want to say something, I feel my arms tighten. Turn your head and take a look. Sun Chang let out a sigh. Let the young master stay alone for a while. Let's go out first. Quickly walk out of the yard. Seeing the stars in the night sky, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What can I do for the teacher? At this moment, Sun Xianzai comforted and said that all you can do is practice well. Don't let down the young master's cultivation. Upon hearing the other party's words, Lu Yang furrowed his brow. I already have a decision in my heart. Just responded with a yes. All 6 of them have left. Now it's just me left. I want to become stronger. To not disappoint the teacher's kindness. After all, Lu Yang practiced with everyone before. Progress together. Although he's not the fastest, but it's not too slow either. It's quite good. And now this feeling has disappeared. Instead, there is only intense pressure. Zhao Ye, Yuan Tao, Wei Ruyan, and Lu Chong. They all went to places suitable for their physical fitness and cultivation. Except inheritance. Once fully activated, rapid improvement is also a certainty. And Zhang Yang and Wang Ying, I went to a place that suits my talent, can obtain a complete inheritance, and the cultivation of various materials. Progress is bound to be unstoppable. Now only he remains by Zhang Xian's side. If the cultivation speed is slower than others, doesn't it mean that teachers are inferior to those forces? Think of this. My eyes revealed golden hairs. I turned around and walked back to the room. At this moment, he knew he had to work harder. Fellow apprentice brothers. He doesn't want to see you again in the future. But he was left far behind by the other party, truly becoming a burden to the teacher. However, seeing the other party's Sun Chang like this, he was also speechless on his face. This guy can leave as soon as he says, without any pause. So I stopped talking to him either. Stretching lazily, he walked outside. After all, since Sun Chang came to Qingyuan City, just stayed in the courtyard with everyone from Xianxianhui all the time. I haven't left the house yet. I happen to be available now. You can also go out for a walk. Experience the nightlife of the Forbidden City. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was quietly staying in place, he now feels an unprecedented sense of loneliness in his heart. Almost all the students have left. Ruashi has also left. It seems like the whole world, He's the only one left. Thoughts keep flowing in my mind. Instant. It seems like I have once again grasped the state of mind I just realized. Why do teachers love their students? It is a profound miracle. Teaching students is not about forging weapons. One mold can create many. They must go through their lives, experience one's own joys and sorrows, experience your own struggle. Always stay by your side. Duckweed teaching can help them grow quickly. But I lost the opportunity to gain experience. It's like weapons haven't been quenched. I can never become a true powerhouse. Their departure means they have grown up. Think of this. Zhang Xian's mind suddenly shook violently. Meditation like thunder. Immediately after, a special aura emanated from the sky, instantly enveloping him, accompanied by a roar. I only saw a special force, crazily pouring into its body. Let his mood scale increase rapidly. At the same time, the overall aura of the person is also rapidly increasing. However, on this side of the War Hall Conference Hall, at this moment, I saw the Lord of the Deer King Autumn Hall in the Body Law Hall. I took out a few thick books, and he said, Lord, these are our past few days. The combat theory summarized from the Xianxian Society. It is said that they were all taught by teacher Zhang. The Lord of Xingtong responded in classical Chinese. Just casually flip over the books on the desktop. Just took a look. I was instantly shocked in my heart, so I suppressed the raging waves in my heart. After finishing reading the book, I recalled it again in my mind. I couldn't help but sigh. This Zhang is indeed a genius. Understanding of combat. It has reached a shocking level. Although his theory is simple, but it directly points to the core of cultivation. Any weapon placed in front of you, defects can be easily identified and eliminated. It seems that this exchange was the right one. Just haven't finished his emotions yet. Suddenly felt, sensing a special force descending from the sky. However, other shop owners also sensed at this moment. So everyone quickly got up and rushed out. Soon, a few people arrived at a nearby large shop. I saw many card slots suddenly shake. Immediately afterwards, it collapsed in the most orderly direction. Many shop owners are very puzzled about this. What the hell is this? After all, soldiers are majoring in combat, far inferior to renowned teachers in knowledge broadcasting. It's normal for them to be unaware of this situation now. Just the hall master beside him knows what this is. So at this moment, the whole person is like a gust of wind. Looking at the many rankings ahead, just let out a pale exclamation. Wancher worship, submissively to hear and obey. One day, Teacher Rin had an accident. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. The big girl in front of me, surprisingly, in front of the other two girls, to drive with a pervert. And it's also driven so aggressively. Just now, after Wang Ying left, Zhang Xian, she, who was once sad, suddenly realized more in her heart. Accompanied by one thought after another, it flows instantly in my mind. A special aura also flowed down. The fourth Heavenly Blade Master has arrived again. However, the ranking of many immortals in Zhanshi Hall. Feel this scent. At the same time, it also fell in one direction. Wancher worship. The scene of bowing down and obeying orders just happened to be seen by the hall master and other shop owners. However, I don't know how long it has been. Zhang Xian slowly opened her eyes at this moment. The time of Master Tian Blade this time, longer than before. He was tempered by a special aura. The whole person's spirit becomes more flexible. Thoughts are purer. Although there has been no improvement in strength, my thinking has become clearer. The reaction speed is also faster. The words of reason have also become purer. As long as he wants to hide, even an 8-star celebrity cannot tell from their appearance. And before, only able to see through defects that are 3 or 4 levels higher than his own cultivation level. The cultivation that can be seen through now, already comparable in combat effectiveness to him. In other words, it can already be seen that the loopholes and shortcomings in the cultivation of the peak powerhouse in the Genshin Impact realm. Encountering such a strong person again in the future, even without the need for a library, even with rational words, one can understand the true meaning of the other party, can easily defeat the opponent. And the star scale has also increased by 2.1 this time. That means Zhang Xian has now reached 25.1. This star realm is comparable to an 8-star famous teacher. However, Zhang Xian, who felt the changes brought about by the renowned Tian Blade teacher this time. I know it's time to assess the 7-star masters. But now he only has the Magic Sound Master who is 7 stars. President Tan also agreed to apply for the 7-star array mage for him. That means there are still 5 professions that need to be tested to 7. Get up and walk out of the yard as soon as you think of this. I want Sun Chang to inquire about it. Where are other professions located? I just came out and shouted for half a day, but there was no response. At this moment, Lu Yan walked over and told him, Sun Chang went out last night and hasn't come back yet. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian instructed her disciples. Ask Sun Chang to come see you immediately upon his return. After explaining, he walked over to the residence of the hall leader. I quickly met the other person. Just assess yourself for the 7-star ceremony. I talked to the other party about it. At this moment, the hall master smiled. Response, Teacher Lee, the former president of the medical union. Your medical skills are so advanced. It shouldn't be difficult to ask him to help apply for a 7-star badge. Doctor, there's no need to take the exam. And Wu Huayu, the president of the alchemist union. Wu Danshur. He heard about you in our war hall. I plan to come and pay my respects. Based on our conversation, I should have already applied for a 7-star alchemist badge for you. If you guessed correctly, he plans to personally deliver it over. I heard about Wu Huayu. Zhang Xian suddenly. I was stunned for a moment. Once my own renowned teacher academy. Conduct alchemy with him through the communication stone tablet. I gave him a lot of guidance. Duan Shucao also asked him to help with the application. I thought the other party didn't understand anything. He's a little brat. I didn't expect him to be the president of the Qingyuan Alchemist Union. After understanding these, Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. That's the calculation. Now it's like having 4 7-star professions. Just need to assess 3 more. The Lord of Xingtong also responded in classical Chinese saying, the Beast Taming Guild is not within the city. The mountain range where it is located. It's about 100 kilometers away from here. And Ginghongshi and Jianboshi, and the calligraphers and painters are all in the city. As for the Heavenly Palace Master Guild, Qingyuan City does not have it. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xiankai said to the hall master, go take the Jinghong teacher exam by yourself first. Just when he asked about the location, I just found out about this amazing master, set up in a place called Saichen Tower. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Xian is also very puzzled. How could a guild come up with such a name? At this moment, the head of the hall responded awkwardly, saying, in fact, this profession uses dance as a means of conveying beautiful scenery. The easiest place to practice dance is at Saichen Tower. He is a brothel. Zhang Xian was immediately dumbfounded when she heard this. How did this profession become a brothel? After seeing the other party's reaction, the hall master, I immediately explained that it's not the brothel you imagined. They all sell their skills inside, not their bodies. Only doing Jinghong dance. But even so, it also attracts countless celebrities every day. Extremely popular. Actually, the founder of this amazing martial arts sect, Senior Gongsun. When I was young, my door was completely destroyed. He did martial arts for revenge. Later on, the great enmity was avenged. Under the guidance of Master Kong, this profession was established again. However, the identity of martial arts has still been inherited. Many branches of Ginghongshi are actually brothels. After listening to these, Zhang Xian felt that Master Kong did the right thing. No matter what profession, it is noble. Even the most ordinary. It should also be worthy of respect. Should not be looked down upon. So, after setting aside the prejudices in my heart, just continued asking about the Saichen Tower you mentioned. Where are you? Later, I learned from the master that Saichen Tower and 2 other centimeter-specific locations. Afterwards, I'll say goodbye with a fist. Just left the other person's residence. I haven't left the battlefield yet. I saw the fox demon welcoming me and saying, Master Zhang, are you going out? Take me with you. Zhang Shuwen hesitated for a moment. I also nodded in agreement. But I just agreed. 2 more voices came from behind the other party. They also want to go. Upon hearing this, turning around, I realized it was Fair and Luo Chichi. So he shook his head and advised that you guys should just forget about it. This place is not suitable for you. At this point, Yufei, who had a bad temper, refused. Take a step forward and shout at him that it's not suitable. Why can Hu Yao Yao? We can't. Zhang Xian saw the other party start messing around again. He also shook his head helplessly. Explained that the place I am going to is Saichen Tower. It's a brothel. It's not suitable for you girls to go to their house. They were dumbfounded when they heard this. What the hell is this? You're actually taking Hu Yao Yao to a brothel. After exchanging a glance, the 2 of them immediately reach out and stop him from going. Zhang Xian was also displeased to see them like this. Just reprimand me. Stop messing around. I'm going to do some business. Don't overthink it. At this moment, Yufei saw that the other party was angry. Bite your lip and respond by saying, Teacher Zhang, you are a renowned teacher. How could I go to such a place? If you really want to go, then I can help you. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian is also very helpless. What else can you do to help me? Can you help me get the Jinghong Master Badge? Still the badge of a 7-star renowned teacher. So I shook my head and responded, okay. Stop messing around. Your abilities are not very strong. Can't help me. Princess Belle was born as soon as she heard it. I got angry, so I straightened my chest. Just a cold snort with a displeased expression, not very capable. I'm not big anymore. I am also very big, okay. However, Zhang Xian didn't know that the princess in front of her was driving. I just feel like I've been talking for half a day and still can't understand. It's full of speechless explanations, saying that it's in the Spring Tower. It is a branch of the Jinghong Teachers Union. I want to go and assess the 7-star Jinghong Master. Prepare to apply for the badge of 7-star Master Teacher. Wu Yaoyao majored in Jinghong Vocational Education. Can you go and consult with me? You majored in formations. How can you help me? After listening to the explanation, fair. The whole person stood there dumbfounded. At this moment, the fox demon asked Zheng Shi in confusion. Are you saying that Ginghong Shi is distributed in brothels? Although he is a master of Ginghong, but he's not sure about these either. Actually, just now, the fox demon and Yufei had the same idea. I really thought Zheng Shi would take him to that kind of place. Still struggling. If the other party really makes some unreasonable demands, should we satisfy or refuse? I never expected it. This brothel is actually distributed by Jinghongshi. However, after listening to it, Chi-Chi on the side, I also seem to understand. Come here. So he awkwardly explained that Jinghongshi is a profession, coming from a martial arts background, only by frequently performing for different people, to make faster progress, can also unleash the strongest combat power. So besides Jinghong from our renowned teacher academy, most of the other branches are brothels. Understand what's going on, Yufei. At this moment, my face is even hotter and unbearable. However, he still looked up firmly at Zhang Xian. I still need to go see Luo Qi. Qi Wenyan also said she wants to go. So Zhang Xian knew that she couldn't dissuade him. I'm too lazy to say more. Just go with a few people. Arriving behind Saichen Tower, after Zhang Xian's turmoil, I soon saw the president of the branch, Wei Ranqi. He is Wei Ranxue's senior sister. So I already knew the existence of Zhang Xian. I also applied for the 7-star badge of Jinghong Master for him in advance. After all, earlier, Zhang Xian changed the pattern of the Anichang ripple dance. This matter has also attracted the attention of the headquarters. So don't just give a 7-star badge directly. As long as he is willing to become an elder, he can do it. So that's it. After receiving the badge, Zhang Xian also went to the library. Collect all the techniques of 7 stars Jinghong poetry into the library, and converge into the heavenly way. The Jinghong technique took half an hour. I have also reached the peak of the 7 stars cultivation. After finishing these tasks, walk out of the library. Return to the president's room. After saying goodbye to the other party, we need to leave with a few people. Only then did the chairman say to Zhang Xian, he wants to keep Hu Yaoyao for a while. There's something else we need to talk about. Zhang Xian didn't ask much when she saw the situation. I glanced at Hu Yaoyao. Seeing him nod in agreement, I just responded to the chairman. So he took the two of them to the Treasure Appraisers Guild. Just haven't arrived at the guild yet. Halfway through, I saw a young man in black greet me, hugging and saluting. Your Excellency is Zhang Xian. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Shi and Zhang Xian were initially taken aback. Then he responded to his own affairs. But in my heart, it's very inexplicable. I haven't met anyone since I came here myself. How could anyone find themselves? At this moment, the young man continued to say that our master wants to see you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian became even more puzzled. Your master wants to see me. Who is he? After speaking, young people refused to speak directly. He waved his hand and refused the other party. However, the young man had known that Zhang Xian would do this. I handed over the hem of my clothes to the other person for medical treatment. Sun Chang, the butler, is currently a guest at our mansion. The master specially invited teacher Zhang to come over. Otherwise, I'm afraid what I'm sending isn't a hem. But it's possible. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Suddenly kicked him with a kick. Directly kicked the opponent into the land several tens of meters away. After all, as a time traveler, Zhang Xian, it has always been a good product with Chinese people. Quality and good habits. I have always been unwilling to associate with human wrongdoing. Most of them generate wealth through harmony. Make big things small. It's a small matter now. But dragons have reverse scales. Touching it will lead to death. Sun Chang followed him from the heavenly Xian King city. Carefully manage all the trivial matters around you. Bear hardship without complaint. Dedicate oneself wholeheartedly and responsibly. Although I don't want to complain about this guy's cultivation. But without Sun Chang, Zhang Xian can never completely avoid worries about her future. Put all your heart and soul into cultivation. It won't happen in less than a year. Reaching such a level, so to speak, Sun Chang has become the most important person in his life. The status is the same as that of Wang Ying, Zhao Ye, and others. But this guy in front of us actually used this as a threat. How can Zhang Xian not be angry? However, the young man in black obviously did not expect it. Human ambition is in hand. The other party actually dared to take action. So he struggled to stand up. There was a strong hatred in his eyes. Roar at the other party, dare you hit me? I'm going to take your dog today. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I feel a powerful and suffocating pressure, sweeping and stopping what was supposed to be said. Speaking of which, I dare not make a sound again. At this moment, Zhang Xian's eyes were like torches. Looking at the other person, he coldly snorted and said if he wanted to die, I can give you a ride right away. If you don't want to die, tell me now, who is your master? Where is Sun Chang? At this moment, the young man trembled all over. I dare not say any more nonsense, just speak up and respond. Our master is said to be the first prince of Qingyuan Imperial City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, the prince of Zhongqing, was very puzzled. It's only been 3 days since I came here myself. The scope of the activity is also limited to the Qilin City Labor Union, Jinhong City Labor Union, and the War Hall. I haven't been anywhere else. How could I offend this so-called first prince? If it weren't for offending the other party, I probably don't have enough courage yet. Let's get hands-on with the renowned teacher. Even the servants of famous teachers are related. The dignity of the other party was openly plundered, and send someone over to threaten. That's really bold. So he looked at the other person. I asked Prince Zhong a question. Why did he arrest my people? The young man in black, who was scared and covered in goosebumps, quickly responded by saying that I am just a servant. Other than to notify you, the others are truly unaware. Zhang Xianjian, the other party is like this. I also know that he is not aware of it. So let him lead the way ahead. This pervert in front of me. One mouth. Let this high-ranking prince eat shit. Just now, Zhang Xian with Fair and Luo Qiqi, when heading to the treasure room union, a young man in black walked out, and holding the hem of Sun Chang's clothes, threatening Zhang Xian to meet his master. But Zhang Xian is a pervert. How could one possibly be controlled by others? So, with just one force of pressure, just make the other party dare not be arrogant, and obediently lead the way ahead. At this moment, Thayer behind her used phonetics, asked Zhang Xian to be careful. This Prince Zhong, and introduce it. This prince was originally unique. Just over 20 years ago, the Bai Ling tribe found the passage from somewhere unknown, come in large numbers. Ningshi Hall, Zhanshi Hall, and Qingyuan Imperial City. All 3 major forces sent people to resist. The losses are all very heavy. The leader of the Xingxinming Hall and the War Master Hall was seriously injured at the time. I almost fainted too. The Emperor of Yuendi City, Chu Tianqing, also personally led the expedition, but he was ambushed by the alien race. Difficult to escape. Seeing is about to be killed. It was this Prince Zhong who appeared out of thin air. Only by killing all directions did the person be rescued. Later on, he made repeated contributions, so in just over 20 years, he successfully became a king from an ordinary person, and he is also the first king with a different surname. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow. There are countless skilled warriors around the emperor to protect him. My own strength should not be low either. Surrounded by the alien race, they can't escape. What is this Prince Zhong? What strength can not only rescue people, not yet damaged in any way? At this moment, the princess explained. Father once mentioned it to someone else. This person seemed to have used poison back then. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately asked a question. Is this prince a poison master? The princess who heard the other party's question. I'm not quite sure if he's a drug master, he continued to explain. However, many ministers who oppose this loyal prince, over the past 20 years, they have all come to an end without any success. That's exactly how it is. Only in the court can one have such great power. In addition, he once saved His Majesty. Highly valued. Everyone should be wary of him to some extent. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, now no matter what the other party means, but it's clearly aimed at oneself. Since it is so, there's no need to let the 2 of them get involved in this muddy water. So he looked at them and said that they dared to catch Sun Chang. It means they don't care about my 6-star teacher at all. The identity of the dean of the renowned teacher college. So don't go over there. I can handle it alone. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi immediately took a step forward. With a firm gaze, he said zombie to him. You are my teacher. As a student party, I can't just watch my own teacher helplessly go to dangerous places, but chose to turn a blind eye. How else would I face the profession of being a renowned teacher? Phil, who was standing beside me, also echoed and said, I don't regret it either. I want to advance and retreat together with Zhang. However, seeing the 2 people's firm gaze, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake her head, so he flipped his wrist and took out 2 pills for them, and he confessed that this is the blasphemy pill I refined. Can detoxify 100 poisons. You guys take it first. If the other party is really a drug master, this can ensure safety. After the 2 of them took it, quickly follow the black-clothed man ahead, arriving at a huge mansion. At this moment, the young man in black took a few steps forward. I whispered a few words to the security guard. Then he walked into the mansion with the 3 of them. Just a few people following each other. We haven't reached the location where Prince Zhong is located yet. A group of people rushed out of the courtyard. Surround them. The young man in black immediately dodged into the crowd upon seeing this. And with a fierce expression on his face, he burst out laughing. Kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Give him a good lesson. Let him know. We cannot offend the people of the prince's mansion. Surrounding guards in classical Chinese. Immediately waving the weapon in his hand, Zhang Xian saw the other party greeting guests like this. I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth, looking at him with disdain on his face. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of sarcasm in response. He said he wanted to endure the pain of flesh and skin. I just shook my head helplessly and let out a sigh. I used to just kick you, but you just don't listen. I also don't like people who don't listen. After speaking, he stretched out his finger and snapped it. Immediately after, I saw the young man in front of me convulsing all over his body. My face turned pale. Immediately spew out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he looked at the other person with an incredulous expression on his face. Roar, how dare you poison me? At this moment, Zhang Xiankai responded with an innocent expression on his face, saying he had poisoned. When did you see me poisoning you? Maybe you ate something unclean yourself. Just rest assured. I am a very skilled physician. I can help you treat it for free. The young man in black was so angry that his teeth were almost bitten to pieces. I was planning to teach the other person a lesson. Unexpectedly, he was poisoned by the other party. Although I am very unwilling in my heart, but the current situation can only be put on hold. So he ordered the guards to let them go over. Zhang Xian saw that the other party softened by 2 steps, arriving in front of the youth. I said softly, this poison of mine, you have to slap hard to resolve it. Otherwise, it will only become increasingly painful. Finally, until he vomited blood and died. After speaking, ignore it. The other party continued walking forward with the 2 of them. Quickly arrived at a tall hall. At this moment, I saw a guard greet me. With a greeting, he walked in with a few people. Just came into the main hall. I saw a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. After taking a glance, it is also clear that the other party is the top power of Genshin Impact, and the strength of an old man sitting in the lower passenger seat. But I can't tell. I'm afraid the strength is higher than Genshin Impact Mirror. However, King Zhongqing saw the 3 of them walking to the middle of the hall. Raise your eyebrows. I asked coldly, are you Zhang Xianzhan? Is that right? Zhang Xianwen nodded. I responded with a voice. I sat down in the front seat, but when King Zhongqing saw that the other party didn't ask, his face darkened. A powerful aura suddenly suppressed it. Just shouted angrily, did I let you do it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian lifted her eyelids. A disdainful response with a face full of disdain. At the pinnacle of 6-star renowned teachers. Dean of the School of Famous Teachers. Equal in status to renowned teachers and 7 stars. If you want to do it, do it. Even your emperor. I dare not say a word of nonsense to me either. What is it? As soon as these words are spoken, Yu Fair and Luo Chichi standing beside. My face couldn't help but twitch a few times. At the same time, the palms were sweating profusely. This guy went alone to someone else's mansion. Surprisingly, he is still so confident. Directly curse. That's too bold, isn't it? However, upon hearing these words, King Zhongqing's face darkened. Just angrily rebuked the 6-star peak famous teacher. You still have the face to say you are a famous teacher, violating the regulations of the famous teacher hall, colluding with drug masters and drug shops. Do you think you, as the dean, can continue to do it? After saying these, seeing the other party still make statements to refute, just angrily rebuking, it seems like you're not shedding tears without seeing the coffin. Then a big move followed. I saw Sun Chang being pushed up by someone. However, upon seeing that there was not a single intact part of Sun Chang's body, Zhang Shui's face darkened. Just shout angrily. What do you mean? Loyal relatives. Wang responded coldly upon hearing this, saying, what does that mean? Now I dare to ask what this means. Someone, please bring in the deputy store owner. The guard who heard the order immediately retreated. I quickly invited someone over. At this moment, after Zhang Xian saw the other person's appearance clearly, my face immediately darkened. He knows this person. It's Mingjin, the deputy owner of Dingyuan City Poison Shop. At first, this guy stood up for his students. Come and trouble yourself. Causing the entire drugstore to turn into ruins. Commit the most heinous crimes. But he wasn't ultimately defeated by the shop owner Ruo Qingyuan. Have you been punished with poisoning? Why are you still alive? And it seems that there is no damage at all now. The strength seems to be further enhanced. Could it be that there has been a mishap in the drugstore? The most crucial thing is, Sun Chang was wearing heavy shackles on his body. The other party has nothing, like a distinguished guest of the loyal prince. However, just as Zhang Xian was thinking, when exactly what happened, Mingjin came up to him and reported that he had met the prince in full-form ceremony. At this moment, King Zhongqing gave an order. Tell me everything you know. So the deputy store owner of Min. Just take everything that happened to Sun Chang in the drugstore 2 months ago. Tell it from beginning to end. Finally, I would like to add a sentence about Sun Chang. He will appoint an ancestor. Hand it over to the white poison master and see poison master who came from headquarters. Just left. And I was originally sentenced to poisoning. Fortunately, the person who administered poison to me was once my student. This is the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Prince Jones saw that the other party had finished speaking. Just look at Zhang Xian. With a cold sneer, he said that the descendant of the founder of the drugstore's sect is the successor, also escorting the ancestor. I didn't hear it firsthand. I can't believe it's true. Teacher Zhang, this is Sun Chang, as your butler. But he is such a powerful poison master. What else do you have to say now? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian thought he had obtained some evidence, so he shook his head and responded with a sentence based solely on this. Just say I colluded with a drug master. Not yet worthy of being a renowned teacher. I won't say for now whether the identity of this detective is reliable or not. Speaking solely of those who belong to the Poison Hall. Coming to Qingyuan Imperial City, everyone is shouting fight. How did he appear here? Did you also collude with the Poison Palace, King Zhongqing? Perhaps it's true as others have said. You are already a drug master. Prince Zhong's classical Chinese immediately shouted angrily and recklessly. But Zhang Xian ignored the other party, a nonchalant expression on his face. Wave your hand and interrupt him. It's not up to you the final say. There are too many people called Sun Chang in the world. You can say that you are my butler with just one sentence. What evidence is there? If I catch a dog, confer him the title of loyal prince. This dog ran out and ate shit. Can I say you like to eat shit? Say it again. What kind of successor is my butler really? The founder of the sect. You treat him like this. You must have been poisoned long ago, right? After listening to the words, Zhongqing Wang almost died of anger. So he continued drinking with a face covered in iron green. Akajima knows his identity. We just took control of him directly. He never had a chance to poison him. And the identity of this detective is beyond doubt. And he has left the drugstore. Forsake darkness for light. Let our people to eradicate the poison shop. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but feel a jolt in my heart. I didn't expect it to be just over 2 months. Surprisingly, so many things have happened. If the Poison Palace is really destroyed, I don't know how Su Changlao is doing. However, Prince Zhong continued to say at this moment, no matter how he used to be, this alone is enough to illustrate his position. It's also impossible to lie casually. Now he's reporting your butler Sun Chang. What you said is reasonable and well-founded. I have also interrogated the people in the drugstore specifically. The statement obtained has no other indication. The authenticity of this matter has been proven. As his master, since I have kept such a vicious oath by my side, disregarding the rules of the famous teacher hall, for the safety of the imperial capital, I naturally have the right to bring you to justice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled. For the safety of the imperial capital, I, Zhang Xian, am a renowned teacher assessed by the prestigious teacher hall. Even if there are any issues, they will be decided by the master teacher hall. As for you, I remember that you are not in charge of the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall, right? Upon hearing this, King Zhongqing clasped his fists. His gaze was fixed on the elderly guest. Later, I responded that I knew I was not qualified. So I deliberately brought this matter up, reported to Deputy Hallmaster Tianqing of the famous teacher hall. Let him make the decision himself. However, upon hearing this name, Zhang Xian suddenly remembered something. Just haven't spoken yet. I saw the old man stand up. I think it's okay to talk without a famous teacher. But the other party actually. Even the deputy head of the King Shengdian City famous teacher hall has been invited. It's a bit difficult now. It seems that this king of Zhongqing has put in a lot of effort. Later on, I remembered. Wu Shizing has introduced it. The renowned master of Qingyuan Imperial City, Gao Tianzi. The strength has reached the initial stage of exorcism. But many years ago, I didn't ask Shi. No matter what happens in the hall. Therefore, almost everything at Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall now, all decisions will be made by Vice Hall Master Tian. That's exactly how it is. On the surface, although he is the deputy hall leader, in fact, it exercises the power of the hall master. Extremely respected status. I thought this Prince Zong was just playing around, intentionally embarrassing oneself. Even if you want to cause trouble, it also cannot bring substantial damage. I didn't expect to invite this person over now. This person holds a place in the Mingshi Hall, having the right to communicate with the headquarters. Once confirmed to have colluded with a drugstore. I'm afraid no matter how much you say, you won't be able to wash it clearly. However, just as Zhang Xian was considering how to respond, deputy store owner Tianqing on the side just smiled slightly and said, Teacher Zhang, I have heard a lot about you. I know your talent. With the ability, the Prince of Qingqing is in charge of the defense of Qingyuan City. Found out that Sun Chang is a drug master. Of course, we need to investigate carefully. I didn't intentionally cause you trouble. The reason why we made an appointment here today, instead of the famous teacher hall, I just don't want things to escalate, damaging the reputation of the renowned teacher college. Speaking of which, I just looked at the detective beside me. Continue discussing the identity of this renowned detective reader. I have checked from beginning to end, also specifically tested. I didn't notice that he was lying, but you can also rest assured. Although Sun Chang is a poison master, if you were not aware before this, the Master Teacher Hall will also handle it at its discretion. I don't know any concept. With just one blow, a genius dean was directly beaten to death. Zhang Xian heard the other party's firm words and said, furrowed his brow. Just a rhetorical question. Since Lord Tian has read it from beginning to end, may I ask what makes Sun Chang look like a drug master? This pervert in front of me, after knowing that his butler was bullied, finger a little, immediately summoned the divine dragon. Just now, the deputy hall master in front of Zhang Xianzhen, so certain that Sun Chang is the poison master. So as soon as he frowned, he refuted for a lifetime. Since Lord Tian has read it from beginning to end, I'm sure Sun Chang is a drug expert. You should be very clear now. Right, but the old man saw the other person say that. A righteous and straightforward response was given to this Sun Chang, even if he doesn't have the strength of a 6-star poison master. Relying solely on his ceremony of sending back the founder of the Poison Palace, I made a huge mistake. The founder of the Poison Hall sect is known as the Body of Disaster. A highly poisonous body destroys all directions. He sent such a person back to headquarters. From any perspective, it's hard to forgive. The great war between the human race and the alien race tens of thousands of years ago. The guild in the first-tier Imperial City may not be recorded. Have I ever been in a guild of the Imperial City Alliance? I have seen the alien tribe poison countless famous teachers, causing the suffering of living beings. This founder of the sect is unforgivable. As a renowned teacher, you will be executed. My own servants escort the Patriarch of Poison Palace without any restraint. Where should I place the identity bestowed upon you by the Master Teacher Hall? Where do we place the responsibility of protecting humanity for renowned teachers? Of course, as long as you admit that you were not aware of this matter, the famous Teacher Hall will inevitably impose lenient punishments. And Zhang Xian listened to what the other party said. He also shook his head helplessly. Reply with one sound. The nonsense of opening a drugstore and sending out an ancestor is like this. At least, Master Tian, you are also a renowned teacher of the 7 stars. How can one easily believe it? If I remember correctly, this founder of the sect, he should be a figure from the same era as Master Kong, right? This person from tens of thousands of years ago. Not even Master Kong left any trace. Do you think so? This ancestor can experience the catastrophe of time. Until now, Master Tian, upon hearing this, just explained that I don't believe it. But the other party doesn't need to lie. There's no reason to lie either. As far as I am concerned, the renowned master of the Heavenly Blade has appeared. The founder of the drug shop sect has been resurrected. Perhaps it's not something groundless. However, Zhang Xian heard this reason. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Surprisingly, using the renowned teacher Tianren to talk about things. If one day one could become a renowned teacher, it must have already gained worldwide fame. As a 6-star renowned teacher, I haven't even heard of it. You actually said Tianren master here. It's really ridiculous. Tian Futon felt that the other party's expression darkened, suppressing the displeasure in one's heart. Just continued to explain. I also based it on the occurrence of rheumatic electricity. It was speculated. Currently, all messages are being shared by 3 rooms and 7 holes. Even if there are not many people who know about the distribution of Qingyuan, it's normal that you don't know. Although it does sound absurd, but as a civil matter, related to unexpected life, I think it's not wrong to handle it carefully. So this Sun Chang committed heinous crimes, should have been executed on the spot. And as Zhang Shi, you are his master. I didn't notice anything about this matter. Although the charges are not serious, but we cannot ignore it. Judge me. You cried in exile for 3 months. Atone for one's crimes by doing good deeds. However, upon hearing the other party's verdict, Zhang Xian seems to be listening to a joke. So my eyelids lifted. I just patted my butt and stood up. What if I don't want to? At this moment, the central prince in the main position heard the other party say so. Raise your eyebrows. Just let out a big shout. Vice Hall Master Tian is already considered a blessing from outside the law. I gave you such generous treatment. It's okay if you don't appreciate it. I actually want to refuse. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian responded with a disdainful expression on her face. This kind of magnanimous treatment, you keep it for yourself. After taking a few steps, he came up to Sun Chang, just two escort ships pressing down on Sun Chang. The other party walked over. Immediately remove the weapon and do not return it. The long swords in their hands have just unsheathed. No action taken. Just listen to a crisp sound. The long sword suddenly broke its intestines. The two immediately didn't see any movements from Zhang Xian. The two guards didn't even scream in agony. I saw them flying backwards. At this moment, Zhang Xian supported Sun Chang and let out a sigh, which made you feel wronged. Simultaneously flick your finger. Just unlock the horror lock on him. Then he immediately started treating him. In no time, the injuries on Sun Chang's body, also recovering at a visible speed to the naked eye. However, seeing this scene, Zhongqing, I was so angry that I shouted recklessly, "This is Qingyuan City. It's not your Hongyuan Imperial City." Showcasing your disrespect for Chongming Shirtong's martyrdom inspection. Acting without authorization. The law of no propriety in sight. Do what one wishes without restraint. You're really bold. Someone, please take him down for me. As soon as these words are spoken, immediately, I saw a group of people rushing in from outside the hall. However, Zhang Xian ignored these rushing guards. But instead, he looked at the central Qing King in the main position. He said he wanted to arrest me. You're really not afraid of death. I still feel that I dare not kill you. Upon hearing these words, King Zhongqing let out a long howl. You're going to kill me. The 6-star renowned teacher from the first-tier imperial city is here. Coincidentally, by chance. With some strength, I started to shamelessly boast. You don't listen to Lord Tian's words. It's equivalent to violating the regulations of the famous teacher hall. I am currently cleaning up the entrance for the master teacher hall. As soon as the words fell, I saw the strong aura emanating from him soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he accumulated to a quadruple peak state. However, Tian Cheng on the side saw the other person's breath surge. I couldn't help but confess to Prince Zhong. Anyway, Zhang Shi is a renowned teacher. Even if there are mistakes, we also need to bring it back to the Mingshi Hall for interrogation. Just grab it. Don't kill me. And at this moment, Prince Zhong responded to the other party with a sound. The whole person leaped up. At the same time, the palms suddenly grabbed forward. The entire hall immediately seemed to be shrouded in clouds, a force surging like waves. At this moment, Zhang Xian stood still. Seeing such a violent blow, there was no trace of nervousness, and laughed at the other person as a jumping clown. Immediately afterwards, I saw his finger lightly flick. The horror lock on the ground, rushing towards the opponent like lightning, instantly passed through the violent palm print, rushing towards the middle prince. At this moment, I saw the other party being hit by a startle. The whole person crashed directly into a wall several tens of meters away. Just fell down fiercely. What puzzled him was, I am the 4th peak of the Holy Land's strength. The other party is just a double peak. This is 2 whole levels off. In theory, this is an insurmountable challenge. And now the opponent is giving an easy blow. Not only can it break the palm power, he also blew himself away. What's going on with this guy? However, after being shocked, Prince Zhong roared at the other party. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. There used to be this battle. If you only have this level of strength, just leave your life behind. As soon as the words fell, I saw his palm lift. He suddenly slammed it forward. This move comes out, combined with his secret technique of large blood bubbles. The hall seemed to sink into a pond full of mud and mud. Blood-red lotus flowers bloom one by one. It gives people a soul and life, harvested at any time. However, Zhang Xian remained calm and composed about this matter. Take a step forward instead of retreating. Shout angrily at the other party. If Sancho Chang encounters other warriors with this move, they are indeed difficult to solve. Even Lord Liao and others may have to temporarily avoid it. Unfortunately, you used the wrong person. After speaking, extend your fingers and gently move forward a little. Immediately, a dazzling sword aura shot out from the fingertips. In the blink of an eye, he tore apart the 3 chiefs. Immediately after, I saw fresh blood spraying from the mouth of Zhongqingnet. I took a few steps backwards and hit the wall again. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Xian with a frightened expression on his face. Do you know about the flaws of the 3 chiefs? However, Zhang Xian did not pay attention to the other party at this time. Hands behind your back. Just look at Sun Chang not far away. I asked him if he had caused you so much trouble. What do you want to do with him? At this moment, Sun Chang gritted his teeth in response with a face full of hatred. He said he was wearing my loquat fruit. If given the opportunity, I would also pierce him. Let him endure this pain for a while. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian smiled and said that it was simple. After speaking, I saw his palm lift. The horror lock on the ground immediately flew up, instantly hovering in mid-air like a giant dragon. Prince Zhong was completely panicked upon seeing this. At this point, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Without worrying about his face, he shouted loudly, Master Rabbit Hall, please help me. However, Tian Cheng saw that the other party was not a match for Zhang Xian. I shook my head helplessly and said, "Stop it. Otherwise, I will issue an arrest warrant for the renowned teacher, to bind you to the law." At the same time, extend your palm forward. Just about to use a move to interrupt Zhang Xian's attack, I felt a gust of wind blowing by. Immediately after, I saw a huge skull crest. I don't know where it came from. Just haven't waited for Tian Qing's reaction yet. "Come here," the skull is already pressing on his body. At this moment, Jin Yuanding spoke up and asked his master, "Where is the guy you want me to beat up? See how I can make it flawless." Everyone is curious. Why is Jin Yuanding appearing here at this moment? Isn't he asleep? Actually, when Zhang Xian was breaking into the dining hall of the War Master Hall, find an opportunity to awaken Jin Yuanding again. Although Vice President Su finds it difficult to achieve, make this guy's previous consciousness clear. But after Zhang Xian practiced the Heavenly Dao's method of enlightening spirits, it's easy to wake him up. And Jin Yuanding, he reached the peak of Genshin impact state before he passed out. After the baptism of thunder, there has been a good breakthrough. Like the Wu family, they have reached the half-step out-of-body state. As long as there are enough materials to refine again, breaking through the sheath is only a matter of time. However, upon hearing him say so, Zhang Xian was speechless. "You guys are really blind at home. After Duan Yi awakens, he will feel better. The result is still so unreliable." So he responded that he was right below you. "I just asked you to come out and block it for a moment. Didn't I ask you to kill someone?" Boss Jin Yuanding was momentarily stunned by classical Chinese. With a sudden surge of energy, he jumped to the side. Immediately after, I saw a person sinking into the ground. Later, he also apologized to Zhang Xian with a look of embarrassment on his face. But just as Jin Yuanding apologized, Tian Sheng suddenly stood up from the ground in the field. The whole person instantly flew into mid-air. A powerful force spreads out. At this moment, he felt like he was about to explode with gas. So let out a long hiss. "You guys are looking for death. Zhang Xian, I think you are also a renowned teacher. I have already shown leniency towards you. But unexpectedly, as a 6-star renowned teacher, we only send holy energy to deal with a famous 7-star teacher, disregarding the dignity of the teacher. Such unethical behavior. I can kill you now." As soon as the words fell, as soon as he raised his hand, Tian Cheng slapped Zhang Xian. In the past, however, when Jin Yuanding saw the opposite direction, he took action against his master. Just let out a roar, "Your opponent is me." Then I saw him shake in anger. He ran straight towards Tian Cheng, accompanied by a roar. While the violent palm prints were shattered by the impact, the top of the golden man also flew backwards for dozens of meters before stopping, and Zhang Xian on the side saw the power of this palm. I couldn't help but sigh and say that I am truly the deputy hall leader. It's really impressive. Then he looked at Prince Zhong beside him. "Blame me, now it's your turn." But the Zhongqing king who witnessed this scene, at this moment, I was also stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he shouted loudly with anger on his face. "Do you dare to directly take the initiative against the deputy hall of Mingshi Hall? I see you're looking for death." However, Zhang Xian was too lazy to pay attention to the other party, shaking of the palm. Just coldly snorted, "Are you looking for death? It's not up to you the final say. But you dare to hurt me, the butler will have to bear the corresponding cost." As soon as the words fell, I saw the horror lock flying towards the opponent like lightning. Immediately after, I saw Prince Zhong's Peepa bones, directly penetrated by the horror lock. The powerful aura that was just emitted. At this moment, he immediately became lethargic. Just this intense pain sensation make him feel extremely frustrated. I also feel like I'm about to go crazy. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at Sun Chang. He said he no longer has the strength. "You go seek revenge." However, upon hearing the instructions, Sun Chang immediately take out a bit of strength. A few steps closer to the other person. Just roar and grab. "Didn't I have a great time catching it? Today, I will also let you taste this kind of flavor." After speaking, he stabbed the other person with a sharp knife in his hand. This intense pain made Prince Zhong scream repeatedly. Just haven't waited for him to finish shouting yet. At this moment, I saw Sun Chang in front of me. I don't know where to take out a can of salt. I sprinkled it on Prince Zhong's wound. Zhang Xian on the side heard for a while. The sound of killing pigs in a formation sounded. I saw Sun Chang stabbing the other person one by one again. After poking, salt should be sprinkled. I couldn't help but turn around. This scene is important to him. It's just too cruel. It's just that he was helping Sun Chang heal his injuries just now. I already know. Sun Chang had already received it before. Even more severe torture than now. So Zhang Xian knows that even if he goes too far, I don't care at all anymore. However, the deputy store owner who witnessed the scene, knowing the situation is not good. I was about to escape when I got trapped in the formation. There's simply no way to leave. Zhang Xian took 2 steps forward upon seeing the situation. "Extend your palm upwards." A confinement surrounded him and Mingjin. Then I heard Zhang Xian shouting loudly, can you come over here for me? I thought this big back in front of me had been following a pervert for a long time. Can be like him, able to install 13 everywhere. But unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face before he could even pretend. At this moment, the pervert was spitting blood while pretending to be 13. Just now, after Zhang Xian avenged Sun Chang, just look aside. She has betrayed the famous woman who runs the drug shop. Just shout angrily, come over here for me. Then the palm suddenly grabbed forward. I saw Mingjin immediately sucked in, simultaneously place restraints around both individuals. Later, at this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the other person. I asked how the drugstore is doing. Where are Elder Su Yu and his team? However, upon hearing the questioning, Mingjin, I was suddenly startled. After thinking for a moment, I realized it. I couldn't help but lock my pupils. He also asked with a frightened expression on his face, are you really Sun Chang? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a faint smile, he patted the other person's shoulder. A true chi immediately poured into the other person's body. Then he smiled and said, isn't it good? You're still very smart. However, just after listening to the other party's confirmation, Mingjin, I feel anxious. Just when I was about to say something, I felt a sudden surge in my body. My body started to smoke incessantly. Immediately after, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. So he endured the excruciating pain and quickly asked, are you a famous teacher? The prince was beaten and disregarded the authority of the deputy hall leader. It's already a great rebellion. If you kill me, I will definitely be closely scrutinized by the famous teacher hall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian doesn't care, just staring coldly at the other person. I whispered, I just want to hear what I want to know. I was able to bring the founder of the sect to the ancient capital. I have the ability to make you die silently. No one would doubt me either. Mingzhan Classical Chinese looked at the other party's attitude again. I suddenly felt a little flustered. At this moment, he knew that the other party could really do this. So I gritted my teeth before responding that I spent my whole life for the poison hall. As a result, he was punished with poisoning. Reluctance in the heart. I found the middle prince who had a previous transaction. I want to use his hand to find justice for myself. As a result, he did it in order to achieve merit. Despite my opposition, capture everyone in the poison hall. Almost all those who resisted were killed. Although, I hate Suyu and others who have made me so miserable, but I am also a member of the drugstore. This is really not what I want to see. So after some lobbying, Prince Zhong ultimately imprisoned Elder Su and others in the dungeon. Let them prepare more powerful poison. I'm just not sure about the specific situation. However, Zhang Xian, who had a clear understanding of the matter, only then did I respond with one sentence. You have been poisoned by me now. Only I can solve it. How should I speak later? I'm sure you should also be aware of it. After speaking, the other person stopped talking nonsense, nodding directly in agreement. The restrictions around were lifted. Lift your eyes and take a look. Discovered deputy store owner Tian Cheng. At this moment, he has been beaten by Jin Yuanding and is in a state of embarrassment. Blood kept oozing from the corners of the mouth. You can tell at a glance that you have suffered a significant injury. The Zhongqing king on the other side is now covered in blood. He was also stabbed the least by Sun Chang on his body. 40 or 50 holes are barely alive. It seems like half of it could fail at any moment. And Sun Chang stabbed randomly with a sharp knife on one side, roaring loudly while daring to torture me. You're really blind. Your dog's eyes are gone. I don't even look at whose butler I am. Seeing the other person like this, Zhang Xian is completely speechless. Then he shook his head inside, saying to Sun Chang, you take it easy, don't kill him. However, upon hearing the command, Sun Chang quickly nodded in response. I will watch it myself. After finishing speaking, he casually took out a bottle of chili noodles. I spilled it on the wound. Seeing this scene, beside them, Luo Qiqi and Yu Fei. Suddenly, she looked at Zhang Xian with a worried expression on her face. In the end, Princess Fei couldn't hold back any longer. Just spoke up, Teacher Zhang. Make such a big fuss. I'm afraid it won't end well. Zhang Xian, who can stand still? I also shook my head helplessly about this. Then I calculated the time in my mind. I took out a jade plaque. Gently tap. Immediately conveyed a message. Then he said to the two of them, it's okay. If it were other famous teachers, I really dare not do this. But this deputy hallmaster is nothing. Upon hearing this, the two of them were very puzzled and asked a question. No matter what, he is both a deputy hallmaster. Its status is respected. Noble status. Why do you say it's nothing? At this moment, Zhang Shenkai explained that this Prince Zhong colluded with a drug shop. There is no doubt about this. But Vice Hallmaster Tian not only did not investigate, you still need to trouble me. To say there is no trickery between them, although you may not believe it. But all of this will be understood by the untrained ones when they come over. However, Luo Qiqi and Princess Fei, hearing him so confident, I won't ask any more questions. And on Sun Chang's side, I just finished sprinkling the chili noodles. He walked up to Zhang Xian with a satisfied expression and said, "Young master, I've learned my lesson." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I glanced at the dying Zhongqing king lying on the ground. "Just take out a gourd of fine wine and walk over to the other party." He lifted his neck and forcefully poured it down. Then I saw Sun Chang's face full of regret beside me. Just shook his head and explained that he can't die yet. "You can't get hurt either. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome." After speaking, he entered the other person's body for a few sips of fine wine. I just asked Sun Chang what's going on. "How did you meet Prince Zhong's people?" And they caught him. At this moment, Sun Chang scratched his head awkwardly and responded, "I came out last night to find food. I just sat down at the restaurant. I heard someone whispering about my name, a young master. You also know that I tend to meddle in other people's affairs. I heard someone say that I naturally want to inquire." Then the other party said there was a person named Sun Chang. Strong strength. Heavenly Father is unparalleled. He spoke of various forms of worship. I think it's so powerful. Completely in line with my temperament. I quietly revealed it to the other party. And then he was beaten up. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian immediately became speechless. Originally, I thought he was caught by some means. I didn't expect it to be 13. The result hasn't been installed yet. Thinking of this, I shook my head helplessly and let out a sigh. It's really not reassuring. If only I were half low-key. At this moment, Sun Chang also knew that he was wrong. So he responded apologetically, "Young master, I won't dare next time." After all, every time he sees Zhang Xian pretending to be 13, how to pretend, how powerful. He also wants to put it on himself. I just didn't expect to pretend to follow the other person's words. The result was not only beaten like this, he was also arrested. However, Zhang Xian heard his promise. He also said with a displeased expression on his face, "After you go back, give me a good rest. If you haven't reached the level of victory within 3 months, just get lost. Don't say it's my butler anymore." After speaking, he ignored him. As soon as I turned around, I continued to look ahead at the battle ahead. At this moment, the Golden Dome has fallen into the downwind. I was completely suppressed and beaten by Tian Chang. He just saw Zhang Xian looking towards him. I shouted anxiously, "Young master, this guy is too strong. I can't beat you. Quick, give me some guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he also shook his head helplessly and responded by saying that he was fighting with others. "Don't just rely on brute force. You should know to use your brain. Look at him, there's a destiny gate in the sea hole around his waist. Can you give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanding, I responded with excitement on my face. Then he suddenly bumped into Tian Chang. However, Vice Hall leader Tian did not expect. This guy has one sentence. Just talk about your own flaws. In a moment of urgency, he immediately took a few steps back. Zhang Xian saw the other party retreat. When he said again that his true energy was gathering in his chest. Not very smooth. The immature spirit with 0.3 breaths has incomplete attacks. That's it. Jin Yuanding received a series of guidance from Zhang Xian. The more you fight, the smoother it gets. However, Tian Chang's eyes were fixed on all of his fatal flaws. Everyone was told by the other party, knowing that if we continue to fight like this, we will definitely lose. So my heart moved. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Shaking body. The whole person turned into a phantom. I deceived the Golden Dome. Directly approached Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, who is currently talking to Jin Duoqiu. I didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. I haven't waited for him to react yet. My chest was fiercely hit and pushed. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. The whole person fell heavily to the ground. Fainted to death. However, the eyes of the few people who saw this scene turned red. Immediately shout loudly. Zhang Xian rushed over immediately afterwards. Standing in front of him, he looked at Tian Chang not far away. Roar, "We're going to kill you." Deputy Hall Master Tian has stopped. At this moment, I was stunned with a puzzled expression on my face. After all, in his opinion, this guy can easily crush the middle prince. It should be easy to evade one's own attack. Exactly so. Just now, during the surprise attack, we prepared many follow-up moves. As a result, nothing was used. I was slapped away with just one palm. But the most crucial thing is, the other party seems afraid that they won't be able to hit him. I also made some subtle adjustments specifically. Proactively catering. That means taking the initiative to accept this slap. Tian Chang is very puzzled about this. Why does this guy in front of us need this board? The power of this palm is infinite. It has the meaning of overwhelming mountains and seas. If directly hit, even the strongest of the 4 peaks of Genshin impact, it is also difficult to escape. He did this. Isn't this pure seeking death? However, just when he was puzzled about it, just heard the angry shout of the Zhongqing king not far away. "I'm going to kill you." Then he turned around and took a look. I just discovered the horror lock on him. I don't know when it fell to the ground, The countless blood wounds that were stabbed are now intact as before. It seems like I haven't been injured before. Immediately after, I saw him leap forward. A long sword suddenly appeared in the hand. He suddenly stabbed Zhang Xian. However, the few people who witnessed this scene, at the same time, he raised his weapon and greeted her, and their strength, not worth mentioning in front of Prince Zhong. The other party just casually waved their long sword in their hand, just bounced the three of them out, collided with a nearby wall. He just swallowed the blood and fell down fiercely. After the Qing King dealt with the three people, as soon as he turned around, he continued to charge towards Zhang Xian, under the command of the long sword. When we were about to split him in half, I heard a roar coming from outside. Immediately after, a fake and powerful true qi formed a huge qi cover Zhang Xian inside. When the long sword falls, the moment you touch the true qi light film, I saw Prince Zhong's whole body tremble uncontrollably. The long sword in his hand immediately let out a roar. Then I saw the long sword shaken to the point of slipping out. After rolling in the air for a few laps, he stabbed towards him. However, he was stabbed. After Prince Zhong let out a mournful cry, my eyes were filled with disbelief, looking at the true qi light film in front of me, thinking to myself about the savings ambassador I just had. Even if the combat effectiveness is not as good as taking half a step out of the sheath, it won't be much weaker either. The other party greeted in such haste, blocked the attack without saying anything. You can also use your long sword to stab yourself in the opposite direction. What kind of strength is needed to achieve this? Just when he was shocked by the stabbing, Elder Wu Rufang and Lord of the Punishment Heaven appeared in front of Zhang Xian, shouting anxiously to Zhang Xian. I shouted several times in a row. I haven't seen any response from the other party either. The face of the hall master darkened. Just congratulate and openly persecute renowned teacher Tiancheng. How dare you? The voice hasn't finished yet. I saw him turn his back to the clouds. He smashed the person in front of him and threw it at him. However, after Tian Futan's opinion arrived, just as I was about to explain something, just haven't had a chance for him to speak yet, I was slapped to the ground with one palm. My colleague keeps spraying blood out of his mouth. At the same time, Prince Zhong was also knocked down to the ground by Elder Wu. At this moment, I saw the Lord of Xingtang shout loudly as someone came. Take these two guys down for me. As soon as these words are spoken, several people rushed up to the main hall. In the blink of an eye, their cultivation was banned, and tied it up. After all, as the owner of Zhanshi Hall, both belong to the peak of the Genshin realm. Even if they both win completely, they can't withstand 7. Not to mention being seriously injured now. However, the head of the hall watched as the two were controlled. Just take out a pill and give it to Zhang Xian to take, and use real qi to help catalyze the drug's power. Not long after, I saw him slowly waking up. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at a few people. A simple response was made. Then he turned his head to look at Tian Cheng and Zhong Qingwang. He said with a weak voice, "There may be some misunderstandings between us. Please do not harm them, Lord Xing." But Zhang Xian hasn't arrived yet. After finishing speaking, spew out another mouthful of blood. However, upon witnessing this scene, the disregard and actions, the hall master's heart is filled with praise. I'm already injured like this. I also need to speak up for the other party. Although the two of them already knew about Zhang Shiren's benevolence and righteousness, I just didn't expect it to be so benevolent. King Zhongqing and Tianqing saw Zhang Xian like this. I feel like I'm going crazy. Just now I was wondering why this guy didn't dodge. On the contrary, they have to bravely face and withstand the attack. I was waiting for them to appear here. After understanding this, Tianqing immediately let out a roar. It's this Zhang Xian. He started with us first. The one used is the skull cap. My colleague turned around and pointed to the side. But it was only with this finger that I realized the repeated words just now. To burn oneself to the top of the skull with coal slag. I don't know when it disappeared. However, the shopkeeper suppressed him. I heard him shouting continuously in a ghostly manner. He raised his hand and slapped it, swept his mouth on the spot. After all, Zhang Xian has made such a great contribution to the war hall. They haven't had a chance to be grateful yet. I was beaten up like this by this guy. If it weren't for the concern that the other party is a renowned teacher, he must have been killed on the spot. At this moment, Elder Wu also ignored the deputy hall leader who was drawn a few steps up to Zhang Xian and asked about zombies. What the hell is going on here? Upon hearing the question, Zhang Xian, the whole person pointed weakly to the side. This pervert in front of me. From the moment I heard the other person's name, we have designed a chain sleeve. Let them fall into it step by step. And died unconsciously. Just now, Zhang Xian is about to be defeated by Prince Zhong. When a sword splits in half, Lord Xing and others rushed over, prevented this tragedy from happening, and controlled Vice Hallmaster Tiancheng and Prince Zhong. At this moment, Elder Wu only took a few steps to approach Zhang Xian. I asked Teacher Zhang a question. What the hell is going on here? What's going on? However, upon hearing the questioning, Zhang Xian, the whole person is weak and powerless. Pointing to Luo Qiqi and others on the side. Let's save them first. The Tang dynasty leader immediately took out 3 pills in classical Chinese. Just come to them. I fed each person one. Not long after, Zhang Xian saw a few people and was not seriously injured. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Elder Wu listlessly. Ask not. Do you still remember? Dean Zhang Yingqiu once said. An incident where a message was leaked. After speaking, the other person said they remembered. Just so far, we haven't received conclusive evidence. So he responded emotionally and said, I was also investigating this matter before. Result, Sun Chang. They were jointly arrested by Vice Hallmaster Tian and Prince Zhong. He said he colluded with the drugstore on my behalf. Being a renowned teacher is not worthy of being one. And punish me for entering the underground cave. Wu Ruffing shook his classical Chinese hand. Just let out a furious shout. It's like farting. These 2 guys dare to frame the famous teacher. That's really bold. After all, others don't know about wizards. He is very aware of Zhang Xian's identity as a master of the Heavenly Blade. Surprisingly, it was said that such a person would collude with the Poison Hall. We also need to send it to the underground cave. These 2 are simply unforgivable criminals. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian encountered a great difficulty and did not die. There was a hint of happiness on his face. I responded to the framing I just made about them. I don't admit it. But they just took action directly, intending to use severe torture to extract confessions from us. You know too. With my abilities, to face the strong in the realm of primordial gods, there is no fighting power at all. Fortunately, you came quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would all die here. As soon as these words are spoken, after the 2 trapped people exchanged a glance, Mei almost exploded in anger. He meowed and had no ability to retaliate. This guy actually dares to say it out loud. We're almost beaten to death by you. If you're talking about someone who doesn't have the power to fight back, it's also us, okay. It's a pity that both of them were imprisoned in their full body cultivation. I can't say a word about it at all. And Sun Chang and Luo Qiqi, among others, looked at each other behind their eyes. I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Especially Yu Fei's face was speechless. They were worried to death about this just now. I didn't expect this guy to be using the bitter meat trick. Now, I am being taught by my teacher, the Lord of Xingtang, and others. Witnessing the assault with one's own eyes. I reckon even if these 2 jump into the Yellow River, they won't be able to wash themselves clean. I was thinking about it all along before. Zhang Shi openly took the initiative against a deputy hall. How to give up easily in the future. I didn't expect a trap to be designed long ago. I dug a hole, waiting for the 2 of them to sneak in. Dare to cause trouble for teacher Zhang. Just wait to be tricked and killed. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw Wu Shi, Xingtang, and others, nodding in response. Only then did they respond weakly, saying that the situation was critical at that time. I had no choice but to send it to you. However, upon hearing these words, Wu Shi. At this moment, as soon as I turned my head, I looked at the 2 of them. As soon as his face darkened, he shouted angrily and used torture to extract a confession. Constructing the famous teacher Prince Tian Xingzhong. You guys are really brave. I will immediately go to the registration headquarters of Shirtang for today's matter. Have headquarters execute you. Upon hearing such charges, Vice Hallmaster Tian, both of them tilted their faces at the same time. I thought this guy was digging a sinkhole. At this moment, the Vice Minister of Justice and the 2 of them have something to say. Just give a command. Unfold their seals. Immediately after, I saw shop owner Liao casually taking a photo. Immediately released the restraints on both of them. Subsequently, I heard Vice Hallmaster Tianqing crying and shouting with a face full of grievances. He lied because he moved his hand on us. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Lord Xing, take a step forward. Looking at the 2 people with eyes like torches, I shouted angrily and made you speak because you are a renowned teacher. We'll seek truth from facts. I just didn't expect you to speak nonsense as soon as you spoke. Where should the dignity of a renowned teacher be placed? He's hitting you guys. Just rely on them. 4 of them are still in the palace. I can beat you guys. Do you think if these words were to spread, can anyone believe you? However, upon hearing these words, Tianqing's body couldn't help but shake. At this moment, he knew that the more explanations he gave, the more unfortunate it would be. So we didn't pursue this issue further. His gaze turned cold, pointing to the side and saying that the person's name is Mingjin. He is the deputy head of the poison hall of the Hongyuan Empire. He came to report it. That Sun Chang is a very skilled poison master, and personally escort the return of the founder of the Poison Palace mission, for the safety of the imperial capital. Prevent unnecessary incidents from occurring. Prince Zhong just invited Zhang Shi over for questioning, who knew he planned to forcibly take the person away. This has only sparked a conflict. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi and others, I immediately looked in the direction of my fingers. With that, his face darkened. just asked loudly, "Are you from a drugstore?" Upon hearing this, Mingzhen's wrist is showing off. Just take out a token representing your identity and show it to everyone. At the same time, there was also a response. I am the deputy owner of the drugstore. However, after seeing the token clearly, Wu Shi just continued asking, "It was you who reported Sun Chang, am I right?" But just when Mingzhen didn't know what to say, I saw his face contort in a moment. Immediately, his eyes turned red. Kneel down directly to the ground. Shout loudly and ask our teacher to make decisions for our poison hall. Upon hearing these words, I felt a surge in my heart like the wind. Seeing the other party's attitude, I couldn't help but ask a question. What exactly happened? At this moment, Mingzhen Sai continued with a desolate expression on his face, saying that it was like this. Prince Zhong has captured all the people in our drugstore and locked up in the dungeon, using this as a threat to lure me into a zombie trap. I am also forced and helpless. Please ignore it. It's okay that Mingcha didn't hear that. Can you listen to Tian Chang? The deputy shop owner and Zhongqing Wang were both blown up by anger at the same time. So I shouted Mingzhen loudly. How dare you talk nonsense here? Ignoring classical Chinese, with a wave of his hand, he charged towards the two of them. Give me a shout. Shut up, everyone. After speaking, he looked back at Mingzhen in front of him. Comfort me by saying you don't have to be afraid. Just keep talking. Upon hearing these words, Mingzhen shrank his neck. His face was stained with blood. Although it seems forced, but I still fought for justice. After all, he is now poisoned by the true chi of the heavenly Tao. He knows what to say at this moment. What should I do? And he has already noticed it. If this loyal prince and vice hall master Tian play tricks, then I can't play Zhang Xin at all. Instead of being passive at that time, it's better to actively abandon the dark and turn to the light now. So I responded by saying that if there is nothing unfortunate, you can go check it out. The people from Poison Palace are being held in the dungeon. If I had lied, I am willing to accept any punishment. As soon as these words are spoken, Tian Chang and the others were instantly stunned. And the three of them on the side, Luo Chichi. He also had big eyes and wide eyes that didn't understand why. Although they don't know, what did Zhang Xian just say to Mingzhen? But now it looks like this. Whether it's witnesses or the scene, they have all become bullies of the big, intentional framing. However, Wu did not pay attention to their expressions. Just give orders to go to the dungeon and check it out. Check if there are any people from the drugstore. Not only the people from the warrior hall came this time. Many famous teachers have also come to the master teacher hall. After all, I received a distress message from Zhang Xian. Wu Shi dared not hesitate at all. The entire famous teacher hall is only about to emerge from the crowd. Not long ago, a renowned teacher walked back. Report to our teacher, the hall master. In the dungeon of the royal palace. Indeed, a large number of people from the poison palace have been detained. And each one was seriously injured. However, after listening to the report, my complexion has become unusually unpleasant. So he lowered his head and glanced at Tian Chang. Coldly snorted, use the people from Poison Hall to frame zombies. Deputy Hall Leader Tian. I will report this matter truthfully. In these 10 days, the Deputy Hall Master knows that he can say anything now. Useless. He thought he could make the other party add a charge. Successfully handle and solve hidden dangers. I didn't expect to fall into the other party's trap from the beginning. Have to say, in their view, the Zhang Xian in front of us, both reaction and strain are equal. Even they haven't started to guard yet. It's already on the island. After all, he can tell. Ignoring the significant relationship between the Lord of the Hall and this Zhang Xian. If we let them continue, I'm sure I can't wash myself clean. Constructing famous teachers, based solely on this charge, it can make him lose his current position. If you can't handle it, you'll lose your status as a renowned teacher. At the Viking Age, we can only let the dog owner handle it personally. Perhaps there will be a turning point. Think of this. I gritted my teeth and shouted loudly. I hope the master can handle it himself. If the investigation results are really the same as what you see, report to headquarters. I have nothing to say either. Ignoring the words and responding coldly, I came back from the first season. I have already reported it to the dog hall owner. Also asked him to investigate specifically. Your personal disciple, deceiving Zhang Yingqiu of information. It is a definite fact that it has been leaked to the alien race. Now intentionally framing teacher Zhang again. Even if the master personally interrogates, it is inevitable that the same ending will occur. Upon hearing this, Tian Chang's face suddenly turned pale and powerless. At first, Zhang Yingqiu and others didn't want to say much. It's because the person who cheated the information has a respected status. And this person, it's the direct disciple of Vice Hall Master Tian in front of us. After Wu Shi returned, I also conducted a careful investigation. At this moment, the evidence is conclusive. There's no doubt about it. And Zhang Xian also heard the other party reveal their name. I dare to take such bold action directly. After all, the other party is already under investigation. Now I dare to trouble myself. Since it is so, he doesn't mind giving it to the other person again. Grab a bigger poop pot. At this moment, Wu turned around and ordered someone to come. Zhang Tian Futong. The Lord and the King of Zhongqing were escorted back to the Mingshi Hall to wait for their release. So that's it. The two were also escorted out of the main hall by many famous officials, sent to the Mingshi Hall on either side. After finishing these tasks, Wu came to Zhang Xian with a concerned expression on her face. Ask him if he's feeling better now. At this moment, Zhang Xian was supported by Luo Qiqi and others. I finally stood up after much effort. I responded by saying that I'm fine. Afterwards, he said apologetically to Tian Cheng. The deputy hall master hit me. I also made a counterattack. Yue is the way. To make up for the guilt, I have decided to break into Mingshi Hall after my injury is healed. Looking forward to rainy days. But when Wu Shi heard Zhang Xian say that, the whole person was also stunned for a moment. Then he responded that it was better to forget about it. I will report this matter carefully. Being wronged and attacked. It's not an exaggeration to resist vigorously. Zhang Xian heard this reply. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So he nodded in response, saying that since Wu Shi said so, I feel relieved now. After speaking, he looked at the hall leader beside him. Continue talking about the people in the poison hall. It's because I was implicated. May I trouble the presiding judge? Bring them back to the war hall. Later, the other party heard this. I was stunned for a moment. Just explained that although the poison master is not well known, but if it can be utilized well, the combat effectiveness will greatly increase. If we fight against the alien race in the future, it will also be very helpful. So I want them to join the war hall. Become one of the branches. However, after listening to the explanation, Master Xing, my face twitched involuntarily. Then he waved his hand in response and said, this approach is definitely not feasible. You should know that poison masters are used to being careless. I'm afraid it will be difficult to control them if they join the war hall. Most important of all, many of their cultivation techniques are very bizarre. It's not the method used by famous teachers through legitimate channels. After hearing the other party's statement, Zhang Xian thought for a moment. Just said this simple thing lightly. I will redesign the cultivation method for solo skills. Let them be upright, and it also conforms to the brain. At the same time, I will also make him obedient. It will also enable the master to completely control him. Upon hearing this, Lord Xingtong immediately hesitated. After all, the strength demonstrated by Zhang Xian in the warrior hall, he saw it with his own eyes. But just as he was thinking about how to respond, Wu Shi, who was standing beside, also spoke up and said that famous teachers have no discrimination in their teaching. Although the reputation of the drug master is not good, but the headquarters has not issued an order to explain it. Give me another chance. If Zhang Shi can find a way, make these poisonous masters willingly serve my human race, I will report to headquarters. It will definitely be a great achievement. However, upon hearing the shadow of my teacher, Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the strength of the hall master surpasses that of our teacher, but when it comes to status, of course, my teacher is superior. Now that he has said so, it must have come up with a plan for the follow-up. So I looked at the two of them. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go to the dungeon and see the people of Poison Hall. By the way, let's see if we can persuade you. If it's really not possible, let's discuss how to make a decision. This pervert in front of me. In 2 words or 3. Just expose these terrifying drug incidents. Got it included. Just now, Zhang Xian borrowed the hands of our teacher and others. After dealing with Prince Zhong and Vice Hall leader Tiancheng, I just want to persuade Poison Hall and others to surrender, and incorporate it into the War Hall as a branch hall. The owner of the hall is very worried about this, but after analyzing, our teacher also agreed to this approach. However, Zhang Xian, who received such a response, I told both of them. I went to the dungeon alone. After entering, the whole body's bones wriggled, immediately transform into the appearance of entering the drugstore at that time. Soon Zhang Xian arrived at the dungeon and saw Elder Su. As expected, it's the same as what the famous teacher said before. Suffered severe torture. I have lost a lot of weight compared to over 2 months ago. There is also breath. Somewhat lethargic, see here. I feel very sad in my heart. So I couldn't help but shout, Elder Su. However, the people in the prison heard someone shouting, look up. Everyone was stunned. Subsequently, everyone exclaimed excitedly, Ancestor. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai shook his head in response to everyone. I'm just the one escorting the Ancestor. Not the Ancestor. Just call me Sun Chang. Immediately after, some pills were taken out, and continue to say that you have suffered. This is a pill for restoring physical strength. Take it quickly. Strive to recover some physical strength. After Elder Su and others took the pill, I just took it straight down. I just took it. Everyone felt it. the body recovers at a visible speed to the naked eye. They stared at each other in astonishment. At this moment, they know. Even if the man in front of us is not our ancestor, I must have also received the inheritance from my ancestor. Otherwise, the effect of this pill is definitely not as powerful as it is. However, Zhang Xian saw that everyone had regained their physical strength. Just asked them about the situation of the poison hall. At this moment, Su Chenglaw's eyes turned red. Just responded that the poison hall was completely destroyed. The only ones who can survive now are us. The rest were basically slaughtered clean. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian frowned. I just asked one question. That loyal prince went directly into the drugstore. Massacre everyone. Speaking of which, Elder Su's face darkened. I gritted my teeth and replied, yes. They entered the palace at night. We were surrounded without any defense. Overnight, blood flowed like a river. The foundation of the poison palace, which lasted for thousands of years, was destroyed in an instant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I feel extremely uncomfortable in my heart. After all, he has been to the poison hall before. It's not just toxic inside. There are still many ordinary people. These people don't have the talent to practice poison. I haven't practiced much either. I didn't expect the other party to show no mercy towards this. Although the profession of a drug dealer is frightening, but these drug masters have been cowering in their own islands. Bamboo shoot. Never went out to harm anyone. This way, we can all handle it. It can be seen how ruthless this Chinese netizen is. I was thinking that designing a meal for him might be too much, but now it seems too light. Killing this kind of person 100 times is not too much. However, when it comes to this loyal prince, Elder Su suddenly felt a strong hatred in his eyes. Grind your teeth as if about to tear a person apart. Speaking of this loyal prince, slaughter the entire poison hall clean, and then they brought us all along. Poison oath above 5-star level. Gather them all together. Lot cultivation. And detained here. Torture every day. I just want us to provide him with a large number of cool air umbrellas. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was momentarily stunned. Later, he said that this poison is colorless and odorless, can float around with a gentle breeze, only useful for people with desires below. After absorption, the muscles and bones will become soft and tender in a short period of time. No strength. Why is this Zhongqing king coming here? And how much configuration does he need from you? After speaking, Elder Su responded by saying that Prince Zhong wants to match Sure Dun. I was startled again. Ordinary Qingfeng umbrella. A bottle placed in the wind can easily stun hundreds of people. I'm afraid the number of these stone pillars could poison tens of millions of people. However, Elder Su recognized Zhang Xian's concern. Just explain that he is the enemy of our drugstore. Our tone is irreconcilable. How could I possibly do something for him? So I never agreed. After he finished explaining, he also looked at Zhang Xian strangely. Asked Senior Sun Chang, how did you know we were here? And you just came in like this. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? At this point, Zhang Xian responded by saying that you can rest assured. Prince Song has been severely injured by me. And he was also arrested and interrogated by people from the famous teacher hall. I'm here specifically to rescue you guys out. Just your current identities. Even if we go out, it's still quite awkward. I want to change your identity. I don't know if everyone is willing or not. Everyone was very puzzled when they heard this. At this moment, Elder Su frowned. With a puzzled expression, he asked what identity to change. Later, I heard the opponent say warrior. Everyone suddenly froze in place. One by one, they looked at Sun Chang in front of them inexplicably. At this moment, Zhang Xian explained with a gentle smile that he was right. As long as you become warriors, you can walk in Qingyuan City openly and honestly, without worrying about various accusations and troubles. Don't be afraid of retaliation from others. Don't worry about Mingshi Hall questioning. Everyone heard this. My heart is filled with excitement. As a drug expert, the biggest wish, just being able to avoid being labeled with another perspective. Walking in the light. If it can really be achieved. The Senior Sun Chang in front of us. It's really like saving their lives. Provided a second chance of rebirth. Elder Kasu thought for a moment. He looked at Zhang Xian with a worried expression on his face. Ask, but we are not famous teachers. If you want to become a fighter. Almost impossible, right? At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled. The response is that most of the war masters are famous teachers. However, some special talents will also be introduced. Although our teachers are not very well known. But when it comes to actual combat, reading materials are abundant. The combat effectiveness is also astonishing. If we can recruit you to become one of the members of the Battle Master Hall, even if it only belongs to the reserve and is not on the side, it's equivalent to having an official identity. You don't have to work so hard in the future. Elder Su continued speaking in classical Chinese, saying that if it could be like this, nature is the best, but our martial arts and cultivation, I'm afraid I will be resisted by famous teachers. I'm afraid of spending too much time together. Various conflicts will erupt sooner or later. Zhang Xianwen responded by saying that I understand your concerns. However, the master has already arranged this matter in advance. Speaking of which, I casually flipped through a few books and handed them to them. Continuing, this is a new cultivation technique left by our ancestor. You just need to practice according to this. The promotion speed is not only faster, but also faster. There's no need to resort to unethical means. And these books, it is the classic version of Tian Dao's solo attack. After Zhang Xian collected the martial arts in the drugstore, old books are bleeding down. The purpose is to have the opportunity to pass it on to others in the future. However, Su Lao and others who took over the technique were full of doubts about it. Just flip through the pages of the book and take a look. Everyone was so excited that their faces turned red, even breathing became rapid. These people are using poison. I have been immersed in it for at least 100 years, knowing the advantages and disadvantages of poison skills. These few books in front of me, although the content is not much, but every word is precious. Every sentence has profound meaning, directly pointing to the core of the avenue. Follow this practice. It can be foreseen that their grasp of drugs will become stronger and stronger. The strength is also more refined and powerful. At the same level, combat power has increased by 2 to 3 times. It's all very easy things. Think of this. Numerous drug dealers neatly prostrated themselves in front of Zhang Xian, let out a shout of gratitude to our ancestor for bestowing the technique. At this moment, Zhang Xian's face changed. With a serious expression on his face, he confessed, "Can join the War Master Hall. It is the benevolence of the Hall Master. I hope you can follow orders. Don't act impulsively. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to save you. Also, please write down the contents of the book as soon as possible. Then burn it. Except for you guys. I don't want this set of techniques to be spread out." And at this moment, the Hall Master outside the dungeon. I am very puzzled by Zhang Sun's approach, so he asked Master Wu with a conflicted expression on his face. The matter of the War Master Hall accepting the poisoning master needs to be spread. How to explain to Mingshi Hall? Upon hearing this, Teacher Wu just shook his head and let out a sigh. Do you think so? The trouble that Zhang Shi has brought to your war hall. Actually, you didn't understand Zhang Shi's painstaking efforts. He did it all for the sake of Zhanshi Tang, for the sake of our human bond. Tang-style listening. I even confused these guys. It's a bunch of big troubles. How could it be for them to be okay? Seeing the other person's expression, I patiently explained that these drug masters didn't make any mistakes. There is no poisoning of the human race. If it were released, neither can be placed under house arrest. It cannot be killed either. And their drugstore not only exposed, it was also destroyed. They can't go back now. So many poisonous masters scattered throughout the entire Qingyuan Empire. What if it really brings disaster? So Zhang Shi has now incorporated them into the war hall, restricting their scope of activities, to avoid bigger disasters. What he did was actually a disguised form of house arrest. It just sounds much better in name. Not only does it not damage our reputation, but it can also highlight the magnanimity of renowned teacher Tang Rongrun. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, this is only Zhang Shi's first purpose. His second purpose, it means sincerely considering your battle master hall. More than 20 years ago, there was a battle with the alien race. How serious are the losses at the battle hall? You still remember it vividly, right? Listen here. At the time of the rise of the Xingtangism movement, a low voice responded with a deep voice. After all, if it weren't for Chairman Qi's intervention to save him back then, I'm afraid I died in that battle. At this moment, Wu Shikai continued with a serious expression on his face. Although the Bai Ling tribe came prepared, do you want to surpass so many warriors in our warrior hall? It's not that easy either. But that time was so tragic. You should know best what happened. After speaking, the other party responded that it was the Supreme Breeze umbrella. Just sigh with emotion. Yes. It's this kind of poison. It can fly with the wind, colorless and odorless. No one can detect it. Even I didn't realize it at first. Vice Hall Master Tianqing discovered it. Only then did the loss of the famous teacher hall not be so great. It is precisely because of this matter that he has finally gained complete control over the entire Master Teacher Hall. Power is increasing, and now zombies have invited so many poison masters to join the War Master Hall. Firstly, let's have a combat group that can use poison. If this kind of thing happens again, it can be easily handled. The second one has a poison master joining the people of Zhanshi Hall. There is also an opportunity to hone one's resistance to toxicity. In the future, the alien race will really use poison. It won't be caught off guard either. After listening to the analysis, the Hall Master was completely stunned. There is indeed the addition of the Poison Master. If we encounter something from 20 years ago again, must be able to prepare in advance. It's not so passive either. Think of this. It was also discovered that the poison master should join the war hall. Beneficial without any harm. He just couldn't imagine it. Zhang Xian, who was seriously injured just now, being able to do so in such a short time. I can think things through so thoroughly. What I just analyzed about Wu Gang in my heart. Further refinement. I also sincerely feel that Zhang Shi is truly a divine being. Half an hour later, the screen returns to the dungeon. At this moment, I saw Elder Su and others remember everything about the Heavenly Dao Poison Palace, and burn it down. Then he couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian and ask Senior, after leaving, how should we find you? Zhang Xian shook her head and replied, you don't need to come find me. You don't need to find me either. If anything happens, I will find you. Elder Su heard this. I feel very emotional in my heart. After hesitating for a moment, just looked at Zhang Xian. Can we qualify for that? Knowing the true identity of Senior's son, I have instructions in the future. Even if I can't come, send someone to deliver a message. They will also go through fire and water. Otherwise, and Zhang Xian heard the other party's request. I looked at their expectant eyes again. It's okay to think for a moment before responding. Actually, my identity. He is the dean of the Hanyuan Empire Famous Teachers College. Zhang Xian's butler. I'm just someone who always keeps a low profile. I hope you can keep the secret. Don't say it. After everyone found out Zhang Xian's true identity, everyone nodded excitedly. It turns out to be under the management of Dean Zhang. I have heard of Dean Zhang at home. He is a once-in-a-millennium super genius. At a young age, he became the dean of a renowned teacher college. Senior, rest assured, we will never say it. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. So that's it. After the group of Poison Palace left the dungeon, he was picked up by Zhan Shirtang and others. Only the Lord of the Hall and the Wizard remain in the main hall, and Luo Qiqi and others. However, Zhang Xian, who stayed inside, saw that it was almost time, also restored to its original appearance, only slowly walked out of the dungeon. Soon after, everyone saw Zhang Xian walking out. I breathed a sigh of relief. I immediately greeted him. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw several people. I also nodded in response. I have already persuaded these poisonous masters. I will obey orders in the future. Then a few people had a brief chat. Wu Shikai looked over. I don't know, Teacher Zhang. Are there any other arrangements later? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just respond directly and say that I plan to join the Calligraphy and Painting Studio Union, or the Appraisers Union can make a trip, obtaining the 7-star minor vocational examination. After Hao Jinsheng, a renowned teacher of 7 stars, responded, just looked at the other person and asked what was wrong. Is there anything else Wuxia needs to do? The big girl only expressed her love to him in a subtle way. Unexpectedly, he directly responded by saying, let's reschedule it. I threw this guy and got on the highway as soon as he spoke. Just now, Zhang Xian arranged everyone in the drugstore. After entering the war hall, seeing my teacher, asking myself what else I have to do next. I am about to be promoted to the position of 7-star teacher. 2 minor professions are still missing from the exam. The ceremony was announced. Later, he asked the other party if there was anything else. At this point, Wu Shikai responded that it was like this. I was thinking that if Zhang Shi is okay, can you come with me to the famous teacher hall? Look at the results of my investigation these days. After speaking, I saw that he didn't understand. Just keep explaining. According to Dean Zhang Yinqiu's statement earlier, his message is from a renowned teacher named Qinzhe, and this minister was taken away. It's the direct student of deputy store owner Tian Cheng. Extremely close relationship with him. I have already detained this person. Now it's at the famous teacher hall. If Teacher Zhang is available, we can take a look together. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, these matters are being handled by the renowned teacher's hall. He's not very interested. However, when I was about to refuse, I heard Wu Shi smile. Actually, assessing calligraphers and appraisers. Teacher Zhang, you don't have to worry either. I happen to attend a tasting event tonight. If you're free, Teacher Zhang, I can take you there with me. At that time, the presidents of the Calligraphers Union and the Appraisers Union, everyone will be present. Let me introduce you. Assessment will inevitably be much more convenient. No teacher, that's all. Seeing Zhang Xian's puzzled expression on his face, just explained that this tasting event, mainly a few pieces dug out from one place. Prominent and influential people in Qingyuan City will participate. Grade of treasure tasting. By the way, let's see if we can fix it. After speaking, I saw the other person nod in agreement. We have arranged a meeting time and location. Just turn around and leave first. However, Zhang Xian watched as several people left. Just looked at Sun Chang and others. I instructed you guys to go back first. Upon hearing the instructions, Luo Qiqi hesitated for a moment. I just bit my lip and looked at him, asking the teacher. I have something to ask you. I don't know if it's inconvenient for you. Meanwhile, Fair and Sun Chang on the side saw that they had something to talk about. I also went there and walked out. At this moment, Luo Qiqi received the shadow of Zhang Xian. We set up a sound insulation array. Then he looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Teacher, actually, I have some doubts in my heart. I want you to help answer this question. I saw everything today in my eyes. Vice Hall Master Tian and Prince Shongqing, I want to intentionally add charges to you. It's understandable to use some means, but if the other party is not at fault, are you doing the same? It's a bit too much, and it also doesn't conform to the principles of famous teachers." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also saw his doubts, just didn't answer directly, but instead, he asked a rhetorical question. "Do you know what a famous teacher is?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqi, after hesitating for a moment, he responded that the famous teacher is a teacher. Be a model for others, preaching, imparting knowledge, and resolving doubts. Make the human race stronger and stronger. Honesty is virtue, based on trust. Be a good person before meeting others. After speaking, the teacher shook his head helplessly. Sighing is wrong. Everything is wrong. So he looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "This is the rule that must be memorized to become a famous teacher. Anyone who is a renowned teacher will know. How could it be wrong?" Zhang Xian explained in classical Chinese that famous teachers are not fake poets, but it's also human. As long as it's a person, there are joys and sorrows. There are thoughts. There is love, hate, affection, and hatred. This is human nature. Master Kong did not demand the preservation of heavenly principles and the eradication of human desires back then. Since it is so, famous teachers should also have their own ideas. My own joys, sorrows, and happiness. You don't need to follow etiquette for everything. You can also resist when you encounter someone who truly goes against your will. A renowned teacher is a teacher, but it's not an ostrich. We must endure the adversity and accept it willingly, but we need to have our own thoughts, to better apply knowledge, going farther and farther. Luo Qiqi heard this. I also began to contemplate, but Zhang Xian continued to speak. I once met a cultivator. His father is a renowned teacher. Listen to each other's words since childhood. Devote oneself to cultivation. I think everything about him is right. Unfortunately, his father never broke through before his death. That's it. He left a shadow in his heart that his father couldn't break through. I've been stuck inside and can't get out. Even the true chi and strength have accumulated enough. Still unable to achieve success. This is fixed thinking. We are renowned teachers. Also a student. As a student, it is necessary to have divergent thinking, not just listening to the teacher. I dare not refute. If that's the case, then, it's like facing this Tian today. The deputy shop owner clearly knows that the other party is wrong. Why can't I say he's stronger than me? I can't resist. That naturally requires the use of some means. This is to protect oneself. It is precisely for better progress. Listen here. Luo Qiqi asked with doubts still lingering in his heart. If there are very talented teachers, then, promote with rules and general principles. I have to accept it. Zhang Xian saw the other party say so. Just smiled. Just respond by following your heart. Even if the other party is a powerful teacher, it's still powerful, not scary. Kong asked me to kill someone. Am I going to kill someone? Everything follows your heart. As long as you don't want to, it's completely possible not to agree, not respecting your inner self. But you have to follow the rules and be careless. The other party has violated the teachings of the renowned teacher. He has violated everything, even with some strategies and means. What's wrong with it? Listen here. Luo Qiqi's eyes became increasingly bright. I seem to understand the meaning behind it. And Zhang Xian continued to shake her head and said, okay. Means and the like are auxiliary. It's a way to ensure that you don't get hurt. It does not conflict with the theories of renowned teachers. Don't worry unnecessarily and think so much. However, after listening to the explanation, Luo Qiqi, excited to the point where their eyes gleamed with excitement, so he looked at Zhang Xian again. I understood with a nod. Since the teacher is so flexible, not bound by etiquette and laws, then I'll be honest with you. Teacher, I like you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I just feel a blackout in front of me. I almost fell to my death. I thought the other party was really conflicted in their heart. That's why I'm so at a loss. Who knows, he's digging a pit here waiting. So he waved his hand. I just awkwardly replied, I like you too. I also like the people of Xinxian society. As a teacher, if I don't like you guys, how can we teach well? Luo Qi 71 Listen. I quickly looked up and explained that the teacher knew what I meant. What I mean by liking is not that kind. However, Zhang Xian, who was flustered, said, let's go to the war canteen. I have something else to do here. After speaking, he turned around and flew out. Luo Qiqi, who stayed in place, seeing the teacher who has always been calm and composed, but now they are running away without any choice. I couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, you also said to follow your heart. I may call you teacher, but I have never truly become a disciple in the true sense. As long as it's not clear, it's nothing. He had been suppressing his thoughts before. Knowing life and etiquette. Impassable. At this moment, with the guidance of the teacher, I suddenly became enlightened. There are more smiles than before. However, after flying away, Zhang Xian finally stopped. Cold sweat kept flowing from my head. Although he sometimes has no bottom line when doing things. But students are students. This cannot be done recklessly. Otherwise, one would be ashamed of their profession as a renowned teacher. Be a model for others. Thinking of confessing my feelings to Ruwashi in front of me. But it took a lot of effort. I hesitated for an unknown amount of time before daring to speak up. He might as well just come up and say, I like you. Are children so bold now? I can't help but sigh at this thought. The world is declining. But he hasn't finished lamenting about it yet. I saw a pretty figure rushing towards me. See the shadow of the person clearly. I just asked Yufei with a puzzled expression on my face. Why are you still here? Didn't you go back? At this moment, Princess Fair looked at Zhang Xian. I gritted my teeth and mustered up the courage to say, Teacher Zhang, I also have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I quickly waved my hand in response, saying that there was still something else to do. Another day, the princess immediately snorted coldly when she saw the situation and said, No. You can listen to Chi speak. Why can't you listen to me? I have only one word. What I want to say to Teacher Zhang is, wherever you go in the future, I am willing to follow by your side. Keep going. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was going to say something. I am so surprised. So with a wave of his hand, he responded, That's good. Let's apprentice now. Become my student. I will always take you with me. Otherwise, you can also be my maid. In this way, we can keep going. The princess heard. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned red, suppressed until speechless. And Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. Immediately throw out a sentence saying, I want to become a teacher. Then we need to bring this up again in the future, right? I have something else to do now. After speaking, he turned around and disappeared. However, Princess Fair remained in place. At this moment, look up at the sky. I laughed and wanted to take a look. Who would you choose between me and Chi? Not long after, Zhang Xian, who has been confessed twice in a row, calmed down and regained his mood. We have also arrived near the renowned teacher's hall. At this moment, I saw him arrive at a deserted alley. Put on the famous teacher's robe. Just strode into the master teacher hall. I was planning to ask someone about it. When my teacher is located, I can see the cemetery not far away. So he took 2 steps forward and walked over. Shouted out. The other pastor heard this. As soon as I turned my head, I saw that the person coming was Zhang Xian. Immediately salute with fists. After a brief conversation, the two of them. The pastor just looked at Zhang Xian. I asked. I don't know if Yang Shi is in Xingyuan Imperial City. I want to see him again before leaving. Okay, thank him personally to the elderly man. Zhang Xian was also very strange when he heard this. So he asked the pastor. Where are you going? Why do you say before leaving? Subsequently, through the other party's response, I just found out that the metallicity in his body has been completely eliminated. Now our strength has also been improved. So I want to return to the Mu family. I just don't know how the family will handle it this time. After all, when he goes back, he can be considered as returning to his roots, even if not forgiven. Finally died in the Mu family. It's better than being stuck outside all the time. After explaining these, the pastor just gave a bitter smile. Actually, I don't want to be a deserter all the time. Speaking of which, seeing the senior uncle in front of me, I don't understand. So he continued talking about us Mu family members. As long as it violates the family's rules. If you act without authorization, even if they are deserters. Although I didn't feel it at the time. But since leaving the family, there is not a day without regret. However, after the pastor finished speaking about his own affairs, looking at Zhang Xian again, just said a meaningful sentence, Teacher Zhang, I know you like Lorsch. But I still want to advise you a few words in advance. Although I am not sure about Luo Shi's true identity. It should have a great connection with Saint Luojia, if it's really that little princess. Unless the foreign teacher takes action personally. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to marry him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was also stunned for a moment. I thought he brought Ruwashi to Hongyuan Academy. I know a lot about the other party. I didn't expect to say now that I don't understand. At this moment, the pastor shook his head. Continued to explain. I haven't left Qingyuan City for many years. I haven't returned to the Sages sect for many years. So many things are not very clear. But if he were so young, but my strength far exceeds mine. If you guessed correctly, it should be the little genius from the Luo family. He not only controls the most important treasure of the Luo family, and with the purest bloodline. This kind of person cannot marry an outsider casually. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh. This made him know. After all, Wu has also given instructions before. I also know that marrying her is not easy. But Zhang Xian doesn't care about it. After all, as a master of the Heavenly Blade and a saint of the Heavenly Blade, with this confidence and courage, no matter who it is, as long as you dare to step forward and stop it, just crush it with strength. However, the master uncle in front of Mu Shijian knew, just advised him not to regret it. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian felt a surge in her heart. Previously, he was thinking that if Luo Jia really didn't agree, once you become stronger, you can completely snatch people away. Those who dare to resist will be crushed directly. But now, hearing the pastor's tone and his experiences, if I knew I was going to do this, although it allows Ruwashi to be with herself, but it may also make him regret it for life. Yes, after all, he was born from the beginning. I enjoyed the care and love of the entire family. I have already developed a deep affection for my family, just because I like myself. If he were to have a quarrel with his family, I'm afraid it will really make him regret it for the rest of his life. Think of this. I have made a decision in my heart. As soon as his face straightened, he replied, "Don't worry, Pastor. I will marry her openly and honestly. I won't make things difficult for her." After feeling emotional, I nodded in response to the other person. So I continued to ask, "Reverend, Ruwashi said earlier that he has something to leave for. Do you know where he might have gone? And where exactly is this Saint Luga? The pervert in front of us has just arrived here." I saw a group of big girls, continuously screaming wildly for oneself. I thought I had some kind of illusion, but unexpectedly, this is not only true, and the result is also unforgettable. Just now, after Zhang Xian was confessed by two big girls, hurriedly ran to the famous teacher hall. I just saw the pastor as soon as I arrived. After a brief conversation between the two, Zhang Xian just asked the other party if he said earlier at Hongyuan Academy that he had something to leave for. Do you know where he might go? Where exactly is this Saint Luojia? The pastor heard this. After hesitating for a moment, just responded that Saint Luojia is in the holy city of Xiufu. It's just that Luosher probably hasn't returned to the family, but went to the Holy Sun's Hall. After speaking, the senior uncle in front of me has doubts about the Holy Sun Hall. Just explained that, this Holy Sun Hall, he is the most talented young person in the world, and established, being able to enter it. Almost all of them are descendants of sage sects, and the top-notch genius on the mainland. According to reliable sources, the little princess of Luojia. Actually, they are students of the Holy Sun Hall. I don't know what made him unwilling. That's how I managed to escape. Zhang Xian couldn't help but wonder when she heard this. I asked a student from the Holy Sun Hall, Asu, although I don't know Ruwashi's true strength, but see if he can relax. We will break through to the Heavenly Night King realm outside of the body. This is already beyond imagination, but such astonishing strength is just a student. So it looks like this place is really scary. At this moment, the pastor responded by saying, the Holy Sun Hall is the place where the Holy Sun is nurtured. Previous renowned teachers and heads of major families, almost all of them come from here. If Zheng really wants Luo Jia to admit it, and he can easily take away Master Luo, I think it's best to be able to enter here, and stand out from everyone else. Thus, even without a family background, no one dares to underestimate it. After learning about these situations, Zhang Xian continued to communicate with the pastor again. I soon found out that a month and a half later, this is the time when the Holy Sun Hall recruits students. Although it is required to achieve the cult, the minimum standard also requires. But these are not a big problem for Zhang Xian. It's just a recommended spot for the Master Teacher Hall. It's almost settled now. It is said that Zhang Zhouxiu is still a descendant of the sage Zhang family. However, Zhang Xian heard that it was the sage Zhang family. My face immediately darkened. After all, he had heard from wizards. It is this family that is engaged to rule. Although he felt extremely uncomfortable. But it's also quite strange. Since this Holy Sun Hall, it accommodates the descendants of the sage. People from the Zhang family should be able to directly abstain from sexual activity. Why did you run to Qingyuan Imperial City? Come and grab this only spot. At this moment, the pastor nodded and explained, the Holy Sun Hall is a gateway for the saints. Indeed, it is more relaxed than the Imperial City. The renowned teacher hall in the Imperial City usually only has one spot, and there are 10 lowest-ranking members of a sage's sect. However, the existence of giants like the Zhang family, I'm afraid I can get at least 30 per year. Just for this kind of big family, 30 spots cannot cover all the geniuses. We can only guarantee that the core offspring with pure bloodline can enter. But for those Pang descendants, there is no chance. So these people, usually they are dispersed to subordinate titled imperial cities. Come and fight for a spot. Once inside the Holy Sun Hall, You can get the best resources and the best inheritance. For large families of crabs, this is definitely the best opportunity to change one's destiny. So no one will give up for this. Listen here. Zhang Xian responded unhappily. Then they'll come here. They are here. The genius who was granted the title of Emperor City will have no chance, won't he? Upon hearing these words, Boucher shook his head and let out a sigh. Law of the jungle. This is also something that cannot be done. If the genius of the Forbidden City can surpass the opponent, they dare not act recklessly either. But it can't surpass it. I can only watch helplessly as the quota is taken away. But there's nothing I can do about it. And although this Zhang Zhouxiu is just a crab of the Zhang family, but talent is indeed terrifying. I just turned 27 this year. It is already among the 7 stars. The strength of the triple peak of Civilian Division and Holy Domain directly crushed the Qingyuan Imperial City. All the famous teachers in the famous teacher hall. So there is no doubt that he also got the quota. Speaking of which, the pastor sighed and said, in fact, the status of crabs in the big family is not high. There are not many resources available for enjoyment. But he can reach this level of strength at his age. The ability to discard a portion of one's bloodline. His talent and hard work are also irresistible. After understanding these, Zhang Xian knew, if she will be in this Holy Sun Hall, I'm sure I have to go there myself. No matter what method is used, everyone must get this opportunity. So he asked the other party, how can I get this spot myself? The pastor responded by saying that he only had one chance. In 20 days, the Holy Sun Hall will send envoys specifically to come, bring the genius to go. If before this, your strength can reach the triple peak of the Holy Domain, successfully become a 7-star spiritual master. All talents surpass this Zhang Zhouxiu. Naturally, one can obtain qualifications. I know time may be a bit tight, but there is no other choice either. After speaking, I saw the other person nod and say hello. The pastor also looked at Zhang Xian with a puzzled expression on his face. Ask me if I remember correctly. Your strength should only have 1 peak left, right? There are still 2 whole levels left from triple. I'm afraid these 20 days are too late. Zhang Xian laughed and said it's okay when she heard him say that. Last night, accidentally broke through to the peak of Holy Domain double. The pastor couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this, so it took me a while to respond. But that's probably not enough. Let's not talk about the sanctum of sanctuary for now. There is a significant difference between the Taiyin mirror and the divine mirror. But the soul and the original fetus must be perfectly integrated, even if one has talent. I'm afraid it will take several years to complete. The most crucial thing is Zhang Zhouxiu. His strength is not an ordinary triple peak of victory, but it has accumulated an incredibly rich and profound accumulation, having the ability to engage in superior combat. It's difficult for an ordinary quadruple powerhouse to surpass him, even if I have already broken through with him now. It's a 50-50 split. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, after pondering in my heart for a moment, let the priest test his own strength. However, a pastor who understands the other party's meaning, quickly bring Zhang Xian along, arriving at a martial arts training ground in Mingshi Hall. At this moment, I saw the priest in a defensive posture. I just spoke up and said you can take action now. I just broke through yesterday. The cultivation has not been completely consolidated yet. But don't worry, I won't give it my all. Just to let you experience it. Even the strongest in the divine realm are terrifying. But the pastor hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw a figure suddenly appear in front of me. Immediately after, I saw a fist. He smashed it towards his chest. The pastor who witnessed this scene couldn't help but have a bad face. So he concentrated all his strength. When I was about to confront it, I feel a force that oppresses my soul. An overwhelming attack came, accompanied by a loud bang. I haven't received any response from him yet. The whole person immediately flew backwards, directly hitting the wall. She spat out a mouthful of blood before falling down. Zhang Xian saw the situation, immediately welcomed it up, and apologized repeatedly with a look of embarrassment on his face. Say sorry, Pastor, are you okay? I was already very restrained just now. Only 1/5 of the strength was used. The pastor's face turned pale when he heard these words. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. I almost fainted on the spot, just a moment ago. He really doubts it. I have met the 4 peak powerhouses of the Holy Domain, but not double. This kind of strength, even if it's 5. He's no match either. And Zhang Xian came up to her. After helping the pastor up, I asked with a puzzled expression on my face. The famous teacher Zhang Zhouxiu you mentioned, is that all you have? The pastor's face turned red upon hearing these words. Spray out a mouthful of fresh blood again. Not long after, he said slowly and awkwardly, actually, Zhang Zhouxiu's strength is slightly stronger than mine. You just have this kind of combat power. Even if there is no breakthrough, it should also be enough. However, upon hearing the pastor's words, Zhang Xian, just keep asking. in addition to having requirements for strength and the level of a renowned teacher. What kind of assessment is needed for the Holy Sun Hall? Why don't the pastor continue practicing with me? The pastor's face changed when he heard the words. I quickly shook my head and responded, in my opinion, it's not necessary anymore. What you need to do now is to assess a 7-star renowned teacher as soon as possible. This is the minimum requirement for the Holy Sun Hall. If we can't reach this level, even if your combat power is strong, there's nothing you can do about it. After speaking, seeing the senior uncle in front of me nod and indicate, everything that needs to be explained has already been explained. I simply said that I still have to rush. I said goodbye, turning around and rushing away. However, Zhang Xian, who stayed in place, was also stunned for a moment. I didn't expect the other party to leave as soon as they said, so he shook his head helplessly. I walked towards the wizard's residence. Just haven't gone far yet. I heard a series of crazy screams. Zhang, come on, Teacher Zhang, we believe in you. You are definitely capable of setting a new record. Zhang Xian was also very puzzled when he heard this. Why are these people calling themselves? So he looked into the crowd. I just realized that everyone was shouting. On the bridge deck not far away, there is someone who is persevering tirelessly. So he said with a curious expression on his face, what is this doing? However, the renowned teacher beside him heard the words. Just explained that he was breaking through the bridge of refining his heart. Zhang sure has such strength at such a young age. Because the strength has increased too quickly, mood becomes the biggest weakness. Therefore, the master asked him to sharpen himself well. I plan to test it as soon as I come back from this experience. Strive to break through the previous record. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I asked the senior again with a speechless expression on my face. What I want to ask is what is this heart-refining bridge? At this moment, the renowned teacher beside glanced at Zhang Xian. I suddenly felt speechless. I didn't expect the famous teachers in Qingyuan Imperial City. Some people may not know about the heart-refining bridge. So he explained that the heart-refining bridge is a special treasure. As long as you step into it, you have to bear tremendous pressure. Can test the state of mind. Those with slightly weak spirits will immediately be unable to hold on. The entire bridge has a total of 10 scales. Even the top-tier teachers of 7 stars are unable to reach the end. Previously, Zhang Shi only took 4 steps. As soon as I come back this time, I just want to test if there has been any progress compared to before. After speaking, I heard the young man in front of me asking a puzzled question. 4 scales are difficult. So the famous teacher continued to explain. Don't underestimate these 4 scales. At the heart-refining bridge, records under 30 years old. It was left by Master Yi 2000 years ago. He only insisted on 3 scales. Zombies, he can hold on to 4, which is already very strong. However, the dog owner has extremely high expectations for him. I don't think it's enough. This is what makes it hard to sharpen. After learning about the situation, Zhang Xian simply responded. But this young man in front of the event, like nothing happened. It's a bit uncomfortable to hold back. So I couldn't help but ask about it. Aren't you shocked? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head inside in shock. Why should I be shocked? Didn't you just say there are 10 scales? Only 4 have passed now. Even if there is some progress, isn't there still a long way to go before reaching perfection? Upon hearing this, the renowned teacher beside me shook his body, almost vomited blood on the spot. So I couldn't resist continuing to explain. Master of the peak level of the 7 star. It's hard to reach the end. In other words, even the strongest of the 4 peaks of the Holy Realm cannot achieve it. This level of Yuanshan and Qi are powerful. My mood will naturally improve rapidly. Even they can't reach the level of stone carving. Zhang, a person with 3 levels of Holy Land can exceed 4 marks. It's already a terrible result. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian nodded in response. Then he continued to say that he was so powerful. How should I behave? It's surprising. Still shouting wildly like those people. I just heard the other person say that. The famous teacher shook his head helplessly about this matter. Let out a sigh. I've seen stupid people before. I haven't seen anyone who explains for a long time but still can't understand. However, just as he suspected it, did this guy in front of us steal a famous teacher's robe? When I came here for a stroll, I heard screams from around rushing in. Look at the zombies breaking through the 4th scale. It seems to be true. He's so amazing. I admire him more and more. Brother Joshio is truly my idol. I really want to give him a bunch of sons. However, upon hearing the screams, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but look over at the bridge. At first glance, I realized that the other person was sweating profusely on their head. So I couldn't help but look towards the bridge. Later, I also saw red stripes on top. It seems that the other party is not far from the 5th lane either. The famous teachers who witnessed this scene also exclaimed with emotion. Truly a first-day genius. I only stayed in the Arctic swamp for less than a month. My mood has grown so much. It seems highly likely that it will impact the 5th scale. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask, what is this Arctic swamp? After all, he hasn't been in Qingyuan City for long. I've heard this place at least 3 or 4 times already. Moreover, both ruthless individuals and soul masters may be present here. How did this first-day person end up in a breakup? However, upon hearing the response from the renowned teacher beside him, Zhang Xian immediately panicked. This pervert in front of me just casually said a sentence. Just took away the royal family's illness that lasted for thousands of years. This will benefit His Majesty the Emperor, who is a first-class imperial city. Just now, the whole thing was scrapped. Zhang Xian is currently observing Zhang Zhouxiao from the sage Zhang family, when forging a new bridge. The 6-star renowned teacher beside couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder it was the first day. The Arctic swamp only stayed for less than a month. My mood has grown so much. It seems highly likely that it will impact the 5th scale. After speaking, the other party saw that Zhang Xian was very puzzled about this place. Just explain that. There is a haunted house in this spine swamp. It is said to be of great help to people's mental state. So many famous teachers go there because of their reputation. And Zhang Shi only stayed there for less than a month. You can add a scale to the score of the heart-refining bridge. 9 out of 10, we have found this place. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian asked the other person casually, what's inside this crying ghost? After all, he is very curious about it. Can sharpen one's mood. It's nothing but a fantasy realm of inner demons and various levels, using physical pain to temper willpower. But what's the point of this crying ghost? Can quickly elevate one's mood. It also attracted countless famous teachers to come. A 6-star renowned teacher standing nearby. I heard the young man in front of me ask this question. After thinking for a moment, I responded that I had never been there. I'm not quite sure about this either. I just heard that there is a spring water inside, shaped like eyes. Just look at it. You can see the thoughts that arise in your heart. The longer you watch, the more it breathes, the more it will thrive. Just reflect the image in the spring water. Kill the distracting thoughts. My mood will become more and more rounded. It will also get higher and higher. Zhang Xian was also very puzzled when she heard this. Spring water can also reflect the distractions in one's heart. This is the 6-star famous teacher in front of me explaining that it is. When I first heard about this, I can't believe it either. After listening more, I no longer found it strange. It's just that this ghost crying isn't fixed anywhere. But it will move. Even famous teachers need opportunities to find them. There are more than 20 people who went with Zhang Shi this time. Only his mood suddenly surged. No one else has this luck. However, Zhang Xian just finished learning about this ghost crying. I am considering taking the 7-star teacher exam. You must go and see him. I heard screams from all around again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, as soon as he turned his head, he looked at Zhang Zhouxiao on the bridge. At this point, we have reached the 5th scale. It just seems to have reached its limit. The body keeps shaking. It seems like I could fall down at any moment. I thought the sky should have come to the end too. So just as I was about to turn around and leave, I heard a displeased voice shouting to see off the guest. Immediately after, I saw the room behind the bridge. 2 people left in a disheveled state. Just the sound just now, Zhang Xian recognized that the person speaking in the room was none other than a wizard. Do you want to go to the opposite room? We have to pass through this heart-refining bridge. So I didn't think much about it either. I lifted my foot and walked over to the bridge. However, Zhang Zhouxiao on the bridge. Sweat was constantly streaming down his head at this moment. At the same time, both eyes turned black. But in my heart, I kept screaming and insisting. I'm afraid I have to keep going. However, no matter how he cheers himself up and persists in his heart at this moment, but the spirit has already been exhausted. I can't hold on anymore. So my spirit relaxed. When I was about to give up, I saw a young man dressed in a famous teacher's robe. Come over here. And he walked elegantly from behind to the front, nodding sincerely, and shouted, come on. Then he leisurely walked down the bridge. However, I saw the other person walking by like shopping. 10 guests. It's nothing yet. Suddenly, it was like seeing a ghost. His face twitched incessantly. I feel like I'm stupid too, watching the young man disappear in front of me. At this moment, he is not the only one who is foolish. The renowned teacher who just spoke with Zhang Xian, along with other onlookers. They were all scared and unable to take care of themselves. Just Zhang Xian leaving Lianxin Bridge. At this moment, I couldn't help but sigh. I thought there might be some challenges. I didn't expect to feel anything at all. It's really boring. Not long after, Zhang Xian, who arrived outside the room, pushed open the door and walked in. Just came in. I saw the wizard's face covered in bruises. I couldn't help but ask, did something happen? Upon hearing the question, old Wu frowned. Discovered that the person who came was Zhang Xian. I just responded with anger on my face, saying, those 2 were from Qingyuan Imperial City just now. He said he was following His Majesty's orders. I hope to take King Zhongqing away. I kicked him out. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. Are you saying that they are going to take the king of Zhongqing away? Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor? Don't you know how to frame a famous teacher? Although he is not a renowned teacher in Qingyuan Imperial City, I haven't reached the deadline yet. But after all, he is also the dean of a renowned academy. Behind him stood over 100,000 renowned teachers. The other party falsely accused themselves of being caught. There is no trial yet. I just want to take people away. His Majesty the Emperor, do you take yourself too seriously? However, while the two were discussing this matter, I heard a knocking outside the door. Immediately after, I saw a famous teacher walk in. Speaking of teacher, Emperor Chu Tianqing from Qingyuan Imperial City came to seek an audience. My teacher frowned at the words. Just wave your hand and let him in. After hearing the instructions, the renowned teacher retired. I soon saw a middle-aged man, walked over with big strides. As soon as I entered the door, I immediately clasped my fists, respectfully bowed to the Wu family with a respectful attitude. However, Wu also nodded and greeted the other person to sit down. Then he looked at him with a calm expression on his face. If your majesty comes over, or is it to take away Prince Zhong, please do not open its mouth. Constructing famous teachers commit the most heinous crimes. I have reported this matter to headquarters. Not just him. I'm afraid the entire Qingyuan Imperial City will be subject to scrutiny. Please think twice. However, Chu Tianqing, who was standing still, did not sit down. At this moment, I saw him clenching his fists. A sincere response was given, saying that Prince Zhong had done such a thing. It really hurts me. But you also know, Wu, if it weren't for him, I might have died a long time ago. So no matter how big a mistake he made, I am willing to compensate. I hope the Master Teacher Hall can give me a chance. I will personally apologize to the victim, Teacher Zhang, in a moment. Pray for his forgiveness. Upon hearing this, my teacher, his face darkened. Apologize in a cold voice. If apologizing is useful, then, what do you want us to do at the Master Teacher Hall? Someone came to see off the guests. Upon seeing this, His Majesty Chu Tianqing was also filled with embarrassment. Seeing the other party not giving oneself a chance to answer, just let out a sigh. But just as he was about to exit the room, I heard someone say about wizards. Don't rush him away for now. Isn't he supposed to compensate? Let me hear it. How much can your majesty offer for the loyal prince? However, Lao Wu never expected Zhang Xian to say such a thing, so he gave the other person a strange glance. Then I had to nod my head. Since Zhang Shi has already said so, how do you think about compensation? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing, I immediately understood. Come here. So 2 steps came up to him. Bending down, he said that Prince Zhong had offended Zhang Shi. Regard him as having no eyes. If Zhang Shi can forgive, I am willing to serve many students from renowned teacher colleges, build a new mansion, unconditionally providing 100 years of cultivation resources, and from now on, as long as they are students of Hongyuan Famous Teachers College, arriving at Qingyuan City, you can receive a set of martial arts and gift money. I won't let him return empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but shake my head and respond that these were not enough. Based on the conditions you just met, add another 100 gold coins to the premium collar. You can just take him away directly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing, I was immediately stunned. Then he responded with a bitter smile on his face, saying that Zhang Shi, are you joking? There are so many snacks, even if our royal family sells everything, I can't bring it out either. Surprisingly, Zhang Xian also knew about it. The other party will definitely not be able to produce 100 pieces. Asking exorbitant prices is just for bargaining on the spot. At this moment, as soon as he waved his hand, he said, since that's the case, then I'll give you some leeway. 50 pieces is enough. If possible, take Prince Zhong away. If you can't get it, please go back. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing, the corners of the mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. After hesitating for a moment, I gritted my teeth before responding, saying Zhang Shi, to be honest with you, our Qingyuan royal family has accumulated over tens of thousands of years. There are only 17 top-grade spirit stones from Jingyuan. There were originally quite a few, but they were all rewarded to the prince, or a meritorious minister. Now I will give you all 17 of them, then replace the others with rare medicinal herbs and minerals. What do you think? I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian immediately took out a pen and paper. I made a list casually. After coming out, here are the minerals and medicines I need. You can find them all. It's okay to charge you 17 high-grade spirit stones from Jingyuan. In addition, I also need all the cultivation techniques for the 3rd and 4th levels of the Holy Realm. At the same time, we will also incorporate the techniques stored in your royal library. Copy a copy of everything and send it to me. However, after Chu Tianqing received the list, I glanced at it. Just take out the premium snacks of Jingyuan first. handed it over to the other party, and asked both of them to wait for a moment. Then he turned around and ordered the guard. Time flies. 2 hours have passed. The items and books on the list just now, all packed in storage rings. At this moment, Zhang Xianchen investigated for a moment. I found that all the minerals and medicinal herbs are ready. There are hundreds of thousands of books in Sanchong of the Holy Land, and there are also tens of thousands of books in the Four Realms realm. So he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay, Prince Xiong, you can take it away now." Shu Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. Then he looked at the wizard beside him. Seeing him nod in agreement with what Zhang Shi said, "Just bow and thank the two of them, right behind a renowned teacher. Go to the place where Prince Xiong is being detained." However, after the wizard saw the other party leave, I just asked Zhang Shi with a puzzled expression on my face, "Your business." At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled when she saw the other person's expression. Response: "Do you think so? I shouldn't have released this Prince Xiong." Upon hearing this, Wu nodded and said yes. Famous teachers cannot be insulted. This is not just about compensation, but rather the dignity of the teacher. Now a precedent has been set. I'm afraid everyone will dare to insult the famous teacher in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I will provide an explanation for just responding to this matter. However, before that, I want to ask the wizard a question. The matter of Tian Ren Mingshi. Will you tell the other Dark Masters directly? Upon hearing the other party's question, the wizard's expression rang out. I quickly talked about the matter of the Heavenly Blade Dark Master. There must be 3 traitors and 7 fears. I will never mention it to anyone. Even if there is a higher level Dark Master Hall, I wouldn't say it. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at the other party. I responded, but Vice Hall Master Tian said. Upon hearing this, Wu's face darkened. I quickly asked what you meant. He already knows that you are a master of the Heavenly Blade. Later, I heard Zhang Xian say that the other party seemed unaware. Maybe it's just a test. So he continued with a serious expression, "That's good. Just be careful, Teacher Zhang. Going anywhere in the future is fine. Bring me or the new master with you." I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian shook her head and refused, saying she didn't need it yet. It should be fine at the moment. If you really have to do this. On the contrary, it makes people more suspicious. What was originally uncertain was, this whole thing was confirmed by someone with ulterior motives. Another issue is that Vice Hall Master Tian does have problems, and the King of Zhongqing colluded with the Poison Hall to refine poison. This problem is bigger. However, His Majesty the Emperor has personally come over now, not willing to pay such a high price to guarantee it. If it's just because he saved his life, I don't believe this. Speaking of which, Zhang Xian's eyes are exposed. Show a faint smile. Just keep saying that since they all have problems. Instead of holding it here for difficult interrogation, it's better to let it go. It's like opening the knot of the rope. The rest of the matter will be easy to handle. Upon hearing the analysis, Wu suddenly realized, I admire Zhang Shi even more in my heart. So he repeatedly praised this method as good. Release the thread and let them show their horse's foot. They have no choice but to deny when they are caught in the lane. However, Zhang Xian saw that there was a way to handle the matter. Just handle the remaining wizards with full authority. It doesn't matter whether he participates or not. I just said okay to the other party. I'll leave the rest to you. There is still some time until evening. If it's convenient, I want to go to the library of Mingshi Hall to have a look. We haven't received a response from the wizard yet. I heard a hurried knocking outside the door. Immediately after, I saw the famous teacher who had gone out before. He ran in with an anxious expression on his face. Report to the teacher. It's not good, Qinjia. He's dead. Upon hearing this news, the teacher couldn't help but lock his pupils. At the same time, he suddenly stood up. Look at the other person and ask what happened to Qinjia. This pervert in front of me. In order to make others beat themselves to death. Surprisingly, he committed such a shameless act. Just now, besides knowing, there are issues with Vice Hall Master Tian and Prince Zhongqing. Also on His Majesty, who came to search for people in the past, identified the problem. So I thought of using a long line approach. Lead out the main purpose behind them. Tell these situations to the wizard and then, just as he was about to take himself to the library, someone hurriedly walked in. The report states that Qinjia has passed away. I heard the students report like this. The wizard was suddenly scared and stood up abruptly. Confirm this matter with the other party. And the renowned teacher who came to report, just responded nervously, stating the specific cause of death. I don't know either. I went to see it once before and it was fine. But when Prince Xiong was released just now, I took a glance and found that he had already stopped breathing. However, after learning about the situation, Wu Shi greeted Zhang Xian. Let's go together and see what happened. Just arrived at a room. Zhang Xian saw it all around. There is a tight formation inside. This formation not only prevents the message from being transmitted, It can also prevent the divine stone from spreading inside. Once inside, there is no way to communicate with the outside world. After seeing it clearly, I walked inside. As soon as I came in, I saw a salted fish lying flat on the ground. Zhang Xian immediately opened the eye of reason to take a look. Upon closer inspection, I realized the body of the salted fish is not damaged at all, but the soul was completely extinguished. Wu Shi, who was standing beside, heard Zhang Xian say this. I was also stunned for a moment, so I lowered my head and took a look. After a moment, his face darkened. At this moment, Zhang Xian remembered the Tibetan village in front of her. Is it possible that his death was also related to this type of soul dwelling? If that's the case, I'm afraid that ruthless person, besides passing on this method of entry to the Tibetan village, at the same time, it was also passed on to others. This is the only way to kill Qinjia. Think of this. Zhang Xian was even more puzzled and puzzled. This minister, how could he be implicated with that ruthless person? And at this point, the wizard who had studied for a while still didn't understand why. So he stood up and said, take the body to the warrior Tangxiu, the shop owner. Let him help to see what's going on. However, upon hearing the instruction, the student responded with a sentence. Just as I was about to put it away, Zhang Xian shook her head and said there was no need to go through so much trouble. After all, in his opinion, the soul of this corpse has disappeared. Even if we find the Lord of the Soul Hall now, it's of no use either. But Wu heard him say that. His face darkened. I just thought in my heart, because of this vice hall leader Tian. Anyway, it's a 7-star peak. A renowned teacher of the same level has arrested the other party's disciples, roommates. The evidence suggests that he leaked the information, so we can detain them. But now that the witness is dead, there's no reason. So he said anxiously, Teacher Zhang, this minister's death has lost evidence. Even if Lord Tian were to take action against you, also teaching the younger generation as a 7-star spirit master, at most, they were deceived by petty people. This is really the case. I am no longer qualified to detain him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also shook her head helplessly in response, saying, if you are not qualified to be detained, then let it go. After all, he passed through the Heavenly Dao Library. I also know that Deputy Hallmaster Tianqing, Yuanshan, has a defect. Otherwise, everyone would suspect this guy. Kill your own students. However, ignoring hearing him say he wanted to release the person, I was momentarily stunned. Then he said that if he were to release it, that's the humiliation you suffered. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xian shook her head in response, saying that my humiliation was nothing. The other party has a special identity. If there is not enough evidence to keep being detained, has a great impact on Mingshi Hall. You have just become the deputy hall leader. It will also make it unstable to sit still. If that's the case, the later events are even more unfavorable for us. Wu Shiqian thinks what he said makes a lot of sense, so I had to nod in response. Shortly after a discussion between the two, in the end, Zhang Xian proposed a lavish burial for Chen Che, and we also need to strongly reward his family, and give recognition. We should also praise him as a true master. Call on everyone to learn from him. Let everyone know that he died for the human race. Thus, the person who killed him will inevitably feel that the information has been leaked. I will feel anxious. At that time, he will naturally show his horse's foot. We just need to wait for the other party to make another move. The rest is easy. It's nothing to be convicted again. The wizard after listening to the analysis. Only then did I understand. So the two of them left the room where Qinjia was being held captive. I walked over to the library of Wangningshi Hall. Time flies. An hour has passed. Zhang Xian also collected all the 3rd and 4th level techniques from the library, income library, and generated 2 books of Heavenly Dao techniques with 3 or 4 levels. It's just that it's almost time. Until now, it's not the time for cultivation, so he left the library. The dog ignored the encounter and walked towards the tasting party. And the screen comes. Inside a spacious hall on this side of the palace. At this moment, I saw King Zhong Qingwan's entire popularity grinding his teeth, roaring wildly like they were about to eat someone. And the Chu Tianxing on the side, after criticizing his reckless behavior, let him stay here and cultivate properly, and ask him to recall which link went wrong. Don't let anyone catch the handle. But just when King Zhongqing wanted to respond, suddenly felt a strong shaking of the body. Immediately after, the pupils contracted. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. At this moment, he realized that he had been poisoned. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianqing was puzzled by it. There was no warning before. How could you suddenly get poisoned? So after 2 people's guesses, in the end, suspicion was placed on Zhang Xian. Soon after, Chu Tianqing sent someone to find a doctor to come over. And this physician is also very impressive. Quickly through its own steam oil filament, implanted into the Zhongqing king's body, discovered the location of the highly toxic substance. But this eerie scene shocked him greatly. Just haven't waited for him to come up with a solution yet. I saw his face suddenly turn pale, constant convulsions throughout the body, accompanied by a mouthful of fresh blood spewing out. He also fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Seeing this scene, Zhu Tianqing immediately became foolish. I thought to myself that this was already the most powerful physician in the palace. At this point, he has also been poisoned. What should your majesty do? And beside him, the highly poisonous Zhongqing king. At this moment, he weakly lifted up. The head said, Your Majesty, my mansion houses many drug masters. Grab anyone and take a look. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianqing, just turn your head and give a command. Not long. The guard brought the young man in black to the front. This person is none other than the former Qin Guanshi. At this moment, he turned to report to Prince Zhong. Tell me about the poison master at the prince's mansion. They were all released by that Zhang Shen. Upon hearing this, Prince Zhong's whole body has softened. And upon hearing this, Zhu Tianqing, my face immediately darkened. Only then did I declare that there was no poison master. Doctors can't solve it. I'm going to find teacher Zhang now. As a renowned teacher. Surprisingly, poison was also used. But the musician beside heard the others say so. I couldn't help but look over. May I ask your majesty, was our prince poisoned by that Zhang Shen? After receiving a positive response from his majesty, Qin Guanshi hesitated for a moment. Then he said with a face full of conviction, It was him who poisoned it. Then I know how to solve it. So he listened to what Zhang Xian had told him earlier. Slapped detoxification method. It was displayed on King Zhongqing. After all, he was previously poisoned by Zhang Xian. It was also resolved in this way. However, King Zhongqing was slapped and kicked by the Qinguan clan, under continuous attacks. The pain caused by the highly toxic substance seems to have really diminished, and it's also decreasing. At this moment, Zhongqing Wang, who was seeing improvement, at the thought of being poisoned by Zhang Xian, I was so angry that my whole body trembled. But just when he wanted to continue cursing the other person for this shaking body, a sharp pain struck again. So he quickly looked at the steward. Shouting loudly is not good anymore. It's going to happen again. Hurry up and draw me. However, Zhang Xian, who had just walked out of the famous teacher hall, also smiled at this moment. Indeed, it is still useful. Actually, when he was pouring fine wine for King Zhongqing earlier, I quietly left one. Consciousness is hidden in the true qi of the heavenly Tao, hidden inside the other person's body. Even the strongest in the Genshin realm are unable to do so. Detected that it was triggered whenever the other party insulted Zhang Xian. This true qi of the heavenly way, it will become highly toxic and wreak havoc within its body. It's precisely because he left behind a backhand. He didn't hesitate to return the Zhongqing king to the emperor. Anyway, life and death are in his mind. It doesn't matter whether you take it or not. Originally, Zhang Xian left the intelligence officer behind. It's just for use as a wife. Little does one think. This guy actually believed in this face-slapping therapy. This actually saved Zhang Xian a lot of trouble. After all, under his conscious control, although face-slapping therapy, it seems to be able to treat the corrosion caused by the heavenly Tao poison gas, but it can also be repeated. When smoking, it can detoxify. Not smoking will trigger another attack. This interesting thing can also be played for several days. But I just don't know. Can this Prince Zhong hold on for so long? Soon Zhang Xian followed behind Wu Shi. They also arrived in front of their current location. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked around in confusion. I just realized, this is actually a huge trading venue. So I asked Wu Shi strangely, aren't we going to the treasure room union? At this moment, Lao Wu smiled and said, you are also aware of the characteristics of the treasure room union. As long as it is established, the surroundings will definitely evolve into a shopping mall. This is an unavoidable matter. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian also understood. Come here. And then I asked, by the way, what exactly is the tasting event you mentioned before? Why did the president of the calligraphers union also come? Upon hearing the inquiry, old Wu finally explained. The treasure to be tasted tonight. He is an old man from Mubei who lived 2,000 years ago. The calligraphy and painting left behind. He is from the history of the Qingyuan Empire. The most famous calligrapher and painter. Extremely talented. He has already reached the 8-star level before the age of 300. It's just a pity. On the third day after celebrating his 300th birthday, disappeared without a trace. No one knows exactly where they went. The plan was framed by someone. After speaking, seeing Zhang Xian's confusion about the term old man Wu Bei, continuing to explain, the reason why he calls himself the monument-free old man, it's related to his own experiences. It is said that his talent was average when he was young, not showing off the Mountain Dew. Until the age of over 180, they had not yet reached the stage of fertility. He thought he would die soon. Unexpectedly, I suddenly developed a talent for calligraphy and painting, like the possession of ghosts and gods. In just 10 years, he reached the level of 7 stars. Through this cultivation, the Holy Maiden also broke through. because I was getting older when I broke through. It looks very old and slow. Self-proclaimed as an elderly person. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian nodded in response. Then the two continued walking into the mall. At this moment, Wu Shikai introduced to Zhang Xian that the items on the first floor of the mall are all groceries. The price is not too high. Almost everyone who comes to buy carries the mentality of Tao Wu, the best that can be found through online shopping. If you can't find it, you won't lose too much. Starting from the second floor, there will be many treasures. There is also a certificate of authentication from an appraiser, despite the high price. But we can guarantee that what we bought is not counterfeit. After finishing speaking, Jian didn't have much interest. Just walked straight to the tasting event on the 5th floor. Just came up. Zhang Xian saw it. Zhang Zhouxiao, who was practicing at Lianqing Bridge earlier, is also here. At this moment, the badge hanging on his chest is not that of a renowned teacher, but it's the 7-star badge of an appraiser. Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned at this moment. He didn't expect this guy in front of him. Surprisingly, he is still an appraiser. However, just as he was lamenting about it, I saw an old man greet me, laugh and curse at Wu Rafeng. It seems that I won't invite you. You didn't know you came to see me, did you? Have you already forgotten the kindness of your old friend? Ignoring classical Chinese, just take 2 steps to reach the old man. Pei Xiao said, how could this be possible? I just came back not long ago. Some things are waiting to be dealt with. And Zhang Xianjian and the other person exchanged pleasantries in a low voice. The relationship is very harmonious. I also nodded happily for them. Just as he was observing the affairs of the president in front of him, immediately arrived. A gaze fixed intently on him. So when I looked up, I realized it was Zhang Zhouxiao. He looked at himself with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Zhang Xian was also very puzzled when she saw the situation. I haven't offended him myself. Why do you have such hostility towards yourself? I have met him before. Just afraid that the other party might misunderstand at that time. He even specially cheered for him to show encouragement. Such a friendly attitude. Let's just ignore it without reasoning. What is Dottie doing here? Therefore, when Zhang Xian was lamenting about the difficulty of being a good person, the other party walked up in the opposite direction, and he clasped his fists and said, under Zhang Zhouxiao, I don't know how to address you. After speaking, Zhang Zhouxiao heard the other party's response. I was immediately scared and peed all over the ground. This guy in front of me, in order to pretend to be 13 in front of perverts. The result was immediately mercilessly slapped in the face. Just now, Zhang Xian came to the treasure appraisal room union, looking at Wu Shizhang and the chairman in front of us. When exchanging pleasantries, not far away, Zhang Zhouxiao greeted him. I introduced myself. Zhang Xian saw the situation, also politely respond to the other person's own name. After hearing this name, Zhang Zhouxiao, I was suddenly startled. I suddenly realized and asked, are you Zhang Xian, the new dean of Hongyuan Famous Teachers College? I have heard of your deeds. No wonder you can be so extraordinary in your mindset. Easily unify a college through the heart-refining bridge. It is indeed difficult to achieve without a strong mindset. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai waved his hand in response. It is said that many teachers and students in the college carried cases. Somewhat reluctantly. I am also planning to resign now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhouxiao nodded in agreement. Also for someone of your age, lack of experience, directly become the dean of the renowned teacher college. It will indeed tarnish the reputation of the college. At this point, Zhang Xian, I didn't expect the other party to use their low-key rhetoric. Take it seriously. So he shook his head. Just as I was about to leave, I heard him say that Wu Shi can bring you to this tasting event again. It seems that I attach great importance to you. I just don't know if Zhang Shi has learned how to appraise treasures. At this moment, Zhang Xian gave a bitter smile and spoke for a moment. But it's only a 5-star rating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhouxiao just looked at the other person and said, actually, based on your age, reaching 5 stars is also considered good. Study hard in the future. It's also possible to surpass me. However, in theory, you are just a 5-star appraiser. I am not qualified to attend this grand event. It should be a reprint without a teacher. That's why I brought you here to broaden your horizons, right? Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I just casually responded with a sentence like this, right? At this moment, Zhang Zhouxiao continued to talk about this tasting event. We invited many strong people over. They are all leading figures in their respective professions. They may bring out a lot of treasures at that time. I know you. It's also considered fate. Besides, everyone's surname is Zhang. How about this? You'll follow me later. If there is anything I don't know or understand, you can directly inquire. Everyone is a renowned teacher. Can I give you some guidance? By the way, it will help you improve your knowledge of treasure hunting. This is also expected. Perhaps this time will make you suddenly realize, taking the opportunity to challenge a 6-star appraiser may not necessarily be the case. I heard him say that. Zhang Xian nodded politely. If you respond, you'll be tired. Just Zhang Zhouxiao broke through the heart-refining bridge before. I was hit by Dean Zhang in front of me. Now I also want to regain a city. Retrieve some face. So he looked at the other person with a calm expression. You don't have to be polite, although I am a renowned teacher. But he also put in a great deal of effort in the field of treasure hunting. The Treasure Appraisers Union in Qingyuan Imperial City is somewhat well known. I still have some face. When Zhang Xian heard this, she was about to say something. Just heard from the side. Wu Shichao greeted himself. Then he said, Chairman Mu, this is my friend Zhang Xian. Teacher Zhang, don't be fooled by his young age. But he is also a rare genius. I was planning to come to you to assess the appraiser. Now that we have encountered each other, just get to know each other in advance. Chairman Mu heard this. I was also stunned for a moment. Just then asked, I thought it was your junior. After all, Wu was already 700 or 800 years old. Lao Mu originally thought. He brought a young man in his 20s with him. Is it a newly recruited disciple or junior? I didn't expect it to be a friend. Can you call it that? Indicating a growing emphasis on peer communication. Lao Wu heard the other party say so. I quickly waved my hand back to Zhang Shidakai. Calling friends is all about me, Gaopan. How could it be a junior? I dare not. However, Chairman Mu saw his old friend being so cautious. There is no trace of pretending to be humble. I looked at Zhang Xuanye with confusion. At this moment, he has become particularly concerned about his previous marriage. Then he politely said, since Wu Shi highly values Zhang Shimen, then you are also a friend of me, Mu. After all, he and Wu Shi have been old friends for many years. Knowing that the other party has always been aloof. Pay attention to rules and regulations. He can say that now. This is enough to illustrate. The young man in front of us is real and not simple. Zhang Xian saw the other party being so polite. I also clasped my fists and saluted. President Dao Mu was polite. Lao Mu's classical Chinese also has a few simple polite words. Then he turned around and looked at the student beside him, saying Zhouxiao, although you are about the same age. But since this Zhang Shi is my friend, that's your senior uncle. Come on, hurry up and call uncle. As soon as these words are spoken, Zhang Zhouxiao's body couldn't help but shake beside him. Almost vomited blood on the spot. Just finished speaking and wanted to cover the other person. Let him follow behind to study. The result is such a relationship. So he, who was holding back until his face turned red, shouted a book. So that's it. A few people had a brief chat. President Mu greeted them and asked them to go in together. Soon, a few people arrived at the innermost table in the hall. I sat down. And Zhang Zhouxia just wanted to sit side by side like them. I was shouted 9 heavens by the chairman. Please stand behind me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhouxiao, nodding with a resentful expression on his face. I just stood at the back. He was originally planning to rely on his identity as a 7-star treasure appraiser. Can win back a city in front of the other party. The results haven't started showing yet. I was pressed down by the other party to the point where I couldn't lift my head. However, at this moment, Chairman Mu sat down and, just look at the person not far away. Since everyone has arrived, can my friend take out your belongings now? And the man wearing a mask sitting across from him. Only then did he speak up, everyone. They are all influential figures in Qingyuan City. There is another famous teacher's hall without a master to sit in. I naturally believe in credibility. Just the ugly words were spoken earlier. Things are only for you to taste. Find a way to crack the formation left above. As for what was sealed inside, what did you see? I have no intention of selling it. Of course, as long as you can help me solve the problem, there must be generous gifts given as gifts. President Mu waved his hand in response to these words and said, don't worry, I can find them. It must be trustworthy. The masked man heard the president say so, just nodded in response. I trust President Mu's character. Then the wrist rolled over. A scroll appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, he gently opened it. A landscape immediately appeared. The emerald green mountain peak is right in front of us. Birds and animals chirping on the mountain. The murmuring water give people a feeling that is both real and illusory. It's like there really is a mountain peak standing not far away. You can even feel it on your face. The warm scent emanating from it. However, an old man saw the painting on the scroll. I was so excited that I suddenly stood up, shout loudly that this is an 8-star level calligraphy and painting. It has already reached a realm that is both real and illusory. Zhang Xian heard the old man in front of her say so. I asked in confusion, what is something like reality or illusion? At this moment, the wizard lowered his voice, explaining that being both real and illusory is the ability of the 8 classics of calligraphy and painting. Reaching this level, the painting created is just like real. Ordinary people cannot tell the truth from falsehood. The most crucial thing is that calligraphy and painting can automatically absorb spiritual energy, maintain spiritual survival inside. Even after practicing for a long time, it can automatically jump out. Like life. In other words, calligraphy that has reached this level is already as authentic as real. Seemingly true but not true. Seemingly illusory, not illusory. After learning about the situation, Zhang Xian was shocked by it. So I opened the eyes of fame and fortune. I looked over at the painting. After looking around, I didn't find anything. Then he shook his head and let out a sigh. It seems that my own strength is still too low. Although there is no problem seeing through the painting of the 7th Jin dynasty, but it's still difficult to achieve in the 8th Jin dynasty. At this moment, not only Zhang Xian, but also he didn't notice. Everyone in the room also frowned one by one. Lower your voice. Everyone is discussing. I didn't seem to notice it either. At this moment, Chairman Mu was puzzled by the painting in front of him, so he stood up and asked if I could come closer and take a closer look. However, after obtaining the shadow of the masked man, 2 steps forward, take out an enlarged crystal ball. I looked over slowly. Not long after, I looked at the masked man. I asked a friend, can you elaborate on the so-called seal? Where exactly is it? What form is it again? Thus, no need to guess, everyone. Find a way to crack it directly. Upon hearing this, the masked man responded with a disappointed expression. Chairman Mu, didn't you see it either? I thought I couldn't even see the seal. How can we crack it? And the old man who just expressed his opinion. At this moment, he also got up and came up to him. Just for the calligrapher and painter, the identification method is different from that of our appraiser. What was taken out was not a crystal ball, but it's a dry brush. At this moment, I saw him waving his pen and dancing in the air, like soaring calligraphy and painting. But Wu Shijian and Zhang Xian sitting in front were puzzled. Just use phonetics to say to him. He did this by analyzing the painting style of the artwork, to understand the emotions of calligraphers and painters. However, after copying for a moment, the old man, at this moment, the more furrowed the brow, the tighter it becomes. Then he turned around and said, this painting flows like clouds in water. Make smooth reading, without any hindrance. I also feel that there is no seal. If it really exists, absolutely not so smooth. But it's hard to see this president say that with a mask. Shake your hand. Just a displeased response, saying that there was no seal. I wouldn't have paid such a price to find you all. Do you think I'm just idle and bored? I'm intentionally here to entertain you. He thought. The people present. They are the pinnacle figures of every profession in Qingyuan City. Being able to see the unusual nature of the painting at a glance. But now it seems that he's overthinking it. Not long after, everyone present took turns to come forward and watch. In the end, they all returned empty-handed. At this moment, Chairman Mu saw everyone with a dejected expression on their face. I just waved my hand and said, okay, this friend, don't sell any secrets either. We can't see where the seal is located, but with the power of so many people, it is still possible to break through together. What exactly is the seal? Where are you? Just say it directly. Masked man heard this. The disappointment in my eyes grew even stronger. Just apart from following what the other party said, there's no better way either. So he shook his head and said, the seal is within this cloud and mist. If you guess correctly, under the clouds and mist, there is still a painting. And what secrets are involved? Unfortunately, I can't see or go. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone quickly got up. I looked towards the mountainside in the painting. I've been watching for half a day, but still haven't discovered any seals. And Zhang Xian, who was sitting in his original position, was also very strange about this. Even if you use the eye of reason, I don't see anything special either. At this moment, the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Union glanced again, so I couldn't help but ask, how can you be sure that this white cloud is the seal? The masked man shook his head and sighed upon hearing these words. Then he turned around and ordered to bring a torch over. Quickly, a young appraiser took a torch. Deliver it to the other party. At this moment, I saw the masked man receive the torch, gently place it in front, gently grill. The entire mountain range immediately changed color, from the previous emerald green to deep gray. Only the white clouds remained unchanged. The president of the Calligraphy and Painting Union who witnessed the scene, I couldn't help but contract my pupils. I exclaimed repeatedly that the white clouds had not changed. This indicates that the painting was not made of copper lacquer. The difference between the two is at least 30 years. I didn't even notice it just now. The tomb director added a sentence in classical Chinese. These two can be fully combined. Let's not see if it was painted by the same person. And when drawing white clouds, the proportion has increased again. Can it fit so well with the original painting? Difficult to detect. Everyone exclaimed with emotion upon hearing this. But even if we know where the seal is now, I can't untie it either. However, the masked man saw that everyone was helpless. I also shook my head helplessly and sighed. It seems that I overestimated the Qingyuan imperial city. After speaking, just as I was about to step forward and put away the painting, Zhang Xian walked over. Also, could I take a look? After all, he felt a bit strange about this painting. I also want to confirm the doubts in my heart. Just haven't waited for him to come up to him yet. A voice came from behind. You're just a 5-star sword gemstone. What can be seen? Let me handle it. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiu walked over with a proud expression on his face. Come up to me. Fingers on the scroll. Gently swipe up. Speaking of this kind of 8-force painting, I've seen it before. Know the way this seal is used. The masked man immediately stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. I quickly turned around and asked, have you seen it before? Please provide me with a famous quote. If it can be untied, I am willing to give a generous gift. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiu lifted his head and straightened his chest, confidently explained with a face full of confidence. This type of seal is called a cloud seal. It is done by filling ink to cover the previous layer. But it doesn't harm its roots. If you guessed correctly, special spirituality has been incorporated into it. Otherwise, over time, it will inevitably merge completely. Everyone heard this. Everyone showed a puzzled expression. Look at the young man in front of you. Ask him what Feng Yunko is. Zhang Jiuxiu saw everyone's gaze turn towards him. Just continued to respond with a proud tone. Previously in the family, I have seen someone break this seal with my own eyes. Therefore, they also know how to solve it. As soon as these words are spoken, people who know him argue that he is the descendant of the sage Zhang family. Our first day in Qingyuan City. Masked man who heard the discussion. Hurry up and greet me with a fist, asking, I don't know if you have any way to solve it. This guy in front of me is pretending to be 13 in front of a pervert. As a result, he disguised himself as the king of fruits. Just now, Zhang Shengang finished speaking. When you want to take a look at this 8-piece painting in front of you. But unexpectedly, he was ridiculed by Zhang Jiuxiu behind him. He's just a 5-star sword gemstone. Therefore, Zhang Jiuxiu relies on himself being a descendant of the sage Zhang family. The title of the first genius of Qingyuan City. Make the masked man who had lost confidence before immediately ecstatic. Hug each other and ask if they have any solutions. At this point, Zhang Jiuxiu responded that it was actually quite simple. I want to break the seal. Just find someone who is good at the soul. Using the soul as a lever, attract the spirituality contained within it. The seal naturally dissipates. I heard the other person say that. The masked man hesitated for a moment. Just keep asking. I don't know what you're saying about being good at the soul. What level do I need to reach? Then I heard Zhang Jiuxiu say, need for precise soul control like the law, and it can't be too strong. Otherwise, it will damage the painting. Turn Ba Jing's paintings into waste. Of course, the most important thing is, this person must know where spirituality lies. Having a deep understanding of calligraphy and painting is essential. The masked man was taken aback upon hearing these words. Then he anxiously asked the other party, where should I find such a person? At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiu looked at the painting with great enthusiasm. I responded by saying there's no need to look. However, the masked man was very excited when he heard the other person say that. After all, ever since I arrived, he showed off his rebellious attitude. Even my teacher and others didn't take it to heart. At this moment, I heard Zhang Jiuxiu say the name of the seal. And it can solve, so I can't hold back anymore. At this moment, he ignored everyone's shock. Please salute with a fist. Please ask Zhang to solve the seal for me. Zhang Jiu sharpened his sword. The other party's attitude is like this. I also saw everyone's shocked expressions. In an instant, I felt, I am the most beautiful guy in the whole room. So they took 2 steps to the painting and calligraphy. Take out a brush. Just instruct Zhang Xian on the side. Let him study ink for himself. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words. Then he asked with an incredulous expression on his face. Are you calling me Yan Mo? At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiu lifted his eyelids. A proud aura arises spontaneously. Then he calmly said something good. I need to solve the seal. So many people present must also want to take a look. Such an important matter. I'm sure you're also duty-bound, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also shook her head helplessly. Heart wants to truly unlock the seal. Let's stick to Yanma. It doesn't matter anyway. Just in time to see the magic of Ba Jin's paintings. So I just gave a bitter smile. Okay. I'll be right there. Go up and take out the inkstone to start grinding ink. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiu saw. The other party was intimidated by their own damn temperament. Do things obediently. Not a word of nonsense. Inner joy. It gave him a sense of great victory. So I dipped myself in a brush. Just lightly tap on the scroll. However, the ink has not yet dripped onto the screen. Instead, it stopped in the void. Suspended in mid-air. Accompanied by a roar. A cloud exactly like the one in the painting. It appeared in the air. Quietly suspended. After finishing these, Zhang Jiuxiu pondered for a moment. It looks like it's confirmed. The position of spirituality under the clouds. So he waved his hand and sent the ink back to the inkstone. Raise your eyebrows. Concentrate spirit. The power of the soul immediately spread towards the painting. However, Zhang Xian, who was standing aside, saw the scene. I also secretly exclaimed that it was good. Soul power is indeed pure and pure. It seems that this special cultivation secret method, related to the sage Zhang family. After feeling emotional in my heart, seeing no one paying attention to oneself, just quietly reach out and touch the painting. Immediately, a related book appeared in my mind. But at this moment, Zhang Zhouxiao's face suddenly turned pale beside him. So I didn't care about the books in my mind either. I immediately asked what was wrong with you. However, we haven't had a chance yet. When everyone asks what happened, I saw Zhang Zhouxiao's face turn pale again. Immediately, there was a stumble under my feet. I took 7 or 8 steps back repeatedly. With a mouthful of fresh blood spewing out, it finally stopped. Seeing this scene, Chairman Mu, who was standing nearby, hurriedly came up to him. At this moment, Zhang Zhouxiao saw the teacher so nervous, just shook my head and replied, "I'm fine. Only the soul is attacked by the transformation into spirituality." Just as I was about to continue speaking, I saw the teacher looking at me with a frightened expression on his face. So he frowned and asked the teacher, "What's wrong with you?" Thinking to myself that even if I knew how to solve the seal, I have more knowledge in this area than the teacher, he wouldn't be so shocked, would he? At this moment, President Mu looked at his most proud student, suddenly becoming like this. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Mimi, you have durian on your head. Just haven't waited for the other party to react yet." The old man beside also echoed, "Not just above his head, your but also has a tail." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhouxiao immediately turned his head to look. However, seeing the tail on the buttocks, the pupils suddenly contracted. Spray out a mouthful of fresh blood directly. Subsequently, through divine consciousness, it was also observed. The thing that grows on one's own head is like a durian. My whole head is covered in spikes. See here. My face turned pale. Startled by himself, he took several steps back in a row. Just stopped. At this moment, he seemed to be going crazy. He really didn't expect it. Just drew a soul power, entering calligraphy and painting to crack seals. But he has grown so many useless things on his body. However, at this moment, Chairman Wan just got up from one of the seats. Explain that. You have the spirituality of being planted with plants inside your body. This kind of spirituality will take root and sprout, and grow into this. But the good thing is, these are just ordinary plant spirituality. If it's anything else, then, I'm afraid the president will be faster. Zhang Zhouxiao heard plants growing inside his body. The corners of the mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. I feel like I'm going crazy. So I quickly asked, why does my body have plant spirituality? What the hell is going on here? Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian responded with a sympathetic expression on her face. It should be that you want to remove the spirituality from the painting. The result was a backlash. After all, this situation, he saw it on the head of the hall before. So I also understand the reasons behind it. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Xian also informed the other party of the handling method. But Zhang Zhouxiao in front of him heard, we need to open our souls to him. Allow for internal exploration. If you erase it again, it will be directly rejected. After all, he is a descendant of the sage Zhang family. The soul is involved in many secrets. How could it be opened up to an outsider at will? But Zhang Xianjian disagrees with the other party. Think for a moment before saying this. Okay, let me first take a look at the spirituality in this painting. Then find a way to prescribe the right medicine. Perhaps, can configure drugs that can erase spirituality for you. After speaking, the other party agreed to this approach. Zhang Xian looked at the painting in front of her. Quickly enter the sea of corpses with spirit. Go through the books in the library. I will come out of the library soon. Just look at the masked man. I asked where you got this picture from. Masked man heard this. He responded with a displeased expression on his face, saying, I just invited you all over. Just help me unlock the seal. I don't need to tell you the origin of the picture, do I? However, after understanding the situation, Zhang Xian carried her hands behind her back. A straight face. Just respond by saying, you really don't need to say where the picture came from. The spine swamp is extremely humid. Although this picture is just a painting or calligraphy. But I have been immersed in this place for over 2,000 years. Still covered in moist air. As long as you get close, you can perceive it. So burning it with a flame will change its original appearance. Speaking of which, Zhang Xianjian, the masked man, shook his body slightly. Continuing, the danger of the spine swamp is high. There are also many opportunities available. Can we find the works left by our elders back then? It's nothing. It's just that our elders left behind calligraphy and painting 30 years later, but deliberately hiding the secrets in the mountains. This indicates that they do not want future generations to know. And this secret may involve quite a bit, right? After speaking, I saw the other person start to feel. Everyone is unable to unlock the seal. impatiently wanting to take away the painting. But only then did Zhang Xian respond by saying, "Who said it's impossible to unlock the seal? Since you don't want to say more about this painting, I'm too lazy to analyze the origin of it. The material of this painting. It is made by fusing the skin of a greenhorn fish with the skin of a whitehorn deer. The ink used is a fusion of turquoise and crystal water. Therefore, although it has gone through more than 2,000 years, not only is there no decay at all, instead, it became even more dazzling. It gave people a deeper feeling. Observe the color and variation of ink. You should have retrieved it from the burial site for about 3 years, and the time to complete the painting is 2,142, calculated by time. It should have been painted by Mr. Wu Bei when he was 270 years old. The cloud that was added last. He left it at the age of 300. In other words, after making up for these, he disappeared. No one knows whether he was killed or kidnapped." Everyone heard this. They were all shocked and stunned, and Chairman Mu beside him was even more terrified. He carefully observed for a long time just now. "I didn't even see the specific name of this painting. The little friend in front of me just glanced at it. I know it in so much detail." His ability to discern treasures is also too terrifying, isn't it? However, after listening to the analysis, Zhang Zhouxiao, who had durian on his head, my body couldn't help but shake. Black eyes. I almost cried. At this moment, Zhang Xian continued to talk about the 300-year-old Mr. Wu Bei. The cultivation has reached the realm of being out of the body. The clouds he left behind, combining the realistic and illusory realm of calligraphy and painting, make it difficult for people to find clues. It's also difficult to crack. Mask heard, with a straight gaze, just responded saying, "You have noticed the material and the time of painting, but this is of no use for cracking the seal, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian chuckled softly and said, "Yes. No indirect effect, but we can infer the cause of the statement based on this. Analyze why the other party left a seal, and insufficient sealing and loopholes." I heard him say that. Zhang Zhouxiao on the side responded with a displeased expression on his face. The era of words alone. It can be inferred that there are deficiencies and loopholes in the seal. That's a bit arrogant, although everyone didn't say anything about it. But I also quite agree with Zhouxiao's viewpoint. Pay close attention to the age of the painting. Can it be precise to which year? At most, it can indicate that you have strong ability to discern treasures. But what does it have to do with sealing? And Zhang Xian responded to these questions. I just chuckled softly and said, "I don't understand. It doesn't mean I can't tell." After speaking, he confidently walked around the calligraphy and painting with a face full of confidence. Suddenly turning his head, he looked at the old man not far away. I asked a question. "This must be the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Studio Union, right?" The old man heard this. I stood up and clasped my fists in response, saying, "I'm cute, Chong Tian, as the president of the Calligraphy and Painting City Trade Union." After receiving a response, Zhang Xian continued to talk about this matter. "President Dao Meng, I would appreciate it if you could tell everyone about it. 2,140 years ago, our Qingyuan Imperial City Calligraphy and Painting City Trade Union. What kind of painting style has been passed down? What kind of pen and ink are you good at using?" After pondering classical Chinese for a moment, the old man just responded that Qingyuan Imperial City was over 2,100 years ago. The popular technique is the fixed board drawing method. That is to say, it is the same as printing and publishing. When painting, follow a specific format, specific size, fixed layer by layer application. This painting method. Usually, a layer of ink is first applied to the paper. Then color it layer by layer. Every layer strives for perfection. No mistakes occur. Although this may seem cumbersome, but it can make the painting neat and tidy. No disclosure occurs. However, after listening to the explanation, Zhang Xian, I also nodded in satisfaction and said yes. It's a fixed printing technique. This painting method can certainly make the work incredibly neat and tidy, like printing. But there are also significant flaws. That means all ink usage must be the same. The entire painting is as smooth as a knife cutting. Otherwise, they will be ridiculed by others for going against the norm. The level is too poor. Look at this painting. Regardless of the landscape, still the sky and flowers around me, all used the same thickness. Listen here. The masked man snorted coldly. I don't care how flat it is. I just need to crack the seal. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian followed with a calm and composed expression. You don't have to worry either. Let me finish speaking first. If you want to crack the seal, you must know these things. I already said it just now. This finished product was created between two eras. 30 years have passed since then. That means the painting was complete 30 years ago. The picture must also be flat. Can be done in 30 years. What is this unmarked old man trying to cover up? Intentionally added white clouds on top. Since ink has been added, the thickness is definitely different. Now, everyone, take a look at the location of Bayun. Can you see something? When everyone heard this, they coincidentally looked towards the white clouds in the painting seat. After observation, it was discovered that the entire painting was also flat. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that everyone could tell. Continuing, it seems unnecessary to say more. Everyone can see that it is flat. This also indicates that he not only added ink on it, I also removed a layer from the original pattern. Upon hearing this analysis, President Meng Chong, I couldn't help but ask a question. Cut off the original work, then redraw it with a different one. How could this be accomplished? It's difficult for Zhang Xian's classical Chinese to respond lightly. But what if the Void Spirit book was used? This is just like what Zhang Jiu arrogantly said in his poem. Added a special spirituality in the middle. If we compare Bai Yun and the previous painting to two pieces of paper, this spirituality is like glue. Let them merge perfectly, but without interfering with each other. After listening to the explanation, everyone finally understood what was going on. And Zhang Jiuxiu heard this theory. He also sneered with disdain and kept talking about it. It's not the same as my result yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head helplessly and responded that it was different. Although you know there is a spiritual mixture between the two paintings, do you know why this situation occurred? Do you know how to eliminate it? The pervert in front of us started acting like a demon again today, just diving into the painting to deal with the other party. Some problems dare to charge exorbitant prices. Just now, Zhang Xian stood in front of a painting that left people puzzled. Analyzed the origin of this painting for everyone. Compared to the painting techniques of the past, Zhang Jiuxiu saw the other party circling around. The final conclusion is the same as what he got. With a disdainful expression on his face, he painted. After hearing this, Zhang Xian, just shaking my head helplessly. The response is that you know there is a spiritual mixture between the two paintings. But do you know why this situation happened? Do you know how to eliminate it? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jiuxiu was speechless. Why does he know these things? Because I have personally witnessed it in my family. Someone has cracked similar works before. As for why we have to do this, how to crack without knowing. At this moment, Zhang Xian no longer paid attention to this durian brother. Looking at the painting in front of me, just continue to explain that spirituality blends two paintings together. Can play a fixed role. According to normal circumstances, it's difficult to separate by any means, if we force ourselves to do it. On the contrary, both paintings will be scrapped. It's like planning to use glue. Separate two sheets of paper that have been stuck for thousands of years. Even if it succeeds, just confirm the artwork below. Can you still recognize it? Masked man heard this. The whole person no longer has the previous arrogance. Instead, it became listless. So he cautiously approached and asked, I don't know if Zhang Shik has a solution. Can you guarantee that there won't be any problems below? At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded and responded with a simple sentence. If he merges with something else, it's really difficult to complete it. But it's actually easier to use spirituality. Integrating the spirituality of two paintings is similar to the spirituality of plants. Only grow or operate in a specific way. Its purpose is to complete certain tasks. It doesn't have self-awareness itself. This spiritual task, it's about merging two paintings together, never separated. If I could make it move, materialism possesses its own spiritual intelligence. Do you think it will continue to merge? When everyone heard this, I seemed to understand something. If this spirituality has a mole, the white clouds on the painting seem to have developed sores on their bodies. It will be extremely uncomfortable. It will definitely get rid of it. In truth, I just want to awaken this spirituality. I'm afraid it's not easy, right? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Xian just smiled and said that this method of awakening is indeed not easy, but I happen to be able to do it. Masked man in classical Chinese immediately bowed. I said one sentence and asked for Zhang Shi's help. If it can be completed, there must be generous gifts given to me below. At this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at the other party. I just responded that you don't need to rush yet, even if I can do it. But in order to ensure that the two husbands are not harmed, we also need to confirm some things first. Speaking of which, paused for a moment. Just take out a brush. Continuing, this painting is a whole. To stand up, one must destroy the artistic conception of the painting, or open a gap. Let consciousness enter into it. If we do this, damage to the painting. Please forgive me. After speaking, obtain the owner's pronunciation of the painting. Zhang Xian is holding a brush in his hand. Just when I was about to touch the ink, suddenly, I thought of something. So my brow furrowed. Just look at Zhang Jiuxiu not far away. Give me a scolding and I'll say you're still a 7-star master. Why is there no strength at all? Hurry up and cover up. However, upon hearing the scolding, Zhang Jiuxiu stumbled and stumbled. I almost fell to my death. Just now, he let the other party drown him out. But now it falls back on its own head. Just as he was about to get angry, his face turned red from being held back. I just heard the other person scolding again. Do you disagree? I need to solve the seal. So many people present must also want to take a look. Such an important matter. You should also be duty-bound, right? Upon hearing this, the anger in my heart is completely bottled up in my chest. I can no longer say just words. After all, he knows the phrase. I was just so full of energy just now, commanding the other party. And now he is saying these words to himself. It's understandable. So I forcefully suppressed the depression in my heart. He walked up to me with unwillingness and began to study ink. However, Zhang Xian saw that he no longer talked nonsense. I also nodded with satisfaction. After all, Zhang Xian is not someone who holds grudges. Because if there is a grudge, it should be avenged on the spot. And when the other party's hostility met, Zhang Xian also noticed it. Since it is so, he doesn't need to be a good person, does he? Besides, this guy's family wants to marry Luoshi. At first, Feng Sun just confessed his feelings. He was beaten up and turned into a pig's head. I almost didn't hang up. Although I don't know where this guy's family is. Temporary strength is not qualified to cause trouble for them. But it doesn't prevent us from collecting some interest first. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other party had finished studying ink. I was thinking of using a brush to break the artistic conception of this painting. When the mind enters, suddenly, a thought moved in my heart. Just look up at Chairman Meng Chong not far away. Speaking of President Dao Meng, I don't know if you have any calligraphy or painting books that you carry with you here. 6 or 7 classics are required. The more quantity, the better. I want to find the most suitable point to activate spirituality. Only then can we achieve 2 things without harming each other. So I want to see if there are any similar books available. You can learn from it. Upon hearing this, President Meng also shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect it at this critical moment. This guy actually said he wants to read a book. So I responded that I didn't bring much with me. It's just that the Calligraphy and Painting Studio Union is not far from here. I can go over and get some. After speaking, he turned around and walked out. Not long. President Meng has returned once again. Flipped through casually. Placed tens of thousands of books on an empty space in the lobby. And at this moment, Zhang Xian didn't say much nonsense and took a few steps closer to him. Quickly scan the books in front of you. And pretend to take it. I started reading one of the books. The whole person's consciousness enters the library. Quickly merged into 2 books. The painting method of the 6 or 7 layers of the Heavenly Tao book. So that's it. It took an hour. Transfer knowledge of 2 levels. I have already learned the realm of integration and cohesion. At this moment, he also reached the peak of the 7 stars. Understanding of calligraphy and painting. It is also comparable to an 8-star junior master of calligraphy and painting. Then he held the book in his hand. Turning around, he returned to the crowd. However, the masked man saw him walk back. Just asked the zombie with a worried expression on his face. Can we start now? Zhang Xianwen walked 2 steps to the painting seat. Just respond by saying that we can start now. After finishing speaking, he picked up the brush and casually picked it up. Find the right place to write. Raise your hand and soar away in the air. Blink time. A picture appeared before my eyes, quietly suspended in mid-air. And President Meng Chong next to him saw this scene. My pupils couldn't help but twitch. Although in the eyes of everyone, draw the time of these few brats randomly, but in his eyes, this technique of flowing clouds and water. It contains a beautiful artistic conception inside. It has already reached an extremely profound realm. Speaking of Zhang Zhouxiao just now, it's also very powerful to use the Void Spirit book. Can be compared with Zhang Xian. He's just fur. Then I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What a clever Void Uncle Lin. However, Chairman Mu, who was standing beside him, turned his head and looked over. Asking is very clever. How about it compared to you? Feng Chong gave a bitter smile in classical Chinese. To be honest, I am far inferior to him. Every stroke and painting in the opponent's Void Forest book carries its own charm. It gives people a sense of reality and illusion. It seems like they could become independent at any moment, becoming a real thing. I am already infinitely close to the 8 realms of painting and calligraphy. Compared to others, I'm far behind. And I have always believed that. Zhang Zhouxiao, who is countless times more powerful than the other party. See this. The whole person was scared all over their face, convulsing so simultaneously. Zhang Xian was shocked by the crowd. A gate has already been drawn, suspended in mid-air. But everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. I don't even know that this genius in front of me has drawn a door. What exactly do you want? However, there are talented individuals in the crowd who have reacted. With a face full of admiration, he said about this landscape painting. In our opinion, it's like being printed on the outside of a window, although it looks very close. In fact, there is a certain distance. If you want to approach with consciousness, there's only one way. Just open the door and come up to me. Otherwise, we'll never get there. But while everyone was discussing, the intention behind the drawn pattern is, Zhang Xian has already painted the gate. After putting away the pen, stretch out casually. I press down on the painting suspended in the air, accompanied by a roar. The mountain range in the painting before immediately appeared in front of everyone. This newly drawn door, it seems to connect the world of paintings. At this moment, everyone can enter the painting. However, after Zhang Xian finished these things, just turn your head and look at Lao Wu behind you. Tell the wizard, I'm about to start. Could you please keep an eye on me? Immediately after, old plate 7 sat on the ground. A mental movement. A thought. I walked in along the newly drawn door, just entered the gate. Immediately felt a strong dampness rushing towards me. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mind quickly moved forward, quickly arrived at the peak shrouded in white clouds. It's pitch black here. I can't see anything. Entering it is like entering the darkness of night. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian knew that this must be the reason why Lin Xingmei ignited it. So I didn't dare to pause for even half a minute. The method of immediately activating the spirit. My fingers suddenly pointed forward. More than 20 flames were lit in a row. Only then did it ignite the surroundings. However, there is still a trace of distance to fully activate spirituality. But even so, under the radiance, also illuminate all the darkness beneath the clouds and mist, the entire mountain peak suddenly appeared in its entirety before my eyes. What is presented here is a dense forest. It doesn't look much different from other places. Just on top of the mountain, under the projection of sunlight, a shadow of a phantom slowly emerged. It gives people a feeling of wanting to worship. Just when Zhang Xianran looked over at the figure, I just realized, this figure is none other than the Kong family we have seen before. Then my heart moved. I just realized that this painting was created by an old man without a monument, and the shadow left by Kong is naturally fake. But the phantom in front of me is full of charm. Give people a sense of reverence and worship. This is definitely not something that can be imagined just by thinking about it. Think of this. Zhang Xian also understood. Come here. The scenery here. It must be an old man without a monument. Through the scenes witnessed with one's own eyes, I recorded it. No wonder Wuxia said, this Wu Northman used to be very mediocre when he was young, suddenly enlightened after the age of 180. Not only is cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, in calligraphy and painting, they are also like mythical beasts. So, in that case, it is highly likely that it was due to seeing the phantom image of Master Kong, received guidance or something, just suddenly enlightened. The reason why white clouds are painted to cover it up. I'm afraid it was after painting back then. Once this matter is known to be leaked, there will inevitably be countless troubles. Perhaps these troubles have already arrived. After all, Zhang Xian has gone through the Heavenly Blade Master 4 times. His thinking is clear and organized. Although it seems like many things have no clue. But I thought about it for a while. Still able to speculate some terrifying fantasies. Why did it appear on this mountain range? Where is the location where it appeared? These are all issues. If discovered by someone with ulterior motives, it will inevitably cause great turbulence. As an 8-star calligrapher and painter, the unmarked old man who was once again a powerful figure in the exorcism realm, he couldn't have been unaware of the unfortunate decision he made. The work itself cannot bear to give up. I've been struggling for 30 years. The result still hasn't escaped fate. After understanding these, Zhang Xian quickly looked up. I looked towards the place where the terrifying phantom appeared. Now Kong will appear here. This indicates that it is similar to the centipede. There must be ruins left here. So the location of the figure was quickly determined. He immediately flew over. Just came up to him. I saw a figure standing in the mountains, in front of a huge stone. And this stone, but there is a crack that allows people to enter and exit. See here. When Zhang Xian was about to go in and take a look, always elusive, suddenly disappearing without a trace. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was immediately startled. I thought about it for a moment. I also understand. Come here. According to normal circumstances, the shadow in this painting should be able to appear continuously. Just the original painting was forcibly cut thin. The artistic conception that seems both real and illusory won't exist for long. With over 2,000 years of time fading away, being able to persist for so long is already considered good. Besides, Kong Shirshu doesn't matter anymore. I know. It's only at this crack, when we encounter this mountain in the future. You can also find it here. But the premise is, we need to first know where this mountain is located. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to come here. Understood these. Just as I was about to fully activate my spirituality and exit here, suddenly, a thought moved in my heart. That masked man is determined to break the seal, even willing to destroy an 8-piece painting. Is it difficult? I already know. There will be Kong's shadow under the white clouds. If that's really the case, after opening the seal, it was found that Kong's shadow was missing. I must also have doubts in my heart. It's just related to the Kong family. As long as there is a slight mistake, he will die like the old man without a monument. I don't even know what's going on. Think of this. Spiritual movement and ideation. Transform into a brush. As soon as my body swayed into the air, I started drawing in the sky. The painting will be completed soon. Zhang Xian just breathed a sigh of relief. Gently push your palm forward. Just print it on the place where the virtual image of Kong Lion appeared just now. Then he had a mental surge. Fully illuminate the surroundings. Accompanied by a roar. Zhang Xian knows that spirituality has been activated. I will no longer remain conscious. Immediately exit the portal and return to the physical body. At this moment, Zhang Xian sat cross-legged in front of the painting seat. I slowly opened my eyes. The masked man beside saw the other person wake up. I hurriedly asked how the situation was. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Xian's face turned pale. A feeble response, saying that it is fortunate not to be humiliated. It's just a huge loss. If you have premium snacks like Jing Yuan, give me 100 or 200 pieces. It should also help me recover some. Upon hearing this, the masked man immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. The black-robed person in front of us is trying to appear younger. Unexpectedly, he came out without wearing underwear and acted like a demon. Unexpectedly, I encountered this pervert Zhang Xian. Just now, after Zhang Xian came out of the 8-piece painting in front of her, I asked his master for 100 or 200 gold coins of the highest grade. Name said he wants to come and recover his strength. You know what? The royal family has accumulated over 10,000 years of accumulated fluid, only 17 of which remain, and now he wants 100 or 200 as soon as he speaks. This masked man was so scared that he stumbled. I almost fell to my death. Later, I saw him stand firm and steady. I replied that I don't have this thing, but if we really want to successfully break the seal, I definitely won't mistreat you. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party had the snack she wanted. I shook my head helplessly and let out a sigh, then gently tap onto the scroll, accompanied by a roar. Shuan suddenly stood up from the desktop. I even stretched lazily. It's like a lazy person just woke up. But we haven't waited for everyone to be completely shocked by this yet. I saw it transform into a body. He rushed straight out in a flash. However, the masked male doctor who witnessed this scene was cold and immediately sealed off the surrounding space. But Zhang Xian on the side didn't expect it. The opponent's strength is surprisingly a half step out of the Sheath Realm powerhouse. No wonder he dares to be so tough. Not caring at all about the numerous presidents and hall leaders. The painting over here. Seeing the surroundings being sealed off, he returned with a look of grievance on his face. Zhang Xian said to the masked man as soon as she saw this, "Let me discuss with him." After finishing speaking, he reached out his finger. However, the painting captures the spirit of one's own people. Reaching out, there was no intention of dodging. Immediately after, a thought came through. And then I also understood the other party's meaning. Shaking body. In the picture, the white clouds suspended on the mountain peak began to tremble incessantly. Everyone who can see the scene. At this moment, I am extremely excited. They didn't expect it. Being able to witness this miracle firsthand, and accompanied by the continuous shaking of the painting, the white clouds are trembling more and more violently. It's not long. I can't bear it anymore. The white clouds in front of me look like torn psoriasis. Fall directly to the ground. Everyone immediately looked towards the painting stand upon seeing the situation. Even the wizard couldn't help but look at the mountain peak. I want to see what's hidden underneath. Can make this masked man so anxious. Just glanced at the painting in front of me. The scenery of this place. There doesn't seem to be much difference from before. When I was feeling strange, I heard someone shouting from behind. "What do you see over there?" When everyone heard this, they looked over anxiously. Then I saw a crack in the middle of the mountain peak. There are countless strange stones. Built a bunch of natural hot springs. Several beautiful shadows are soaking in it. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, everyone burst into laughter with a sudden realization. Everyone thought this old man without a monument, spending so much effort on sealing. What secret has been locked? I didn't expect it to cover up my shame. Just the masked man beside saw the scene in front of him, roaring loudly, "Impossible." After all, for this painting, he put in countless efforts. I just want to see the secret under the seal. Surprisingly, it turned out that the beauty was taking a shower. This huge gap is driving him crazy. So he hurriedly rushed to the painting stand, spread powerful elemental power into it. I want to see clearly what's going on here. However, the scroll of feeling the oppression of the primordial spirit was startled. Hurry up and shrink. Immediately hide behind Zhang Xian, trembling incessantly. At this moment, Zhang Xian gently comforted the painting, and shook his head and said, "Okay, what do you think scared the painting?" Everyone has also seen that under the seal is a beautiful woman. It seems that Mr. Wu Bei was secretly watching people taking a shower. No place to vent. although it is unethical to use foam in the end. But it is also the behavior of literati and poets. Not hurt the important essentials. Don't get too excited about this. However, the masked man heard the other person say so. I just calmed down. After regaining rationality, he clasped his fists and laughed, saying that it was my recklessness. After obtaining this painting, I discovered this seal. I've been thinking about what secrets might be hidden. Now that we know, it can also be considered a wish. This matter has also been taken care of by everyone. After speaking, let's talk about the rest. He threw out tens of thousands of Shangpin snacks, and tell everyone about these snacks. It's my reward for bothering you all this time. I hope you don't mind. Then he turned around and looked at Zhang Xian. Since Zhang Shi has conducted such research in calligraphy and painting, I have a book here. The painting poetry collection left by our elders. He wrote in detail his painting techniques. Hope it's beneficial to you. Then he handed over the book to the other party, and after awakening, collecting the artwork in hand, after bidding farewell to everyone, with a flick of his body, he darted straight out. However, Zhang Xian, who stayed in place, looked at the book she had just received. It was also a moment of silence. He didn't confidently say before meowing, "Do you want to seek revenge for yourself? How precious, how precious." As a result, I gave this useless thing. Just. Meng Chong, the president on the side, and Zhang Xian's speechlessness are different. At this moment, he looked at the book in front of him. My eyes are almost turning on like headlights, so I nervously asked, "This is senior painting sister. Teacher Zhang, would you be willing to take action on this thing? After all, the old man in my monument. It's Qingyuan Imperial City going out. The most powerful master of calligraphy and painting. Although he only lived for a short 300 years, but for the entire calligraphy and painting market, trade unions have made significant contributions. Especially in her later years, the painting technique senior sister has not yet fully completed it." The person disappeared. That's exactly how it is. Not many people know about it, so Lao Mang always thought, this book has long been lost. I didn't expect to see it here. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I looked at the book in my hand again. Directly collect the content into the library. Just throw it to the other party, and responded with a dignified expression, saying, "It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Just give it to you if you like." Lao Mang looked at this priceless book. The other party just threw the tube like this. "Quickly catch it." Then he was so excited that his whole body trembled with gratitude. "This is a premium snack worth at least 50 gold yuan. The solitary Master Zhang. Are you really going to give it to me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, my body couldn't help but panic. I looked at the other person with a face full of disbelief and asked, "Are you saying that this book is worth 50 gold dollars for premium snacks? What are you saying?" After receiving a positive response from the other party, my face changed. Immediately say, "Then I won't give it away. I'll sell it to you. Come on, give me the money quickly." As soon as these words are spoken, everyone present was foolish. In the end, even President Mengchong did not give any money. Just invited him to the calligraphy and painting studio union, and promised to give him a painting as a reward. At this moment, Zhang Xian was full of worries and grievances. I can't help but marvel at people's hearts. Chairman Mu beside him scattered the Shangpin snacks on the ground. Received a ring. Just handed it over. Asked Zhang Xian to collect these. After all, they didn't help anything in this matter either. So I'm sorry to accept it. So Zhang Xian saw everyone like this. Reluctantly, he also took down the storage ring. Later in the conversation, the two presidents only found out Zhang Xian's purpose for this trip is to assess a 7-star profession. Both of them just witnessed his strength. So I applied directly for him without taking the exam again. Zhang Xian thanks both of them. When I was about to go to the library with President Mu to read a book, I just realized, beside Zhang Zhouxiao, there is still a durian growing on his head. So he opened a square for him. Let him take it according to the prescription to remove the diamond-shaped plants. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Xian, Wu Shi, and others bid farewell. I followed Chairman Mu to the library. So it took 2 hours. Understand the profession of appraiser in the library. Already elevated to the peak of 7 stars. Just Zhang Xian has just left the library. I saw President Mu welcoming me over. And Zhang Zhouxia was also following behind at this moment. He just took the medication according to the prescription. The spiritual essence of plants in the body is also eliminated completely. Therefore, the durian on his head and the tail on his butt are both gone. A few people exchanged a few simple greetings. Zhang Xian clasped her fists and bid farewell to the two of them. As soon as I turned around, I flew back to the station cafeteria. After flying more than 10 kilometers, suddenly felt a breath following me. So I turned my head. I just noticed that a black-robed person stopped not far away. However, Zhang Xian, who witnessed the scene, I couldn't help but be startled. After all, he used the heavenly Dao body technique. I can fly out of here in one breath. How far away can the other party easily catch up? And he couldn't even notice it himself. Such strength instantly made Zhang Xian feel a chill in her back. At this moment, the black-robed person spoke slowly and said, "Don't be nervous. If I want to kill you, you're already dead." Zhang Xian saw the situation, immediately opened the eye of reason and looked at the other person. After taking a glance, my body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he is completely unable to see through the opponent's strength. That is to say, this person's strength exceeds the realm of exorcism. So he looked at the other person with a slightly nervous expression in his heart. I asked if the senior came specifically to wait for me. However, the person in black did not respond to Zhang Xian's question, just said a faint sentence. I only released a trace of breath. You can discover it so quickly. It is enough to indicate that your mood scale is extremely high, extremely sensitive to the environment. Actually, it's just getting dark. I followed along. I saw all the scenes you solved in that painting in my eyes. At a young age, he has such good eyesight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but lock her pupils. After being shocked, he looked at the other person. I wonder if the senior specifically followed me. What does it mean? At this moment, the black-robed person looked up and snorted lightly, which was not very meaningful. I just want to take a look. Do you have the qualifications and abilities? However, just as the other party finished speaking, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. The whole person immediately flew backwards. After stopping, I immediately panicked. The scene just now. There were no books in the library. That means the other party has never used their martial arts skills. You can be so powerful without using your martial arts skills. What kind of strength is needed to achieve this? At this moment, Zhang Xian knew, the black-robed person in front of us is extremely dangerous. So the state of mind began to operate. The voice began to speak with a special charm. Senior, if you're only looking for me to showcase your skills, there's no need for it. I am just a minor figure in the holy domain double. Even if I show more, I don't understand either. However, the black-robed man suddenly burst out laughing. I'm in a good mood. I just want to use Shiyin Tianshou on me. Just your little cleverness. For someone like me, it's still a bit lacking. Zhang Xian's face immediately turned red upon hearing these words. So he responded with guilt, saying, how could I possibly use my cleverness? Senior, you imprisoned me here so easily. I can't even track it. The mood scale is so high that it's unimaginable. I don't know what level of expert they are. Can you show me your martial arts skills? I come from a small place. I have never seen such a powerful expert before. I greatly admire the demeanor of the strong. If I could take a glance at it, even if killed, it's still worth it. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man snorted coldly. You don't have to be slick with me. I'm not one of those little girls who can easily fall for you. Zhang Xian immediately fainted upon hearing these words. What does this guy mean by suddenly saying this? I haven't had any contact with any woman on weekdays. How did it make me feel like a ronin? But at this moment, the black-robed person also doesn't want to talk nonsense with Zhang Xian. He slowly approached, suspended in mid-air. Immediately after, Zhang Xian felt a strong pressure. Make yourself breathless. So immediately activated the heavenly Dao Qi within the body. Only then did I feel the pressure decrease. It's just that the black-robed man sees his own oppression. The other party can actually withstand it. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Can you block my oppressive power so quickly? It seems that there is some kind of magic weapon, right? Your teacher is pretty good to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian quickly retorted, of course. My teacher only charged me 1 boat cleaning fee. Nature is good to me. After speaking, I saw the other person asking me where my teacher came from. Zhang Xian didn't think much about it either. He casually told Yang Xian about everything at home to the other party. After hearing this name, the person in the black robe, as soon as his face darkened, he coldly snorted at the young man. I just had some feelings for you. You must not lie just because of it. And he buried his own life. It's Zhang Xian who doesn't understand. Why did the other party say they were lying? So he asked the other party strangely why he said that. At this moment, the old man in black had a straight face. Just snort coldly, Yang Xian. I have met teacher Yang once before. He has been indifferent to the world for many years. I never accept apprentices either. You actually said you were his disciple. Do you think I can believe such words? But Zhang Xian heard the other party say they had met before. I was suddenly startled. Yang Xian made it up by herself. The name was also disguised by oneself. There is no such super expert in this world. When did he meet? I thought to myself, is there really a famous teacher named Yang Sun in this world? And has the strength reached an unimaginable level? The pervert finally discovered it today. I have come all the way on my own. I am just a scumbag. Just now, Zhang Xian leaves the Union. While rushing towards the direction of the warrior hall, I met a black-robed man. What I didn't expect was, this black-robed man is going to test his skills as soon as he comes up. and Zhang Xian was under the strong pressure of the other party. Immediately activated the heavenly Dao True Qi. Only then can it be resolved. Just in the eyes of the black-robed person, Zhang Xian must have a good teacher. Only then will there be some kind of magic weapon to resolve one's own injuries. Later, under pressure, I heard the other party say that his teacher is Zhang Xian. Just start warning, okay? I don't care whose disciple you are. I came here just to let you know. No matter what you do, it's best to act within one's means. Forcefully seeking things that cannot be obtained. Not only will it bring pain to oneself, more likely to cause trouble for others. It won't be as simple as giving a meal then, but to erase it, even people related to you may be implicated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian is puzzled as to why the other party. Tell yourself to act within your means. Let's talk about forcibly seeking things that cannot be obtained. So I was about to ask the other person what they really wanted to do. Suddenly, a flash of thought flashed through my mind. His face darkened. Just look at the other person and ask if you are a member of Saint Luojia. The person in the black robe secretly exclaimed in admiration upon hearing these words, saying that their reaction was good. Immediately afterwards, he looked high and mighty all over his face. And the equator. You should know. He is the little princess of our family, shouldering a great mission. I advise you to dispel the delusion of carp jumping over the dragon gate. Luojia is not someone you can cling to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's face instantly darkened, and respond that you said I was climbing. This is a disdainful laugh from the black-robed person's face. Not bad. Luojia is a renowned teacher. The top 3 sage sects in mainland China. Everyone knows that the little princess has the greatest power. As long as we can get his favor, it is inevitable to rise to the top. Standing directly at the top of the world. Although you are a bit clever, talent is also good. Do you want to attract the princess through these methods? I don't even look at my identity. Toad, would you like to eat swan meat? However, Zhang Xian felt the other party's contempt. A surge of anger filled my chest. His face was filled with a proud aura. Just respond with a cold voice. It's not up to you to decide whether you deserve it or not. What about the sage sect? No one is born a saint. Don't underestimate others. Perhaps one day in the future. You saints, sect teachings. I don't take Zhang Xian seriously either. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man said with a cold expression on his face. Anyone can say that, but not everyone can do it. I've seen countless geniuses at the end of the year. There are countless people who are more brilliant and stunning than you. Unfortunately, they didn't live long before falling, so I advise you not to make trouble for yourself. Although I don't want to bully the small with the big. I don't want to turn back and be scolded by the little princess, but to avoid trouble. Teach you a lesson and make you retreat when faced with difficulties. It can still be achieved. However, the black-robed man had just finished speaking. The stars in the sky seemed to be about to fall. The extremely powerful force of Baigu has crushed and arrived. It seems like someone could be torn to pieces at any moment. Under the impact of this force, Zhang Xian feels unable to breathe, like an ant trapped in a hot pot, without any resistance ability. At this moment, the black-robed man shouted again, just promise not to look for him again. Don't overthink it to him, and make a vow as a renowned teacher. I can spare him. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian felt as if her neck had been pinched, although he exerted all his strength. But I can't move at all. He felt so helpless for the first time. I was so angry that my teeth were almost bitten to pieces. At this point, he also knew that if this continued like this, it will undoubtedly lead to death. So I quickly thought in my heart, although so far, still unsure of the other party's true strength, I just haven't used my martial arts skills anymore. With just one thought, one cannot resist. This is already beyond imagination. Although the other party doesn't have much killing intent, but I don't like this either. The feeling of not being in control of one's own destiny. This is also the first time. Make him feel that strength is so important. Without strength, there really isn't anything. Dignity, love, teacher status, all of these are gone. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian's heart moved. Immediately have the ruthless person swallow Master Kong's handwriting. Immediately followed by a powerful and suffocating pressure, emerging from within him, accompanied by a roar. The explosive aura soared into the sky like a giant dragon. The shackles that were originally imprisoned on him dissipated instantly. However, the black-robed old man who witnessed the scene, my body couldn't help but tremble. Immediately activate the true qi to protect oneself. Immediately after, he just realized that Zhang Xian, who was not far away, suddenly lifted her head. A line in the eyes. Ripple like flow, like waves of water. At the same time, an old and dull voice, as if it were emanating from his mouth, suddenly explode in the air. The students of this seat. When will it be the turn of a young man with a high reputation? Make carping comments on. What is this moment? Heaven and earth change color for it. The setting of the sun and moon. The whole world seems to be about to be destroyed. However, the black-robed old man who witnessed the scene, I suddenly felt difficulty breathing. At the same time, there were bursts of roaring sounds in my mind, shocking like it could explode at any moment. Immediately after, I saw a figure resembling 9 heavenly gods descending from the sky, with a pressure from the depths of the soul. Not only can't the idea of taking action arise in my heart, there is also a feeling of weak knees and a desire to worship. At this moment, the black-robed old man's heart stirred. I seemed to understand. "Come here." So he exclaimed in surprise, "Nini, you are Teacher Yang." "No, you are Teacher Yang." A thought left behind. However, Yang Xian's eyes, suspended in midair, were icy cold. Visually observe the other party. The answer is precisely this seat. What? Are you going to hit my students? At this moment, although the old man in the black robe was scared and trembling all over, but he still asked with doubts, "It's really Teacher Yang. I heard the other person say that." Yang Xianlin coldly snorted Luo Qingqing with just one empty step. "Do you still need to question this work?" As soon as the words fell, a violent aura descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the old man in black robes. However, I feel like I'm about to be crushed to death by this pressure at any moment. I quickly clasped my fists and responded with a sincere message, "I dare not." At this moment, Yang Xian's face remained expressionless. At the same time, it also gives people a sense of contempt for all living beings, the majesty towering in the clouds. I looked at the other person and said seriously, "Do you dare not? I think you're quite bold. Your sage Luga has a powerful bloodline. The technique of entering the void is unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. As a descendant of Luga, you, not practicing well. On the contrary, it makes the body seem ambiguous. Triple Jiaoyin meridian reversal of yin-yang truth. She is impure and impure, powerful but not refined. Chaos 7 studies. The turbid air is overwhelming. It's even more of a reversal of the 3 schools. Hollow inside the cavity. The power inside the cave is eerie. All of them are beyond the tolerance range. At the time when the primordial god was released from prison, be opportunistic, hurting chi fundamentally, resulting in incomplete field. Rare scoundrel, a venerable sage, children of aristocratic families. Don't solve these problems and strive for an early breakthrough. But here they bully the younger generation of this seat. Do you think you have great strength? How about I come play with you? Upon hearing these words, the black-robed old Luo, suddenly scared, his face turned pale. After all, the Yang Xian in front of us, not only does it have great strength, but it also surpasses the sky. All the flaws in one's own cultivation, being seen clearly by the other party at a glance. This kind of vision, I'm afraid only a 9-star renowned teacher can possibly achieve it. So he was sweating profusely, a trembling response in the voice. "I dare not go down below." However, Yang Xian looked at the other person again with cold eyes. "I dare not say it. I think you're very brave. If the thought I left behind doesn't come out, are you planning to kill my student?" Mr. Luo heard these words, swallowed saliva. I quickly explained that I had no intention of attacking Teacher Zhang. It's just that the little princess was raised by me since I was young. The person he likes, I would never dare to harm even if I were reckless. Otherwise, the princess will surely blame me for the rest of her life. The reason why I found Teacher Zhang. Actually, I want him to give up when faced with difficulties. Don't get too involved. The princess who avoids being upset. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian, the voice answered with the intention of disinfection and sterilization. "In your opinion, yes. My student Yang is not worthy of your sage Luo Jia." So Luo Lao was under the divine power of Yang Xian. Let's talk about the 2 major families as early as 20 years ago. The engagement ceremony has already been arranged and announced. At the same time, the sage Zheng family was also included. That super genius talked about it. So I found out that this life was 20 years ago. At birth, red clouds fill the sky with holy light. Yao Lian Kong's tablet is suspended in the air. But he started to go into seclusion shortly after his birth and has been in seclusion ever since. I have never shown it to anyone in the past 20 years. Therefore, Luo Jia still doesn't know what the other person looks like. There are also rumors outside that this genius of the Zheng family disappeared from birth. I don't know where it is. Over the years, the Zheng family sent countless people to search, but they couldn't find it. So now no one knows what he looks like. I don't even know where he is. And the wedding date is March next year. After understanding all of this, Yang Xian's face darkened. He coldly snorted and said, "We have agreed on a marriage contract." But he hid the person. This Zheng family is truly the #1 family in the world. And that's super genius. See if I don't teach him a lesson in the future. Let him know how to be a good person. At this moment, Lao Luo saw that the Yang Shi in front of him was full of murderous intent. I was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Then he cautiously said, "Master Yang, since this teacher Zhang is your student, then I'll leave first. After speaking, get the other person's shadow." I quickly turned around and left. Just as I was about to fly, I stopped. Hesitation for a moment. I just turned around and said, I hope Yangshi can tell Zhengshi. Can you let go or let go? The little princess has suffered too much since childhood. I really don't want to see her continue to be hurt. Upon hearing this, Yang's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Just seeing the other person is also sincerely considering for Ruwashi's sake. Let's shake our heads helplessly and go. Then I saw the other person walking away. Zhang Xian's embodied thoughts only returned to the physical body. Then he shook his head. Thankfully, the mood scale has increased recently. Otherwise, it will definitely expose the truth. I dare not linger even when I think of this. As soon as he turned around, he immediately flew back to the station cafeteria. Not long. I quickly returned to my own residence. Relax your mind. Only then did I feel like I had fought a tough battle. Full body exhaustion. Unbearable. So Panchi sat on the ground and flirted for an hour. I have just fully recovered. At this moment, Zhang Xin knew. I want to take Ruwashi away openly and honestly. Until March next year. I still have 8 months left now. During this period, it is necessary to accelerate the speed of cultivation. At least it should surpass the 7-fold reputation of Xingyu. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to pass this Luocheng star. What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with Zhangjia? Think of this. Wrist move. Take it out of the hands of Chu Tianqing. Obtain 17 gold spirit stones. Just start practicing. Just as I was about to break through to Holy Domain 3 and reopen the Yin realm, I just realized that my soul body is too big. It's impossible to penetrate the round tire at all. I tried multiple times but couldn't get in. So when he had a moment of energy, he withdrew, rethinking countermeasures. At this moment, I remembered that Kong had once told him, practice must follow one's own path. I never took it to heart before. I only understand now. The other party may have already identified the problem. That's why the warning was given. Just how do we go on this road now? There are no goals to draw inspiration from. Think of this. Furrowed his brow. I keep pondering in my heart. I've been thinking for a long time but haven't found a suitable method. Can you think of Master Kong? I thought of the centipede again. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind. So my wrist rolled over. Take out a crystal ball. As soon as I had a mental movement, I crawled in. However, upon entering, looking at the stone tablet of the centipede in front of me. At this point, he reached the peak of his 7-star calligraphy and painting skills. Now when I look at the 3 words above again, it's suddenly different from what I've seen before. Previously, his profession in calligraphy and painting was not high. I can't tell the pros and cons. And now it seems that these 3 words have definitely reached the 8 precepts. Because now, the 3 big characters of Autumn Centipede appeared in Zhang Xian's eyes. It has already reached a realm that is both real and illusory. So he just started looking at these 3 words. There's nothing special about it. I feel sorry, but I've been watching for a long time. The flow of true chi in the body surprisingly dances along with it. It seems like it could jump out at any moment. However, I felt the true chi reflected in the 3 big characters. The trajectory being executed. I couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Because of this feeling, it was him who followed the holy learning of Xiaowu Valley earlier. The operation method of the Great Compassion Heaven Magic Palm. After understanding this, Zhang Xian no longer suppressed the operation of true chi. Extend your palm forward, gently swept over the stone wall. But I just touched it. The 3 big characters in front of me immediately shone brightly. Zhang Xian stumbled and stumbled, suddenly disappeared from the original place. This pervert in front of us is for money. Surprisingly, he tied himself up. Allow 20 people to hit him. Just now, Zhang Xian felt the trajectory of true chi flow on the stone tablet. Then he reached out and gently swept towards the stone wall, accompanied by a roar. I saw the 3 big characters on top shining brightly. Zhang Xian immediately disappeared from the original location. When he opened his eyes again, only then did I realize that I had entered another space. It doesn't look big here. There are just various runes around. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, I saw, above the rune, there appeared several large characters of the I Sky book. At this moment, Zhang Xian vaguely guessed, this heavenly book may be the inheritance of the ancient sage Qiu Wu. So I collected all the runes in front of me into the library. Later on, it was discovered, this set of martial arts has a total of 5 levels. They are respectively Shrinking Bottom, Shuttle and Mastering, and Destruction and Creation. If we reach the 5th level, it's like standing at the top of the world. Even if you have reached the 2nd peak of cultivation, encountering Luo Changqing again like before, even if it cannot compete with it, you can also escape completely. Think of this, just merge the runes that fill the sky. Only 1 book has been formed. The 1st level of Heavenly Tao Technique. The 2nd focus is on the library. There are still many books missing that cannot be synthesized, not to mention the rest. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian no longer thinks too much. Immediately record the first level of the technique in the Sea of Corpse. After watching the power of the technique, my mood is full of excitement and consciousness. After coming out of the library, I just found a place to sit down. Start practicing. I don't know how long it has been. Zhang Xian opened his eyes again. The true qi flowed and the whole body stood up. So he took a step forward. Already appeared 100 meters away. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt the change. Everyone jumped up excitedly. The first contraction of Chang Inch has been successfully practiced. One step can cover a distance of 100 meters. If we fight with people, it is entirely possible to achieve instant evasion, or attacking and escaping would also be much more convenient. If combined with the Wanderer's boundless body technique, it can make the whole person appear elusive, like a ghost or a succubus. Previously, although Zhang Xian's strength was capable of fighting beyond her level, however, encountering a powerful person like Vice Hall Master Tian who cannot escape from the Shell Realm, still unable to win. But now that I have learned the I-Sky pivot, it's different. I have gained a clearer understanding of space. The other party can easily break free even if they are oppressed by the primordial spirit. Even the gods and ghosts unconsciously came up to him. Give a fatal blow. What's more, I have learned the first level of the Heavenly Way, I-Sky, and Book of Heaven. He can already arrange some spatial formations. Although this formation cannot match the folding space, can accommodate items, but it can isolate visitation, even compress things. After understanding these, Zhang Xian, previously, due to the large size of the soul body, it was unable to merge into the circular cone. And now all we need to do is find a way to arrange a spatial array. Compress it. It is possible to easily enter it. Complete the integration of the two. Just Zhang Xian, who has experienced the changes. Looking at the debris on the ground, my heart also involuntarily cooled halfway. Although the technique is very good, but this consumption is too high. Just now, I just practiced a reenactment of the Skybook. It hasn't even reached its peak yet. This was finally obtained after much effort. 17 high-grade spirit stones of Gingyuan. Just completely consume it. This set of techniques can help people understand space. The combat effectiveness has also skyrocketed as a result. It's a rare and unparalleled skill. Just the consumption of spirit stones. It's also a very scary thing. He had originally planned to have so many top-grade spirit stones of the essence element. It should be able to make it reach the peak of Taiyin. The result is that it was used up before it even started. Think of this. Zhang Xian has become soft again. It seems like we're going out to make money again. So I was thinking about, where are these gold coins going to be earned temporarily? In a blink of an eye, they also left the autumn centipede, returned to the residence. At this moment, Zhang Xian was not in a hurry to leave, but instead, he lowered his head and pondered deeply. Not long after, I thought of Xingtan Lord. After all, Zhang Xian is not familiar with Qingyuan City. Thinking too much is useless. So he walked out of the room. But when I walked out, I realized it was already daylight. Quickly arrived at the other party's residence. I saw that he had already started practicing the glass refining Heart Sutra. Although it's only a few short days, the primordial spirit has become even more refined. The scent is also richer. See here. Zhang Xian also knows that the other party will continue to cultivate. It shouldn't take long. You can experience an out-of-body tribulation. The impact of the unsheathed ban is in its early stages. So he smiled and asked the hall master, "How are Elders Su and the others? Do we all follow the arrangement?" Upon hearing this, the hall master also gave a bitter smile. They all follow the arrangement. Just met Steward Sun Chang yesterday. All join the Xianxian Society. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I also have a rough idea of what's going on. So he nodded in response. Anyway, it's up to you to manage the master hall. Mutual learning and communication are also quite good. The Lord of Xingtang suddenly remembered something in classical Chinese. I no longer dwell on this matter. Just look at the other person and ask. By the way, Zhang Shi's other warrior halls in the Imperial City. I'm coming here in 3 days. Engage in communication. Do you have time? Give a few classes to the soldiers in the hall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I was also stunned for a moment. People from other warrior halls are coming to communicate. Then he looked at the other person with glowing eyes. How many people from the warrior hall are coming in total? Do they have many high-quality snacks worth gold yuan? When the head of the hall heard this memory, he immediately started talking about snacks. He also shook his head with a bitter smile on his face in response. There will be 3 different city entrances coming over. I need to say something temporary. Probably similar to our area, right? After speaking, I saw the other person's puzzled expression on their face. Just explain that. There are a total of 8 titled cities under the Imperial City Alliance. 4 of them, whether established or at the level of a renowned teacher hall, they are all higher than ours, belonging to a level. The remaining 4, including our Qingyuan Imperial City, belonging to another level. The one who came here for communication this time is the latter. I also plan to select talents. Go ahead and charge to the Imperial City for cultivation. There are only 20 spots available in total. In the past, our Qingyuan War Hall could only receive 2 names, always ranked last in grades. After this exchange with Xianxian, everyone has benefited a lot. I hope to strive for more. After listening to the introduction, Zhang Xian quickly asked to go to Qianchong Imperial City for cultivation. Is there any holy land for cultivation there? At this moment, the head of the hall explained that he wanted to say the words of the Holy Emperor. There is indeed one. There is a sword pool in Qianchong Imperial City. It contains countless suggestions on swordsmanship. If I could enter the learning process, it will be of great help to combat effectiveness. Therefore, this quota is for our Qingyuan War Hall. Very important. The more you get, the more. The rewards given by the Alliance War Hall headquarters will also be higher. Zhang Xian heard that there is still a reward. My eyes immediately lit up. Then he asked the other party what kind of rewards they had. The Tang dynasty leader responded in classical Chinese saying yes. Last time we had the first exchange, Zhongyuan was granted the title of Emperor City. I received the award given by the headquarters. Reward for 100 high-quality snacks from Jingyuan. However, upon hearing such generous snacks as a reward, Zhang Xian was full of excitement. If we get first place, with these spirit stones, it is completely possible to easily break through to the peak of the Eagle Realm. You can even try to reach the peak of the Genshin Impact Realm. Then he looked at the other person again. I asked a question. Are there really so many gold spirit stones as rewards? Xingtan's opinion is so excited. I just nodded in response and said, actually, this kind of communication is somewhat similar to military training in military regions. Select the most powerful army king from each level. Engage in a duel. The side that achieves more victories. The headquarters is naturally not stingy either. For the Xiaoshu War Hall and War Division, it is also a form of motivation. If Teacher Zhang can help provide guidance, I really want to receive a reward. I can exchange it for premium snacks in gold dollars. Give you half of it. You also know that I can only use half of my permissions. If there are too many, it won't work anymore. Listen here. Zhang Xian hasn't finished speaking yet. I just agreed in one go. Isn't this a joke? What this guy lacks now is snacks. Not to mention half the reward. Even if it's 1/3. It's also worth him emptying his mind for this. So the two of them confirmed the matter like this. Later, the hall leader also explained the details of this exchange meeting. I told Zhang Xian about it. Then we took him to the dance hall for practice. Not long after, the two of them also arrived here. Just haven't entered it yet. I heard the wind whistling outside. It seems that someone is despising. Immediately afterwards, various cries and cathartic sounds were heard. However, upon entering, Zhang Xian saw one of the 4 arenas. There are 2 warriors competing in martial arts. Mighty power surges everywhere. Beautiful tricks one after another. Dazzling to behold. There are more than a dozen soldiers surrounding the rest. Whenever I see a powerful ultimate move, I use it. Just let out an excited shout. And among the crowd, there are also 2 acquaintances. They met exactly when they were in the inner West Hall. And the conversation between Dixing Luo Zhili and the 5 Records Hall. After all, these 2 are in their respective halls. They are all the pinnacle of existence. It's understandable to be selected. At this moment, when everyone saw the person coming, immediately stopped, hugging and bowing one by one. Salute with great respect until meeting the hall master. I have met Teacher Zhang. Then I saw the hall leader respond saying, don't be polite, everyone. I'm sure you already know Zhang Shi without my introduction, right? This exchange is highly valued by the war hall. So I specifically asked him to give everyone guidance. I hope you can cooperate well. After speaking, everyone became excited. Just laugh, Master Zhang. Can you say a few words? I heard the master say that. Zhang Xian didn't say much either. With a nod, he came to the crowd. Wrist flip. A rope appeared in the hand. Just ask the master to help tie up his hands. Qin Tangju was initially stunned by classical Chinese. Then he glanced at the other person. Seeing him nod in agreement, I just responded with a good word. Although I don't know this guy in front of me. What is the purpose of doing this? But since that's the case, I don't have many requirements to say. So he took the rope. Tie the hands behind it together. Tie the knot firmly and solidly. However, Zhang Xian struggled with both hands. Found unable to break free. I nodded with satisfaction. So he shook his body and jumped onto the arena. Immediately after, the internal force operates. The power of the remaining double peak. Straight line descent to the early stage of Huathan residual wind environment. Just look at everyone. You all suppressed your cultivation to the early stage of the residual wind realm. Then we'll get on the horse together. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed. And in the crowd, someone first shouted in confusion, let's go together. Yeah, zombie means he doesn't need his hands to fight with so many of us. This is not a battle. But we have to go solo with 20 of us. The reality of zombies. I admire the strength, but tying my hands, I still want to defeat our joint attack. This is a bit too long, isn't it? However, Zhang Xian on stage saw everyone holding their own opinions, but no one dares to come up. So my eyelids lifted. I just snorted coldly and said, why don't you dare? How about this? I left 2 footprints here. If so many of you rushed over together, can make me leave the original place, even if I lose. As soon as the words fell, I only saw Zhang Xian's lower body. The originally hard ground suddenly sank in. Everyone couldn't help but contract their pupils when they saw this, because they all know, the competition platform has to withstand the aftermath of the battle. Almost all of them used the strongest rocks. In addition, various seals were added on it. Normal early stage of residual ban. Even if we attack with all our might, they may not be able to leave traces on it. And the Dean in front of us. You can sink your feet into it without stretching or shaking your shoulders. The richness of this true chi is simply shocking. However, after being shocked, Zhang Hao finally looked at the other person. Speaking of the depth of Zhang Shi's true chi, I admire it. Just don't use your hands, not moving both feet. Just want to surpass us. I'm afraid it's not that easy either. After finishing speaking, he shook his body and jumped onto the arena. Just continued saying something like this. Let me give it a try first. If you can surpass it in this way, it's not too late for us to be together. As soon as the words fell, I saw his true chi rolling inside him. The cultivation was instantly suppressed. Then he raised his eyebrows. The chief doctor looked at Zhang Xian and said, Teacher Zhang, please advise, but I only saw that he had just finished speaking. The true chi surging inside rushed towards Zhang Xian's position. The power has arrived. The breaking of rock frightens the heaven. The earth roars with a roar. This pervert in front of us has never done anything that anyone else has done. Well done, 20 geniuses. He forced him to become a madman. Just now, Zhang Xian tied her hands together, feet stuck on the ground, challenged 20 warriors with this state. However, one of the soldiers was the first to see the situation, rushing onto the stage to test the opponent's strength. As soon as he raised his hand, he slapped Zhang Xian hard, just reached the other person's palm, just pressed tightly against his shoulder and fell into the air. This evasion is very cleverly mastered. It looks like it's hit, but in reality, there is only a tiny difference. There was no damage at all. The hall master who saw the scene couldn't help but contract his pupils. I exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the soldier beside him heard the words. I asked the hall master with a puzzled expression on my face. What do you mean by meticulous? At this moment, the head of the hall explained. Subtle actually means meticulous attention to detail. During the battle, being able to behave according to the opponent's strength. To distinguish the scope of the attack. Make sure there is no difference. In this situation, you don't need to waste any energy to avoid attacks. And it can also prepare attack methods in advance. It's hard to defend against many out-of-body strong individuals. They cannot comprehend this realm. Even I can't do it. I didn't expect Zhang Shi to have already reached. After listening to the explanation, everyone was shocked. I thought to myself, no wonder this teacher Zhang is so powerful, continuously breaking countless records. This talent is truly incomparable to oneself. But just when everyone was shocked by this, Zhang Hao just lost a palm. Strike the opponent again. However, this palm was still easily dodged by Zhang Xian, and start to counterattack. My shoulder just swayed lightly. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the other person's chest. Gently touch. But Zhang Hao didn't even have a chance to resist. The whole person flew backwards, falling directly to the ground. At this point, he already understood that the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, it's definitely not just about flying backwards. It's very likely that he was directly hit and killed by a shoulder. So he stood up with a pale face and clasped his fists in front of him. The other party has given up. Zhang Xian looked at everyone and said, what are you waiting for? Let's all go together. As soon as these words are spoken, a group of soldiers in the audience. Everyone wants to try the dean in front of them. So they all jumped onto the arena. And one of the soldiers shouted loudly. Surround him up. Everyone is using their fastest weapons. Attack him. I don't believe he can still hide like this. As soon as the words fell, I saw everyone on stage perform exceptionally well. Use the strongest moves individually. Chao Zhang attacked and left. In an instant, the arena flashed with lightning and fire. Flash after flash flew past Zhang Xian's side. Thunder appeared in the air around. At the same time, a series of hugs also emerged. However, the hall leader in the audience witnessed this scene. I dare not even blink my eyes. I just saw everyone attacking so fiercely. His chrysanthemum also involuntarily contracted a little. After all, this kind of siege now. If it were him. Don't say you want to lower your cultivation level. With our current strength, I'm afraid it's hard to resist. Watching every warrior's lightning-fast attack, I am very shocked in my heart. So I couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian in the middle. I took a look. Found him standing still and motionless. It seems like they haven't dealt with these violent attacks at all. Take it seriously. The more the hallmaster looked at it, the more anxious he became. Even if we don't suppress our cultivation in this way, in the end, they will also be severely injured. But just when I was worried about him, suddenly realized, the zombies in front of us are not motionless, but it's moving too fast, too subtle. It is impossible to see the trajectory of actions with the naked eye alone. Just now, only the divine stone was able to capture one or two. Now he relies solely on these subtle movements. He dodged all the attacks from the crowd. So many people gathered around and acted simultaneously. Surprisingly, no move fell on him. The more I look at the hallmaster, the more terrifying he feels. 3 days ago, when I and Lord Liao were besieging each other, I didn't realize it was so powerful. Why are there so many changes now? However, just as he was shocked by this, I heard a faint voice on stage. It's my turn now. The sound made by this sentence seems to come from the bottom of my heart. It seems to come from a distant time and space. Directly enter the ear. Can't help but feel a bit dizzy. After realizing it, the hall leader exclaimed in shock, "Oh no! This is magic sound." Just haven't waited for him to finish shouting. I saw the rescuers besieging on stage. Confusion appeared in the eyes. Everyone began to feel dizzy and disoriented. At this time, Zhang Xian did not launch any attacks, just looked around with cold eyes. His movements are not fast, with elegance and dignity, like an emperor reviewing his own soldiers. It's like a famous teacher again. Students who are considering skipping classes are generally under review. In fraction of a second, everyone on stage. Endless terror arose in my heart, and one of the slightly weaker warriors. I can't bear it anymore at this moment. My legs are weak. Kneel down directly to the ground. Shout out that I was wrong. I won't dare again next time. Immediately afterwards, others also began to look conflicted on their faces. My body is swaying from side to side. It seems like he's trying to force himself to hold back. The hall leader who saw the scene quickly jumped onto the arena. Let out a big shout. There's no need to continue fighting. You have already lost. After speaking, he looked at Zhang Xian not far away again. My heart was filled with terror. 19 people attacked him simultaneously. He didn't take his feet off the ground. Hands behind your back and tied up. Easily dodged the storm-like attack, not to mention, just a simple sentence. Let everyone fall into a hallucination. A single glance scared everyone into not daring to resist. This strength is really terrifying. However, the soldiers who heard He Jixing, only then did I realize, a person with sweat all over their head. At this moment, they looked again. Zhang Xian couldn't help but take a few steps back in front of her. It's like watching a monster. After all, they know, if the other party really wants to kill them, it must have turned into a corpse now. At this moment, Lord Xing ignored everyone's shock. 2 steps up to Zhang Xian and asked him, "Did you use the profession of Ginghong Lion just now?" When he nodded in response after speaking, he continued to ask with a puzzled expression on his face, "Can the Ginghong Lion also emit such a strong majesty?" At this moment, Zhang Xian pulled the rope away and just responded calmly, saying, "Ginghong Lion doesn't rely on charm to make people obsessed. If it's that simple, then Kong couldn't have allowed this profession to stay back then. Truly cultivate to the peak. A glance and a movement are both powerful in their own right. Unleash unimaginable combat power for ordinary people." After all, before Zhang Xian explained, as the leader of the warrior hall, I have always looked down upon professions such as Jin Hong's acting. I think it's just showing off my charm. Now I realize that I was completely wrong. So he said with a face full of shame that he had been taught. However, after explaining, Zhang Xian, at this moment, I no longer pay attention to the lord of the hall. I looked at the soldiers and asked, "You guys kill together? It didn't hurt me. Is there anyone else who was not satisfied with the division? I want to try again." Upon hearing this, everyone's emotions are high. His eyes revealed a full if. Previously, they only admired Zhang Xuantian's unparalleled father. And after this battle, most of them already understand the opponent's understanding and response to the battle. It's not something that these people can compare to at all. The difference between the two is 108,000 miles. Cannot be compared to the same day. Being able to learn from such people, it's definitely the luckiest thing. So I saw them shouting in unison. I hope Teacher Zhang can guide us. No matter what we are asked to do, everyone is duty-bound. After seeing everyone completely change their attitude at this moment, Zhang Xian nodded with satisfaction. After all, he has always admired low-key behavior. Now tie your hands and imprison your feet to fight against the opponent. This is not to pretend to be 13, but I want to undermine the confidence of these geniuses. Let them be completely defeated. That's the only way. In order to better develop a cultivation plan for everyone, This way, we can do it within 3 days. Let them undergo a complete transformation. And after looking around at Zhang Xian's matter for a week, also continue saying that since no one wants to compete with me again, then I'll start arranging the cultivation now. Each of you has a different project. I hope to complete my instructions within 3 days. If it's not possible, then, Taoist, don't blame me for being merciless. You should know that you are different from the members of the Xianxian society. They have both vision and combat consciousness. They're not too strong either. Like a blank sheet of paper that can be written freely. I can make great progress by teaching directly. And you are different. Many combat skills have been integrated into the bone marrow. If I'm just giving you a lecture, very little progress has been made, so I can only use other methods. After speaking, I saw that everyone agreed. Just take some books. Quickly wrote 20 training plans. Send to the appropriate person. Afterwards, I looked at everyone again and said okay, this is me targeting everyone. Specially designed training plan. Take it and strictly follow the cultivation. However, the people who received the books, one by one, they were so excited that they almost ascended to heaven in place. After just taking a glance at the content of the book, they're all stupid. They cannot understand. What kind of abnormal cultivation method is this? And on the side of the Elder Hall and the War Master Hall, Mr. Wei and Mr. Liao are chatting. In order to provide support for the 20 soldiers who participated in the selection, the Master of the Hall, enhance strength. Go find Zhang Xian to help teach. After the ceremony chat, both of them also decided. Go listen to the content taught by Teacher Zhang. So soon the two of them arrived at the dance hall. I just realized as soon as I came in that there was no one inside. The two shop owners were puzzled by this statement. Shouldn't we be practicing at this time? Why can't you even see a human shadow now? However, when the shop owner was looking around, I just realized, there is a person diligently cleaning the toilet in the thatched cottage. So he walked up and asked this friend, did you see a group of soldiers showing off here just now? But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw the person in front of me with his back to them cleaning the toilet. Just turn around. After seeing the other person's appearance, Wei, the shop owner, was so scared that he felt like he was out of breath. However, Hao saw two people asking questions. I quickly clasped my fists and bowed, saying that I had met two shop owners. At this moment, Mr. Wei couldn't help but feel puzzled in his heart. I just asked why you're here. Where are the others? Didn't you invite Teacher Zhang to give you a lecture? Upon hearing this, Hao just explained that this is exactly the task arranged by Teacher Zhang. Let me clean all the toilets in the station hall within 3 days. The two shop owners were immediately stunned when they heard this. You should know that there are tens of thousands of people in the entire station hall. 10,000 more people have arrived at the Xianxian Society. 20,000 people living in a place with many public facilities. The number of toilets here is definitely over 10,000. And what the other party is holding is not a toilet cleaner. It's a feather duster. This feather duster itself is soft. Removing dust can. If you want to use it to brush off the residue and dirt on the toilet, how is this possible? I can see that both of them ignored their shocking habits. Instead, he continued speaking with a serious expression on his face. Two shop owners. I don't have time to talk to you guys anymore. So many toilets must be cleaned within 3 days. If I can't finish it, I'll be unlucky. Let's do this for now. After speaking, ignore the two of them. Crouched down again and cleaned carefully. The opinions of the microstore are also full of opinions. I was speechless, so I couldn't help but say one last sentence. Okay, we won't disturb those others anymore. At this moment, Hao was cleaning the toilet while responding, he said the conversation was outside in the public restroom, catching flies. And Xiao Qin seems to be catching birds, right? As for the other warriors, I'm not quite sure. You guys go out and look for it. Perhaps we can see them. Upon hearing this, both of them were once again foolish. This is what the hall master called a lecture. Emergency assault reinforcement training. They are all doing these things now. What is this supposed to do? The two of them went crazy while walking out of the dance hall. I was about to go to the public restroom and have a conversation about catching flies. I just saw a warrior following behind the female soldier with a silly smile on her face, shouting "Little sister" like a pervert. Don't go. Can you do something embarrassing with me? Immediately after, I saw the female warrior turn around. I gave him a big pussy bag as a gift. But this soldier doesn't seem to feel any shame. Instead, he ran to another male soldier. Speaking of this big brother, can you do something embarrassing with me? Get lost. Okay, but. The micro shop owner who witnessed this scene had a convulsive expression on his face. After a moment, I looked at the shopkeeper beside me. Only then did I realize that he had already cried. So I couldn't help but ask Lao Liao a question. This is your student Lu Jianlin, right? At this moment, Liao couldn't help but feel like he was going crazy. Not long after, he covered his face for fear of being seen by his own students. Call him to do something embarrassing together. Then I adjusted my mood. I just responded that I am a bit introverted as a student. I have always been very shy. Why are you chasing girls so bluntly now? The most crucial thing is to chase after the boy. What does this mean? This pervert in front of us is doomed this time. I just want to take the 7-star teacher exam today. The master of the famous teachers hall wants to use him to question and execute. Just now, the pervert in front of me suddenly followed a female warrior. I want to do something embarrassing with him later. As a result, he forcefully ate a big pussy. He's not giving up. Surprisingly, the target was placed on the male warrior beside him. I shouted little brother when I went up. Why don't you do something embarrassing with me? However, it was not surprising to see the scene. Afraid of being seen by one's own students, I would call in to do this together. I quickly covered my face with my hands. What's just strange to him is, this student is somewhat introverted. I have always been very shy. Why are you chasing girls so bluntly now? The most crucial thing is, what does chasing boys mean? I watched for a while. Both of them dare not stay too long. He quietly walked in another direction. Soon after, I saw Dong Rui from the defense hall, standing in front of a big tree. Activate the true chi within the body. It seems to be undergoing some kind of training. After exchanging a glance, the two shop owners finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally saw a normal one. If everyone were like those two perverts just now, I really can spin silk for them to see. After feeling emotional, when the two of them were about to move forward, suddenly, I saw Dong Rui leap and climb to the treetop. Then it suddenly plunged backwards, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw him pinned to the ground, trapped in it, like radishes in the land. Seeing this scene, the two of them were momentarily stunned, but just when they were puzzled, Dong Rui struggled to pull his head out. After wiping the blood off his face, came to the tree again and flirted. Just continued climbing up. He suddenly fell down. There's more blood on my head this time. After reading it, the two shop owners followed the trend. They can't understand what kind of training this is. Why do they all look like they've been exposed to the wind? On the nerves. Can this approach really help them improve? So the two of them had nothing. Night continues to move forward. I saw more incredible strange things along the way. Some are lying in the bathtub pretending to be dead. There are also those who bury themselves in the soil and remain motionless. I quickly watched all these 20 geniuses once. I just realized that none of them were normal people at this moment. Be a normal person in the world one by one. Things that cannot be done. Then he arrived at the residence of the hall master. At this moment, I also noticed the hall master standing there staring blankly. So both of them couldn't suppress their curiosity in their hearts. Just stepped forward and asked the hall master, what the hell is going on here? However, the hall master only turned around and looked at the two of them at this moment. I couldn't understand even a feeble response. These were all arranged by Zhang's family, and also asked me not to worry. I don't know exactly what he's doing. The shop owner couldn't help but shout loudly upon hearing this. You don't know either. Then we can let him do whatever he wants. At this moment, the head of the hall gave a bitter smile and said what I also wanted to say. But Zhang sure said that if you don't believe him, he can ignore it. I've been struggling for a long time. Finally, I decided not to pay attention anymore. Upon hearing this, the two of them fell silent. I don't know how long it has been. The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask Zhang sure. Is he really training them? The lord of the hall shook his head helplessly upon hearing these words. The response is that I actually don't understand either. But our people couldn't have achieved much ranking in the first place. So I want it to be like this. It's better to let him tinker around. Perhaps it can create some miracle. Upon hearing this, both of them also let go. At this moment, the shop owner Wei looked around. I didn't find anyone with Zhang Xian, so I asked the right question. Master Zhang, where are the others? At this moment, Lord Xing, he also took Zhang Xian from here just now. The 7-star badge of physicians and alchemists. I went to the famous teacher hall to take the 7-star famous teacher exam. I said it out loud. However, upon hearing the other party say so, the two shop owners were immediately stunned. Is this guy mentally ill? Leave 20 divisions here to get nervous. But he went to take the exam for 7-star famous teacher. And at this moment, Zhang Xian did indeed arrive at the master teacher hall. After all, training a strategist is just a small matter for him. The most important thing is to take exams and become a renowned teacher. With this identity, only then are they eligible to compete for a spot in the Holy Sun's Hall. Only then can we possibly find Ruoshi. Thoroughly inquire about the ins and outs of the matter. Only then can we prepare for the future. Make corresponding preparations and plans. At this moment, Zhang Xian was thinking about Ruoshi's matter. Just walk towards my teacher's residence. After all, ahead, he had the experience of promoting one Chang to the imperial city. As long as the minor occupation and newly promoted level are achieved, no assessment required. You can apply for a badge. Let's switch to someone else. Maybe it will require some verbal trouble. But if you're looking for a wizard, it should be very convenient. Just arrived at the room. I haven't pushed the door yet. I heard an old wizard inside. If it weren't for Vice Hall Master Tion discovering the danger back then, our warrior hall may be completely destroyed. You're talking about him now. Construct a 6-star famous teacher from a first-class city. Even to catch him. This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Immediately after, the sound of the wizard's voice was heard. The Dog Hall Master. I am the leader of the warrior hall, witnessed this with our own eyes. The facts are conclusive. Undeniably. However, within the residence. At this time, besides the wizard, there was also Vice Hall Master Tian Cheng. The other old man is the owner of the dog hall. At this moment, he retorted that the facts you said were conclusive. As a renowned teacher, you should also be aware of it. Some things that you see with your own eyes may not necessarily be true. Careful determination and discernment are necessary to arrive at a conclusion. Besides, it involves a deputy hall master now. If according to your judgment, the deputy head of our Qingyuan city famous teacher hall, build a 6-star renowned teacher from a first-class city, what authority can we talk about after our distribution? Upon hearing this, Wusher hesitated for a moment. Just responded that the dog hall owner. What I'm saying is the truth. Teacher hall should also lead by example. Seek truth from facts. If one intentionally covers up for the sake of reputation, what kind of fairness will there be in the future? The hall master immediately retorted and said to me that it was fair. Is what you're saying just? What? What I heard was actually Tian Fu. The hall master has been wronged. Tian Qing, come over here. Tell me in detail what happened yesterday. However, upon hearing the command, Tian Chang responded with a nod. Just spoke up and said that the situation is like this. Prince Xiong is responsible for the defense of the city. Kot Mingjin, the deputy shop owner of the Poison Hall in Hongyuan Imperial City, utilize the other party's message. Eliminate the distribution of Poison Palace in Jinyuan City. I know more from the deputy shop owner's mouth. There is also a very powerful poison master, named Sun Chang. He is hiding in the city. It is highly likely to put the entire human race in danger. That's why he was arrested and interrogated. And this Sun Chang is the butler of Zhang Xian in Jiangshi. The matter involves a renowned teacher. Nature cannot be reckless. And Prince Zong found me. I asked him to send someone to invite Zhang Xian to the palace. After it arrived, he not only refused to cooperate, he even took Sun Chang away with his hand. He even had a big fight with me in Zhongqing Wang. Upon hearing this, Wusher retorted with a displeased expression and engaged in a physical altercation. Deputy Hall Leader Tian. Zhang's strength only has a double peak of winning rate, but you are half stepping out of the sheath mirror. Now he's saying he took action against you. Isn't that a bit excessive? Upon hearing this, Tian Chang just explained that it wasn't Zhang Xian who injured me. It's a skull cap in his hand. This skull cap is a medium-grade artifact, similar in strength to me. Listening to the opponent's argument, ignoring is also a helpless shake of the head. I don't believe it anymore when I respond that way. As a renowned teacher, but he was hit on the skull by a mid-level holy artifact. What does Vice President Kotian think is right? Fong Du gave a veto. So he snorted angrily and said, believe it or not. Believe it or not. If you insist on saying that I framed Zhang Xian, let me ask you. I have a reason to frame it. I am the deputy head of the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall. Speaking of low positions, you and he are revered countless times. As a renowned 7-star teacher, his level is also much higher than him. Why risk ruining your career? Go. Intentionally dealing with a college dean who has nothing to do with me. Even if killed or expelled from the qualification of a civilian teacher, it has nothing to do with me. At this moment, the owner of the dog hall beside also echoed Wu Rufeng. What else do you have to say now? Hearing inquiries, after pondering for a moment without a teacher, just responded, although I don't know. Why did Vice Hall Master Tian take action against Teacher Zhang? But when I received a distress message from Teacher Zhang and rushed over, I just saw it. Prince Xiong and Vice Hall Leader Tian are currently attacking him. Just stay a little late. I'm afraid he has already been killed. This is what I, along with many renowned teachers and warriors, have witnessed firsthand. If the master doesn't believe it, you can ask. And Vice Hall Master Tian just mentioned the Vice Hall Master of Poison Hall. You can also testify. It's Prince Tadayoshi and Vice Lord Hotan, using the people of Poison Hall as a threat. Intentional framing. Upon hearing this, the owner of the dog hall immediately retorted. The deputy temple master you mentioned who can testify. Is he a drug investigator? Don't you know he died last night? Upon hearing this, Wu was immediately stunned. Then he asked with an incredulous expression on his face. Isn't he in the explicit hall? How could he die? At this moment, the owner of the dog hall sneered coldly. How do I know why he died? You captured the person. And then he died in the hall of famous teachers. You're saying you don't know now. Do you think I would believe it? Upon hearing this, Teacher Wu, his face darkened. Just look at the other person and say, Master, are you doubting me? However, the dog owner also ignored his attitude at this moment. Just snort coldly. No one should doubt it. But this kind of, the situation makes people have to think. You told me that Shinja did something against the famous teacher. We need to arrest them for interrogation. I didn't refuse. As a result, he also died for no reason. The master teacher hall is heavily guarded. No one can get close except for you. If it weren't for the use of torture, I want to be forced into a confession. How could he possibly die an untimely death? The Zhang Xian you mentioned. I also conducted a specialized investigation. You have had a life and death experience together. Deep personal emotions will lean towards the other party or trouble them to give false testimony. It's not impossible either. You just became the deputy hall master. I want to make achievements and replace Tian Chang. I can understand everything. But no matter what you do, evidence is needed, right? Now it's done like this. How can I not reply? Listen here. Wusher just feels like his scalp is about to explode. I never thought about it myself. But now it is said to be like this. Just haven't waited for him to speak up and refute yet. The owner of the nearby dog hall continued speaking. I don't want to discuss this matter too much. I don't care how you compete or fight. Don't do anything that affects the reputation of the distribution. I have been the head of the hall for over 500 years. Our renowned teacher's hall is in my hands, although it has not been further developed. But there are no stains either. I am about to retire now. I don't want to be criticized. Bring the headquarters over for review, becoming an ineffective material for other Imperial City famous teacher halls. My teacher didn't expect it. The owner of the dog hall has passed away for many years, regardless of the circumstances. Now that it's out, I put a hat like this on myself. So he explained that the hall master. I'm not really fighting for power. This is Teacher Zhang. Although we have experienced life and death together. But he didn't listen to my assignment. Upon hearing this, the owner of the dog hall's face darkened. Just one angry scolding is enough. I've already said it before. I don't want to meddle in your mess. But I don't want any conflicts to arise within our renowned teacher hall. Show jokes to outsiders. Didn't you understand what I meant? Upon hearing this, Wusher was instantly infuriated and gritted his teeth in anger. At the same time, he nodded helplessly in response. If Gaodang insists on the statement, please let him know that he understands now. Please send someone to bring Zhang Xian over to me now. Explain things clearly and thoroughly. It's better to listen. If you don't listen, relying solely on the following to be foolish. Make an explicit move towards the 7-star rating. It's enough that he won't be able to turn over for the rest of his life. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xian pushed open the door and walked in, and said there's no need to send anyone anymore. I have already arrived. After all, he just wanted to come and assess the 7-star rating explicitly. Unexpectedly, after hearing these things, I was so angry that I was about to explode. I thought this dog owner was just confused. Only then did they reuse people like Tiansheng. Little does one think, but he is a foolish person who only knows how to be stable and excessive. However, Wu Shijian standing beside him, he suddenly ran in. I was suddenly startled. You should know that the master is clearly not suitable for him at this moment. And at this moment, he took the initiative to come to the door again. Once you provoke the master's anger, there is no room for redemption anymore. On the other hand, Tian Futon came with his own opinions. If your gaze flashes, you will report to the hall master. This is the Zhang Xian who framed me, Dean of Hongyuan Imperial City Famous Teachers College. The dog hall master heard this. My eyes looked over like electricity. Then he coldly snorted and said, Are you Zhang Xian? 7-star renowned teachers discuss matters. You, a little 6 stars. How dare you eavesdrop outside? What a big courage. Zhang Xian shook her head in response to the words and apologized. Speaking of courage, that's not as good as you. As soon as these words are spoken, the dog owner immediately became angry. As soon as he slammed the table, he suddenly stood up and roared recklessly. How dare you speak without restraint in front of me? However, facing the anger of the old man in front of me, Zhang Xian has no worries at all. Instead, he responded with a calm expression, who spoke without restraint. Don't you have an idea in your mind? This pervert in front of me. I just heard others calling me a pervert. But let the heavens prove that he is not a pervert. Just now, Zhang Xian is at the door without a teacher. I heard from the dog owner of the famous teacher's hall. He said he would send someone to mess himself up. So in a fit of anger, he pushed the door open and entered directly. I didn't show any mercy to the other party after coming in. After all their conversations were overheard by Zhang Xian. However, Gaodang insists on a small 6-star celebrity. Dare to speak shamelessly in front of oneself. I was so angry that I slammed the table and scolded. At this moment, Zhang Xian completely ignored his anger. Instead, he calmly responded with what I said. Don't you have a sense of urgency in your mind? What kind of temperament and character have you had with my teacher for so many years? I don't believe you don't know. This Vice Hall Master Tian used the Poison Masters organization to trap me. They even targeted me, my students, and the butler. Such despicable behavior. You're not going to investigate. But here I blame my teacher. Are you blind or have a problem with your brain? I'm just curious. Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall. How could there be such a foolish hall master like you? However, upon hearing Zhang Xian say such words, my teacher is almost scared to death. The master already had objections to him. It's alright now. Just seal off all the back roads. Meanwhile, Tian Cheng on the side was not waiting for the hallmaster to speak. Just shouted loudly at Zhang Xian, "What a big dog! Cowardly little 6-star teacher disregards rules. How dare you insult the 7-star peak master? This violates the etiquette law. Lord, I will bring him to justice now. Abolish its cultivation." After finishing speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and patted Zhang Xian. Upon seeing the situation, Wushi quickly stood in front of Zhang Xian, want to intervene and intercept the opponent's attack. However, Zhang Xian did not care about this. Just shook his head and said, "No need." Then he lifted his palm, gently pat forward. The palm prints that hit immediately bounced back. Vice Hall Master Tian hasn't had a chance to react yet. He was hit directly by this palm and flew backwards. At this moment, Zhang Xian and, ignoring the fact that the other party had smashed a big hole into the wall, I walked forward step by step and entered. My gaze was like electricity as I said, "I have chosen from heaven." The royal city is walking step by step, traveling vertically and horizontally along the way. Who dared to frame me, dared to talk to me like this? I, Zhang Xian, am applying to the headquarters as a 6-star renowned teacher. Chuangqing Yuan Empire famous teacher tower. Never give up, never give up. These shouts are incredibly loud and powerful, directly echoing throughout the entire Qingyuan imperial capital. However, the scene came to the side of the appraisers' union. At this moment, I saw Zhang Jiuxiu and Chairman Qi together, talking about the ritual of wearing durian on one's head. I also complained in my heart that Zhang Xian is not human. Ling Ling can crack it, but she hasn't spoken yet, causing oneself to embarrass oneself in public. Later, I learned from his old mouth, take the medicine to dispel plant spirituality in front of yourself. When it was the 7-star poison. Startled, my whole body twitched uncontrollably. Then he couldn't help muttering to himself that he was meowing. This bastard Zhang sure actually mixed poison for me to eat. Is it possible that he is still a drug master? But when Qi Lao heard the other person say so, just asked in confusion, "I don't know which Zhang Shi you're referring to." At this point, his teacher, President Mu, explained. The teacher mentioned by Jiuxiao. He is a 6-star renowned teacher from Hongyuan Imperial City. It's called Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qi, I quickly shook my head in response and said, "You guys say he's a drug master. He is my lifesaver. A doctor who is countless times more skilled in medical skills than me. The most crucial thing is that teacher Zhang is kind-hearted and virtuous, considerate and warm-hearted. How could this be a poison master?" Hearing what Qi Lao said, Zhang Jiuxiu beside him immediately cursed. He meows, "This guy's mood is higher than his own. Forget it. I have recognized that my ability to discern treasures is stronger than my own. But now even the medical skills are better than the old president's. Does this guy want to hit people like this?" I just thought about it for a moment. Fortunately, my renowned teacher has a higher level than him. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would really be compared to him. I breathed a sigh of relief just thinking about this. So just as I was about to speak, I listened. A thunderous sound came from outside. Suddenly, I heard Zhang Xian as a 6-star renowned teacher. Apply for headquarters. Chuangqingyuan City famous teacher hall. Undead 9 heavens. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiuxiao, the whole person immediately softened. Then one stumbled and stumbled, falling directly to the ground. At this moment, he couldn't believe that this guy dared to break through. He is challenging a renowned teacher's hall alone. However, just when he felt incredulous about it, I saw the same 1 or 2 big characters slowly appearing in the air. At this moment, he was completely panicked. They actually agreed to it at headquarters. 6-star renowned teachers strive for 7-star distribution. This is probably going to overturn history, isn't it? The 2 elders witnessed this scene. I was also shocked and stunned. Exclaimed in surprise. This is not just subversion. If it really needs to pass, I'm afraid the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall will lose face. No face, no perseverance anymore. And the dog hall master will also become the laughingstock of all the famous teachers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiuxiu finally realized. So he quickly stood up and said, "Teacher Qi Lao, I am a member of the Qingyuan City famous teacher hall. The other party wants to break into the court. I'm going back to fight. Goodbye, 2 of you." After speaking, he turned around and flew back to the master teacher hall. However, on the side of Qingyuan Palace. At this moment, I saw King Zhongqing being beaten like a pig's head, lying on the ground panting heavily. He was continuously whipped all night long, although the poison in the body is temporarily suppressed. But people are also about to be expelled. If it weren't for his pure and refined skills, strong strength, there are countless pills to maintain it. I'm afraid he's already dead. So he was discussing with the nearby brass room, how should we deal with this person next? When Zhang Xian brought himself such shame, I heard the sound of him trying to break through from outside. After listening, Prince Zhong was momentarily stunned. Then he burst out laughing with excitement on his face. He didn't expect the other party to be looking for death. This way, you don't have to take action yourself. Surprisingly, in his opinion, the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall has a strong foundation. Even if it's an 8-star master, they wouldn't dare to break through. A small 6-star is about to break through. This is simply unbelievable. However, just because of this, when I laughed happily until I was on my back, I saw Emperor Chu Tianqing walking over with big strides. So he exclaimed excitedly, Your Majesty, that Zhang Xian is going to break into the hall. It seems that we don't need to take action. He can't live either. At this moment, Chu Tianqing also nodded in response and rushed into the hall. I have heard of it before. Indeed, it is inevitable to die. After speaking, what suspicion immediately came to mind? Received a question. By the way, have there been any successful attempts to break into the church in history? Upon hearing the question, Zhongqing Wang also expressed, I am not very clear about these things myself. Just wanted to know. You can still call Bai Shi over. Although the Master Teacher Hall does not care about the affairs within the court, but some powerful imperial cities, it can also attract some scattered famous teachers for its own use. The renowned teachers in the Master Teacher Hall are equivalent to being on the sidelines. Then scattered famous teachers belong to personal gain. This Bai Shi is the renowned defender of Qingyuan Imperial City. Not long. This Bai Shi has also been invited over. After the agent's conversation, Bai Shi also knows that the two of them want to understand, so we used the jade token of communication. Ask other friends in the famous teacher hall to check the situation. Soon news came from the jade metal on Kwai. Bai took a glance and bowed with fists, saying to report back to Your Majesty. Indeed, there have been people in history who have successfully ventured out. There are 3 in total. King Zhongqing and Chu Tianqing. Classical Chinese also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, from having the profession of a renowned teacher to now, having gone through tens of thousands of years, there are countless genius figures who have appeared as if crossing the river. So many strong people, only 3 have passed. This shows that the difficulty is extremely high. So in their eyes, this Zhang Xian is absolutely impossible even with wings inserted. So Prince Zhong excitedly asked the other party. These 3 adventurous ones, who are all people, has a name. Upon hearing this, I responded by saying that she had it. The first one is called Luo Tianyun. He is the ancestor of the sage Luo family. The second one is called Yuan Shi. He is also the ancestor of the sage Yuan family. When you can see the third one, Bai was immediately stunned. The two of them only asked Bai Shi when they saw the situation. Are you okay? Didn't you say there was a third one? Who is he at this moment? Bai Shi responded with a frightened expression on his face. The third person who successfully broke through the hall. His name is Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, the two of them, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. His name is Zhang Xian. Which Zhang Xian? However, at this moment, the white lion, his face twitched uncontrollably. Continue to look at the content below the jade plaque. Later, he responded that it was Zhang Xian from Xianyuan Royal City, later appointed as the dean of Hongyuan Imperial City Famous Teachers College. Upon hearing this, Prince Zhong, my body trembled involuntarily. Later, there was an expression of unwillingness on his face, shouting loudly that Xianyuan Wancheng is just a small Wancheng. It's not difficult to pass. But this is Qingyuan Imperial City. He can never succeed. However, the white lion next to him had a different view at this moment. Because he knows that the other party has encountered Tang before. I must also know the difficulty of breaking through Tang dynasty. I dare to challenge you now. It means he didn't act recklessly. Now, regardless of whether this person named Zhang Xian can successfully break into the hall or not, the Master Teacher Hall in Qingyuan Imperial City is almost finished. After all, there will be rules of breaking into the court. It's also because there used to be a genius teacher, wronged to death. So, in order to avoid the downfall of geniuses, Master Teacher Hall. Only then did this system remain. As long as one is subjected to injustice or unfair treatment, anyone can break into the court to resolve disputes, whether successful or not. As long as the headquarters agrees to this matter, it's like assigning a hidden talent to the branch where you are located. The label of unfair treatment, and the owner of the dog hall. He will definitely be taken away by headquarters for interrogation as well. His lifelong reputation was also destroyed in an instant. Upon hearing these words, the Prince of Zhongqing, Luo Ko, was in the midst of roaring wildly. At the same time, he was also cursing Zhang Xian. Curse him, it's impossible for him to succeed. I just cursed a few words. I felt a tightness in my chest. A mouthful of old blood spurted out with it. So he looked at the white lion beside him, hurriedly shouting, hurry up and beat me. Hurry up and smoke hard. Hit me, I can't take it anymore. I need it now. Two people saw the situation. They all stood there dumbfounded, looking at the middle-aged king like a madman. However, the scene returns to the side of the master-teacher hall. The warrior watched the sky. After the two big words of agreement appear, I couldn't help but feel my eyes turn black. Although he also felt that what the dog owner did was inappropriate, too biased. But after all, this is where he grew up. I can't bear to see it end up like this. But he also knows, it's too late to say anything now. Zhang Shi's actions were also forced and helpless. He's just a 6-star renowned teacher. As the master of the dog hall and a renowned teacher of the 7 stars, he is also a hall master. If we really want to give unfair treatment, there's really no other way but to break into the hall. However, when he sighed uncontrollably in his heart, the dog owner beside him was so angry that he kept trembling. I almost shot him dead. I have been a hall master for 500 years. I'm about to retire. I intended to be safe and sound, end this lifelong career, can draw a perfect ending. Who knew he would meow and step on a big thunderbolt? He knows whether the opponent wins or loses this time. For the Master Teacher Hall in Qingyuan Imperial City, it's all completely ruined. It will also become a laughingstock for people all over the world. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. I just glared angrily at Zhang Xian not far away. Roar loudly, Evergrande. Do you know what adventuring represents? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian raised her eyebrows, immediately displaying a calm and confident demeanor, and coldly snorted, what does it represent? I, Zhang Xian, come from a human background. Enter the underground cave to repair the seal. One person killed the top 10 kings of Qingtian, avoiding catastrophe. Moreover, it cultivates renowned teachers. Make your strength comparable to that of a warrior. I devoted myself wholeheartedly to the human race. 100 deaths without regrets. And now in the renowned teacher hall of Qingyuan Imperial City. But to be so insulted. I just hope the headquarters can give me justice. Since you are incompetent and incompetent, protecting those who have gone wrong. So I'll solve it in my own way. As for whether it's embarrassing for you to lose it or not, what does it have to do with me? The dog owner who heard this. Suddenly, I was so angry that I spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. He thought the other party was just a 6-star renowned teacher. Just a few scolding words will make you obediently listen. He had the audacity to meow. This guy is not afraid at all. And the wizard besides saw the scene. He also shook his head helplessly and said, Master, you really made a mistake. After all, others don't know about Zhang Xian's affairs. He knows very well. This guy in front of us is a renowned teacher of Tianrun, recognized and abundant by the heavenly emperor. Such a character is comparable to Master Kong. Don't say you're a branch hall master. Even the head of the Master Teacher Hall headquarters cannot insult. Insulting him is equivalent to insulting the heavens. If justice is not sought, how to rectify one's own heart. Arrived tomorrow. However, at this moment, Gaodang had no teacher to say these words. With an unusually fierce expression, he let out a furious shout. I made a mistake. The famous teacher hall in Qingyuan Imperial City. It's not so easy to break through just by thinking about it. Hit me. Anyway, even the dog master knows about this matter. There is no room for redemption. Since it is so, he can only go to war. The pervert in front of us has gone crazy today. He actually said for someone that he is a pervert. We have to challenge tens of thousands of people alone. This is the end of it. Just now, Zhang Xian seeks justice. I applied to the headquarters to break in. However, as the head of this branch, there is no room for salvaging the situation. Also let out a big shout. Ring the bell to face off. As soon as the words fell, I saw the bell of the renowned teachers hall suddenly ring. After 4 rings, less than 15 minutes, all famous teachers above 6 stars in Qingyuan City. Everyone's expression was solemn and composed, like soldiers rushing to the battlefield. At this moment, the owner of the dog hall saw many famous teachers gathered in front of him. Transferred to Lishan. There are 2 steps required to break into the hall on Tsukishima Island. The first to defeat all the famous teachers in the Master Teacher Hall. The second breakthrough in the famous Teacher Tower. Now Qingyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall. All famous teachers above 6 stars are here. Do you want to break into the hall? We must step forward with their dignity. After speaking, he turned around and looked at the many famous teachers. I said something. The renowned teachers of the Master Teacher Hall. Now someone is challenging our dignity. What should we do? Everyone heard this. A person's veins are stretched on their head. Just let out loud, Day Highland. Just destroyed him as a 6-star renowned teacher. This kind of local chicken, child, dog ear also rushed up to break into the hall. Watch me destroy it with one hand. However, the morale of the dog hall gradually rose. Everyone's fighting spirit is like a dragon. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So I shouted loudly, it was very good. In that case, let's get started, everyone. After all, in his opinion, the famous teacher hall in Xingyuan Imperial City. There are tens of thousands of famous teachers above 6 stars. Gather them all together. Huge crowds of people. Even if this Zhang Xian has high talent, no matter how strong the power is, the tactic of a sea of people can also grind it to death alive. Everyone heard this. They were discussing who would come first, also eager to teach a lesson. This guy who doesn't know the height of the earth. But just when everyone was competing with each other, Xiao heard a rapid roar coming from the air. I'll do it. I am also a member of the famous teacher hall. I want to fight for the master teacher hall. The dog hall master heard this. Look up. Discovered to be Zhang Jiuxiao. So he nodded in response. I will not worry about it. Immediately afterwards, he used a transmission tape to say not to show mercy. Let him know that setting sail comes at a cost. After hearing the command, Zhang Jiuxiao responded. Raise your eyebrows. The breath immediately surged out of him. Then he turned his head and looked at the young man not far away. Immediately after, we arrived at a distance of less than 5 from the other party. Ni's place stopped. Speaking of famous teachers fighting with a state of mind. Various methods such as minor combat effectiveness in teaching. Since you're here to break through, I'll decide on that method. I choose to compete with you in this regard. Zhang Xianwen is too lazy to pay attention to him. Just nod and let out a casual nod. Anyway, for him, more than anything else. Just hurry up. The owner of the nearby dog hall heard this. Just thought of this Zhang Xian just now. The method of sending Vice Hall Master Tian flying with just one palm strike. I quickly spoke up and shouted Jiuxiao. In no event. However, upon hearing persuasion, Zhang Jiuxiao immediately revealed a meaningful smile. Reply, Master. Don't worry, I am a saint. The descendants of the Zhang family. Although only the Holy Land triple tire should reach its peak in cultivation. But the combat effectiveness is far more than that. To be honest, ever since I came here, I have never truly demonstrated my abilities before. As soon as the words fell, I saw his aura rising steadily, accompanied by a roar. Breakthrough from the triple peak of reputation. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They also showed a look of admiration one after another. However, just as everyone was cheering for it, Zhang Jiuxiao has broken through. I just stretched my body for a moment. He looked at the other person with contempt. Let's start laughing. Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. A response that doesn't care at all. Ready? Is that so? Zhang Jiuxiao sneered. That's right. If you want to use weapons, can be used freely. I'll greet you with my bare hands. I promise to hit you. You doubt me? Let you know what true strength is. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian is very helpless. Look at him and say, I don't have time to waste with you. Since you are ready, then I'll start. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiuxiao furrowed his brow. Immediately after, there was a loud shout. I don't have time to waste with you either. Lie down for me. As soon as the words fell, I saw him soaring in the sky. Raise your palm. Whistling down. However, Zhang Xian faced such a powerful grip. Not only does it have no intention of dodging, instead, they walked slowly forward. As soon as I look up, I respond with lie down. Not interested, it's actually you. Kneel down for me. As soon as these words are spoken, like thunder accompanied by a loud bang, the sky-filled attack suddenly exploded in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished into thin air. Everyone hasn't realized what happened yet. I saw the genius suddenly fall from the sky. Immediately after, I saw his knees bent, kneeling straight in front of the other person. His face was full of madness and humiliation, but still kneeling and unable to get up. However, everyone who witnessed this scene, suddenly, my face was filled with an indescribable expression about it. Even some female famous teachers who have always admired him. At this moment, their worldview collapsed with a loud bang. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiao, seeing everyone showing disappointment towards him, and all kinds of unbelievable words, immediately feel humiliated. So I became angry in my heart. Just let out a loud roar, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Then he slapped his palm on the ground. The whole person soared into the sky. As the posture changes, immediately wave your palm again and charge towards Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party charging forward again. Hands behind your back. Still no intention of taking action. A straight face. Just show a majestic posture. Get out of here in an instant. As soon as these words are spoken, Zhang Jiuxiao's body shook as he leaped forward. He fell from the air. Then he crawled out in a rolling motion. The dog hall owner who saw the scene. I quickly shouted out, 9 heavens, be careful, your mood is weak. He has a stronger mindset than you. Now he is using the techniques of a magic voice master to attack you. Just close your hearing. The attack will be much weaker. Zhang Jiuxiu immediately understood upon hearing these words, so he gritted his teeth. I directly turned off my hearing. Shaking body, double palms like hooks, rushed over again. In Zhang Xian's eyes, this guy is like using a light to look for feces in the bathroom. I have been repelled twice in a row. I still want to rush over now. So he shook his head helplessly and flicked his finger towards the other person. Accompanied by a loud bang, Zhang Jiuxiu's whole person directly bounced onto the nearby wall. This refers to Zhang Xian after bouncing the opponent away. Hands behind your back. Looking at everyone again, he said to save time. You guys should still get on the horse together. However, everyone who heard this went crazy. You should know that it gathers here at the famous teacher square. Famous teachers who have achieved 6 stars or above. In total, there are tens of thousands of them. The weakest ones have all reached the semi-holy level. If we act together, this power blends together. Heaven and earth can collapse. Don't talk about a master at the peak of the divine realm. Even a strong out-of-body expert cannot resist it. Not long after Zhang Xian finished speaking, seeing everyone still not taking action, so he continued to say one sentence. If everyone doesn't take action, then let me start doing it. As soon as the words fell, I saw his body shake and fly into the crowd. Just as he gestured, the sound of the lecture rang out. The way of cultivation, more expensive than specialized. The way of concentration, more precious than sincerity. Sincerity leads to deep emotions. Emotionally, it is. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they saw this. Everyone thought he would directly rush into the crowd and fight. Everyone is ready to fight at any time. But who knew that this guy not only didn't take action, but also, instead, he spoke up about some knowledge of cultivation. However, just as everyone felt, when the other party's behavior is very strange. I heard the dog owner shouting loudly in a hurry. Everyone, be careful. He is fulfilling his oath. Tianqiu is not a deceitful weapon that subdues others. Actually, the dog owner is really scared now. After all, Zhang Jiuxiu is such a formidable powerhouse. The genius who claims to be the #1 in Qingyuan Imperial City. As a result, I couldn't even hold on to a single sentence in front of the other party. Just based on this, it can be seen that Zhang Xian's mood is harsh. I'm afraid he's only stronger than him. Such a powerful state of mind. Cooperate with the oath of the heavenly beast. 4 group attacks. It is definitely a catastrophic disaster. It can be said to be more terrifying than a drug master. Poison masters can only poison their opponents to death at most. And the oath of a renowned teacher is longevity. You can completely use your opponent as your own. Become your own student. However, upon hearing the shout of the dog owner, everyone wants to resist. But I can't help but want to learn. I think the other party's explanation was really great. Some even listened. Emotionally speaking, following the cultivation method, he said, I think it can double the cultivation level. The renowned scholar beside couldn't help but speak up. I'm afraid it's more than that. Fancy that. In this world, there is such a sophisticated method of steam operation. It's really scary. And the renowned teacher on the other side heard this. You actually let others attack you first, listen for a while. However, the people around him responded that it was urgent. Listen to this paragraph before speaking. But another famous teacher heard them say so. Without looking back, let out a loud shout. Whoever dares to take action, who am I in a hurry with? This section happens to be a flaw in my cultivation. If it can be compensated for, I am sure I can successfully break through to the 7-star mid-range. This was originally a tense atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, everything turned into academic discussions. At this moment, Vice Hall Master Tian on the other side, seeing the scene in front of me, my face immediately turned pale, so he came up to him and said, Master, if this continues, all famous teachers of Qingyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall, I'm afraid he's about to become his disciple. The dog hall master heard this. I know, he replied with a blushing face, holding back his anger. But Shiyan Tianqiu couldn't even interrupt, unless there is an error in what he said. At this point, Tian Cheng explained that he would wait for him to make a mistake. When will we wait for this? Since he dares to act like this, it should be done in advance. After finishing the homework, the owner of the dog hall asked how to fight now. Just sneered, it's very simple. Let Zhang Jiuxiu launch a surprise attack on him. Anyway, it's all a martial arts competition. And he also said it. Let everyone go together. This attack is nothing. As long as you succeed, you can break your oath, heavenly beast. At that time, his adventure will also fail. Upon hearing this, the dog owner hesitated for a moment. Nodding along should be good. After all, the vow of longevity cannot be disrupted by him. As the head of the hall, taking action will definitely be ridiculed by others. If it were Zhang Jiuxiu, it would be different. They are individuals whom they disdain. At this moment, taking action is not a big deal. I have an idea in my heart. Hurry up and use a special method to contact the other party. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiao turned off his hearing. I didn't hear the vow of longevity. Can you suddenly feel something? This is just the beginning of hearing. Immediately, I heard the voice command from the hall master. After listening, I responded that I am now motivated. After all, I was thrown in the face by a piece of paper just now. Anyway, he wants to regain this face. So my wrist rolled over. 6 sacred artifacts appeared horizontally. Then push your palm forward. The artifact stood straight towards Zhang Xian, who was giving a lecture. Rushing away, the wizard beside him saw what was happening in front of him. Quickly shout out, Master Zhang. Be careful of someone launching a surprise attack. But Zhang Xian doesn't care about it. Instead, continue teaching. Just talking about practicing martial arts originally, suddenly switched to weapon explanation. Zhang Xian's teaching voice rang out in the air. The spiritual energy of the sky gathers, suddenly forming clusters of flowers. Fall in planks. The 6 weapons that were originally aimed at his back. Upon hearing these words, they all stopped. Each one is quietly suspended in the air. Zhang Jiuxiao, who witnessed this scene. I didn't expect this to happen. So my eyebrows furrowed. The body's true chi surges wildly. Shout loudly at the weapon. What are you guys doing? Kill him quickly. After all, these soldiers. All the tools were refined by him. I will never recognize others as the main ones, but now they all stop. Is it difficult to become a weapon? I am also listening to the class. Isn't the oath beast only applicable to famous teachers? When does it also have an effect on weapons? The more I think about it, the more uneasy Zhang Jiuxiao becomes. I feel like I'm going crazy right now. However, the dog owner who witnessed this scene. It's like discovering something. The whole person couldn't help but shake. Just exclaimed in surprise. Diagnosis is a matter of education for all without discrimination. Because he knows, normal oath beasts can only be used against renowned teachers. Let them be taught. Internal chi. Unconsciously following the other person's words. Automatically become a student. What the other party is explaining at this moment. Even weapons can listen attentively. This is enough to indicate that the other party has already understood the teacher's heart. Make no social distinctions in teaching. Having this ability allows the god beast to fulfill its oath. Not only renowned teachers, compared to ordinary people, even animals and weapons can be captured. And Zhang Jiuxiao, who shouted for half a day, found the weapon stuck in place all the time. Suddenly, I was so angry that my scalp exploded. So he roared loudly and gave me a hand. Kill him, but here the container ordered. One of the long swords suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the sword blade made a U-turn, rushing down towards Zhang Jiuxiao. Come forward and unleash your sword energy. Just a single blow sent him flying away. It didn't stop until it hit the wall. At this moment, the long sword looked lively and vivid. It's like judging the other party. Suspended in front of Zhang Jiuxiao. Just angrily scolded him for meowing. You can't just shut up. Can I listen to the class for a while? I knew I was fooling around here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll fuck you. Do you remember a palm move that fell from the sky? You rewrite. I know you think Xingye's move is insane. He also played this trick today. The most crucial thing is the name of this palm technique. He said it just now. Zhang Xian is making a vow to tens of thousands of renowned teachers and mentors. Tianshou not only makes everyone stand still, but also listen attentively in class. Even a few weapons that were originally aimed at him. Stop and listen to the class. Just seeing this scene, Zhang Jiuxiao. Immediately, I was infuriated by the rushing weapon that made me fly into a rage. Continuously cursing angrily. One of the long swords was so annoyed by being fired. Turning around, he rushed towards the other party and chopped it off. Smash it fiercely and fly it out. Afterwards, he shouted angrily and meowed me to shut up. Can't I just listen to the class for a while? I knew it was just nonsense here. Believe it or not, I'll fuck you. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiao cried, crying like a child. As a descendant of a sage family, I have seen countless strong people. I also know the terrifying level of genius. Even if one is hit hard by such people, it can also recover quickly. But now he was beaten up by his own refined weapon. The key is to threaten him. If he continues to push, he will have to beat himself. At this moment, his heart was shattered. Heartache to the point of being unable to breathe. So the anger in my heart also dissipated. But at this moment, he unintentionally listened to Zhang Xian's lecture content. The true chi in the body. I couldn't help but follow the way the lecture was told. It's running. This made him panic. The whole person is like a thunderbolt. He really can't understand such a powerful cultivation technique. Even if placed in their sage family, it can also be considered the top existence. But now it is openly taught to others like this. But I listened for a while longer. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes also showed a sense of confusion. He knows that if he continues to listen, it will inevitably be due to the kindness of the other party, and become his student. So I suppressed the desire to listen, struggling to carve himself out of the wall. When I was thinking about how to disrupt the other party's teaching, I just saw a flat one. When the female warrior who regarded herself as an idol walked over. Then he looked at him and greeted Ah Ling's sister. Come and help me. At the same time, I thought to myself that I could ask the other person to help me. With this kind of skin affinity, probably this girl, I will be so excited that I won't be able to sleep for several days. So he reached out his hand. I am looking forward to it. When Ah Ling was so excited that she jumped up. Seeing him slap him, he came towards him. At this moment, Zhang Joshio was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? However, warrior Ah Ling raised her eyebrows. Just coldly snort and say, shut up, mother. Next time I see you dare to disturb teacher Zhang's lecture again. Believe it or not, I've seen you hit you once. Upon hearing this, Zhang Joshio looks like he's completely useless. He really didn't expect it. Not only did they betray themselves with weapons, even the most loyal fans have betrayed me now. What kind of magic does this red-haired monster possess? Can make everyone and everything so fascinated. Think of this. My heart is filled with sadness. But when he quieted down, hearing the other person's lecture voice again entering my ears, he can no longer resist this time. Internal chi immediately operate in the other party's way. The strength and aura damaged due to injury also quickly recover. The more one practices, the more I feel, the more mysterious it is. His gaze gradually began to blur. Time flies, I don't know how long has passed. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at everyone, waved your hand and said, okay, that's all for today's class. If you have any questions, you can ask me alone after class. As soon as these words are spoken, thousands of renowned teachers in the Master Teacher Hall, unexpectedly kneeling down on the ground. One by one, they exclaimed in unison, okay. However, the teacher. At this moment, Zhang Joshio also followed everyone. Without hesitation, he fell to the ground. The owner of the nearby dog hall saw everyone like this, knowing that the immortals have arrived. I can't save it either. Return to this moment. His face looks like he's aged several hundred years. He thought there were tens of thousands of famous teachers, can easily stop the other party's antics, but they only taught one class. I didn't even move my hand. Turn all these people into students. Thinking of this, he shouted repeatedly with a dull expression on his face. It's over. This time it's really going to be over. And at this moment, after Zhang Xian subdued everyone, just shout at the two of them and now it's your turn. The master of the dog hall sternly put aside the depression in his heart. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he coldly snorted and said, since we've reached this point, I want to fight you. After speaking, I saw Vice Hall Master Tian on the side restless and restless. As soon as his face darkened, he confessed to Tian Cheng. You watch from the side. Never take action. Even if our renowned teacher hall loses, we can't lose our dignity either. Upon hearing the instructions, Vice Hall Master Tian, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. After responding, he stopped talking. It looks like he's thinking something. And at this moment, ignoring the main battle of the watch hall, immediately use phonetic techniques to say to Zhang Xian, Master Zhang Shurgo, although I didn't survive the thunder tribulation, not a true out-of-body powerhouse, but my strength is not something I can compete with. You need to be careful during battles. Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words. After all, he also knows. Out of the scabbard, the strong have split tails and true. The former refers to the ability of the primordial spirit to detach from the physical body. But he did not experience a lightning tribulation, not tempered by thunder tribulation. Even if the primordial spirit is powerful, it still has certain limitations. It's like if Zhang Xian hasn't experienced the tribulation of abundance. It is absolutely impossible for combat effectiveness to reach such a level. That's okay. The hallmaster is stronger with the tail unsheathed than with the half unsheathed, but compared to the initial stage of true unsheathing, there is still a certain distance, but even so, very scary, capable of mobilizing the surrounding environment and space. This is enough to make it difficult for people to defend against. However, in front of me, for Zhang Xian, the owner of the dog hall, except for the Luo Chengxing we encountered earlier, it can be considered the strongest opponent. At this moment, I saw him looking at the other person with a serious expression on his face. I said lightly, let's take action. However, there has been no response from the dog owner regarding this matter. His eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. Flip your hands over. The surrounding space feels as if it has been frozen, becoming incredibly viscous. However, Zhang Xian felt the changes in the surrounding environment. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I didn't expect the ability to manipulate. Surprisingly, it can make it so. If I haven't learned the Sky Book of the Ancient Saint of Autumn, maybe he'll be imprisoned before he even. Think of this. A straight face, just stepped back and left. Kogadying believes that the other party will take action, just laugh out loud. As soon as the words fell, I saw him claw into the air. The entire square suddenly shook, like it could collapse halfway at any moment, and Zhang Xian's retreat speed immediately slowed down. Immediately after, I saw a huge palm print. He smashed it towards Zhang Xian, who was stationary, but after he saw this scene, I couldn't help but sigh and say that I am truly a renowned teacher. After finishing speaking, his body swayed. The person immediately disappeared from the original place. However, the owner of the nearby dog hall saw that this blow was in vain. The whole person immediately panicked. He really can't understand. How did the other party achieve this? But just when he was confused about it, suddenly, a flash flashed before my eyes. I saw a figure appear in front of me. The next second, I saw the other person's hand reaching towards me. At this moment, the dog owner not only remained calm but also did not panic. Instead, he sneered, "With your strength, you still want to get close to me?" So a glimmer of light flickered on the forehead. The huge round body immediately appeared in mid-air. At this moment, Zhang Xian's power seemed to be imprisoned. Clearly, the palm is less than half a meter away from the opponent, but I can't reach out no matter what. At this moment, he looked at, unable to approach. I also know where my limits are. So the acupoints all over the body opened wide. In an instant, it felt like a small universe explosion. The powerful true chi continuously gushes out from the acupoints. Blink time, my hands seem to have transformed into millions, overlapping with each other. He suddenly slapped towards the other party. Many famous teachers in the audience, seeing such a powerful move, they're all stupid, and recognize the master of this palm technique. Startled and screaming repeatedly, "Is the power of the 1,000-hand to faggot a palm technique that strong?" And the renowned teacher besides saw this, also agree that it's not right. This move shouldn't be like this, right? It seems to have been changed, right? Otherwise, there would be absolutely no such power. After all, the 1,000-hand to faggot a palm is just a mid-level martial art in the Holy Realm. Many people have practiced it, but they all know, although this move can make people hit 100 palms, shaped like 1,000 hands, but in fact, due to the dispersion of power, the power of each palm is not very strong, and encountering opponents who are stronger than oneself, at most, it only serves a confusing purpose. There isn't much practical effect. But Zhang Xian's performance is completely different. Each palm looks powerful, like carrying the aura of destroying heaven and earth. Don't talk about being of the same level. Even if the peak powerhouse of the Genshin Impact encounters, they are highly likely to be blown up on the spot. At this moment, one of the famous teachers couldn't help but shout loudly. Suddenly burst out so many palms. How deep the true chi is needed to achieve it. However, under the impact of Zhang Xian's move, the confined space around suddenly fell into disarray. Instantly dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Xian's body leaped out of the control of Genshin Impact. The whole person immediately soared into the sky. Immediately after, I saw Zhang Xian, who was suspended in mid-air, make a U-turn. The whole body's true chi is like flames. The dog hall owner rushed towards him with his palm down. The famous teacher's face turned pale upon seeing this scene. Unconsciously, my whole body, trembling. Then he looked at Zhang Jiuxiu beside him with a frightened expression on his face. "Ask the way. Do you remember a palm move that fell from the sky?" At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiu responded with a dry throat, "Of course I remember. This move is the great compassionate heavenly demon palm left by the ancient sage Chou Wu. Legend has it that the autumn which ancient saint of the past, to lament the death of my mother and not be able to show filial piety by my side. This set of palm techniques created under grief, has the ability to attack soul elemental gods. It is said that one of the moves is Senior Archie. It's a palm technique that falls from the sky." However, just as everyone was shocked by this, the power in Zhang Xian's palm becomes stronger as it gathers. The crowd was so overwhelmed that they couldn't stand steadily. The dog owner who saw this palm. At this moment, there is no need to think too much. Quickly leave the original place and flee elsewhere, just under the observation of Zhang Xian's discerning eye. The other party has mastered every step very accurately, so no matter how he escapes at this moment, it's all in Zhang Xian's mind. The next second, I saw a flash of fire. The dog owner slammed down fiercely towards the ground, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the owner of the dog hall being blown up and flying out. Then I saw him lying on the ground, continuously spewing blood out of the mouth. However, the famous scholars who do not know the great compassionate heavenly demon palm, seeing the dog owner being beaten like this, all of them showed a look of fear. They cannot understand. There is a difference of 3 major levels between the two. Dog hall master. Why was Zhang still severely injured? After all, the dog owner is in their hearts. It is a symbol of invincibility for the entire Qingyuan imperial city. And now, with less than 3 moves in the battle, they have been beaten like this. The strength of this young teacher is simply shocking. I used to feel like I had fulfilled my vow of longevity. failed to showcase their strength. I'm still a bit sorry, Teacher Hall. At this moment, they no longer feel guilty. But everyone felt fortunate about it. When I didn't go for the challenge, after the dog hall on the side instructs the next pill, only by forcefully compressing the injury. Stand up. Just when I was about to ask the other party where they learned this trick from, I saw him waving his hand again and attacking me. The owner of the dog hall knows that he cannot afford to think too much at this moment, gritted his teeth and endured the pain before embracing it. He has been using the sheath diameter just now, space blockade power only possessed by the strong. And now he wants to use his true energy power. Have a real battle with the opponent. At this moment, I saw his palms crossed over his chest. Strike forward layer by layer like water temperature. Every time there is a ripple in the air. At the same time, sharp sonic booms were also emitted. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian was facing a storming attack. Still no intention of dodging. The right palm strength continues to gather true chi. Lift your left hand slightly forward. A beam of light rapidly shot forward and emerged. Everyone who saw the scene was once again foolish, even Zhang Zhouxiao on the side. I couldn't help but freeze in place. How can he believe this? There is actually someone in this world who wields the great compassion demon claw with one hand. One hand can also execute the big star Luo command. However, just when everyone felt incredulous about it, De Xing Luo's finger power breaks through the void and stops. Master of the dog hall, thousands of waters flow like clouds, immediately pierced a small hole. Palm power is like surging water. I no longer have the defense I had before. At the same time, Zhang Xian's great compassion heavily demon palm roared out, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the owner of the dog hall being beaten back and forth for more than 10 steps. Just stopped. Immediately afterwards, his face darkened, transformed palms into fists, rushed towards the other party again. These two are extremely fast. On this fast platform, I only saw electric sparks flying around. However, wherever the electric light went, it also emitted waves of vaginal discharge. Less than 10 breaths. Your back and forth attacks have already exceeded hundreds of moves. Everyone was so scared at the sight that they stared at each other. Stay, and one of the famous teachers couldn't resist anymore. So he shouted loudly, Liang Guanpu, can you slow down a bit? The pervert in front of us has just arrived at their territory. Take this so-called invincible powerhouse as an example. Make it like this. And he also needs to show a meaningful smile. Sneer a few times. Just now, Zhang Xian made a sudden move from the sky. Senior Archie transformed the doghouse into a severely injured one. I saw him immediately take the pill to recover from his injuries, and re-enter the battle. At this moment, the two people on the high platform were like lightning in flint. The speed is frighteningly fast. When I can't breathe for 10 seconds, you attack me back and forth for hundreds of rounds. Everyone was shocked and stunned when they saw this, and one of the lower-level famous teachers. At this moment, I couldn't resist anymore. So he shouted out Liang Guanpu, can you slow down a bit? However, the 6-star celebrity beside him sighed with emotion. With your keen eye, it's normal not to keep up. Actually, the dog hall master had unparalleled talent when he was young. At nearly 900 years old, he has mastered so many martial arts skills. In such a fast-paced battle, using more than 10 types is also normal. Zhang Shi is so young. I just counted it. It seems that over 80 types of weapons have already been used. I really don't know how he did it. Being able to master so many techniques. And it seems that the power of each move is extremely profound. Listen to him say that. Everyone also noticed. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and stunned. You should know that they practice martial arts. Each one requires an unknown amount of effort. Even immerse oneself in it for a lifetime. It is also difficult to reach the level of perfection. And this pervert in front of us, just casually performing a martial art. At the very least, they have achieved great success. This is simply shocking. Many people couldn't help but sigh at this. It seems that Zhang Zhouxiao, the first genius, is a well-known figure. I need a master now. Just different from everyone being shocked. The wizard seems to have seen something. Furrowed his brow. I couldn't help but mutter that this shouldn't be. The renowned teacher next to him only asked the wizard upon hearing this. What shouldn't be? However, after pondering for a moment, the wizard. Only then did he express the doubts in his heart. Zhang Shi's greatest skill is finding flaws from the smallest details, and attack it. But he did not do so in this battle. Instead, he displayed so many martial arts skills. How does it feel like he's more like honing himself? Upon hearing this, the renowned teacher beside him was suddenly stunned. If someone had told him before, the guy with dual divine consciousness realm, fighting against the strong warriors who have emerged from the 5th tier of the Sheath realm. I don't want to find a way. Hua Shenger is still thinking about how to refine himself. He will definitely think if the other person is crazy or stupid. But at this moment, he witnessed various miracles with his own eyes. Upon hearing the wizard say these words, although I find it hard to believe, but they also know it's true. just when fighting against strong people like the dog hall master. All treated as training. How confident is this pervert really? How powerful is the combat ability to achieve this? However, just as they were lamenting about it, Zhang Xian on stage forced the dog owner to repeatedly push him out. A few steps later, he just exhaled a foul breath himself. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, truly deserving of the title of a strong exorcist. I am no match now, despite his increasing combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two is a whopping 3 levels. Relying solely on strength alone cannot win, although it is extremely difficult to defeat the opponent in normal combat. But if you want to defeat the opponent, Zhang Xian still has many methods, so he applied the martial arts he had learned. I practiced on each other once. I won't play anymore. I saw him leap forward at this moment. The whole person is suspended in mid-air. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. Hundreds of formation flags shot out. Blink time. It fell around the owner of the dog hall. At the same time, the person also fell onto the high platform. Immediately stomp lightly on the ground. The formation is instantly activated, accompanied by the sound of mist. The dog owner was immediately enveloped. This 7-star mid-level formation, although its power is not too strong, but the dog owner wants to break through. It also takes at least 10 breaths. The battle between the two is not much different in itself. These 10+ breaths of time, it can be said that it can already determine life and death. After the formation on stage appeared, everyone can't see anything. Even if the divine stone is used, it cannot spread inside. I only felt a strong roar coming from the ground. It's getting louder and louder. The formation lasted for about 15 seconds. Time slowly dissipates. At this moment, I saw Zhang Xian standing in place. Put it all into the ring. I just saw that the battle ended so quickly. Everyone coincidentally found the figure of the dog hall master. I took a glance at it. They all stood there dumbfounded. Just now, I was the childhood hall master of Xianfeng Daoguhiafei. At this moment, my head is stuck in the ground. Blood all over the body. None of it is intact. However, just as everyone was thinking, what kind of abnormal attack did the hall master experience? I saw the owner of the dog hall pulling out his head underground. At this moment, he looked. Not only did they not feel pain due to failure, instead, it was filled with anticipation and excitement. Look at Zhang Xian in front of you. Speaking of teacher Zhang, may I ask what you just demonstrated? But there is no ancient saint's great compassion heavenly demon palm in autumn. Received a positive response from the other party after asking. I gritted my teeth and continued speaking. I wonder if Master Zhang can teach me this palm technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian asked with a strange expression, what's wrong? You want to learn, but I don't want to teach. Upon hearing this, the owner of the dog hall, suddenly embarrassed to the point where my face was covered in embarrassment. Although Zhang Xian understood the heart of the deceased, make no social distinctions in teaching, but this dog owner has thoughts in his heart, not distinguishing right from wrong. Unknown person recognition. The stronger the strength of such a person, the more harmful it is to the human race. How could Xiao Wu be defeated? The ancient saint's powerful palm technique. Although Zhang Xian is a pervert, pass it on to him. But he's not a fool. Who can be accepted as a disciple? Who can't accept it? He still has a certain degree of discretion. However, after calming down, the dog hall owner, I just responded with a faint and gloomy expression on my face. I had a wild imagination. Then he shook his head and let out a sigh. Immediately after, it was announced loudly that Zhang Shichuan passed the first level in the hall. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhang Xian immediately interrupted the other party. Speak slowly. I haven't fought with the deputy hall master yet. I'm afraid he won't agree. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately clasped his fists and responded, saying that he was no match for me. I admit defeat. Zhang Xian was filled with regret upon hearing this. After all, he really hopes that the other party can agree. Then you can give him a good beating. Hit him half paralyzed. Let him never walk. Besides, it's just that since the other party has given up, there's no excuse to take action now. Anyway, this is just a challenge. It's not killing someone to silence them. Then I followed the dog master to the famous teacher tower. This famous teacher tower contains a renowned teacher's hall. The ideas of the most outstanding teachers throughout history. Some of these people have reached the level of 8 stars or below, even higher. It's extremely difficult to gain recognition from the other party. Challenge all the famous players in the first level and win. Compared to adventuring, it is relatively easy. And the real difficulty lies here as well. How many geniuses in history have stopped here? Not long after, a group of famous teachers saw Zhang Xian walk in. One of the famous teachers couldn't help but ask, do you think Zhang Shi can really succeed? And only then did a knowledgeable teacher explain that it was difficult. Although Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall, among the 8 imperial cities with titles, not considered the front row, but in history, for 8-star level renowned teachers have also emerged. The most powerful among them is he sure. It has even reached an 8-star atrium. The level they left behind is knowledgeable and knowledgeable. I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass. Yes, a renowned teacher can achieve 8 stars. It can be considered the pinnacle of the entire continent. This amount of knowledge and mindset, or perhaps an understanding of cultivation, they are not something that ordinary people can resist. I hope Master Zhang can pass, right? Thus, as his student, I also have smoke melting. Yeah, I also hope he can pass. No one has ventured in so many years. If we succeed in breaking through here, great fame. In the future, there will also be capital to blow water when going out. However, the dog owner listened to the conversation between the two in his ear. I was so angry that I vomited several mouthfuls of blood in a row. Thinking of him meowing, someone else broke into the hall. As a renowned teacher in this hall, I wish I could kill him. You guys are good. Everyone hopes that the other party will succeed. This is the renowned teacher hall where you are located. Once someone successfully breaks into the hall, you will also be very embarrassed. Okay, surprisingly, there is still capital to blow water outside. Blow your hair, blow. However, the wizard beside saw the expression on the hall master's face. He shook his head helplessly and said, Dao Duo Zhu. Unjust cause finds scant support. Master, whether zombies can pass or not, it has already dampened people's hearts. I'm afraid even if headquarters doesn't hold you accountable, all the famous teachers in the hall, I don't think anyone will be willing to obey your orders anymore. Upon hearing this, the owner of the dog hall had a face as lifeless as ashes. After all, since the other party called out to break into the hall, he also knows that it will be difficult for him to turn over again. I just didn't expect it. Famous teachers who used to fight side by side before will be sentenced so thoroughly. Think of this. My body trembled involuntarily, feeling melancholic in my heart. Did I really make a mistake? However, the suppressed chest feels uncomfortable. Unable to resist any longer, he just asked the zombie, what exactly is his background? The wizard who heard the question was filled with admiration in his heart. A response with bright and lively eyes. He is the hardest working person I have ever seen. The most genius figure. After all, Zhang Xian is in his heart. Leaving aside the renowned master of the heavenly blade. A person who reads books no matter how dangerous or difficult it is. Based solely on this attitude towards learning. I can't even do it myself. And we also need to learn from each other. In his opinion, this is. Perhaps the other party is motivated by such efforts and eagerness to learn. Only then did we achieve today's accomplishments. At a young age, I have gained a power that I cannot even compare to myself. However, Zhang Xian, who entered the famous teacher tower, did not stop. Slowly walk upwards. After all, he had already made it through once before. I also know the rules involved. The level of retained ideas here is very high. That's precisely why it's impossible to challenge a martial arts competition inside the tower. Basically, it's about assessing the teaching of famous teachers, defects in biogas and guidance on dance techniques, etc. Not long after, Zhang Xian just walked into a huge room. I saw a phantom appear before my eyes. This person is the guardian of the first level, 13,000 years ago. 8-star lower grade literary master who walked out of the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall. Zhao Jin at this moment. The old man saw people walking in to explore. Surprisingly, he is just a 20-year-old young man. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Ask if you were young and adventurous. What grievances have you suffered? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, immediately embrace your fists and bow down. In order to maintain his position, the contemporary hall master of Xingli Dao. Mistake my innocence. Then I will explain the ins and outs of the matter. I explained it in detail to the other party. After listening to the explanation, Zhao Shen couldn't help but shake her head. Let out a sigh. It's really worse than each generation. It seems that the master teacher hall really needs to be rectified and reorganized. Then he looked at Zhang Xian again. Although you are very aggrieved, but as the guardian of the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall, I won't easily let you pass. Otherwise, if everyone feels wronged, they will come and explore. As a result, what is the majesty of the master teacher hall? After speaking, I saw that the other party had a sincere attitude. Zhao Jin nodded with great satisfaction at this moment. Continuing, my assessment is very simple. The content is to guide martial arts skills. I am currently using a set of martial arts skills. You identify the shortcomings. As long as a problem can be identified, it is considered passed. Zhang Xian's face lit up when she heard these words. My eyes couldn't help but shine. Just to be honest, I saw this young man in front of me. Not only was there no trace of nervousness, on the contrary, he looked excited all over his face. I can't figure out why the other party is like this. So he frowned. Just speak up and say. Don't think it's easy to find a defect. I am an 8-star lower grade renowned teacher. The martial arts skills displayed are naturally the most proud. Also through countless modifications, only when there are no issues will it be taken out for assessment. although it is rare for you to identify a single defect. But many 7-star peak masters, it will take several months. It may even take several years to discover. However, upon hearing the other party's advice, Zhang Xian is still very grateful in her heart. So I gave a serious thank you, senior. I got it. But please start quickly. I need to go to the next level as soon as possible. As soon as these words are spoken, the old man's phantom couldn't help but shake slightly. I almost got angry. After calming down, I silently cursed the other person in my heart. I originally thought he was wronged, but now it seems that this guy is just a frivolous and arrogant person. So he responded with a displeased expression on his face, saying, "The martial arts technique I'm going to use now. His name is Autumn Wind Twisted Silk Hand. I am observing the autumn breeze falling leaves and unable to grasp them. But when stuck by the spider web, I feel it and feel it. Now let me demonstrate it for you." As soon as the words fell, I saw him spread his 10 fingers open. Virtual emotions burst out from the fingertips one by one, like a spider web, covering all directions inside. After finishing, look at him. Explain that my martial arts skills have never been applied to humans before, so you don't have to think about anything wrong. The evil sect thought that they could get away with it by talking nonsense. This set of martial arts has a total of 10 moves. One move is more powerful than another. This is the first trick of gold wire binding. When I finish using my 10 moves, I will give you 2 hours. If one of the defects can be identified, even if through. If you can't find it, just go out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, a meaningful smile appeared. I looked at the other person and laughed a few times in a row. This pervert in front of me. Now not only are people afraid when they see him, even if ghosts see him, they will be scared to death. Just now, Zhang Xian has passed the challenge. Challenge all famous teachers to the first level. Afterwards, we arrived at the second floor of the famous teacher tower. Just guarding the first level inside the tower, the content passed by an 8-star renowned teacher. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Xian who was tasked with identifying his martial arts flaws. At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled, laughing like 249. Just respond that you don't need to use the 10 moves anymore. I don't need 2 hours either. I can tell you now. Zhao Xin's classical Chinese immediately froze. I only used one move myself. This guy is going to talk now. Is it possible that with just one move, he can reveal the flaws? However, just as he looked at it with suspicion, when looking at each other, Zhang Xian slowly spoke up. Your autumn wind wrapping silk hand, looks good. Should be in the mid-stage martial arts of the Holy Land. It can be ranked at the front now. After refining this trick, entangled the enemy and difficult to escape. However, there are also quite a few defects. I just took a glance. I roughly estimated it. There are approximately 37 defects and vulnerabilities. Listen to what the other party has to say. Zhao Xin's face immediately darkened. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party remained silent. I thought I didn't believe what I said, so I let out a sigh. Creating martial arts skills requires practice to adapt. After fighting with others, in order to better unleash its maximum power. You haven't taught anyone before. I haven't run in yet. There are only 37 errors. To be honest, it's also pretty good. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xin's mind was so angry that it kept shaking. I almost couldn't hold on. Collapse on the spot. So my mood became positive. With a gloomy expression, he angrily rebuked his entire life. Can you tell me which 37 places are there? If you can't say it, believe it or not, I slapped you to death. Zhang Xian saw the other party suddenly adopt this attitude. I also responded with a displeased tone. You're wrong. If you still don't agree, that's good. I'll talk to you now. I thought to myself that I had made so many mistakes. I still don't know how to humbly learn. So there was a hint of education in the tone. Continuing, let me first talk about the biggest flaw among them. Your autumn wind entangles the silk and guards the pass. Autumn wind sweeps leaves and creates autumn wind, with the intention of disinfection and sterilization. And you only have entanglements. No artistic conception. The benefits of not being beneficial are regarded as illusory. Beneficial but not beneficial is seen as empty. If it's just a level 0 martial arts skill, it's okay if there's no way. But as a powerful figure in the Holy Realm, it is a unique move that can only be used. Surprisingly, there is no artistic conception at all. It has already come to an end. After speaking, he ignored his shocked expression. Move your body. Grab your palm in the air. I saw true chi burst out, like wrapping silk around everything. Continuing on, this is the second defect. Golden thread wrapping. This move is to use true energy to entangle the opponent. It can indeed restrain their hands and feet, but it only applies to some peers or ordinary ones. The true chi will pierce here. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhao Xin immediately became foolish. My move has never been leaked. I just performed it in front of the other party once. He learned it. Fake, but after being shocked, I just remembered the golden thread entanglement he had used. Although it looks exactly the same, there may be some minor changes. So he hurriedly interrupted, saying, "What's wrong? Your move is a bit different from what I just used." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a statement, "Right. I just think the trick you're using is too rubbish. I just made some random changes and said, don't interrupt me for now. Hear me out." Can you hear the other person say that? Zhao Zhen's mind shook again. He meows, this guy actually said I'm too garbage. I even made some random changes. Although I am very unhappy in my heart. But the other party continues to use their tricks. I couldn't help but look over. After taking a look, I realized the tricks used by the other party are indeed better than those used by oneself. Even more powerful. It's just that he hasn't finished being shocked by this yet. I saw the other person suddenly extend their other hand, gently tap towards a certain spot. The death of the entire formation of true chi. It's like being hit on the most important knot, curling up together in the blink of an eye. The surging true chi seemed to be startled. Sudden and rapid contraction back. At this point, Zhang Xian continued to analyze and said, the true chi of gold thread binding. When in contact with enemies, it will automatically contract. Although it can prevent the enemy from escaping. But the defects are also very obvious. Once this gate of destiny is discovered, the other party only needs a gentle finger. It will make the true chi flow backwards, causing backlash. This not only did not harm anyone, but also, I hurt myself first. There is also a second move, the wind and cloud, to draw the line. A silver wire shot out. Control the overall situation around. Has a controlling effect on people. But if the other party is holding a weapon, can be easily severed. Not only can they escape smoothly, it will also harm your soul. Listen here. Zhao Zhen was immediately stunned. Then he asked with a frightened expression on his face. I haven't used my second move yet. I never said it either. How did you know the name? And they also know the flaws within it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I waved my hand impatiently and responded that I had already said it. Don't interrupt me. Such a simple trick. I can deduce it even with a single push. It's not that difficult. Okay, listen carefully. The third move is the chirping of cicadas and fallen leaves. This move is a sonic attack. There are also the most effects. I stood at a total of 8 out of 37 locations. Namely, so Zhang Xian recounted the subsequent defects in detail. Every detail is described in great detail. Identify the shortcomings in martial arts and the techniques used in their application. And the cracking method was described in detail once. After listening to all the defects, at this moment, Zhao Zhen's entire mind was full. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. I just feel like I'm about to collapse at any moment. However, just when he was shocked and at a loss, I heard Zhang Xuanyu's breath carry a smell of scolding. Just said one sentence. This is what I call a defect. Did you understand? Do you know you're wrong? Immediately after, I casually responded that I knew I was wrong. I won't dare again next time. Halfway through the conversation, he just realized something. So his face turned red. I'm sorry to continue. I thought to myself that I was his ancestor from over 10,000 years ago. Nowadays, the other party is lecturing themselves as if they were lecturing students. Think of this. I feel very sad in my heart. Then he shook his head inside, saying nothing. You passed the level. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Suddenly, his face darkened. Just frowned and looked at him, saying pass the level. It seems that you still haven't realized where your mistake lies. As a renowned teacher who has walked out of the Qingyuan City famous teacher hall, respected by countless people, can your learning attitude work? Among my many students, you're the worst one I've ever seen. Not at all humble. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenman is going crazy. I am clearly an evaluator. When did he become his student? At this moment, he can no longer hold on. Suddenly, my consciousness shook, disappeared directly from the original location in the next second. However, Zhang Xian, who witnessed the scene, he also shook his head helplessly, sighing and pulling out the Soul Master. That's all for this aura. No wonder the entire Qingyuan Imperial City is shrouded in smoke and dust. The Master Teacher Hall is even more chaotic. I know very well that I have been wronged. Give up right away. If you don't say die, you'll have ghosts. Anyway, they're all here to break into the hall. Then break through and you'll be convinced. And at this moment, outside the Dark Master Tower, the wizard saw the tower light up. I also know that Zhang Xian has already met Senior Zhao Zhen. After all, in his heart, this Zhao Zhenming master's mastery of weapons, it has already reached a shocking level. He assesses martial arts skills. Even if Zhang Xian can pass, I'm afraid it will also take a lot of time. However, just as he was speculating on how much time it would take, I saw the second layer of light suddenly go out. After all, as the deputy hall leader, he knows how to make a name for himself and lose the tower. When encountering a level, it will automatically light up. Once it passes through the light, it will go out. It's just less than 3 minutes. How did it pass? But just when he felt incredulous about it, just heard someone shouting, "You guys, take a look. The second layer is lit up again." Ignore the words. Look up. I couldn't help but stare in place. Didn't it just go out? Why is it lit up again? If the light is on, this means we haven't passed the level yet. Is it a zombie? He didn't pass. Just when he felt strange about it, I heard the owner of the dog hall next. I said something very puzzled. No, this is the third layer of cold and damp lighting. The color is different from Senior Zhaoxin's. Isn't cold and damp guarding the third level? Under normal circumstances appearing on the second layer. If you simply pass the level, once it passes, it will extinguish. The position of the level will not move. But halfway through, I just thought of something. So my body suddenly shook. I just shouted with a terrified expression on my face. Is it difficult to cause a second level accident? His consciousness dissipated. Ignoring classical Chinese is very consciousness dissipated. At this moment, the owner of the dog hall. Legend has it that the ancestors who guarded the Mingshi Tower, once consciousness dissipates, the renowned teacher guarding the level above, it will automatically come to replace it. At most, Kechuang Tang is just assessing his consciousness. How did it dissipate? Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I heard Wu Shi exclaim in surprise. Han Shi's thoughts have also disappeared. Upon hearing this, the dog owner looked up and saw the whole person suddenly jumped up, hurriedly shouting, "Oh no! Hurry up and stop Teacher Zhang. Continue like this." Several key ideas left by several ancestors. If they all disappear, our master teacher hall is truly thorough. Upon hearing these words, Wu was initially taken aback. And then he responded, "Are you still trying to stop it now? When zombies roam around, obtain approval from headquarters. It is not allowed to be stopped." However, the dog owner who was so anxious that he almost cried out, "I can't care about so much anymore." Wrist flip. I took out the token representing my own hall master. Bite through your fingertips and suddenly move towards the game point, accompanied by a roar. I saw a beam of light soaring into the sky. Immediately after, a grand voice resounded from all directions. Qingyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall acknowledges the success of Zhang Xuanchuan Hall. Now voluntarily admit defeat. Please stop trespassing. Oh, it doesn't seem necessary anymore. He has already broken through. At this point, Zhang Xian had already walked out of the famous teacher tower, and he looked at our teacher and others with a puzzled expression on his face. What's going on with your famous teacher tower? Why are all the assessors piled up on the second level? However, the dog owner who saw the other party's expression, spray out a mouthful of fresh blood again. At this moment, he was almost driven crazy. Even if it's broken into the court, forget about it. Nowadays, even the ideas left by so many ancestors, it's all messed up. Be the master of the hall and do his job. It's also the first person in history. So I don't know how long he held it back, just holding back the frustration in my chest. The attitude is no longer as arrogant as before. With a wave of punches, he bowed and said that Master Zhang had successfully broken through the hall. You can make any request, as long as it does not violate the principles of famous teachers. Our Qingyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall is willing to follow suit. Bow down and obey orders. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately instruct Vice Hall Master Tiancheng. United Prince of China constructs a name. The teacher deliberately leaked the secrets of the famous teacher, causing the invasion of the alien race. Killed countless famous teachers. Commit the most heinous crimes. No forgiveness for sin. I hope that the Qingyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall can conduct a thorough investigation immediately. Upon hearing the command, the dog owner nodded quickly. With a nod, you can turn your head. Only then did I realize that the other party was nowhere to be found. Then he looked at everyone and asked Tiancheng, Vice Master. At this moment, a renowned teacher stepped forward and responded, saying to report to the hall master. The deputy hall master seemed to have left just now because he said something happened. Upon hearing this, the owner of the dog hall's face darkened. I hurriedly ordered to hurry up. Everyone, go and retrieve him for me immediately. Upon hearing the instructions, everyone immediately flew out. Not long after, they all flew back. One by one, with an unpleasant expression, they reported that the hall master, Master Tian, he seems to have left the imperial capital. The entire famous teacher hall and imperial capital have been overturned. I couldn't find him either. At this moment, Zhang Xian's face was extremely ugly. I no longer pay attention to the fear of the dog owner. Just shout angrily at the other party. My purpose for breaking into the hall is, it's because I was wrongly accused by the other party. I know very well that once I succeed, he must be at fault, but you didn't prepare in advance. As a hall master, what's the point of sitting? As soon as these words are spoken, the owner of the dog hall is completely panicked. After all, he never expected it. The young man in front of us can successfully break through the hall. and it's also so fast. Of course, I didn't consider so much, but now he knows that regretting is useless. So as soon as he turned his head, he announced that county issues a wanted notice for renowned teachers at Jingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall. Capture Tian Chang, if he dares to arrest, can be killed on the spot. After arranging these, just put yourself on it, retrieve the token representing the identity of the hall master, and handed it over, saying that my life is unfair to Go Tianzi, betraying the trust of the famous teacher hall. Resignation from the position of master teacher from today onwards, waiting for the headquarters to send someone to handle it. As for the position of the head of the hall, temporarily replaced by nothing. At this moment, he seems to be getting old, like hundreds of years old, looks like a dying person, there's no vitality at all. He stayed as the head of the hall for a full 500 years, make all-out efforts. Now he hasn't even dreamed of it. It will end in this way. And at this moment, Zhang Xian also knew that the other party had actually escaped. It's not that easy to catch now. But just when he didn't want to dwell on this matter, a movement in my heart, suddenly looking up at the wizard beside him. The old man in front of me just cursed a pervert, a dead pervert. But he was dug 3 feet deep by a pervert and pulled out. At this moment, the old man was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect to be discovered even if he hid so deeply. Just now, after Zhang Xian successfully broke into the church, she went to find the main person in Gaodang. Only then did everyone realize, this vice hall leader Tian has left the scene, and send out all the famous teachers to find them. The entire imperial capital cannot find any trace of the other party. At this moment, Zhang Xian knew that the other party had escaped. I know it's not that easy to catch it. So he shook his head inside, and no longer hesitated. Then he looked up at Wu Shi and said, Wu Shi, I want to apply for the 7-star teacher program. My minor occupation is already sufficient. After 7 people finished speaking, they handed over 7 7-star badges. Wu Shi glanced at the words and nodded in response, saying Zhang Shi, wait a jiff. I will report your situation to headquarters. It may take some time. However, upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian, I should also say that I am not in a hurry. There's nothing going on now. I'll also go to the library to take a look. So after a few brief words, the two of them, Zhang Xian is holding an identity token without a teacher. Entering the library. Took a whole day. Also keep all the content in mind. Also include all minor occupations. Combine into a new heavenly Dao technique. And one learns. After completing these, it's been 3 days since I left the library. However, the teacher who had been waiting outside for a long time saw him come out. Also welcomed up, and handed over the level badge of the 7-star master. Zhang Xian only breathed a sigh of relief after taking over. A year ago, he hasn't even heard of the profession of a famous teacher. Just Tian Xian Wang Chang, a teacher who was about to be fired. And now it has reached 7 stars, becoming one of the peak crowds in mainland China. It's heartbreaking to think about it. At this moment, Wu Shikai continued to speak of Zhang Shi. Tian Chang has not found any trace yet. But don't worry. I have reported the details of this matter to the headquarters. The headquarters has also sent people down. If nothing unexpected happens, we can arrive within half a month. Prince Xiong was also under our control that day, now imprisoned inside the renowned teacher's hall. But it's been 3 days now. I can't ask anything. And the ceremony you ordered earlier to commend Shinzhe. I just finished driving this morning. Commendation conference. He made great contributions to the human race, provided very detailed information. I heard that he has already arranged everything. Zhang Xian also smiled satisfactorily and said, that's good. Now you arrange for several strong and renowned teachers. Come with me. You can go directly to catch it. Vice Hall leader Tian Chang. Wu Shiqian was momentarily stunned and went straight to catch him. Many people have been sent these days, but they haven't been able to find him. Where are we going to catch him? Zhang Xian smiled and explained that she had been reading books these past few days. Suddenly, a speculation arose. If this Chenja hadn't taken control of his life, it's impossible to be killed and silenced. Now you are publicly commending him again. Although the other party may have doubts, but he doesn't dare to gamble either. So we just need to ambush at Chenja's house. If nothing unexpected happens, someone is bound to visit tonight. Nothing is wrong. I still don't understand. What Tian Chang has committed now is a capital offense. Having one more or one less is no longer important to him. Why do we still have to do it for some so-called secrets? Come on an adventure. At this moment, Zhang Xian explained that then, it depends on how many secrets Chenzhou actually holds. The reason why Rinzhou was exposed, it's because I went to Zhang Yinqiu's place to pick up the message. As a result, the renowned teacher's hall is unaware. The alien race actually knows. If the information he knows is related to the alien race, if it's a special secret passage, then that's different. Of course, these are all my speculations. There is no conclusive evidence either. After understanding the situation, Wu no longer asked further questions. With a nod, he hurriedly left. Not long. I brought 5 famous teachers over. There are 4 elders from the Master Teacher Hall, and one of them is Zhang Jiuxiao. Although he was vulnerable in front of Zhang Xian, unable to find the southeast, northwest, and northwest due to being beaten, but its true strength should not be underestimated. In addition, there are many treasures and weapons on his body. If we don't pay attention to rules, I'm afraid even wizards may not be opponents. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at everyone, just smiled. Let's not rush for now, everyone. We'll set off when it gets dark. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After all, after this adventure, everyone is concerned about this pervert in front of them. I have long admired it to the point of being completely smitten. Now his prestige is at the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall. Compared to my teacher, I have known everything but not inferior. Time flies. It's getting dark soon too. At this moment, they also arrived near Chenji's residence. Pre-arranged taverns. However, just as Zhang Xian used her divine power, when observing this mansion, my teacher pondered for a long time, just spoke up and asked Zhang Shi, do we need to do anything in advance now? As far as I am concerned, this Tian Chang also seems to have a mid-range handle. The level of vitality may not be as good as that of Jin Yuanding, but it can complement his strength perfectly, can exert extremely strong combat effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just shook his head and responded that there was no need to prepare in advance. Instead, I prepared too much. It is also easy for the other party to discover. Once they escape, we don't have time to deal with it. After speaking, I noticed that the other party still had concerns. Just explain one sentence, you don't have to worry. Even if his strength is very strong, as long as it does not exceed the dog hall master, we can protect ourselves without any problem. At that time, there will be a lot of noise and commotion. It is entirely possible to notify the people of Zhanshitang to come. After explaining, he stopped talking. Several people also know that they may encounter a major enemy. Do not dare to have any contempt. Observe while practicing. I don't know how long it has been. The moon is falling a bit sparingly. At this moment, Zhang Xian suddenly said a sentence together. Then I saw everyone's faces full of confusion. Just explained that they have already entered the mansion. It went underground. Listen here. Several people looked at him with incredulous expressions on their faces. It is difficult to penetrate the underground layer when entering the Divine Stone underground, but it can also be discovered. After all, this method of drilling underground. When I was in the Poison Hall of Gingyuan City, Zhang Xian has only met once. Also one of the top 10 kings of Qingtian. The ultimate skill that the Earth Knight King excels in. So when he was spreading with the Divine Stone, also quietly observed the underground situation inside. I just happened to see this scene. At this moment, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. The other party is very careful, sneaking into the neighboring mansion quietly. I don't know what secret method was used to drill into the underground. Although the movements are subtle, I just noticed his figure in advance. Now is the perfect time to catch turtles in a jar. Everyone heard this. No more overthinking. Together, they flew out of the window with Zhang Xian. Quickly arrived at the courtyard in the middle of the mansion. This side is closed again. All breaths gently fall. At this moment, Zhang Xian was a group of people quietly standing around, and I came to a place myself. Wrist move. Insert several pieces of positive energy into the ground. Soon after, Zhang Xian saw that the time had come. Eyebrow furrowed. Suddenly step on the ground and let me out. Accompanied by a loud bang. The ground suddenly shook. A person was forcibly taken from the underground by him. Pull it out. Falling heavily to the ground. Everyone immediately gathered around upon seeing the situation. At this point, after ignoring and seeing the other person's appearance clearly, his face darkened. Just shout angrily, okay. You Tian Chang. This time I saw where you were fleeing. While speaking, grab your big hand forward. A powerful force immediately crushed and stopped. It seems like it's going to tear people apart. However, Tian Xing did not expect it either. Someone is actually ambushing here. At this moment, he watched as the attack without a teacher fell. Immediately blocked the opponent's attack with both arms. The body swayed rapidly and rushed forward. And Zhang Jiuxiao on the side saw this. I couldn't help but sneer and escape. Do you think we can escape? The voice hasn't finished yet. I saw the sword whistling down from the sky. Tian Chang's face darkened upon seeing this. Immediately summon a long sword and greet them. Swords collide continuously in the air dozens of times. Zhang Jiuxiao's current strength is not as good as the opponent's. Without a doubt, he was hit repeatedly and retreated. At this moment, Tian Chang watched as he repelled the opponent. Quickly darted out. Just jumped a few meters high. Just feel a few fierce forces, tearing from all around. These forces are the elders of the Master Teacher Hall, exerting all one's strength. Strike sword chi. A wall formed in all directions, standing in the sky. If Tianqing continues to jump, it will inevitably be split into two pieces. At this moment, his face was extremely unpleasant, knowing that there is no way out above. The long sword in hand surges with excitement. The whole person immediately fell down with the help of force. But I just stabilized my figure. My teacher and Zhang Jiaxiao's attack on the side, sweeping again. After all, once we arrive here, Zhang Xian made arrangements in advance. My teacher Zhang Jiaxiao and his two companions have the strongest attack power. Main attack. The remaining 4 people are providing cover on one side, forming a heavenly network. This guy can't escape. However, seeing several people besieging, the other party is no longer an opponent. At this moment, Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. So it opened. Minglei's I looked around. Since the other party took the risk to come, so there must be someone here who thinks a secret more important than life. This is the backyard of Chenji's mansion. No one came. In addition, the battle was sealed for 4 weeks from the beginning. No one will notice either. After looking around, I saw him suddenly furrow his brow. Immediately after, just a few steps to the big trees in the courtyard. At this moment, Zhang Xian realized that it was a sacred level incense tree. Can produce fragrant fruits. Although this thing belongs to the sacred medicinal herbs, but it has no effect on improving one's cultivation. The only use is to take one. Can keep the fragrance in the body for a year. This is only favored by noble women and girls. I didn't expect Shinja's backyard. Surprisingly, 7 plants were hit in one breath. I haven't arrived yet. I feel a strong aroma rushing straight into my nostrils. It's a bit intoxicating, have to say. The fragrance of Lingxiang fruit is indeed pleasant. If placed on a woman, it can indeed captivate people and make them unable to extricate themselves. However, Zhang Xian did not specifically come to see this holy medicine, but I measured a circle under my feet. After all, as a 7-star peak array mage, to others, these look like just a few trees, but he could easily see it. It's a special formation. So I secretly sighed and said, 7-star regrets formation. Replace righteous chi with medicinal herbs at the level of sacred realm. Block the breath and hide it. This method is indeed good. A 6-star renowned teacher. We have set up a 7-star peak lock array at home. I really want to take a look. What secrets are hidden underneath? So he took 2 steps forward and suddenly stepped on the ground, accompanied by a tremor. The ground was immediately lifted up. A stone door slowly rose up. Zhang Xian took a few steps forward upon seeing the situation. See behind the stone gate. It's a series of stairs that spread downwards. Without considering it, he continued to move forward. Not long after, following the stairs, one arrives at a spacious underground palace. Just asking him not to explain. There is actually a big hole leading to the center of the earth here. Countless lava inside, trapped in an 8-star formation, and the energy released is enormous. See here. Zhang Xian is very puzzled. The enormous energy hidden here. What exactly is providing power for? Think of this. So we followed the energy gathering point along the formation. I looked over. After taking a glance, the pupils involuntarily contract. I saw a huge altar in front of me, under the impact of the formation's power, quietly suspended in the air. Because it has not been activated, it looks a bit dark, like spreading deep into the leaves. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. This altar, it's almost the same as the one in the hands of the Red Leaf King, just a lot bigger in size. You don't have to think about it now, everyone knows. There is a close relationship between this place and the alien race. You can see countless carvings on it. He Qiaowu ancient saint. When the fonts left are the same. Zhang Xian also understood at this moment. This altar has the power of space. It seems that this is a large array for transmitting alien races. If that's the case, Qinzhe and Tiancheng have completely betrayed the human race. No wonder I just arrived in Xingyuan City. I didn't do anything. The other party came directly to cause trouble for themselves. I'm afraid they're doing this. It's also to give the top 10 kings of the Qing Tian lineage. Revenge comes to mind here. I also know that these are highly involved. Although I guess 7, 8, 8, but conclusive evidence is still needed to confirm. I no longer think too much about it. Wrist flip. An ice rain sword appeared again in the hand. First, destroy this altar. If it's destroyed, even if you want to teleport it over, you can't do it. So the true chi surged out of the body. Backhand, a batch of sword chi rushes straight towards the altar. When touching the large hole at the center of the earth, when the energy is released, I felt a special force surge up. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mind went dizzy. Immediately after, a huge tearing force pulls the soul. It's like wanting to tear apart her soul. This pervert in front of me, crossing mountains and seas, just to catch a glimpse of the beauty emerging from the jade soil. Just now, Zhang Xian set up an ambush at Chen Zhizhu's location. After Zhang Tianqing kissed her, I soon discovered a secret passage in the backyard as well. Just seeing the altar in front of me, He knows this is a grand array for teleporting the alien race, so the true chi surged out of the body. Backhand kick. Swordsmanship rushes forward, straight to the altar. When touching the large hole at the center of the earth, when the energy is released, I feel a special pressure. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mind was suddenly dizzy. Immediately after, a huge tearing force pulls the soul. It's like wanting to tear apart his soul. However, Zhang Xian, who felt this power, knew, if this continues like this, the soul is highly likely to be pulled away. So the true chi in the body immediately began to circulate. My eyes once again fell onto the altar. I seemed to understand something. Although this move, Juhan's former Tibetan village once cast a spell on him. It's just that the other party is now using this formation. Its power is over 1,000 times stronger than the previous Tibetan areas. Being able to achieve such pure soul attacks, the person who controls this formation, it must be the one who killed Qinzhe. So it seems, the person behind it is trying to trap himself through Qinzhe. No wonder this place is so easy to spot. I was thinking about Wu publicly commending Qin before. The purpose is to attract Tian Cheng. Although Tian Cheng has come out, as a result, I was attacked by my soul. Now it seems, the other party is not stupid either, knowing it was a trap, but still coming over. The purpose is not to destroy this altar, but instead, it attracts itself. Then take the opportunity to hunt and kill. I thought the other party was prey. I didn't expect myself to become a prey. Think of this. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. So I felt sorry for the cruel person in my heart. Is this formation yours? The other part is called those who have been summoned. The ruthless person only responded at this moment, saying, Master, this is indeed my secret technique. If we just use this altar to display it, even the master, you can't resist it. So after discussing with the ruthless person, I also know some information about this secret method. Immediately after, he took out a brush and flew to the altar. I drew something on it. This finally eased the energy of the formation. Then the witch soul flew out of her forehead, simultaneously utilizing the technique of the ice skybook. Move the soul body after 10 meters, compressed to the size of a physical body. Just rush into the altar. After all, in Zhang Xian's opinion, this altar, I have always wanted to absorb my soul. Nowadays, through ruthless means, he lowered the opponent's energy again. Since it is so, then take the opportunity to go in and see what's inside. However, the scene came to this side of the courtyard. At this moment, Tian Chang was surrounded by the crowd. I can't hold on either. And Wu also coldly snorted at him, saying, Tian Chang, capture it without hesitation. Otherwise, I have the right to cut you on the spot. Just hearing this, Vice Hall Master Tian, knowing that I can never escape again, so his face turned ferocious. Make a roar and try to kill me, then let's all die together. After speaking, the internal strength of the body rapidly increased. My teacher's pupils couldn't help but look at this scene. Just let out a loud shout, oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Quickly seal off the surroundings. Everyone heard this. Immediately release the true chi from the body. Imprisoned the surroundings. They just do it this way, although not allowing harm to people outside. But those inside are highly likely to suffer serious injuries, even death. But the few people didn't hesitate at all. However, just as they were holding a death-defying attitude, I heard a loud roar coming from not far away. Don't bother so much, Bending Ya has arrived. The next second, I saw the weather about to explode. I was pinned down by Jin Yuan. After all, before entering the secret passage, Zhang Xian, he's afraid of any unforeseen circumstances. Just release this guy in advance. I didn't expect it to come in handy. At this moment, Jin Yuanding's body shook. Move to the side. Jump in volume. Shoot the ground again. Tian Chang was suddenly bounced back. Then I saw the lid of the Jin Yuanding furnace open. Swallow it into your stomach in one bite. But I just swallowed it. I heard a roar inside the cauldron. Not long after, Jin Yuanding took over the opponent himself. Blow oneself up to an inhuman body. Spitted it out. The wizard who witnessed the scene was puzzled in his heart. This Tian Chang in front of us still has a chance to run. It shouldn't be treated like death. How could he die so easily? After thinking for a moment, I still can't understand. I could only shake my hand and let out a sigh. Put away his body. Bring it back to the master teacher hall. After dealing with these matters, at this moment, Wuxia looked around from left to right. I just asked Zhang Shi in confusion, is there anyone else? However, upon hearing the question, Jin Yuanding responded by saying, Master, when he entered the secret passage and heard these words, he ignored them. I just noticed a few trees on the other side of the courtyard. There is a stone gate, so he came up to her. After taking a glance, just greeted a few people and walked in. Not long after, they and Jin Yuanding also arrived at the underground palace. Just after they came in, seeing Zhang Xian sitting motionless in front of the lava, so he took a few steps to greet her. Saying hello is nothing. seeing no response from the other party. Take a closer look. But this one looks. Make his face turn pale instantly. Shout loudly, Zhang Shi. Why did he lose his breath and heartbeat? Is this dead? How is that possible? However, upon hearing the other party's surprise, Jin Yuanding responded with a contemptuous look on his face. What's the point of death? My master is practicing a special technique. Don't talk nonsense here if you don't understand. Everyone, go play on the side. But how many people heard this guy say it's a martial art? Everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows. After all, as a high-ranking scholar, have great experience. But I have never heard of any martial arts techniques. It can make the body look like a dead body. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiuxiu shook his head with a puzzled expression on his face. In response, how could such a technique exist in this world? However, Jin Yuanding heard everyone talking incessantly. It's also difficult to explain. If you throw a love letter or not, just ignore him. However, Zhang Jiuxiu still holds a skeptical attitude towards this, so I stretched out my palm. I just want to inject true qi into the other person's body. Explore the condition of the meridians in 5 organs. As long as it is soft and active, it represents being truly alive. But we haven't waited for him to put his hand on Zhang Xian yet. I felt a surge of power suddenly strike me. Immediately after, I saw Zhang Xian slapped him in the face with one palm, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw Zhang Jiuxiao fly out completely. Blood sprayed all the way from the mouth, straight into a nearby wall. Smash a big hole. Just fell heavily. At this moment, there was a bitter complaint on his face. I'm meowing just to try if you're dead or not. You shouldn't be so ruthless, right? Seeing this scene, Jin Yuanding sneered. I already said it. Master, he is practicing some kind of technique. Someone just doesn't listen. Okay now, you deserve it, right? And after reading it, our teacher and others couldn't help but twitch their lips. He really has this strange cultivation method. It seems that he is truly a pervert. So my teacher stopped thinking too much. As soon as he turned around, he instructed one of the elders. Ask him to dispatch some people come over. At the same time, report the situation here to headquarters. However, after entering the altar, Zhang Xian's soul opened its eyes. I have already found myself in a dilapidated house. Underneath it is still an altar. This should be the one from the underground palace. Interconnected channels. But just as Zhang Xian was watching the situation inside the house, I heard Zhang Shi coming from behind. We meet again. Upon hearing this, as soon as Zhang Xian turned around, she looked at the masked man in front of her. So my brow furrowed. Just then I asked in a loud voice, how could it be you? And at this moment, the masked man nodded in response. Just look at him and say, if I'm not mistaken, did you change the content under the seal of my painting? At this moment, Zhang Xueme Mao Yang responded with a righteous tone, saying that I have made changes. How is this possible? Let's not talk about whether I have this ability or not for now. Even if one is a renowned teacher, it is also impossible to arbitrarily change someone else's artwork. This has already infringed upon someone else's copyright. What our generation does not take. The masked man knew that after his consciousness entered the painting, the artistic conception of the entire picture has changed, so he was very certain that he had tampered with it. However, Zhang Xian also provided a bunch of explanations for this. First, let's go in for a while. Even if one really has this ability, I don't have the time to make changes either. Therefore, once again, turning entry into something that is not exclusive to him, I said it out loud. After all, before he went in, Zhang Jiuxiao's consciousness has also entered once. Masked man after listening to the explanation. I also seem to feel sorry for the other party. But this Zhang Jiuxiao belongs to the sage Zhang family, and they know the strength and terror of their family. A hint of terror suddenly appeared in his eyes. After being shocked, the masked man suddenly thought of something. I realized before saying something wrong. If it's a saint's faction taking action, I must have been directly crushed by you with dignity. There's no need to act so quietly. Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. Also respond. Anyway, what I saw was a beautiful woman being released from prison. If you really don't believe it, you can ask someone to ask me. Zhang Xian has always had a good reputation. However, the masked man also doesn't want to get entangled in this issue. Otherwise, it will never end. Although this painting has been added with new content by someone, at this moment, it doesn't matter who tampered with it. But as long as the artist's level is sufficient, it can still be restored. And in his opinion, the person in front of me can easily break the seal. Do something that neither myself nor President Mengchong can do. In the field of calligraphy and painting, it has reached the highest level of Qingyuan Imperial City. Compared to the old man from Wubei in the past, he is not inferior at all. If he takes action, the possibility of completing it is extremely high. I only spoke up after thinking about it. I asked you to come over. I want you to restore this painting. Zhang Xian shook her head and responded, it's not that I don't want to, but it's not possible to do it. Masked man heard. Suddenly, he looked with the intention of disinfection and sterilization. At the same time, laughing out loud is impossible. It seems like you haven't figured out your situation yet, have you? What I'm capturing now is your soul. That means the physical body is already dead. You are now a dead person. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly, a look of fear appeared on my face, and I died. When did you die? After one's words, immediately lowered his head and glanced at his frail body. Immediately, my eyes darkened. I was scared and fainted directly. The masked man who can see this scene, the whole person went crazy. He meows like a normal person knows. The soul is absorbed by oneself through secret methods. This guy is really good. Listen to me. He deliberately pretended to be surprised. I also need to pretend to be dizzy. I lost my elder brother. You are the soul. Are you sure you're unconscious? Therefore, he looked at Zhang Xian lying on the ground with a helpless expression on his face, saying there's no need to install it. Don't even think about fainting at this altar. Even if you want to die, you can't do it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, full of regretful weight, sitting up again. Did you respond that you can't faint? Love, forget about it. Don't faint for now. Just what you just said. I really can't do it. At this moment, the masked man saw his expression, almost got angry and exploded in place. He meows. There are still such shameless people in this world. I really fell for him, this old man, so I suppressed the displeasure in my heart, with a cold warning in his tone. Don't think you're a soul. I can't teach you a lesson. I can arrest you from another place to here. I naturally know some powerful secrets. Make you unable to survive. Seeking death is not possible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a lazy and indifferent expression on his face, I responded by saying that I'm going to die anyway. Then just kill me directly. Upon hearing this, the masked man was so angry that even his breathing became unusually rapid. I feel like my values are in front of the other person. In an instant, everything was destroyed. So he shouted loudly, since you don't know what to do, then I will use the soul-searching technique. After I search for your soul, you will be terrified. Complete death. As soon as the words fell, I saw him raise his hand and grab Zhang Xian. A powerful force immediately crushed and arrived. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhang Xian's gaze flickered. Discover the tricks used by the other party. It's the technique of a witch soul master. I couldn't help but be shocked. So he didn't resist the opponent's attack. Instead, he was allowed to enter his own mind, because Zhang Xian knew that the other party was not using soul-searching techniques, but it's a soul-searching technique. After all, soul-searching is quite violent. Once activated, can indeed know the information retained in the other person's mind, but it will also damage the soul, ultimately leading to the loss of soul and even death. But soul exploration is different. He can explore the secrets he most wants to know, but without harming the other party. So Zhang Xian allowed the other party to enter her own mind. I also secretly arranged one illusion in masked man's mind. At this moment, he is also wandering in Zhang Xian's sea of corpses. I quickly learned some things I wanted to know. Just watching more and more of him, his face became increasingly gloomy. This pervert in front of us is trying to survive. He actually agreed to become his subordinate, and willing to sacrifice their own soul. Just now, Zhang Xian watched as the masked man used soul-searching techniques on him, so there was no resistance, but to allow the other party to smoothly enter their own sea of corpses. However, Zhang Xian quietly created a false impression. After all, his understanding of witch souls is much stronger than the other party's, so it's easy to deceive the other party. And by this time, the masked man who had arrived at Zhang Zuanqihai had already arrived. After wandering around for a while, I soon learned some things as well. Just the more I watch, the more he became even more depressed. He didn't expect the other party to be a person with a straightforward personality. Well known, it's hard to say. He is still an excellent teacher with integrity and talent, and I really have no idea about the content under the seal. In other words, that picture of a beautiful woman being released from prison was not created by this guy. After understanding these, the masked man's mind also withdrew. After all, he always thought this guy modified the painting. It doesn't seem like it is now, but since we've caught it, it must find a way to restore the previous content. Otherwise, all the hard work of these years will be in vain. And Zhang Xian just sensed from the other party's thoughts. He is indeed a soul wizard, and he has a close relationship with Tianchang and others. It's just that the other party's intention is too small. The content contained is not much. Otherwise, who is the other party? His purpose and intention can also be thoroughly investigated. However, the masked man who came out only looked at Zhang Xian at this moment. I originally intended to search for your soul. Just because you are honest and straightforward, I can't bear to kill you. So now I'm giving you one last chance. We'll make a choice. Firstly, help me restore my transformation. As long as it succeeds, I not only won't kill you, but also, it can also bring you back to life. even stronger than now. Secondly, I will use soul searching for you. You will completely disappear into the world. To be honest, although you have a great understanding of calligraphy and painting, but a calligrapher and painter who has reached your level of strength, I don't know how much the entire continent is. If you don't agree, I will eventually be able to restore the content above. After saying these, I saw the other person asking with a puzzled expression on their face, can it still be resurrected? So I confidently replied with a confident expression, that's right. Then the wrist rolled over. A physical body appeared in front of them. Just then he said, it's amazing that there's no soul. As long as you agree to the first condition, I can let your soul stay there temporarily. This is equivalent to having a physical body. Can live and cultivate like a normal person. Zhang Xian was amazed to see the soulless figure before her. The whole person couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This is simply indistinguishable from a real person. The technique is too ingenious, isn't it? The soul enters it. Even an ordinary 7-star master teacher. It's probably difficult to detect. However, the masked man was shocked to see the other person in such a state of shock. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a renowned teacher, even if you don't understand the profession of a witch soul master, but I must have heard of the amazing spirit of the witch. He can not only increase your strength dramatically, it can also help you change your identity, becoming a person of high status and authority. Zhang Xian heard him talk about his sense of identity, suddenly remembered something, so I couldn't help but ask. So, in that case, Tian Chang and Zhongqing Wang are both soulless, which is amazing, right? Just after asking, seeing the other person shaking their head in response, it's amazing that Zhongqing Wang is not soulless. He looked at him again with a puzzled expression on his face. Ask if he isn't. That means Tian Chang is truly amazing with no soul. Is that right? The masked man heard this. I couldn't help but sneer. He did not answer this. Instead, he looked at Zhang Xian. I said something. Don't you want to take a look? My true appearance under the mask. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also nodded in response, saying, if you could tell me who you really are, I can believe what you say, and agree to your conditions. Otherwise, it would be death both horizontally and vertically. I don't need to help those who want to kill me either. After all, Zhang Xian is concerned about the masked man in front of her. I have always been curious. It's just that this guy has been seeing himself ever since. I have never used any martial arts skills. The soul exploration technique just now is a unique technique of soul masters. It's not considered martial arts, so the book never formed in my mind. I don't know who the other party really is. If I could take off the mask, it would be the best. However, in the eyes of the masked man, the other party's soul has been controlled by oneself. Life and death are all in one thought. I'm not afraid of anything Zhang Xian might do to resist, so this is for him. Even if I show the other person my true face, it's not much. So he sneered and said, I cover up my appearance, just to prevent others from discovering it. You can't escape now, can you? Life and death are only in my mind. It's okay to show you. After one's words, I reached out and slowly took off the mask on my face. And Zhang Xian saw that the other party was about to pull off their mask. I quickly looked over. I took a glance at it. The pupils couldn't help but contract. He couldn't believe it was him. So he looked at the other person in shock. How could it be yours? However, at this moment, Tian Qing saw the other party show this fearful expression. I am also extremely excited, so I just burst out laughing. That's right, Tian Chang and I are the same person. But at this moment, Zhang Xian glanced at the other party. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. In the past few days, he has actually been doubting Tian Qing's identity all along. Otherwise, it's impossible for oneself to make such a big mess right after coming here. So he shared his speculation about him in his heart. If I'm not mistaken, come out. You are not Tian Cheng, but it's Emperor Qing Tian, right? Upon hearing these words, Tian Cheng's voice suddenly became extremely eerie. A strong killing aura swept over. It's like being trapped in a reincarnation hell for an instant. Difficult to resist. Then he sneered and said, you're really smart. It's just that you shouldn't have said it out loud, since you already know who I am now. So I should also understand the conflict between the alien race and the human race. It is irreconcilable. You are now submitting to me. Not only can we live, but also, you can still enjoy glory and wealth. If you don't agree, I can do nothing about it either. So I had to kill you. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party admitting her identity. It's even more confusing. After pondering for a moment in my heart, I couldn't help but ask, is it the Blue Sky Emperor? It's Tian Cheng again, who is fighting outside with wizards and others. You are a member of the alien race. Even if the disguise is good, mastered the rites of the Master Teacher Hall, I'm afraid it's also easy to be discovered. The Qing Tian Emperor heard the other person kissing like this. The murderous intent surged in my heart, so his face darkened. just responded coldly, saying that Tian Chung, it was my idea reincarnated. The identity of a renowned teacher is gradually assessed. Real existence. For this identity, I have been preparing for a whole 800 years. I didn't expect it to be destroyed by you. Do you know how much I want to kill you? Zhang Xian heard the idea of reincarnation. I was immediately stunned. Then he suddenly came over. No wonder, according to his observation, there were significant flaws in the previous Tianqing Yuanshan. If nothing unexpected happens, it's difficult to reach an out-of-body state. I thought he had a problem during his cultivation. I didn't expect it to be just a thought reincarnation. The idea itself is incomplete. Cultivate to the realm of primordial spirit. Even if it can reach its peak, it's almost impossible to shed the sheath, because the idea of reincarnation is equivalent to regaining life. So his real identity is Tian Chung. Even in the library, at that time, I didn't even know who my owner was. Although it may sound simple, but as a witch soul master, Zhang Xian, but I know it's extremely difficult. The mind itself is negative. After reincarnation, it's like being possessed by a ghost. Fetuses are prone to premature death upon birth. The most crucial thing is, this kind of reincarnation is not allowed by Hayabusa and the way of heaven. Even if we can succeed by chance, it also requires a great cost. Even with the means of a soulless master, the success rate is less than 1/10,000. Otherwise, Mohan was born in the beginning. It's not about fighting desperately for 9 consecutive days of pregnancy, instead of trying to find a way to reincarnate. Of course, the most crucial thing is, after being reincarnated, one will fall into a deep sleep. Some people may live their entire lives until their death, unable to awaken previous memories. In the end, he remained idle until his death. This is also the so-called mystery of the female fetus. So this kind of reincarnation is only possible if there is no other way out. A situation where there is really no other way. It's impossible for anyone to do this. And every time they are reincarnated, it causes great damage to the soul. Once unsuccessful, basically, there's no second chance. The other party not only succeeded, but he also became a renowned teacher at the peak of 7 stars, mastering the famous teacher hall of the imperial city, even with the support of my lord from behind. This is also very scary. However, the Blue Sky Emperor also snorted coldly at the same time. Since I have identified myself, now, besides sacrificing your soul, you surrender to me. Otherwise, it would never be possible to leave here alive. Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words, okay. Since it is so, then I'll submit to you. Can you really find me a suitable one? Soul free is amazing. Let me live. I heard Zhang Xian say that. In the eyes of the Blue Sky Emperor, immediately waved his hand with a contemptuous expression. If you respond to this, you don't have to worry anymore. So that's it. Zhang Xian pretended not to understand. In 2 words or 3, I learned about the alien race from the other party's mouth. Amazing way to enter soul free, and let him release himself from the altar. Then he entered the amazing body without soul. We had some activities. I also found that there is not much difference from controlling the puppet before. Then he took 2 steps to the altar. Just say that since it's a trap, just use this altar. After speaking, he made a stunning move. At the center of his brow, a soul immediately flew out, slowly suspended in the sky. However, the Blue Sky Emperor did not expect it either. This world-renowned genius can actually listen so obediently, so he also nodded in satisfaction. Then he also came to the altar. Shaking body. The witch soul immediately departs from the body. After all, the important thing for a witch soul master is the soul. The physical body can be changed at any time, so it was sacrificed to the soul body. Only then can it be used to its fullest potential. At this moment, Zhang Xian turned around the altar. Just stopped. I heard that Emperor Qing Tian had agreed. Now we can start the sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement and said hello. I slammed my palm onto the ground suddenly. A roar suddenly rang out. The runes on the entire altar immediately shimmered with light. Immediately after, I saw a powerful suction force, suddenly devouring the witch soul of Emperor Qing Tian. At this moment, Emperor Qing Tian saw the situation. My face turned pale instantly, and exclaimed, how can you activate the altar? After all, this altar, it is refined using the unique methods of the alien race. We need the aura of killing to activate it. More importantly, it involves the secrets of the witch soul master. In his eyes, the other party is just a renowned teacher. How is it possible to achieve this? It's just that he hasn't finished being shocked by this yet. I feel the suction force getting stronger and stronger. The witch soul suspended in the air can no longer be controlled at this moment. He was sucked tightly towards the altar. It seems like it could be teleported away at any moment. At this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor, seeing myself being tricked by the other party, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the soul sacrificed by the other party. It's past, but his hand hasn't come up to him yet. I saw that this soul was completely unaffected by the altar. With a gentle flick, it returned straight to the body of the golden man. Seeing this scene, the Blue Sky Emperor became even angrier. So I angrily shouted that this golden man was refined by me. I want you to die, it's just a matter of thought. After speaking, one spirit stirred up. Soul free is amazing. Close all acupoints in the body immediately. Boiling internal strength. It seems like it could explode at any moment, but just because he thought. When the other party's soul is trapped in it. At this moment, Zhang Xian responded with a word of no need. Sorry, you heard a hiss immediately after. Soul free is amazing. Like torn clothes. Crack open directly from the middle. And Zhang Xian's soul immediately broke through and emerged. Immediately after, a 10-meter-sized soul appeared before my eyes. However, the Blue Sky Emperor who witnessed this scene, the whole person was stunned in place. As a soul wizard, what is the meaning of the great representative of soul body? And this guy in front of us has reached a distance of 10 meters directly. How strong is this soul power to be so great? So he shouted with a terrified expression on his face. This is your soul body. How could it be so big? No, it's difficult. You're also a witch soul master. And at this moment, Zhang Xian saw the other person's expression. Can you also comfort me by saying don't be nervous? After speaking for 2 steps, he came to the other person's physical body. Startled, move. The witch soul shrank to the size of a real person again. I crawled in along my forehead. Seeing this scene, the Blue Sky Emperor became even more anxious. That's his physical body. Once the other party's soul penetrates, it's like losing oneself. My own witch soul has nowhere else to go. Then he shouted loudly, what is this supposed to do? The king of the alien race in front of us. Since giving abnormal behavior to perverts, it made him dizzy and his brain spin. At this moment, he couldn't even distinguish who he was. Just now, Zhang Xian deceived Emperor Qingtian by deceiving him. After unlocking the energy of the altar and releasing itself, go into the soul-free golden man, and immediately activate the altar. He sucked the other person over instead. However, Emperor Qingtian reacted and realized, there is no way to escape from this matter. Therefore, just want to create an amazing soulless creature through him. Seal all acupoints in the body, forcefully trapping Zhang Xian's soul inside. Zhang Xian felt the astonishing transformation of this soulless creature. Immediately transformed the soul back to a distance of 10 meters. Exhale the physical body. Immediately after, the soul body transformed back to the size of a real person. He crawled into the physical body of Emperor Outyen. After finishing these tasks, I heard the other person asking me what I wanted to do, so he moved the other person's body, and respond by saying, why are you in a hurry? Didn't I tell you not to be nervous? I just want to try your physical body. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian used the other person's body. Suddenly raise your hand. I took a photo of the soul of Emperor Aota on the altar, accompanied by a roar. Zhang Xian felt the killing aura surging out of this palm strike. Strength is like a boiling river. I couldn't help but exclaim, what a great gun. However, Emperor Aota, who was trapped inside the altar, the attack is about to fall in front of us. The whole soul was blown up by anger. He really didn't expect it. I will be hit by this guy. And now they are also using their own physical bodies. Come and strike your own soul. No matter which one is injured now, for Emperor Qingtian, it is a catastrophic disaster. And at this moment, he also knew. I can't bear to think twice about it myself. A mental movement. Immediately gather strength. Just swing a blow towards the incoming palm power. The moment when two powerful forces collide together. Immediately unleash a powerful explosion. However, Zhang Xian, who controlled her physical body, couldn't help but. He took 7 or 8 steps back before stopping. With a smile on her face, she praised him for being amazing. I didn't expect this physical body to actually emerge. The strength of the Sheath realm. And the Qingtian dusk body above ignores this matter. The other person's slick tongue makes him meow with a loud roar. Get out of my body immediately. Immediately, the 5 fingers flew in front of him and grabbed him. Zhang Xian standing on the ground, immediately felt. The air around seems to be trapped. I'm thinking of attacking now. I just realized that my body is difficult to control. This force. It seems that he wants to take over his soul body. It's like forcibly withdrawing from the body. However, Zhang Xian, who knew the other party's intention, shook his head at this moment. Sigh, don't worry. I won't take your physical body. I just came out, didn't I? Just halfway through, I saw his palm suddenly lift. Immediately slapped towards the chest of the body. This palm strike pushed the body several steps in a row. Spray fresh blood from the mouth. I almost killed my body. However, upon seeing this scene, Emperor Qingtian, being so angry that the entire soul kept trembling, just as I was about to curse at the other person, I saw him once again moving towards the chest of his physical body, slapped a palm. This palm slapped blood wildly, but at this moment, he was firmly held by the altar. It's impossible to break free at all. I want to stop the other party, but I can't do anything about it. So all I could do was shout loudly, "Stop!" And Zhang Xian was too lazy to pay attention to the other party's roar. "Raise your palm again. Make sure to pose for chest patting." I just looked up and said, "You want me to stop? Just stop for now." Upon hearing this, Xingtian Emperor, I was so angry that my teeth were almost bitten to pieces. Helplessly, he could only nod in response. If he knew he was going to be attacked like this by the other party, my physical body will soon be beaten to pieces. When it comes back, it will also be useless. So Zhang Xian's power was imprisoned around him. This matter. He was also released at the same time as the recapture by Emperor Aota. Finish these tasks. When Emperor Qingtian was about to say something to Zhang Xian, immediately, I saw a palm slapping my face and pulling it over. Just haven't waited for him to react yet. This slap has already made him eat all kinds of meat and vegetables. At this moment, Emperor Qingtian feels like he's going crazy. Since he became the emperor of the Aota clan, when did you experience such injustice? It's not about taking action either. Not taking action is also not acceptable. No matter what you do, it's all myself who gets beaten up. So his soul body couldn't help but use your strength again to block the opponent's attack. After finishing these, just as I was thinking about what to do, I saw the other person raise their palm again. He suddenly slapped his body. This time it's even tougher. Blood spurted out wildly. It seems like the internal organs are about to be broken in half. So Emperor Qingtian reluctantly withdrew his power once again. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian immediately swing a palm and strike the witch soul. This kind of operation has been repeatedly tried by Zhang Xian. Repeat the matter repeatedly. The Blue Sky Emperor only feels that his soul body is getting weaker and weaker. He is a proud out-of-body powerhouse. He is also a lineage of witch soul masters. Surprisingly, he was almost killed by a guy from Holy Domain Double. He felt like he couldn't hold on anymore. He was so angry that his 7 orifices were smoking. Are you still a renowned teacher, secretly cursing in your heart? Famous teachers should not pay attention to reason. Do you pay attention to rules? How can one take someone's physical body and attack their soul? Is this something that humans do? This is even worse than a dog. At this moment, he knew, if this continues, even if the witch soul does not die, my physical body must have also become useless. But just when he was feeling depressed, what should he do? I saw a sudden increase in suction force, and severely injured soul bodies. At this moment, it cannot resist the suction of the altar. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from its original location. However, Zhang Xian, who witnessed the scene, my face immediately darkened. Knowing that the other party is about to be sucked back into the underground palace at this moment, and my own body is still there, this will be troublesome. So my spirit stirred up. Wu soul detachment. Just put the other person's body into the storage ring, and this storage item. The ring was not brought by Zhang Xian, but it's the Blue Sky Emperor's. After finishing these tasks, I don't care what treasures are inside the ring, but he found a place to hide it, immediately flew towards the altar. However, the wizards and others on this side of the underground palace. I saw a sudden flash of light on the altar. Immediately afterwards, I felt a chill of and coldness. Everyone, get up immediately. To the recently teleported Qingtian yellow soul body, I looked over, and shout out, be careful. This is a witch soul. But Qingtian Huang himself didn't expect it either. 20 or 30 famous teachers suddenly arrived here. If you want to be caught by them, then it's over. So when I was thinking about what to do, suddenly saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the crowd. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this person was none other than Zhang Xian. A movement in my heart. He immediately rushed towards the other party. However, no teacher could sense the movement trajectory of the witch soul. I suddenly feel uneasy. Just say hello to everyone and stop him quickly. Everyone heard this. One after another, they attacked and slandered. At this moment, Emperor Aota's face darkened as he received several consecutive slaps. Just reached out and waved a palm. Immediately afterwards, a ripple swept around in all directions. The entire space inside the underground palace. It seems to be held in place by a tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, everyone seemed to have fallen into a swamp. Both actions and attacks are restricted. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zhouxiao's pupils couldn't help but contract. He knows he can unleash such powerful soul power. Only out-of-body experts can achieve this. And the wizard also noticed it. I also know that relying solely on the strength of existing people, it's impossible to stop the other party. A movement in my heart. Immediately let out a loud shout and used the dragon dance formation quickly. As soon as these words are spoken, numerous renowned teachers on site instantly shifted their positions. Immediately after, the direct police wizard gave an order. Everyone's true energy immediately surged. The dragon formation has been completed. A tremendous amount of energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire underground palace was filled. The imprisonment of Emperor Aota before the end of the era was thus cracked. But at this moment, in the heart of Emperor Qin Tian, although secretly praising these famous teachers, their response is very good. But his soul also took advantage of this and flew to Zhang Xian's side. I crawled in along my forehead. However, the Qin Tian emperor who completed the capture of the house. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let's hurt each other now. I want you bastard to experience the pleasure of being pardoned. Just. After everyone heard the laughter coming from Zhang Xian, everyone was stunned. Then one by one, they became nervous. I don't know what to do now. Subconsciously surrounded the other party as well. At this moment, I saw the sweet yellow controlling Zhang Xian's physical body. After laughing heartily, why just shout loudly? Do you want to take action? Come on. First, beat your genius teacher to death. Just haven't waited for him to finish shouting. His pupils, which were controlling Zhang Xian's body, suddenly contracted, shouting wildly like crazy. But what the hell is this? Don't come over here. Immediately after, I saw him lying on the ground convulsing incessantly. The sound of screams soared into the sky. However, the wizards and others who witnessed this scene, they all stood there dumbfounded. One by one, I don't understand why. Looking at Zhang Xian on the ground, I don't know what to do. Didn't you laugh wildly just now? Why is it like this now? And within Zhang Xian's body lies Qin Tian Huangwang. At this moment, I feel immense pain, struggling frantically to break free from the physical body. But it was found that all acupoints had been closed. It's impossible to escape at all. So he shouted loudly, I won't give up anymore. Is it still not possible? Hurry up and let me out. I'm leaving. I beg you not to kill me. I don't want to hurt each other anymore. I really don't want to. Can you let me go? I'm begging you. And the blue sky emperor inside the body. It's like seeing something terrible. As the screams grew smaller and smaller, it gradually disappeared as well. But it's right here. The altar shines once again. Zhang Xian's soul also appeared. He just came back here. When I was thinking about finding the blue sky emperor, I saw that the underground palace was full. However, he hasn't reacted yet. How could there be so many people? I heard a sound coming from the crowd, and another one came. Hurry up and beat me to death. And then the power of wind and rain. And at this moment, Zhang Xian, who was under crazy attack, the whole person fainted. What exactly happened here? I just went there for a while myself. Why are so many people here? And I just sent it back. Everyone has noticed that I am still working so hard to output attacks. Have you all gone crazy? Where has the blue sky emperor gone? The most crucial thing is, he's meowing and can't explain it now. Once this is explained, the identity of a witch soul master cannot be preserved. It is bound to cause a huge uproar in the master teacher hall. This will make the trouble even bigger. However, Zhang Xian, who was so depressed that she was about to vomit blood, shook her body. Immediately shrink the soul body. Only managed to evade the continuous attacks of the crowd. So he suddenly rushed back towards his own body. Everyone went crazy when they saw this. I didn't guard teacher Zhang just now. Let a witch soul perish. I didn't expect this to make me want to take it away again. This is simply uncle's tolerance. Auntie can't bear it. So various attacks were launched consecutively. Completely blocked the area around Zhang Xian's body. After all, they couldn't see the appearance of Zhang Xian's witch soul. Just being able to sense the existence of witch souls during divine time. So the soul body in front of them at this moment. I have no idea who it is. Zhang Xian was also helpless about this. Seeing oneself unable to recover. I'm also angry and don't know what to do. However, at this moment, I just realized that Jin Yuanding was standing not far away. A movement in my heart. Immediately communicate with them mentally. Ask him to come over and help quickly. And Jin Yuanding, who sensed the call, turned around. Only then did we discover the master's soul body. Immediately after, I heard my master asking me to take over his body. Push it over to him. So he responded and ran towards everyone. Shout out and make way for me quickly. Accompanied by the sound, it landed. I saw him suddenly collide. Just blow Zhang Xian's body away to the altar. Zhang Xian can see. The other party fractured their own body by colliding with it. Immediately speechless, he meowed. You bastard. Can't you be a little lighter? But now is not the time to be depressed either. Watching my body fly back, the spirit of the witch moved. Immediately crawled in. In his physical body, his true chi turned around. The injuries on the body are slowly recovering. Then he looked at the crowd and asked if the blue sky emperor had just arrived. Have you noticed anything? But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw everyone rushing towards me with murderous intent. Zhang Xian's pupils couldn't help but contract when she saw this. I was just startled and let out a sound. What are you guys trying to do? At this moment, Wu Shikai stood up and shouted, Who exactly are you? Even if we take Zhang Shi away, do you think you can still escape? However, Zhang Xian knew that everyone was worried about him. I also shook my head helplessly and responded to everyone by saying that I am Zhang Xian. I have been practicing just now. I just woke up now. Wu Shi and a group of famous teachers who can hear these words. I don't believe it at all. After all, everyone's divine masters have already detected it just now. A witch soul directly penetrated into Zhang Shi's body. Take it away. So Wu Shi shouted sternly again. Don't argue with me here, no matter who you are. Get out of Zhang Shi's body immediately. Have you ever seen a man give birth to a child? And she also gave birth to a giant baby with a height of 10 meters. This incredible scene. Even after the pervert gave birth on his own, everyone was scared to death. Get lost. Just now, after Zhang Xian's witch soul returned to the physical body, I immediately saw a group of famous teachers surrounding me. At this moment, he also knew that everyone was worried about him, so he also joined the crowd. I explained it a bit. Wizards and others. At this moment, I don't even believe what he said. After all, just now they all observed with divine matters. A witch soul infiltrated Zhang Xian's body. However, Zhang Xian saw that everyone didn't believe her. Furrowed his brow. Just look at Teacher Wu. When you attacked me just now, the 7th move of the Land River Sword technique was used. Among them, there are 8 defects. They are respectively impure sword chi, impure breath, and improper strength. Lack of vitality. After all, Zhang Xian doesn't know how to explain it now. Just say the other person's question directly. This ability is only possessed by renowned teachers, so it's best to use it to prove one's identity. However, Wu Shi beside him, hearing Zhang Xian in front of me, one after another. Speak clearly about your own shortcomings. My body couldn't help but shake. Then I heard the other person finish speaking. Can you confirm that I am Zhang Xian now? At this moment, Wu Shi nodded repeatedly in response. After all, being able to identify so many flaws in oneself, you can tell about the centipede. It is undoubtedly Zhang Xian himself. And at this moment, after Zhang Xian saw everyone confirm his identity, I just breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he frowned in confusion and looked at everyone. Did something happen? Why are you attacking me? However, upon hearing the inquiry from the teacher, this is what just happened. I explained it in detail once. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I wonder if this Blue Sky Emperor is foolish. My body is filled with the true chi of the heavenly Tao. It is the nemesis of witch souls. He rushed in directly. What's the difference between this and Yang Jinghu's mouth? I was thinking that if the other party escaped, it would be harder to catch them. I didn't expect him to die like this. Okay now. Directly ground into ashes by the heavenly Tao chi of the physical body. The world has evaporated. Thinking of this, too, I couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this guy was thinking of me taking him away. Make his body look unrecognizable. I also want to take revenge on this. Then I looked at everyone. I waved my hand in response and said, I'm fine. I just practiced some special technique. The whole person is unconscious. If you guessed correctly, the 2 witch souls that penetrated into my body have been wiped out. Everyone saw him explain like this. I won't ask any more questions. But the wizard knew it in his heart. As a renowned master of the heavenly blade, how can the physical body be so easily taken away? If that's the case, Kong probably died a long time ago. How can one become the eternal teacher? Subsequently, Zhang Xian thanked all the renowned teachers present. Protect oneself from the law. But just as a few people exchanged a few simple pleasantries, Zhang Xian suddenly felt very strange. I couldn't help but use the divine stone to explore it inside. After all, he felt that the Blue Sky Emperor had entered his body, although he was killed by the true chi of the heavenly Tao. But such a strong person should also stay. What is impossible? Nothing at all. But while he was serving as an attendant, suddenly, I heard a sinister sound. It came to my mind. This sound is like a ghostly sound. Cold piercing bone. Fei, are you looking for me? Hearing this sound, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This person can actually speak in their own mind. And I didn't even have any signs in front of me. So I quickly exclaimed, who exactly are you? Then I searched for reputation. Immediately after, I saw the sea of stones. There is a dark passage. It has spread for an unknown distance. There's no end in sight. Immediately after, I heard the sound coming again. Come in. So Zhang Xian's divine consciousness was puzzled, appearing right in front of the passage. As his face darkened, he looked deeper into the passage. Just then, I asked again who you really are. How could it be in my sea of corpses? At this moment, the voice came again coldly. No wonder it can harm me. A subordinate has caused such a miserable situation. So he's a renowned figure from Tianrun. So many years have passed. Unexpectedly, there is now another renowned master of the heavenly blade. But Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. A sudden tightness in my heart. Then I asked a rhetorical question. You can still tell that I am a master of the heavenly blade. Think about your own identity. Even for powerful individuals like Luo Qingxing, who have a reputation of 7 levels, I can't even tell. Who is the other party wholly? How did you see through it at a glance? This is just too powerful, isn't it? However, on this side of the black hole, suddenly, a flash of light flashed by. Immediately after, I saw a huge eye suddenly appear, and coldly snorted. If I can't even tell this, what qualifications do you have to fight against the Kong family for many years? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, my heart trembled uncontrollably. To put it this way, a rhetorical question followed. You're a ruthless person, aren't you? As soon as these words are spoken, the huge eyes burst out laughing. Not bad, after many years. I didn't expect anyone to know me. But it was also back in the day when I trapped the Kong family in court. I almost killed him. The master teacher hall may not be complete. The dignity of the eternal teacher. There will definitely be records as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment. You still trapped Kong, sure? After all, his subordinates are ruthless due to memory impairment. I don't remember many things about Kong's family, and a part of this ruthless person in front of us clearly knows more. Warriors have always been invincible in his heart. It is highly respected by everyone in the entire mainland of famous teachers. Unexpectedly trapped by a ruthless person. A life that almost died. I've never heard of him before. However, the other person's eyes showed a frightened expression on their face. There was also a burst of excited laughter. It seems that you really don't know about this matter. It just doesn't matter. Now I can swallow you, the master of the heavenly blade. I'm sure my strength can recover quite a bit. At that time, we can break free from our constraints. The vast sea leaps with fish. The sky is high and birds can fly. For my own sake. From what I see, I can only make you feel wronged. Now go die for me. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Xian immediately felt the black hole in front of her. Suddenly, a huge suction force was generated. It seems like I'm about to devour my soul. So his face darkened. I just exclaimed, oh no, this is a ruthless person personally using the technique of arrest. If we continue, it will be swallowed up sooner or later. Think of this, a ruthless person who immediately communicates the strategy of the way of heaven. Subsequently, he responded by saying, this should be part of the head and eyes. Although this method of soul arrest is powerful, but it's still difficult to achieve beyond the distance. It's like the Blue Sky Emperor used the altar. If my strength returns to its peak state, it's easy to be separated by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Can kill the owner at any time. But now it seems that my eyes are probably using some kind of spirit. Just disconnect this connection to ensure safety. Listen here. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. With a flash of inspiration, I thought of the soul of Emperor Aotian. After determining the reason in my heart, consciousness resists the sharpness of the black channel in front of us. At the same time, the divine power spreads throughout the body. Start searching carefully. Not long. I discovered a witch soul hidden on one side of the stone sea, so my spirit stirred up. Immediately rush into the other person's location upon hearing the true chi. Immediately after, I heard waves of mournful cries from the Blue Sky Emperor. After the sound gradually disappears, I can feel the black channel in front of me, quickly retreating backwards. The huge eyes shook twice. It seems to be fading away. It seems like it could disappear at any moment. Then I heard him make a sound. I didn't expect you to discover this too, but it doesn't matter. You will definitely die at my hands in the end. Accompanied by his voice dissipating, the huge eyes have also disappeared. However, his departure. At this moment, Zhang Xian realized that she was still standing motionless in the underground palace, and he's sweating profusely. That moment just now. It's like being trapped in a special illusion, just almost devoured by the other party. But it is such a real existence. Although others are now safe, but there are still lingering fears in my heart. At this moment, the voice of the ruthless within the heavenly way strategy once again came from the master. I really dare not take action in the situation just now. Because once we do it, it's like exposing the other party. It is highly likely to employ even crazier methods. This will only be more detrimental to the owner. After listening to these words, Zhang Xian also understands the truth behind it. So I no longer dwell on this matter. Later, I asked him what kind of strength he wanted to achieve. Can be the opponent of that eye part? However, the ruthless person who heard the inquiry, after hesitating for a moment, he just responded by stating his specific strength. I didn't see it just now. It's just that the lowest level has reached the realm of being out of the body. My current strength is not a match at all. But if we can eat the Aotian Emperor, it should also be possible to reach an out-of-body state. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian just responded by saying to wait for me to finish the review first. You will handle it again. After all, Emperor Qingtian is not dead yet. I'm just trapped by the true qi of the heavenly Tao. In addition to the previous wear and tear, his current strength has suffered a significant loss. However, Zhang Xian still has some confusion. It's not too late to give it to the ruthless person after asking. However, what happened to Zhang Xian in the sea of food just now? Until now, when it comes to complexity. But many of them are just a fleeting thought. So there were less than dozens of breaths in total. And Wu and others saw him standing silently. One by one, they looked over with worry on their faces. And shouted Zhang Shi. At this moment, Zhang Xian smiled and said, "It's okay. Wizard, come with me for a moment. You arrange for someone to move this altar back to the Mingshi Hall. Hand it over to them when someone from headquarters arrives. It can also be considered as evidence." However, the wizard who heard the command, after explaining to the master behind me, I followed Zhang Xian out of the underground palace. At this moment, Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Clear Reason. I observed around for a while, found the right direction. Greetings. The two of them flew straight out. Not long after, I came to the depths of the mountains and searched here for a while. We soon discovered the location of the wooden house as well, confirmed with the wooden house previously transmitted. After the same room, I couldn't help but feel the shock in my heart, so I sighed with emotion. I didn't expect the difference between the two to be tens of kilometers. Then he strode in with great strides. Immediately after, I picked up the ring hidden earlier, and erased the soul imprint on it. After finishing these tasks, looking at the wizard in front of me, standing in front of the altar with a shocked expression on his face, just shouted, "Look who this person is." After speaking, I threw out the body of the storage ring. After seeing this person, Wu Shi was momentarily stunned. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Vice Hall Master Tianqing here? Didn't he just self-destruct? That inhuman salted fish." I was also sent back to the Master Teacher Hall. Why is there another one here? However, Zhang Xian was shocked to see him so shocked. Gently wave your palm over your body. He just responded that it was just his disguise. Immediately after, I saw Vice Hall Master Tianqing on the ground. It immediately doubled in size, although nothing has changed in appearance, but the aura emanating from it, but with terrifying wings of slaughter. Ignoring this scene, his face darkened. I suddenly became nervous. How could Tianqing be a member of the alien clan? At this moment, Zhang Xian also nodded and explained that he was not only a member of the alien clan, still Emperor Qingtian. So I saw the other person's face full of disbelief. Just now, I have learned what I previously knew. I explained it to him in detail. After understanding the situation, Teacher Wu, my body couldn't help but shiver. The extraordinary spirit clan with the same lineage as Qingtian changed their bodies, become a deputy hall master and manage the same area together. They haven't noticed it for so many years. The severity of the crime, difficult to express. If this is true, how many famous teachers are there in the entire Master Teacher Hall? That's the same. However, Zhang Xian saw that the other party realized the seriousness of the matter. I just said I'll bring you here alone. You should understand. This matter must not be leaked out. Otherwise, everyone would be in a state of panic, involved greatly. However, these human traitors must be identified. Otherwise, the disaster would not be small. So you need to investigate in secret. Strive to establish the foundation left by Emperor Qingtian. Uprooting one's brain at a time. Prevent in advance. This corpse is left for you. Find a way to deal with it. Wait for the headquarters to come back as evidence. Just provide a detailed report on the matter. After arranging these, Zhang Xian asked the other party to go back first. I tossed around for half a day on my own. I also want to rest in place. Then I saw my teacher nod. Just respond and leave. Put the altar in front of you into the ring. At the same time, he also took out the storage ring of the Blue Sky Emperor. Spread the spirit among them. Discovered a jade box containing 30 gold spirit stones. So he didn't care about other treasures inside the ring either. Hold the spirit stone in your hand and sit cross-legged. Started practicing a mental movement. After shrinking, the soul quickly came to the round fetus. I crawled straight in. This time, the soul has shrunk. There are also enough spirit stones to break through quickly. After the original tire exploded, I saw a huge fetal eagle. Slowly crawled out. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian is completely foolish. This pervert in front of me. Bring a group of energetic soldiers. Teach to go on stage like a beggar to face off. This made Mr. Xing so angry that he vomited blood and died. Just now, Zhang Xian's storage ring from Tianqing Huang obtained 30 gold spirit stones. Afterwards, the cultivation began. Not long after, he also successfully broke through the fetal neck. Just when the Yuan tire exploded, when I saw a huge baby slowly crawling out, he was instantly dumbfounded. Other people's fetuses are the same size as babies, although my own one is also a baby. But why is there a distance of 10 meters in height? This is too scary, isn't it? How much energy is required for this? Someone else's high-grade spirit stone with a gold yuan. You can cultivate the entire Taiyin mirror and even the Yuanshan mirror. Isn't this a bottomless pit for oneself? However, I don't know how long it has been. Practice until the end. A spirit stone has shattered. Zhang Xian couldn't feel any spiritual energy left. I slowly opened my eyes. At this moment, he was very helpless. I thought I had obtained 30 spirit stones. Can you push yourself to the peak? Who knew his cat's fetus was so huge? All of this has been completely depleted, and it's only halfway through. I want to reach the peak. I'm afraid at least 50 more are needed. The key is where to find so much here. Even if the entire Qingyuan city is turned upside down, I can't find it either. Just saying it again. Although Zhang Xian has only reached the middle stage of the Taiyin realm now, but its strength is already comparable to that of the early stages of exorcism. This kind of strength can be seen throughout Qingyuan city. Perhaps it is also the pinnacle of existence. After feeling emotional, I no longer dwell on it. Finding ways to make money is fundamental. Quickly put aside the depressed emotions. Finger forward a bit. A black soul immediately appeared in front of me. However, after being released, the Blue Sky Emperor, being worn down by the true chi of the heavenly Tao to a half-dead state, it looked sickly, weak and powerless. But when he saw Zhang Xian, immediately revealed a very strong hatred. Immediately after, let out a roar and I'll take your dog's life. After speaking, the entire soul rushed over. Just haven't arrived yet. I just saw that Zhang Xian's gaze was like a gentle touch. The soul of the Blue Sky Emperor was immediately pressed tightly to the ground. I can't even move it. However, sensing this powerful pressure, the Blue Sky Emperor, with an incredulous roar on her face, Nini, how did you become so strong? After all, they just had a fight an hour ago. You can still deal with him at will. Just how long has it been since it became so strong? One finger makes oneself unable to resist. What kind of strength is this? But Zhang Xian is too lazy to respond to him about this, so he calmly asked, as a member of the alien tribe, how did you get here? How did you meet a ruthless person again? Became a witch soul master. How many people in the Spirit Master Hall are yours in total? Tell me carefully. I can give you a pleasure. Otherwise, I'm sure you should also know about my horror. Upon hearing this, Qingtian Huang gritted his teeth and responded with a sound. You want to use a cliché from me? Dream, I am the emperor of the Outyin lineage. Not someone who is afraid of death. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Just watching Zhang Xian stomp his head to the ground with just one kick. Immediately after, I saw Zhang Xian. He muttered to himself, cruel. All you need is the supply of the primordial spirit. The dead Blue Sky Emperor doesn't matter, right? After speaking, extend your palm forward. A mass of soul-burning true chi appeared in the palm of my hand. Flip your palm at any time. I pressed him down. However, I felt a tearing pain. The Qingtian Emperor, whose soul was burning, suddenly felt worse than a human. Just as I was about to grit my teeth and persevere, I would rather die than surrender. I saw the other person's finger flick again, pull out a thin stream of blood from his soul. See here. Emperor Qingtian's face changed. My heart was filled with panic. After all, as a witch soul master, I naturally know that the other party's move is actually a soul-searching process. Not to mention the pain. More importantly, once completed, even if it doesn't cause the soul to scatter, I'm almost turning into an idiot. So, with a face full of fear, he quickly shouted at me and said, is it still not possible? But at this moment, Zhang Xian was already disdainful of talking nonsense to him. Apply force with your fingers. Immediately pull out the opponent's soul line. After all, in his opinion, if you were willing to speak obediently just now, I'm too lazy to do it myself. And now that everyone is taking action, I don't want to hear it either. It's better to search for souls faster. I also have a more comprehensive understanding. So that's it. Zhang Xian searched through soul searching, extract the other person's memory, explored for about an hour, also gain a clear understanding of the ins and outs of the whole matter. I also know him, the emperor of the Aota clan. Worship was conducted over 2,000 years ago, accidentally communicating a ruthless consciousness, and cruel people use secret methods. Use the power of sacrifice to teleport it here, and teach him the cultivation techniques of the witch soul master. Until now, humans, it's no longer the same as before. Wuxia Aman, you can bully at will. In order to truly control power, he dare not act rashly, but rather a careful layout. Let oneself sacrifice the eagle sea. Reborn. This secret method is very complex, and it will cause serious injuries to people. Can only be used once every 10 years. We conducted over 120 experiments. That's how it succeeded. Tian Chang relies solely on each other's memories. I finally found out. The other party is working so hard. It's just for the message of Kong Shi's passing on the blessings of heaven. Before Kong Shi disappeared, can leave behind 6 legendary heavenly talismans, a guardian teacher's hall, and the remaining 5 are missing. Until now, no one knows. And according to legend, as long as you gather all 6 cards, you can open the Confucian temple. Enter it. You can search for the peerless secret book he left behind, the Spring and Autumn Annals. That's precisely why, for tens of thousands of years, Countless people are searching for it. Unfortunately, we have been searching without any trace, or perhaps someone has already obtained it. It's just that no one dares to speak out. After all, it involves matters related to Master Kong. Even renowned teachers can go crazy and lose their rationality. However, Emperor Qingtian emerged from the ruthless population. Understood about this hereditary blessing. The news. I spared no expense to start laying out my plan. Just Zhang Xian found out after soul searching. The other party spent so much effort searching for the centipede. It's not without purpose. But through various clues, we know. Not only is there a fear of the master left here, and the key to finding blessings. It is said that as long as it is found, we can take this opportunity to find blessings from heaven. There is even a chance to find the specific location of the Confucian Temple. The Confucian Temple was personally left by the Kong family at that time, hidden in the void. No one knows the specific location. Zhang Xian can understand all of this. He also shook his head and let out a sigh. I'm afraid the information gathered by this Blue Sky Emperor, it's fake. After all, the centipede has already entered twice. I haven't found any keys. I haven't even discovered anything related to it. Just Zhang Xian discovered it again in the other person's memory. The key is just an auxiliary. Over 2,000 years ago, it is said that a calligrapher and painter once saw the transmission of the heavenly talisman print the shadow of the Kong lion in the air. After learning this news, Emperor Qingtian brought the calligrapher and painter for interrogation. Unfortunately, I didn't ask anything. However, 3 years ago, he accidentally found the ruins left by the other party. I also found the painting of the 8 classics, suspected to be related to this matter. Unfortunately, it was sealed on top. I can't see anything. After researching for a long time, I couldn't find a method. We had to find the vice president of the appraisers union. Work and pull together. Zhang Xian also knows everything about what happened afterwards. Understand these. At this moment, Zhang Xian also had a guess in her heart. The position he saw in the painting earlier. Perhaps it is the location of the eternal blessings of heaven. Not necessarily. As for the news about the lost key of the centipede is false. In this painting, he saw Kong's phantom with his own eyes. This shouldn't be wrong. So I secretly thought to myself, I need to thoroughly investigate the location of this mountain range later. However, after reading all of the other person's memories, Zhang Xian is also aware of it. Distributed throughout the entire Qingyuan city. List of all spies in the famous teacher hall. There are over 100 of them. After all, the alien race has a long lifespan, far beyond the 1,000 years of the Holy Land powerhouse. So if the truth is unknown, it's quite easy, even if a renowned teacher has a firm will, filled with faith. But there are also many people, unable to withstand the corrosion of sugar-coated bullets, eventually becoming a puppet that the other party can control. Subsequently, Zhang Xian copied everyone's names into a copy. It was conveyed through the transmission of the jade plaque. I just breathed a sigh of relief. With these things, without a teacher, one can avoid many troubles. You can even arrest them directly. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Xian gave the witch soul of the Blue Sky Emperor to the ruthless man. Then I was about to stretch lazily, see how to earn essence spirit stones. Suddenly remembered something, so my face couldn't help but twitch. I promised the Lord of Xingtong to help him train a strategist. At that time, it seemed like 3 days later. The people from the other 3 major battle halls came to challenge us. But it seems like it's been 4 days now. I lost it. Maybe people from other cities have started communicating. Think of this. Don't hesitate. Shaking body. Immediately flew back to the warrior hall. And on this side of the warrior hall's martial arts training hall, countless soldiers gathered around, looking at the several high platforms in the middle. However, on the high platform at the forefront of the crowd, there are 4 elderly people sitting on it. One of them is the lord of the hall. Just the exchange meeting hasn't started yet. The 3 elders couldn't help but look at the hall leader in front of them. With furrowed brows, they asked the hall master one by one, how did I hear about it? What Xianxian society have all your warriors joined? This seems to be an organization of a first-class empire, right? After all, in the eyes of these 3 people, although the warrior hall in Qingyuan Imperial City has always been at the bottom, very depraved, but it wouldn't have fallen to such a level. Will submit to a group of ordinary famous teachers. This is a complete disgrace to the warrior. Later, several people saw that the hall leader did not deny it, nodding directly and saying yes. One of the leaders of the Zhongyuan City Warrior Hall, Zhao Yu, just responded arrogantly, saying no. I want to say that as a warrior, you surprisingly joined an organization in a first-class city. What do you think exactly? Have you forgotten the dignity and identity of a warrior? At this moment, the executioner explained with a helpless expression on his face. It's not what you think. Xianhui. Although it's just a first-class student organization, but their understanding of combat, more advanced than our war hall. Kong once said that choosing the best is learning. regardless of strength or weakness. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan, the master of the Haohai Emperor City War Hall, is standing beside him. Just interrupt, okay. It's useless to tell us these things. The quota for the Imperial City sword pool to charge to the front is limited. We naturally hope that the weaker you are, the better. And the other hall master of Qianyun Emperor City did not sign the letter. I also agree with the battle hall of Qingyun Imperial City. It doesn't matter if one willingly falls into depravity. But don't make the headquarters angry. Ban you all. As the head of the hall, I will feel ashamed of my ancestors and the Lord of Xing Hall. In the words of the three hall leaders, it clearly carries a contemptuous taste towards people. I explained again that the three of you have put in a lot of effort. Our Qingyuan branch has not fully recovered yet, but now there has been great progress as well. It's different from before. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I heard a burst of cheers behind me. The contestants participating in the competition have already entered the venue. However, upon seeing the contestants enter the venue, Zhao Yitong, the leader, just laugh out loud. It's indeed different. Upon seeing this, Wei Qianshu was initially taken aback. With that, his brow furrowed. I asked Master Xing with a displeased expression on my face, "Are you the Beggar Legion? Are you sure it is? Let them fight against the elites of our three great courtiers." Upon hearing these words, "Please be full of confusion, Lord." So I looked forward. The pupils involuntarily contract. Suddenly, his face was like a gust of wind. Silly looking at these guys, like a homeless beggar who can't afford to eat. So I quickly turned my head to take a look. I asked Mr. Liao, the shop owner, "What's going on here?" At this moment, the shop owner Liao explained that the hall master, the zombies left too much training behind. They haven't finished yet. There's another competition. So I had to go straight on stage. After listening to the explanation, Xingtong cooked noodles like bitter gourd, thinking of him meowing. If I had known this, I shouldn't have trained with zombies. Okay now. Soldier Hall is embarrassing, not to mention. If not, I don't know how many years I will be laughed at by others. Mr. Zhang, who brushes the toilet, swats flies, catches birds, and jumps trees. What are you trying to do with these trainings? Is it really reliable? Why? I don't even have any confidence. However, just when he felt at a loss about it, I saw another soldier jump onto the high platform. Immediately after, let out a loud shout. Ling Xian at the Shazhong UND City Warrior Hall. Strength surpasses the midterm of the second tier. Challenge friends of Qingyuan City. I don't know who can come up for a fight. Upon hearing this, the head of the hall clenched his fist. The original rules and regulations for the exchange meeting competition. The confrontation between major cities is in order. This guy is really good now. As soon as I stepped on stage, I directly challenged Qingyuan City. This is clearly intended to set a warning for our side, as the host. But we have to face it again. And within our team of warriors. They glanced at each other. Zhao Tan smiled slightly. Just jump onto the high platform and let me do it. After all, he is a genius of the Wuji Palace. The strength has also reached the level of winning reputation. A competition of this level in the midterm of the second level. It's appropriate for him to participate. However, Lin Xian saw the other person holding a fly swatter in their hand. I can't help but laugh out loud. The hard way is very good. Then let's do it. Let me learn the advanced skills of the warriors of Qingyuan Imperial City. As soon as the words fell, I saw a surge of momentum emanating from him. Rolling palms, thunder power. Like 1,000 birds struck by lightning. This pervert in front of me. 4 days ago, this group of incredibly brave warriors. Forcefully trained to look like a beggar. But it's just this group of despised beggars. The skills demonstrated in the martial arts competition. But it's really surprising. Just now, as soon as this soldier takes the stage, watching my opponent holding a fly swatter, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. So many delicate equipment. Then let me teach you. The ultimate move of Qingyuan City warriors, right? As soon as the words fell, I saw a wild aura emanating from him. Rolling palms. Thunder power. Like 1,000 bird crisis. Everyone in the audience saw the situation. The voices of discussion resounded one after another. I lost it. This is the most famous thunder palm in Chongyuan City. It is said that once this trick is used, like 1,000 thunderous strikes, its speed is extremely fast. Extremely wide range. No one in the same level can resist it at all. Yeah, this move is extremely difficult to practice, so I don't know how many geniuses have been trapped. This Ling Xian can not only train to, and the lightning power of the palm wind is infinite. I'm afraid we have already reached the level of great achievement. Not just Mahayana. I heard that it has reached a perfect and satisfactory state. This Ling Xian, it is the martial arts hall of Chongyuan City Battle Master Hall. The most genius figure. The understanding of martial arts also broke records. He has practiced 34 martial arts skills even though he is under 30 years old. I lost so badly. Isn't his opponent going to be eliminated? However, the conversation ignored everyone's comments, with a nonchalant expression on his face, still holding the fly tag in his hand. But when everyone in the audience saw him, they were all stunned. Even shop owner Liao and others were convulsing all over their faces. They are all approaching a state of madness. After all, the conversation gave them great expectations. As a result, this guy trained with Zhang Xian for a few days. It becomes a neurosis. Even a low-grade artifact, even a semi-artifact, can be tolerated. You said you took a fly tag made with a bamboo pole. Lack of effort. You dare to go on stage like this. This isn't crazy. What is it? Just Ling Xian, who is well prepared for battle. Seeing the other person like this, I was so angry that I almost exploded. This is a communication between strategists. He is solemn and dignified. This guy is really good. Take the fly swatter and it's here. Not only do they not take themselves seriously, intentionally humiliating, so he held it in until his face turned red. I immediately asked a question. Are you sure you want to use this to compete with me? I nodded in response to the conversation in classical Chinese. If you feel disadvantaged, you can use weapons. Upon hearing these words, Ling Xian was suddenly so angry that his teeth were about to crack, so he waved his big hand, just angrily rebuked, no need. I'll teach you a lesson with both palms today. Let you Qingyuan warrior Hull know. Even if the weak struggle too much, it is futile. As soon as the words fell, I saw the energy in his hand tremble and explode, and suddenly hit forward. Thunder roars and roars. True qi is like electricity. Blink time. The entire competition platform was filled with breath. It seems like taking just one wrong step, they will all fall into an irreparable place. However, upon witnessing this conversation, if you agree, then give it a try. After one's words, the fly swatter in his hand floated up lightly. I took a shot of the thunder ahead. Ling Xian saw that the other party really dared to use this thing, to fight against their own thunder hand. His face darkened. Palm lightning rolling, he suddenly took a picture of the other party. At this moment, Zhao Yitong, who was in a high position, shook his head. Sigh, there's no need to look anymore. Defeated has been decided. Lord Lu Qingshan also nodded in agreement, saying yes. Thunder like electricity. War power is like a rainbow. Although it's only the midterm of Holy Domain 2. In fact, even the 3 strongest players in the Holy Land may not necessarily be able to surpass them. Even if it's a semi-holy weapon, they could all be shattered on the spot. The other party is just a fly pie made of a bamboo stick, probably turned into powder before reaching it. And Lord Wei Qian, upon hearing this, I also chuckled lightly. It seems that this year's Qingyuan Imperial City is. I can't get a single spot. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. I heard a crisp sound echoing throughout the entire hall. Several people who were talking heard this sound. I was also startled instantly. Then he lifted his head and looked up at the high platform. I saw a fly swatter firmly hit Ling Xian's face. However, Ling Xian, who was publicly slapped in the face, was so angry that he flew into a rage. With a roar, I will kill you. Simultaneously possessing the power of thunder in the palm, I hit the other party again. Just this palm hasn't arrived yet. A crisp sound sounded again. The fly swatter also landed on his face. At this moment, Ling Xian was really infuriated. Body flashing. 5 phantoms immediately appeared on stage. It's hard to tell which one is real. This move comes out. Zhao Yitong, the high-ranking leader, he calmly stroked his beard again. You can even produce 5 illusions. It seems that he has reached a state of extraordinary cultivation. We need to win against the opponent now. That is to say, snakes with every movement and gesture. Just haven't waited for him to finish saying this sentence yet. I heard another crisp sound. However, Ling Xian, who had been hit in the face 3 times in a row, was going crazy. Accelerate underfoot. Phantom is even more confused. This time it's just a facade. No one can distinguish where the essence is. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. A majestic long sword held in hand. Raise your hand and swing your sword. Wu Ying Tan Wu Dao. Swordsmanship is like a rainbow. Blink time. The whole contemptuous platform is in turmoil. Cold rays shot straight towards the opponent and stopped. The conversation while standing still does not panic upon seeing the situation. There aren't too many movements either. Raise the fly swatter in your hand again. A flash. Arriving at one of the phantoms. Strike 3 in a row. However, Lin Xian's entire face was bloated from being beaten. At this moment, there's no need to worry about any further communication. The whole body's true qi surged wildly. Hand over the long sword. Various sword moves full of killing intent come from the enemy. Just talking. Holding a fly pie looks like it's shuttling through flowers. Butterflies, even if the flowers are dense. You can easily dodge them all. Not at all involved. More importantly, there was no pause in my hands. The crisp sound is also incessant in the ears. It's like playing. The three main hall leaders who can see the scene, even the head of the execution hall and the shop owner Liao looked at each other in confusion. I can't even react at all. Why does the other party have such body movements and vision? After all, Zhang Xian's training method. They all saw it in their eyes. This is no different from cheating people. Why is it only a few days? The changes in conversation can be so significant. And the soldiers of Qingyuan City below the stage, and quietly discussing it. I didn't expect the power of swatting flies to be so great. Earlier, I saw a conversation in the bathroom looking for flies. Go ahead with a beat and say break the opponent's front leg. I will never hit my hind leg, can't it? Flies are so small. And it's still in a fast flight. How could he do this? Yeah, at that time I thought he was stupid for swatting flies. Even if the control is good, it's impossible to be so shocked that it's as delicate as hair. However, listening to the words of the two people is not enough. Can't help but slap my thigh. Immediately realizing it, he let out a meow. I finally understand. On the side, the shop owner heard the words. I couldn't help but turn my head and ask, do you understand? What the hell did Liao Buchuan explain at this moment? Zhao Tan is a genius at the weapons store. The types of weapons used for cultivation are thin and varied. It's easy to lose focus during battles. The combat effectiveness will naturally not reach its limit. And Zhang sure asked him to swat flies. It doesn't seem very useful. In fact, it involves the principle of simplicity in the road. Each fly flies on a different route. Represents different martial arts and body techniques. I want to hit it. Need to observe the route in advance. The most important thing in making predictions is, it can help him dispel his restless heart even more. Integrate all the weapons of learning. After listening to the explanation, Mr. Wei, the shop owner, also pondered deeply. Upon careful consideration, it is indeed the case. But while they were still communicating, when talking about the changes in the past few days, the crisp sound on stage is getting louder and louder. Lin Xian's face is becoming increasingly swollen. Although he devoted his entire life to learning, there is no move that can fall on the opponent. On the contrary, his face never calmed down. At this point, he no longer had the will to fight. As soon as my heart relaxed, I collapsed to the ground with a limp. Give up by waving your hand directly. Immediately after, just heard the announcement that the conversation in Qingyuan City had won. However, before everyone could be completely shocked by this, I saw a soldier jump onto the high platform. Shout loudly to me, Xingyan Di Changbai Sun. Holy Domain Double Initial Stage. I also want to seek advice from the experts of Qingyuan Land City Warrior Hall. At this moment, Sure Hao from the audience walked up. That's why I'm better than the early stage of the second tier. I can fight with you. And at this time, Lu Qingshan, the head of the hall, was in a high position. Seeing this dirty mess in front of me, someone who looks like a cleaner, I couldn't help but turn my head and ask a question. Do you think your warrior can win? Upon hearing the inquiry, the master also shook his head and sighed. To be honest, I don't know either. After all, he completely doesn't understand Zhang Xian's strange training method. Can simply cleaning the toilet make one's strength stronger? He also holds a skeptical attitude towards this. However, Lord Wei Qianshu beside him, at this moment, confidently speaking to several people, want to surpass Bai Sun. Absolutely impossible. I have absolute confidence in him. He is my personal transmission student. Invincible boxing techniques. No one can defeat it at all. But in the midst of a few hall masters' conversations, the battle on the high platform has also begun. At this moment, Bai Sun showed no mercy. At the beginning, he used powerful punches to bombard and leave. Just the fist is about to land in front of the 10th. At that moment, I saw his palm suddenly stretch out. Just press it directly on the other person's face. Wipe vigorously like cleaning a toilet. However, Bai Sun was suddenly played with like this by the other party. Suddenly, I was so angry that my teeth were about to crack. Then let out a roar. Fist strikes again and leaves. The air seems to be crushed to the point of bursting. But he also didn't come to the other party either. The other person's palm appeared on their face again. Continue scrubbing. Rubbed out a large lump of mud. At this moment, Sure Hao said with a disgusted expression on his face. How long has it been since you last washed your face? Upon hearing this, Bai Sun's face suddenly became pale. With a roar, I'm going to kill you. I just saw his power as overwhelming as mountains and seas. Suddenly launching an attack towards the opponent. But I saw that his boxing style was as strong as a mountain. I'm not conflicted either. So I grabbed my palm. Just throw the feather duster that was just thrown not far away. Suck it over. Immediately after, I saw him stretch out the feather duster in his hand. Just poked it into the other person's mouth. And he even punched like he was cleaning the toilet. This sour and refreshing smell directly made Bai Sun dizzy on the spot. Only the shopkeeper in the audience saw this scene. I couldn't help but feel my throat dry as I spoke. Sure Hao has a powerful heart. I like to rely on strength to crush people in battles. If facing low-level opponents, natural and easy defeat. but when encountering peers or even higher level ones, on the contrary, it will accelerate the consumption of steam. This is not a clever combat method. The feather duster is very delicate. As long as you exert force, it will break. Zhang asked him to use this thing to clean the toilet. Actually, it's about letting it control its power. Make him more precise in controlling steam. I have cleaned tens of thousands of toilets in the past 3 days. The precision of steam has also been improved. Stronger control. This is the only way to win in one fell swoop. As for Xiao Qin, has always been impatient in personality. Letting him catch birds is to hone his patience. In addition, birds need to be agile. Flying is easier to capture. This also honed his flexibility. And Lu Jianlin, his personality is cowardly. Zhang Shi asked him to confess his feelings everywhere. Even men have to flirt. Although it's only a short period of 3 days, his courage and mind have undergone earth-shattering changes. Confidence skyrockets in battles with others. Don't be fooled by just a little bit of confidence. Actually, but it can make the combat power play an extraordinary role. As for Dong Rue, despite being a genius of the defense hall, but the head cultivation is slightly weaker. From the tree to here, can exercise the defense of the head. It can also exercise their courage. I'm not afraid of falling like this. Encountering opponents naturally triggers a rush. After all, the defense hall relies on an invincible physical body and brute force. If you see enemies, be afraid of hands and feet. This combat effectiveness cannot be fully utilized. Accompanying the ongoing battle, the shop owner Liao sitting on the side is becoming increasingly excited. The fist is getting tighter and tighter. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 matches have been played. They originally thought they couldn't win. Qingyuan Di Chang Warrior Hall. Everyone surprisingly won easily. I haven't lost a single game. Until now. Several shop owners finally understood how terrifying the training arranged by zombies is. He saw the flaws in each of these 20 warriors, then used the simplest method to hone it. These daily actions seem simple. In fact, it is the most simple road. Let people comprehend the most profound martial arts from the ordinary. He saw Zhang Xian's training plan before. The whole person is in a state of confusion. I thought the other party was acting recklessly. I only now understand what it means to hit the nail on the head. But the people in the Master's Hall have been practicing for years. Weapons, combat awareness, and even reactions have been fixed. It's almost impossible to change in just 3 days. Let him put down his weapon. Put down the cultivation. Do something that ordinary people can do, completely relax your mind. Then let it practice more. Naturally, it will become this. It's like Shurhao fighting with people and rubbing his palms randomly. Actually, it's not intentional. But it's just that I spent too much time cleaning the toilet. Just formed a habit. I just gave a bitter smile at this thought. Ridiculous. I thought I would definitely lose completely this time. Just thinking about Zhang Xian, on the face of the hall master, immediately filled with admiration and reverence. However, he is excited on his end. The 3 main hall leaders who were quite arrogant just now. Then he looked anxiously at the contestant on stage. At this moment, Zhao Yi, who could no longer bear to watch, suddenly stood up. How much does a big girl's taste really matter when she roars? If you see 3 old men, let them go together. And he said he had no problem. Just now, Master Xing and others. After watching more than a dozen warrior competitions, I also understand Zhang Xian's intention. My heart was suddenly filled with admiration and worship for him. Not everyone present was as excited as he was. The other 3 main hall leaders looked gloomy when they saw this. I played more than 10 games. Their fighters challenged Qingyuan City separately. Without exception, all were defeated. However, at this moment, Lord Zhaoyi could no longer bear it. We turned around and asked together, "What's going on with your soldiers?" The hall master who heard the inquiry did not conceal anything. Just respond to him and tell the truth. 3 days ago, the combat effectiveness of number 10 and others, not as good as you geniuses. Just received special training. Only then did we have a completely transformed watch. Only then have we achieved the strength you see. After listening to the explanation, the 3 main hall leaders, it's completely unbelievable. Others practice in units of 10 years. What can I do in 3 days? It may have ended without even understanding the weapons. At this moment, the head of the hall continued to say that it was just a 3-day special training, not guided by us. But it's a small organization that you mentioned earlier. He personally served us warriors at the venue, developed a training plan. They are all trained to address their respective shortcomings. This is the only way to make rapid progress. After speaking, I saw everyone's faces full of shock. Therefore, just report on the recent situation of President Zhang in Warrior Hall. I had some communication with a few people. At this moment, the battle on this side of the stage has also ended. All the warriors from the 3 cities, without exception, they all lost to the warrior team of Qingyuan City. In other words, all the spots selected this time will be given to Qingyuan City for assistance. However, the three main hall leaders who heard the results of the competition, everyone couldn't help but have a foul odor at the corners of their mouths. So I asked the lord of the hall for permission. Take them to get to know this president. They also want to see it. People who are blown to the sky and the earth are unknown. What kind of strength does it have? I only learned about it through communication. President Zheng Xian is no longer occupying the cafeteria at this time. So after their repeated requests, Xing Tang's main eye observation exchange meeting has also ended. Anyway, there's nothing else going on. Nodding in response, he walked up to the front and led the way. Quickly. Just brought a few people to the residence where Xian Xianhui was located. I just saw Luo Qiqi walking out before I even went in. Lord Xing clasped his fists and greeted politely. Also introduce Miss Qiqi. This is Zheng Yuan. Shen Yun and Hao Hai, the three great emperors of the city, are the leaders of the Zhanshi Hall. I want to have a conversation with our Xian Xian club. I don't know if you're free now. Luo Qiqi heard that he was coming to communicate. Shou Mei Yang responded with a yes. Afterwards, just have them lower their positions and perform together. Can. A few people heard the little girl in front of them say these words. Lord Zhaoi said with a displeased expression on his face. We are the leaders of the War Master Hall. All of them are characters who have reached an out-of-body state. Do you think it's lowering our cultivation level? Can you win it? Lord Wei Qianshu also shook her head helplessly. Agree, little girl. You can achieve this at a young age. Your strength indicates that you have good talent. Just that even with talent, it's not capital that looks down on everything anymore. Lu Qingshan, the master of the nearby hall. At this moment, I couldn't help but speak up. Yeah, little sister. You should know. When we were young, we were all in a situation where 1 was against 10. Although old and weak now, it's not that easy to surpass. However, Luo Qiqi saw a few unfortunate people. He also responded with a gentle smile. You can come and give it a try. At this point, Zhao Yitong firmly believed that the other party was so persistent. Just say that since you are a hall master, you Xian can speak with such amazing skills. Then let me see how powerful you are. After speaking, take a step forward. Suppress cultivation to the early stage of Xingyu double. The two hall masters behind also suppressed their cultivation level. Immediately after, I saw old Zhao flash away. I rushed towards Luo Qiqi. His aura is like that of a giant dragon going out to sea. It gives people a strong sense of pressure. Although the cultivation level has been lowered, but after all, they are all out-of-body powerhouses. The power of its Genshin impact, every act and every move, it still gives people a difficult-to-resist system. Luo Qiqi didn't even take this pressure seriously. Shaking body. In the blink of an eye, he darted up to the other person. Press your palm one by one. Immediately dissipated the opponent's power. However, seeing this scene, Zhao Yi's body couldn't help but shake for a moment. After all, skilled players engage in combat. You can tell at a glance whether the strength is strong or not. And in his opinion, the girl in front of us is at the same level. I'm actually much stronger than him. So his face straightened up. There is no longer any intention of underestimation. Suddenly step forward and immediately display martial arts skills. Extend your palm. Just as I was about to capture the opponent, he had already arrived in front of Wei Qianshu and Lu Qingshan. The jade hand rolled and patted over. The two halls have decided on this situation. You can only retaliate with a shot. Quickly, the four of them entered a melee mode, accompanied by a sound of fighting. Wherever they went, there was a huge outbreak of vaginal violence. Various moves flood in one after another. Dust is rising everywhere. After more than 10 breathing times, Zhao Yi's face turned red with embarrassment, a disheveled appearance. But fortunately, it didn't hurt the skin or flesh. Obviously, Qiqi has shown mercy. Another 10 breaths have passed. I saw Wei Qianshu and Lu Qingshan. I also took a few steps back repeatedly. With a shocked and silly expression, he looked at the little girl ahead. Then the three of them clasped their fists together and said, "We lost." Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yi looked at the other person with a serious expression on his face. I asked, "But I don't know how to address you." After asking, I saw the girl ahead with her head raised. With a gentle smile, he responded that Xian would know. Luo Qiqi, however, after the three of them found out their names, Master Zhao Yi couldn't resist it. Invite him to join his renowned teacher's hall. But Luo Qiqi refused on the spot. So when I was about to persuade him, I heard a thunderous roar. The four main hall leaders saw the situation. The pupils are not in control. This is the commander's assembly order. So it didn't stop anymore. Several people immediately flew towards the warrior hall. After all, it can ring this bell. It indicates that a significant event has occurred. Soon, the four of them arrived at the square in front of the warrior hall. At this point, all the warriors have already gathered. Stand up one by one. Serious expression. And a few hall leaders just arrived at the forefront and fell behind. I felt a violent energy fluctuation. Suddenly surging forward. A huge curtain was formed in the air. the Lord of Xingtang and others who witnessed this scene. I just breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there was some kind of war going on. It seems that this is just a message from headquarters that needs to be disseminated. After all, if there were to be a war, it will directly reach everyone's mind. This kind of energy fluctuation will not occur. So when I saw this huge curtain, everyone is speculating about what exactly happened. At that moment, I saw a stream of energy flowing down. The voice of an old man, slowly echoing in everyone's mind. Emperor Qing Yuan Chang, report to the War Department. Zhang Yang Challenge Warrior, successfully become the new generation of warriors in the battle hall. As soon as the words fell, immediately after, I saw a lot of energy trees. A figure slowly emerged, holding a long gun, carrying the aura of spiritual power. Like it could burst out of the void at any moment. At this moment, Zhang Yang, the whole person's temperament is sharper than before. If he used to be a divine weapon, but I haven't experienced any combat, never stained with blood, and now it has already shown its sharpness. His every move puts immense pressure on people. However, upon hearing about the three main hall leaders of Zhanzi, everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After all, Zhanshi Tang hasn't had a warrior in over 300 years. Now there is a. They are very clear about the meaning it represents. They thought, Qingyuan Imperial City is just a defeated minister. The warrior hall is even more decadent and unbearable. How could I have imagined that they would have soldier assessments? The success of the battle goes without saying anything else. Relying solely on the recommendation of kindness, it's enough to soar to the top, rise directly to a high position. At this moment, the three people were also scared to the point where their throats were dry. I can't say a word. I didn't get a single spot for the exchange just now. I was a bit annoyed at first. I feel unlucky. I only found out now. What kind of bad luck is this? But their strength is too strong. They can't resist at all. At this moment, Lord Xing's face was also filled with shock. After all, Zhang Yang will not come here in the future. But it was directly sent to the headquarters. In his opinion, it's almost impossible. I never dreamed that it would actually succeed. Zhanzi is the future head of the Zhanshi Hall headquarters. He is also the war god of the future continent, now appearing in their branch. However, just as the hall master was shocked by this, I saw the image on the screen in front of me. Scan the Zhang Yang long spear inside. A big dragon soared into the sky. Immediately after, everyone saw the scene of him breaking through the Dragon Gate formation. At the end, everyone couldn't help but feel their throats dry. After all, for 300 years, can pass the simplified version of the Dragon Gate formation without Dragon Balls. Not even 10 of them, but there is not a single formation with Dragon Balls in it. At this moment, on the screen, everyone saw Zhanzi Zhang Yang holding a long spear. It contains fist palm and leg extension techniques. Finally, he sacrificed himself to become a gun. Broken Dragon Ball's defense. Seeing this scene, the head of the hall felt weak in both legs. I couldn't help but take a few steps back, because he just counted it. In just a short period of time, he used 388 moves. What kind of speed does this have? An understanding of weapons. Only then can we execute so many moves in a series? Although Zhang Yang defeated the strong player in the Dragon Ball position, but he has also almost reached his limit. The whole body is covered in blood. Almost no part of the body is intact. Everyone sees the sun shining on the screen, suffering such severe injuries. Keep insisting. Never give up. Everyone fell silent. To be honest, if it were them, I may not be able to hold on in the position of the dragon's back anymore. This has nothing to do with strength, but rather faith. Zhang Yang seems to carry a certain confidence that cannot be lost. Even if dozens of holes are pierced through the body, we must persist in defeating our opponents. This is the way to success. This is probably something they can never compare to, so it's not easy to become a warrior. After the image of quickly breaking through the Dragon Gate formation ends, I saw Zhang Yang recovering from his injuries, appearing again in front of everyone. Speaking of me, Zhang Yang, just Tianxian King City, a young man who practices ordinary marksmanship. I am fortunate to have met my mentor. He taught me the most exquisite marksmanship. He leads by example. Tell me the principles of being a good person, coming step by step against the current. Only today has arrived. Gunway is humane. Cultivation is the cultivation of life. I stand out, becoming a warrior. Not truly stronger than others. I have principles and goals for being a good person. I hope all warriors can experience it. Finally, I issued the first battle decree. Upon hearing this, everyone in the battle hall, all kneel on one knee. Lower your head and embrace your fists. Shouting in unison, respectfully following the teachings of Zhanzi. Then I saw Zhang Yang continue to say, I am a disciple of my mentor. Without him, there would be no me. From now on, everyone in the war hall, no matter who it is, treat him with the courtesy of a student when you see him. My mentor has always been low-key. This message only exists in the warrior hall. If there are rumors, there will be no mercy for killing. However, the response of the crowd cannot be measured by just looking at it. Zhang Yang said again, very good. I hope you can remember the name of my teacher. His name is Zhang Xuanzhong. Upon hearing this, the soldier, nodding repeatedly in response, and Lord Zhaoi silently recited his name, nodding secretly. I thought to myself that since Zhanzi respected his mentor so much, in the future, be respectful and courteous when you see them, cannot exceed. But just as he was reciting this name in his heart, I saw a figure flying over from afar, falling straight not far away, watching the phantom of the aerial warrior, hands behind your back, complex gaze, so I became angry in my heart. Just stand up and say goodbye. Master, is this your person? The commander's assembly order is sounded. It's okay if you're late. Nowadays, Zhanzi is being domesticated. He didn't kneel on one knee. There was no trace of respect in his eyes. Is this the only quality of the warriors in your hall? Lord Xing, who could hear the questioning, turned his head and took a glance. With a slight smile, he responded by saying, he is not the strategist of our hall. It's the president of the Xianxian Society that I told you before. Zhang, dean of Hongyuan Famous Teachers College. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Just saw this old man take 2 deep steps together. Just came to Zhang Xian's side, look at him with an electric gaze. So I quickly shouted out, Lord Zhao, what are you up to? After all, Lao Zhao knows. The domestication of Zhanzi belongs to the secrets of the warrior hall. Fang is not a member of the hall. But here he looks indifferent. Is it difficult to steal military secrets? So at this moment, he ignored the hall master. Instead, he angrily rebuked the other person with a face full of anger. I don't care if you are the president of Xianxian Society or anyone else. Nowadays, Zhanshi Tang Zhanzi is domesticating. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. I just flew back. I just want to see how the results of the exchange meeting went. Unexpectedly, I saw Zheng Yang's deliberate actions. I am lamenting that my students have finally grown up. Can you understand the teacher's hard work? And this old man came up threatening. What the hell is this supposed to do? So my brow furrowed. You mean you're not polite to me? The old man in front of us relies on himself as the head of the church. I want to teach the other person a lesson. It's just an easy task. But unexpectedly, before he could speak, he knelt down first. Just now, Zhang Xingang flew back to the warrior hall. I saw my student Zheng Yang become a warrior. I am feeling in my heart that he has grown up. When understanding and empathizing with teachers is not easy. I just saw an old man. At first, he said he wanted to be impolite to himself. So my brow furrowed. No longer waiting for the other party to continue speaking. Tilt your fingers in the air a little bit. Just bounce this old man out. At this moment, Zhang Xian was happy for the students in her heart. Can step by step reach the peak. This immortal comes to disturb emotions. If we don't hit him, who else will we hit? After finishing these, keep your hands behind your back. I looked over at the curtain in the air. However, Zhao Tangju emerged from the shattered wall. I was so angry that I gritted my teeth and shouted angrily. Just as I was about to rush over and teach him a lesson, I saw that the hall master had flown up to me. Therefore, old Zhao, who was so angry that he was about to explode, angrily rebuked him. This is the president of the Xianxian Society, in front of the warrior, publicly attacking me. I don't care if it's your guest or not. Don't blame me for being polite. Upon hearing this, Master Xing quickly explained, listen to me. He's not just a guest, it's that simple. It's just that Lao Zhao didn't mean to listen anymore. He snorted coldly. I know your warrior hall has benefited from him, but he doesn't respect prisoners of war. It's contempt for our warrior hall. I won't take action. What qualifications do you have to lead a distribution? However, Xingtang Jijin can't resist this guy no matter what. I don't listen to advice either. With a displeased expression on his face, he waved his hand in response. Then go teach him a lesson. This is President Zhang of the Xianxian Society. His name is Zhang Xian. As soon as these words are spoken, Zhao Gang took a step forward. Immediately stopped. My body couldn't help but shiver. Just turned around and asked you. He is the family background mentioned by Zhanzi just now. At this moment, Zhang Xian, the hall master, responded with a disdainful look on his face. Otherwise, what do you think? After speaking, he ignored him. As soon as I turned around, I returned to my original position. Continue kneeling on one knee. Do you think about being arrogant or something? If you're good, keep fighting. See what you can do. However, old Zhao, who stayed in place, felt a blackout in front of him at this moment. I almost fell to my death. No wonder I gave random guidance for 3 days. It can make them harvest nothing. It turns out to be Zhanzi's teacher. But just when he was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do, just saw that the commander of the aerial curtain, Shuang, had completed his instructions. The matter slowly disappeared. All the soldiers stood up at this moment. Everyone looked at Zhang Xian not far away with admiration on their faces. At this moment, Lao Zhao felt anxious. He meowed, so everyone knew he was Zhang Xian. It seems like I'm going to make a big deal out of it this time. So when I was thinking about how to come forward and apologize, I saw Wei Qianshu and Lu Qingshan. I don't know when I arrived in front of the other person. Respectfully bowing, I met Teacher Zhang. The people from our war hall also want to communicate with Xian Hui. I don't know if Teacher Zhang has time. However, Zhang Xian saw more and more people rushing towards him. Just let them talk to the hall master about anything they have. After speaking, he didn't even turn his head and flew out. Not long after, the master arrived at the residence. Find Zhang Xian to attend the exchange meeting of the Fourth World War Hall. All 20 spots have been secured, and the reward will be delivered in 10 days. The ceremony was said for him. After finishing speaking, I saw a helpless expression on his face. I just asked Teacher Zhang, do you urgently need to use the golden yuan spirit stone now? At this moment, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement and said yes. But do you have any other ways? The Lord of Xingtong only responded to the words about the spirit stone in classical Chinese. I really don't have any connections here. If Master Zhang only wants to cultivate and use it, I have a level 7 spirit element pill here. Rich medicinal power. Even for out-of-body realm powerhouses, it is helpful. I don't know if it's useful for Teacher Zhang. After speaking, he handed over a jade bottle. However, after taking the bottle, Zhang Xian, quickly take out the medicine pill, and put it in your mouth. A pure spiritual energy immediately dissipated. Its warm and moist scent surged throughout the body. The pure power slowly converged towards the dantian. After feeling these, his eyes lit up. I immediately responded that this thing has a good effect. Do alchemists' unions have many pills like this? Later, I heard that the other party couldn't explain it clearly. I need to ask President Wu to find out. So Zhang Xian and Lord Xing had a brief chat. Go to the alchemist. I just walked out of my residence. I saw Luo Qiqi welcoming me over. Tell Zhang Xian to spend a day with him. Just one day is enough. Zhang Xian was taken aback upon hearing these words. Then I saw that the other person's eyes were slightly reddened. It seems like I just cried. I quickly asked him what had happened. Later, I received a reply from the other party saying it was okay. I just want to be alone with myself for a while. So I had to agree to him. That's it. Luo Qiqi flew with Zhang Xian to a large mountain outside the city. But after finding a place to sit down, the two of them, Zhang Xian saw that he hadn't spoken yet. I couldn't help but say something. Do you have something on your mind? Although a teacher is not talented, I will never back down on anything within my capabilities. At this moment, Luo Qiqi told him about it. Things that Xiao sure likes. Just lost. Even if my father bought me an identical one. But it's not the one I like anymore. The more Zhang Xian listened, the more she felt something was off. Furrowed his brow. Ask him if he was bullied by someone else. If the other party is really so heinous, I will definitely kill him myself. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. A playful expression on his face. Can you really kill him for me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian. Of course, it is appropriate to respond with a just and righteous statement. After finishing speaking, I heard this girl say that she was the one bullying him. Suddenly feeling speechless. I didn't expect to be tricked by him. However, Zhang Xian doesn't know how to respond to the other party at this moment. At that moment, Luo Qiqi continued to say, Teacher, your answer last time was not good. You know I don't just like you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately stand up and angrily scold whether it's big or small. If you want to talk to me about these things. As a teacher, I left. Subsequently, Luo Qiqi once again revealed a playful expression. It's just a joke. Actually, I came here just to have my teacher teach me how to practice the 0 yuan pill. Zhang Xian almost didn't react when he heard this. I was just about to ask Chairman Wu for a 0 yuan pill. He just wants to learn. Why such a coincidence? So I saw the other person's serious expression on their face. Ask him if he has any prescription or medicinal herbs. At this moment, Luo Qiqi responded with a gentle smile. I have prepared all of these in advance. While speaking, only. Take a look at his wrist. Must pile up medicinal herbs in unilateral appearance in front of me. However, Zhang Xian saw a pile of medicinal herbs on the ground. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Each of these plants has a medicinal history of thousands of years. Each one at this level is sky high in price. Normal 0 yuan pill. 50-year-old drugs can be successful. This is thousands of years old. Its medicinal properties are much more satisfying. More than dozens of times. So he asked the other person with a surprised expression on his face. Where did you find this? Later, Luo Qiqi explained. I once found a relic myself. These drugs were all obtained from there. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian quickly began to guide the 7-7 alchemy. The whole process went very smoothly. Soon after, the skull will open. I saw 5 pills flying out. Zhang Xian reached out and grabbed it upon seeing the situation. After taking a glance, only then did I realize that the refined pill was a quasi-level 8 elixir. I was also shocked in my heart. Then I received the jade bottle and handed it to Chi-Chi. And he smiled happily. Can refine such a level of 0 yuan pill? It seems that you have already fully learned the refining method. Luo Chi-Chi did not catch the bottle. Instead, it was pushed back, and said, these pills can only succeed under the guidance of the teacher. So the pill belongs to the teacher. Luo Chi-Chi saw that he wouldn't accept it. After several rounds of communication, in the end, I won one myself. I gave the other 4 to Zhang Shui. After finishing these tasks, he looked at him with a hopeful expression on his face. I asked the teacher a question. Just now you said if someone bullies me, you will take action. But is it really the case? However, Zhang Xian heard him ask these words again. First, I was taken aback. Then he nodded in response, of course. If someone really bullies you, as a teacher, I will definitely make decisions for you. Upon hearing this, Luo Chi-Chi smiled slightly and said, Teacher, I can get your words today. I'm already very happy. Then we had a brief chat. Luo Chi-71 said goodbye and left first. He turned around and flew into the sky with a clear understanding. At this moment, I murmured goodbye in my heart. After Zhang Xian saw him leave, the teacher, I just breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. We spent less than an hour alone together. It's like we had a tough battle. At this moment, he was also very helpless in his heart. So I no longer dwell on it. At this moment, I was thinking of finding a place. Shock the newly trained Ling Yuandan to the cultivation time. I saw Yufei flying towards me. After a conversation between the two, Zhang Xian, this guy is here to confess his feelings again. So I reluctantly accepted my liking for the sage. The matter of Princess Luojia. Speak it out. After speaking, I saw the other person crying and flying away. I also feel helpless. This is also a good thing for Zhang Xian. Entangled with it. It's better to take advantage when they're not deep enough yet. Make a lightning decision. Don't let them have any hope. Thinking of this, I no longer dwell on it. Seeing no one around, I took out the Lingyuan pill and started swallowing it. It took half an hour. After consuming all 4 pills. At this moment, Zhang Xian's Taiyin mirror has also reached its peak strength. This made him feel the true qi flowing in his meridians. More smooth. The strength has doubled compared to before. He also showed a satisfied smile. So the spirit entered the womb. When observing any changes, I just realized that Yuan Tai has now grown to look like 17 or 18 years old. Although they look exactly the same. But his appearance appears somewhat immature. Just as I was about to lament how difficult it was, I just heard a moment of meditation. So with a flick of his wrist, he took out the communication jade plaque. You can see the message sent by Wu Shi above. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The dog owner is fine, why did he suddenly die? So he quickly flew back. I will soon return to the renowned teacher's hall. However, upon arriving at the elder's backyard, at this moment, I saw the courtyard displaying 8 corpses. He looked anxiously at Wu Shi beside him. Ask what exactly happened here. At this moment, Wu Shi Kai responded with a dull expression, saying, it happened this morning. I followed the list you gave me. I only interrogated 8 people. As a result, 8 famous teachers died in the hall, and their way of dying is exactly the same as Chenja's. All are souls leaving the body. Only the body remains. After learning about these, Zhang Xian knows that this must be related to ruthless people. So I asked a question. How were their deaths discovered? Upon hearing the question, Teacher Wu responded by saying, they are all in their own residences. My family thought they were resting. I just couldn't wake up after daybreak. I just realized that I'm not breathing anymore. Speaking of which, suddenly, I thought of something. He looked at Zhang Xian with a shocked expression on his face. Is it related to the Blue Sky Emperor? But wasn't he killed? At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head inside. You guessed right, although he is dead, but the person behind him hasn't died yet. This should be what he did. After speaking, I saw the other person's puzzled expression on their face. Just continued to explain. Although the Blue Sky Emperor is an emperor of the alien clan, but the inheritance of which soul masters has long been cut off. If he can learn, it proves that someone is teaching behind the scenes. And the person who did it should be this person, right? After explaining these, I heard Wu Shi say, we need to apply for the headquarters to send someone down to assist with the processing. I quickly asked if they had come over. How long will it take? At this moment, Wu Shi calculated in his heart. Just responded that the nearest former charge ship to us is the Imperial City. Half of Brazil Forest City. If the headquarters sends them over, it will take about 10 days. As for the Earth City Alliance with 8-star renowned teachers, notify now. It will take at least 20 days to arrive here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I responded with a solemn expression, saying it was too late. If that's the case, their people, I'm afraid all the people in the Master Teacher Hall have died before they arrive. What is the strength of the person behind Emperor Qingtian? I'm not entirely sure, but it shouldn't exceed the sheath well. Otherwise, the headquarters of Master Teacher Hall would have noticed earlier. But no matter what level of strength the other party has, don't worry about it now. The most crucial thing is, what method did this guy use to kill these people? Do you still remember the day when I was ambushed by the Blue Sky Emperor? They used the altar as a medium, drive away the soul. In other words, how powerful is his soul summoning technique? All require media to be effective. Now kill these 8 people. So what is his medium? Have you carefully checked? However, upon hearing this, Wu was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he has never thought about this before. So I didn't even pay attention to these things. At this point, Zhang Xian had finished explaining. Ask him to send someone to these 8 famous teachers' homes as soon as possible. Carefully search. I won't say much more. After the eyes of fame and fortune are opened, I looked at many corpses. I just saw the dog. The master's face was filled with fear and death. I couldn't help but tremble in my heart. The pervert in front of us is very perverted today. I actually want to take a weekend break with this young man. This can show 2 old men. Everyone wants to join in. Just now, when Zhang Xian broke through to the peak of cultivation, as soon as I came back to the famous teacher hall, I saw 8 fairy maidens of famous teachers. At this moment, he knew, this must be teaching Qing Tian, the person who performed the Yellow House soul art. However, the opponent's strength is currently unclear. I want to send someone from headquarters to assist in handling it. It's been too long again. So Zhang Xian instructed the wizard. Quickly send someone to the homes of 8 famous teachers. Carefully search for it. Are there any suspicious items? Can be used as a medium. After explaining these, he opened his hazy eyes, looking at several suspects. I just saw the dog. The expression on the face of the hall master before his death was filled with fear. This is the same as Chenja before. It's all because their souls were taken away. After observing everything on the ground, I didn't find anything either. Just asked Prince Wu Shizhong beside him. What is the current situation? After receiving a response from the other party, I just found out that he has been locked up in the dungeon. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, at this moment, Chu Tianqing actually thought about coming to tie him up. After pondering for a moment, I also feel that your majesty is not simple. There must be some issues as well. I can't move yet. Otherwise, it is easy to cause panic among people. After all, he is the lord of a city. Then Wu sent someone to investigate him secretly. Meanwhile, prepare some elites. Follow yourself and dive into the spine swamp. Find the black hand behind that. But before Zhang Xian entered the swamp, he needs to further enhance the strength of Jin Yuanding. Strive to achieve an out-of-body state. We also need to make our subordinates ruthless. Finish devouring Queen Qingtian as soon as possible. Okay, do Lejia. Enhance strength. Otherwise, just go in like this. Instead, it will become the opponent's supply. I don't stop thinking about this anymore. After the wizard greeted, I walked towards the Qi Refining Guild. Quickly arrived at the location as well. Just haven't waited for him to inquire yet. Where is the president of the front desk union? I heard someone calling out to him. I only realized when I turned my head. This person. It's the Chu prince I met earlier at Ginghong Tower. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 2 of them met. Zhang Xian only found out. This playboy. Surprisingly, he is still a 7-star alchemist. So, under his leadership, I soon met President Qin of the Union. Indeed, Lord Chu only introduced Zhang Xian to the chairman. It's Shang, who succeeded in her adventure a few days ago. However, we have heard of it. Mr. Qin saw that it was him who came. I dare not underestimate it either. We politely greeted each other together. Quickly, a few people sat down. After a few simple pleasantries, Mr. Qin looked at Zhang Xian with a worried expression on his face. I asked a question about why Zhang Shi came here this time. Our Qi Refining Guild has always been law-abiding. Chu Gongzi next to him saw the president suddenly behave like this. I also explained to him awkwardly. Zhang Xian is not the roommate who broke into the guild this time. I came here specifically to consult with you, old man. At this moment, Zhang Xian realized that he wanted to find him. The act of refining the sacred artifact to the point of extracting its sheath for oneself. I explained it. However, after understanding the situation, Xin Lao. At this moment, he also explained with embarrassment on his face. To refine the sacred artifact to the diameter of its sheath. My current strength is not yet able to reach it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just consider yourself a 6-star alchemist. I just don't have time to assess. But the level of understanding has also reached 7 stars. I told the other person to listen. So he can guide the refining process from the side. There won't be any problems. At first, old Qin also disagreed with classical Chinese. Just thinking of someone who can even break through the famous teacher's hall. Strength is not an ordinary person either. The Confucian scholar could only nod in agreement. I quickly brought him to the practice hall. Just arrived here. Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. He thought the place the president brought was here. It will be relatively peaceful. I didn't expect this place to be filled with people at a glance, and they all have 7-star badges hanging on their chests. The old man Qin next to him saw the other person's expression. Just explained quickly, Teacher Zhang, don't blame me. The union can melt the mysterious history of Jingjing here. There is only one practice booth left. Today, Master Lingjie is here to teach us how to refine qi. If you could wait, zombie. Why not listen to Master Ling's lecture? He is a quasi-8-star alchemist. Understanding of qi refining. It has reached an unimaginable level. This is bound to have a remarkable effect on refining gas. But Zhang Xian is also very active now. Emergency. After all, the black hand behind the scenes can kill at any time. He must enhance Jin Yuending's strength as soon as possible. Good at handling occasional needs. He is listening to the class here. He really doesn't have that time. There's no such leisure either. So he shook his head helplessly in response. That would be a bit troublesome. I'm still in a hurry to practice the piano. What should we do about this? But Zhang Xian just finished speaking. The old man on stage said with a displeased expression, What's wrong? Listen to your tone. My class is a waste of your time. Then I saw the old man walking towards them. At this moment, President Qin and Prince Chu quickly clasped their fists together. I met Master Lin with a respectful bow on my face. However, Mr. Qin, who was afraid of any misunderstanding between the two of them, quickly introduced it. Master Lin, this is the 7-star peak master from the Master Teacher Hall. Zhang Xian, Teacher Zhang. Lin Jie heard that the other party is the 7-star peak master. I was momentarily stunned. Then there was a response. So young, yet possessing such strength. No wonder capital is so arrogant. At this moment, Zhang Xian also knows that she disturbs others' online teaching. So he clasped his fists and politely said, I'm really sorry. Master Lin, I have an urgent matter at Mingshi Hall. Indeed, it cannot be delayed. I want to borrow this Qi training town first. Forge my weapon. I don't know if it's possible. Then the two of them had a brief conversation. Lin Jie also knows that the other party insists on practicing Qi here. It must be useful. He also knows that there are many people here. Not too many questions. So he asked him what kind of weapon he wanted to practice. Zhang Xian also knew that the other party agreed to this matter upon hearing it. So I flipped my wrist and released the golden dome. However, after coming out, he looked around. Discovered that this is the Qi Trainer Guild. And there are Qi trainers everywhere. Excitedly shouting loudly, Master, are you trying to temper me? Ha, I'm going to advance again. At this moment, after Lin Jie saw the artifact clearly, I couldn't help but persuade you, Teacher Zhang. This skullcap is not a semi-sacred artifact or anything like that, but it's a medium-grade artifact. Refining him requires more than just strength. We still need to protect Lin Xin, and the most accurate quenching and hammering. There is no room for any carelessness. Otherwise, not only can we not make it taboo, if not handled properly, it will also damage the structure inside. Let the level slide down. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanding was full of displeasure. Coldly snorted, I said you're an old man. What do you mean? My young master gave some guidance to an apprentice last time. Let me advance from the lower level Holy Covenant to the middle level. Do we still need you to teach us a lesson? Really? But everyone heard him say that. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Guiding apprentices can achieve this. Fake, but Zhang Xian is afraid of him. I slapped him in one go. And scolded you for not speaking. No one treats you as mute. Then he looked at everyone with an embarrassed expression on his face. This guy is used to being free and casual. Some rudeness. I made the master president laugh. So a few people had a brief chat. Zhang Xian, who was very low-key, didn't mention anything about the apprentice. There's no misunderstanding about this matter, Sword. Just let the Chu prince beside you. Can you help yourself refine it? After all, he was spoiled by himself. If I were to take action myself, it may be difficult to practice well due to various concerns. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanding, I racked my brains but couldn't come up with anything. When did the master spoil himself? Didn't you just slap yourself in the face? Is this what he calls overindulgence? However, the Chu prince beside him heard him say so. I also gave a bitter smile. So he quickly waved his hand in response to Teacher Zhang. It's not that I don't want to help. My cultivation level hasn't even collapsed in the Abyss Divine Realm. Although he is a 7-star alchemist, but refined into exquisite mid-range sacred artifacts, I really can't do it. After all, President Lian Qing is a 7-star peak-level alchemist. He couldn't even refine such a high-level weapon. What is the virtue and ability of an alchemist who has just reached 7 stars? These are not big problems for Zhang Xian. Seeing that the other party has various concerns, so he smiled and said to him, It's okay. I will make a vow to you later. Tianqiu, please strictly follow my instructions. I won't blame you if something goes wrong. After speaking, the other person hesitated for a while before nodding. Let's start, he laughed. Immediately, the eyebrows were raised. Just look at Jin Yuanding. Give me a furious scolding and get over to the bonfire. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanding, Lushing trembled for a moment. He flew over with a face full of grievances. And Lin Jie and old Qin on the side saw this. He was also speechless on his face. Didn't he just say he was spoiling? What kind of indulgence is this? However, at this moment, Zhang Xian ignored their frustration. A few steps to the earth-fire formation. Just gestured for it. Bring Prince Chu over as well. President Qin sees that they are about to start practicing. Also take out a token. Just say Zhang Shi. This is the rune token that ignites the earth fire. After all, the underground fire was extracted from the ground by the formation. It requires a special token to activate. Otherwise, there won't be any flames. It's his token that hasn't been handed over yet. I heard the other person's voice ringing loudly. There is a special charm in the voice. Chu Gongzi did not hesitate at all. Strictly follow his words in action. Then he stomped his foot on the ground. The formation that attracts the earth fire immediately began to operate. A strong flame rose into the sky, instantly enveloping the top of the golden yuan. However, President Qin, who witnessed this scene, the pupils are not in control. Looking at the other person with a face full of disbelief, murmured to himself, no need for rune tokens. It can ignite the earth fire. How was this done? Lin Jie, who was standing beside him, saw the expression on old Qin's face. I also know what he's thinking. Just glanced at it. I have figured out the structure of the earth fire formation. And easily. The understanding of this formation is triggered by flames. Even if they rush to the imperial city in front of them, they can definitely be considered as one of the characters. So I exclaimed in admiration. This requires mastering the formation to the limit. Only then can we achieve this. This zombie should still have a mage mansion cultivator. And I'm afraid it has also reached a considerable level. However, after they praised Zhang Xian's understanding of the formation, just discussing this way of guidance to practice qi, when it is not advisable. I saw Zhang Xian instructing Prince Chu to prepare the tools. Just start practicing your fingers. At this moment, the golden cauldron was burning with flames. I'm afraid of the opponent's hands and feet. Just laugh and I'll say, young man, you can rest assured. It's not my brother, I'm bragging with you. As long as you strictly follow my master's instructions. Ding ya, I have nothing to do. The level will be significantly increased. Master Lin, who heard these words, after exchanging a glance with President Qin, also full of worries. I wonder if this Lu Ding has a big heart. Is there still a problem with the brain? This refining method. Downgrading is a small matter. The most important thing is your thoughts. It is also possible to be killed alive. Isn't there any trace of worry? So that's it. The two of them were discussing with worry on their faces, full of energy. Will it be refined to death? I looked at the refining method in front of me with disbelief on my face. Half an hour has passed. This is Master Ling Jie. I just exclaimed in disbelief on my face. This is simply amazing. Then I heard old Qin beside me asking a puzzled question. Why do they have to operate like this? Still excitedly explaining that your strength hasn't reached it yet. I can't see where the problem lies. Can't understand. Look at his willow leaf falling technique. Although it is the most common piano practice technique, it doesn't sound like much, but it's too clever to use it here. This skull has just been burned by the earth fire. There is a trend of melting. At this point, using too fast or too aggressive techniques will result in make it crack internally. This kind of crack is not big, but it will lower its quality. But with this technique, this problem will not occur. It can even make its texture more meticulous. Strength has increased again. However, accompanied by waves of knocking sounds. Chu Gongzi is also in the position of the skull opening. Completed 148 strikes. Then he followed Zhang Xian's instructions again. Throw the hammer in the air and spin it around. I tapped towards the position of the top foot again. The old man Qin, who saw this scene, I asked with a puzzled expression on my face, why not hit the top directly? Instead, go knock on the top foot. What is this supposed to do? Master Lin on the side. At this point, I didn't understand the reason behind it either. But just as the two of them were thinking, I heard the skull base in front of me suddenly let out a dull sound of sound waves, like thunder echoing throughout the entire guild. This pervert in front of me. My own strength is not enough. Just bring it down and join in. Okay now. One of the subordinates did it for him. Forced to be struck by lightning. Just now, Zhang Xian is guiding the Chu prince beside him. Amazing top chain finger for your sacred artifact. Just a manipulation by Lord Chu. Chairman Qin, who was standing beside, said he didn't understand. As a quasi 8-star rating, Master Lin also expressed that he couldn't understand. But just as the two of them were wondering, why did the other party hit the top seat? Suddenly, the golden dome emitted a thunderous sound. Hearing this sound, Master Lin finally realized. So he explained to Chairman Qin beside him. This is the tidal training method. It is said that an 8-star Qi trainer heard the sound of tides, the technique of cultivating Qi created, after tapping the top opening. Then there's the top, the farthest distance between the two. When there is an impact, a special resonance will be generated, like tides. As a result, the crystal hanging stones on the top don't even need to be tempered, can also fully integrate, even surpassing the structure before the weight group. And most importantly, it has undergone this tidal-like oscillation. The spirituality within it will also be refined. It will become even stronger. This move is too powerful. That's really amazing. How did he come up with it? I'm actually pointing someone out. Refining gas can also take this into consideration. What level of mastery is required for this pair of gas refining to achieve? However, just as he was lamenting about it, Chu Gongzi has employed countless techniques again. It's simply dazzling. Too many things for the eye to see. I don't know how long it has been. Accompanied by a loud roar. Under the command of Master Zhang, Prince Chu, I took a few steps back in a row. Immediately after, everyone in the Qi refining hall felt it by chance. A brilliant aura surged forward. The sky immediately darkened. At this moment, everyone's bodies tightened. One by one, there were panic-stricken screams and a cry of unsheathed joints. However, the clouds are getting bigger and bigger. Lift up the roof of the gas refining hall. Dust splattered. Exposed the sky outside. Just a lot of alchemists in the room. The first time I saw a refined weapon reach unsheathed, everyone was so excited that they stood there trembling. No one left. Thunder roars in. Countless blue lightning entanglements. It seems like it's about to puncture the air. At this moment, President Qin spoke with disbelief on his face. This skull crest. Why isn't it tempered? It can attract the emergence of cocoons. You should know that there are 3 steps in refining weapons. The first is to melt metal ores. The second is the tempering equipment. And finally, it's quenching. For a skilled alchemist, the first 2 are not difficult. And the most difficult one to master is the third one. Can many weapon materials be perfectly integrated? Can we further improve the quality? It depends on the alchemist's grasp of quenching. Many techniques mentioned earlier. President Qin can't understand many of them. I thought the final quenching would broaden his horizons, truly witnessing the level of a skilled Qi refiner. I never dreamed of it. Before it could be refined, it triggered an out-of-body tribulation. At this moment, Lin Dashi, who was standing beside him, responded with a dry throat. Not without tempering. But I am planning to refine it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin suddenly realized something. My body couldn't help but tighten. Just asked about the overall situation. Are you saying he wants to refine with thunder? After speaking, I saw the other person nod and respond. Lao Qin suddenly felt that Zhang Xian was a pervert. This out-of-body tribulation is subject to the power of thunder. It is extremely fierce. Many out-of-body realm powerhouses fear the 3-point mark. I dare not accept it. Even if it's the master of the famous teacher's hall Dog Hall. I have already broken through to this level. But I dare not even bear a thunderbolt. It's because of old age and physical weakness. I feel like I can't bear it. A slight mistake can cause one's soul to scatter. Such a ferocious thing. Everyone avoids it for fear. This guy actually used it to destroy. That means absorbing the power of thunder into the weapon. That's too bold, isn't it? Any carelessness. All previous efforts were destroyed in an instant. The most crucial thing is, very likely unable to withstand the explosion on the spot, the unsheathed weapon suddenly exploded, equivalent to a strong person of this level self-destructing. Otherwise, their entire distribution will be wiped out directly. Completely famous from the mainland as a renowned teacher. The 7-star alchemist in the entire Qingyuan city now. All gather here. I was planning to listen to Master Lingjie's lecture. I'm really going to be blown up. This is really over. Think of this. Qin Huichang dare not hesitate. He shouted loudly, everyone, hurry up and retreat. Guide everyone to leave. Many alchemists only realize the danger after hearing this. A group of pale-faced individuals rushed out in a hurry. Soon, only Zhang Xian remained in the room. Master Lingjie and President Qin, and the 4 sons of Chu. At this moment, Lord Chu's face turned pale with fear. My whole body keeps trembling. Meanwhile, he also looked anxiously at Zhang Xian, who was pointing him not far away. But the other party is looking with their hands behind their backs. The thunder in the sky is not afraid at all. Instead, it carries a strong sense of excitement. So he shouted at him with a worried expression on his face. At this moment, Zhang Xian also knew what the other party was worried about. Just smiled and comforted, saying there was no need to worry. It's just an out-of-body robbery. Jin Yuanding will definitely be able to withstand it. Just haven't waited for Lord Chu to continue asking. I saw the first lightning bolt in the sky strike on the body of the golden cauldron. And not only was he not injured, Instead, it soared into the sky, easily absorbed the lightning. It didn't cause any waves either. The luster of the body looks even more dazzling. It seems that the texture is more sturdy. Looking for food, Master Lin saw the scene, suddenly stunned in place again, murmured to himself about this skull cauldron. It is already a medium-grade artifact. At this moment, Jingjing Xianshi has been integrated again. Being able to withstand the first thunder tribulation is nothing, but there's nothing spiritual about it at all. However, Zhang Xian saw that this master was almost going crazy. Just explained one sentence. The spiritual experience of Jin Yuanding has undergone a thunderous shock. Spirituality has undergone a transformation. The thunder of the out-of-body section, although not weak, but it's also difficult to hurt him. Master Lin only understood after hearing these words, just breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately showed a worried expression as he asked. Extracorporeal diameter is also divided into junior high school. 4 levels, late stage and peak stage, corresponding to the 4 lightning strikes. I don't know what realm this golden cauldron can reach. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Xian made a calculation, just responded saying, Chu Gongzi's chi training technique is still a bit weak. Although the cooperation is good, still unable to reach the out-of-body state, the peak should be around the later stage. You should know that cultivation has been achieved. Every sub-level revered by Saint Domain martial arts. It's even harder than reaching the sky. So I don't know how many people were trapped. Strengthen the later stages of unsheathing. Plus, it has undergone lightning quenching. Normal unsheathing and entering the peak may not necessarily be the case. Can it be the opponent's strength? Don't even mention the title of Imperial City in Xingyuan. I'm afraid even if we charge forward and obtain the title of Emperor City, they can all be considered the top existence. However, upon hearing him say so, Master Lin, my face was full of worry. After all, in his opinion, you have to go through 3 consecutive lightning strikes at once. It's difficult to achieve. But Zhang Xian believed it very much. Jin Yuanding can successfully withstand it. Although he also knows it's difficult. But without experiencing wind and rain, how can we see rainbows again? So in his opinion, Jin Yuanding, although somewhat unreliable, but after all, it is a spirituality that has lived for countless years, nourished by so many people in the renowned teacher academy, having the mindset and spirit of a renowned teacher. So I can definitely persevere. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen asleep in the Thunder Sea back then, but directly die. However, during their conversation, the second lightning strike landed on the body of Jin Yuanding again. This time it's even more fierce than the previous one. The air feels like it's going to be scorched black by lightning. The entire space also seems to be about to crack open at any time. However, after the suspended golden dome was hit, my whole body trembled involuntarily. Immediately after, I saw him fall straight down, forcefully smashing the ground into a big hole. He looks disheveled now, but still persevered. But the second lightning strike has just ended. I haven't waited for everyone to react yet. The third thunderbolt overturned and descended. Just Zhang Xian on the side saw the awe-inspiring lightning in the sky. His face suddenly turned pale. I know this is more terrifying than he had imagined before. So my heart moved. Just shout Golden Dome. Hurry up and devour the earth fire. Speaking to thunder with fire. I saw a pile of formation flags already in his hands. Immediately after, I saw him scattering the formation flag around the Golden Dome. Immediately formed a formation that ignited the ground fire. After activating the formation, the surging earth fire was immediately ignited. The law has been drawn out. At this moment, Jin Yuanding also knew that it was a matter of life and death. Struggling to climb out of the pit. When the stove lid was opened, there was a sudden attack. The flames immediately entered the abdominal cavity of the cauldron. After combining the power of the sheath diameter of the golden cauldron, a fire dragon, and the third lightning strike from the sky, shocked together, accompanied by a roar. I saw the shock wave formed by the collision of 2 huge forces, scatter shadows in all directions, blink time, blow down the building of the alchemist by an unknown amount. However, Qin Hui, who witnessed the scene, took control, crying like a child. So helpless. So helpless. Didn't we just say it was for practicing chi? Now it's like this. What face do I have to confess to our ancestors and ancestors? At this moment, after the third thunderbolt disappeared, the clouds in the sky also seemed to have completed their mission, slowly dissipating, and Jin Yuanding also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Then he collapsed to the ground, limp and limp. So Zhang Xian put him into the beehive, enabled him to absorb the spiritual power of the Bodhi tree, restore status as soon as possible. After finishing these tasks, he came to the Chu Prince's side. Take out a storage ring that contains a lot of minerals, give it to him as a gift, and thank him for his help. But the other party refused to accept it no matter what. After all, Prince Chu is refining chi. I also gained great insights and had excellent opportunities to hone my skills. This benefit is harder won than any treasure. So Zhang Xian no longer hesitated about this matter. Then he also turned around, approaching Lao Qin with a face full of embarrassment. Apologized to him. After all, this kind of thing happened. He didn't expect it either. Someone kindly borrowed a place for themselves to use, but it ended up harming the other party. The entire guild has turned into ruins. So in order to compensate for the negligence, he suggested sending people from the renowned teachers hall over, repair this place again. However, after obtaining the other party's consent, just use the imperial palace to send this message. The situation inside was passed on to the wizard. After finishing these things, I looked at Master Lin beside me. Sorry for saying that, delaying the master for such a long time. You can continue teaching. I'll take my leave first. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie suddenly became speechless. My cat's house has been demolished. All the chi trainers have also run away. Who am I teaching? Besides, seeing your exquisite technique of practicing chi, I am explaining some low-end technologies, even if not despised by others. I'm too ashamed to say it myself. After Zhang Xian bid farewell, I did not return to Mingshi Hall, but it flew directly out of Qingyuan City, arriving at the tomb where Emperor Qingtian arrested his witch soul. It's very quiet here. Yuanji Hanji. It can solve the problem of cruelty perfectly. Subsequently, I saw them take out the book sealed with cruel words. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian grabbed her palm in the air. The heart and fingers printed on the pages of the book just slowly suspended. Anyway, the other party's soul has been trapped. I'm not afraid he'll turn against me now. However, after the ruthless heart and fingers came out, like breaking free from the shackles, immediately release a strong killing aura. The entire wooden house was instantly filled. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that this guy was still free, showing off one's astonishing pressure. Just snort coldly and say, okay, hurry up and refine the witch soul of Emperor Qingtian. Hurry up and improve your strength. Otherwise, I would have seen the ruthless person in the spine swamp. The person I'm afraid of dying will be you. So that's it. A cruel heart quickly devoured the witch soul in front of him. After the breakthrough in cultivation, it also attracted people from the out-of-body world. After crossing the tribulation, it also reached the late stage of the sheath band. This just stopped, and Zhang Xian saw that he succeeded. It's nothing. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, let him flirt properly. In 2 days, we will enter the spine swamp. Strive to devour the other party. After finishing these tasks, get up and fly back to the cafeteria. Just came back. Just wanted to find it. Let's discuss the matter of going to the back swamp, Lord Xing. I saw Princess Fair approaching me. It's said that Luo Qiqi has left. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt a bit strange. I thought to myself that even if I were it's not like leaving without saying goodbye. Is something going to happen? So I asked the other party why they left. At this moment, Princess Fair responded with a 77. Before leaving, she said she had something at home. I need to temporarily leave for a period of time. Just when she first came to the renowned I have read the introduction letter. She was introduced by Baiyuan Emperor. I guess he must be the princess of this. A few days ago, I heard that there was unrest in Baiyuan Imperial City. The royal family has suffered many casualties. It seems like we're going back to solve the problem. The pervert in front of me just smiled lightly at the camera. The two old men were immediately scared and their spirits came out of their bodies. Just now, after Zhang Xian successfully broke through to the out-of-body realm with the ruthless person, I returned to the warrior hall. Just came back. I heard Princess Fair say that Luo Qiqi had already left. It seems like I'm going back to deal with the matter of Baiyuan Imperial City. However, the princess who finished speaking about the situation, seeing Zhang Xian looking worried, just comforted that Baiyuan is just a first-class imperial city. The only peak with the strongest strength is the Holy Domain, and 77 is a dual powerhouse. The same level of combat power is an invincible existence. So the problem can be solved quickly. After speaking, I saw that the other person was in a better mood. He also told him that he was going back to the ceremony of the Honyuan Imperial City. So after Fei finished speaking about her inner thoughts and perverts, as soon as he turned around, he left. However, Zhang Xian did not expect it either. The other party was able to open up so quickly. I couldn't help but feel a little admiration in my heart. After all, the word emotion, even his current state of mind cannot be resolved. I worked hard to be with Ruashi. The other party can think of these in a few hours, and let go of the emotions in my heart. This mood can be considered extremely strong. So Zhang Xian watched you fair leave. Calm down the chaos in your heart. I just went to the residence of the Hall Master. After meeting the other party soon, just talk about the matter of the alien race in the Arctic swamp. I communicated with him for a while. Master of the hall who has understood the situation, also called over the store owner Wei and Liao Bujing. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai confirmed with a serious expression to several people again. This trip will lead to 9 deaths in life. If you go, you may not be able to come back. Make them think carefully. However, after receiving their affirmative response, just fly with a few people to the underworld hall. Meet up with wizards and others. And on the wizard's side, we also found 3 7-star elders and Zhang Jiuxiao. After everyone meets, I briefly explained the ghost crying consciousness in Jibei Marsh. 9 people flew over sitting on holy beasts. On the way, Zhang Xian also took some pills for everyone to take. After all, these are also specially prepared by him for everyone. Not only can it detoxify hundreds of drugs, the true chi meatball that can also prevent the witch soul master from seizing the house. Then he took out another manual for them. After all, this is a joint attack against the ruthless. So I also prepared a book on combo formation. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Xian seems to be fine now. I also see that Zhang Jiuxiao has improved a lot. So I asked him about it. Their family. Is there someone? A peerless genius with extremely pure bloodline. Just that the other party belongs to the side of the sage Zhang's family. Not yet qualified to enter the core mansion. And the genius mentioned by Zhang Xian. It's the young master of the Zhang family. I am exactly 20 years old this year. However, Zhang Jiuxiao has never met anyone who knows him before. As the two communicate, Zhang Xian only found out at this moment. The core offspring of the Zhang family only need to activate their bloodline. Even if I didn't practice before, you can easily reach the primordial realm, directly impacting out of the body or even higher. So I asked the other party if there was any way to boost their bloodline. Listen here. Zhang Jiuxiao also shook his head helplessly and responded, Holy, the bloodline of the human sect is predetermined from birth. Even many true cores have not been born yet. The grade can be determined in the tire. Like a special constitution. These are all innate. These constitutions cannot be changed by external forces. These are just ordinary bloodlines. They can all reach the level of exorcists. If it were like the young master, perhaps with just one cultivation, one can reach the level of fertility. However, after understanding the situation, Zhang Xian, at this point, I feel even greater pressure. So we stopped talking. I started practicing on the back of the beast. I flew like this for a few days. Soon they also arrived over the sky of the far north city. Not long after, I also came to a place above without guidance from a teacher. I greeted a few people and flew down. After arriving at the wooden house, no teacher sees the old man in front of them. Just introduce it to a few people. This is Ji Tianxiong, the master of the extreme north famous master hall. And also introduced Zhang Xianjin to the other party. Just this stepmaster. Hearing the young man in front of me, it's Zhang Xianshi, who just broke into the hall. He bowed respectfully to him with a face full of respect. After a few brief pleasantries, Zhang Xian asked the altar master to take them to find the ghost crying. After all, this ghost is crying. It's not in a fixed position. To find someone who has experience and also needs luck. At this point, they didn't even have time to rest. Under the command of the altar master, everyone sits on the holy beast. I flew towards the swamp where it was located. I flew for about an hour. Everyone saw a pitch-black swamp, connected to heaven and earth. Continuing forward for another segment. At this moment, the priest also allowed the holy beast to land. Then I will introduce to everyone that the area ahead is a swamp. The airflow is very turbulent, having many unique aura fields. A little carelessness can lead to falling into it. It will be difficult to escape then. If you want to walk in, you can only walk now. Everyone responded with a nod upon hearing this. Later, the priest led the way for everyone. It has indeed been much safer along the way. The land with holy beasts detours in advance. Avoid dangerous places in advance. I walked for almost 2 hours. Finally arrived at the depths of the swamp. So he walked for about half an hour. The sun has already set in the west. The technician just kept talking about the island ahead. It's the center of the entire swamp. If you want to find Ghost Cry, you have to come here first. Then figure out a way to explore it bit by bit. Even I don't have a better way. Everyone heard this. I just looked in the direction of my fingers. Immediately after, I saw land appear before my eyes. The diameter is 7 or 8 kilometers. A steep mountain peak stands among them. Various vegetation is densely packed. From a distance, it looks like a city. Quickly, everyone continued to fly over with the altar master. After arriving on the island, Zhang Xiankai discovered, the spiritual energy here is more abundant compared to the places we passed by earlier. Breathe more comfortably. Only after experiencing it can one truly feel the emotions of a lifetime. No wonder there are holy beasts living here unwilling to leave. Practicing here can indeed achieve twice the result with half the effort. This century, the hall master just took out some high-level holy beast urine. Pour around. Used to warn some poisonous insects. After completing these tasks, poison beast. I just told everyone to rest here tonight. I can only wait until dawn to find ghosts crying before leaving. Poisonous insects in the swamp will crawl out at night. Once encountered, it becomes very dangerous. so everyone also stopped. Take out the prepared items. After a simple dinner, I started sitting cross-legged on the ground to continue practicing. However, I don't know how long it has been. Zhang Xian suddenly felt, not far away, there is a rapidly fluctuating energy. Turn your head and take a look. I saw the hall master's face turn red. It seems like I can't suppress the power inside my body. Then he stood up and came up to him, asking how he was doing. At this moment, the head of the hall spoke up and responded to Zhang Shi. I may have to overcome the tribulation of scabbard. Zhang Xian frowned at the words. The other party's spirit is damaged, previously repaired with my own help. Quickly broke through half a step and unsheathed. Reached the state of unsheathed tail. According to normal circumstances, as long as he is willing, you can trigger a lightning raid at any time, becoming a true unsheathed powerhouse. Why did it suddenly start here? So I asked him why he did this. This is the response from the hall master, whose face turned red. I don't know either. I only practiced for a while just now. I feel that the Genshin impact has reached a full state. I originally intended to suppress it, but I can't suppress it. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. The true chi in the body radiates along the pores. Immediately after, everyone arrived. The clouds are overcast above. The thunder tribulation has arrived. Zhang Xian saw the situation and left the Lei Jie area as a group. Don't be influenced. After finishing these tasks, I smiled. Comfort me by saying not to be nervous. It's just an out-of-body robbery. With your strength, can easily withstand it. But Zhang Xian just finished speaking. A lightning strike struck and struck. Then I saw the gift of Genshin impact. Flew straight towards the lightning, with one chubby. Suddenly, it felt like cotton wool being burned by a raging fire, continuously shrinking in size. It seems to be enduring the torment of the flying ape. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned, and the wizard beside him. He also exclaimed incredulously on his face. Out-of-body robbery is extremely dangerous. Isn't it normal to rely on physical confrontation? Why did the leader of the hall come out of his body to meet him? This is too dangerous to do. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked with a discerning eye. My face immediately darkened. According to my opinion, he is currently beyond his control. I guess a soul wizard must have hit him. I know he's going to break through. That attracted his Genshin impact. I want to use the power of thunder to get rid of him first. Or let's wear down our weapons to take care of him. Upon hearing this, our teacher and others, their faces immediately darkened. They replaced the famous teacher talisman. I arrived here without any delay. I just want to rush. The person behind Emperor Qingtian. Find each other before discovering each other. But I didn't expect to know nothing about him now. Someone on our side was the first to fall victim. At this moment, Zhang Xian continued to look up into the air. I saw the thunderous burning below. The primordial spirit of the hallmaster is becoming weaker and weaker. It looks like it could be worn away at any moment. However, the shop owner Wei and Liao Bujing on the side were very anxious. After all, they are old friends who have been together for hundreds of years. The two of them couldn't watch their old friend helplessly killed alive by thunder, but there's no way to start. So I had to look at Zhang Xian, ask him to find a way to save the hall master. Actually, Zhang Xian doesn't need two people to speak up. He will also take action. I just can't figure out a solution for a while. After pondering, I opened my eyes to reason again. Look towards the Yuanshan. No. The Lord of Xingtong was captured by ruthless people using the method of which souls controlled the primordial spirit. That's why this situation happened. But Lei Jie can only cross by himself. Once someone intervenes, it will only make it stronger and stronger, reaching an uncontrollable geography. Just like his abundant Jiaruashi back then, clearly aware of its level of danger. But he didn't dare to take action either. Just the shop owner Liao on the side doesn't understand the reason behind it. Still full of urgency, shouting that there's no way out. Master Xing will definitely not be able to hold on. Zhang Xian remained unmoved by this. I also entered the library and found a book. I looked through it once. I only looked at the wizard after coming out, and asked who has a 0 yuan pill. At this moment, the shopkeeper dug out a jade bottle and handed it over. Say there's one inside. After taking the pill, Zhang Xian took it out. I threw it to the wizard, and make him take it. At this moment, the wizard was inexplicable. I don't know what the other party wants to do either. Just casually asked a question. At this moment, Zhang Xian said that only you can save him. Listen to me, take it quickly. Subsequently, no further explanation will be provided. Lang Lang's teaching voice as Yin Tianshou follows. At this moment, when Wu Shifu placed an order for medicine, it sounded. I haven't realized yet. I feel the true qi in my body, under the verbal control of the other party, slowly flowing throughout the body. Only then did he realize. With the pupils involuntarily contracting, the speaker exclaimed in shock. Are you planning for me to fix the vulnerability? Breaking through the external pathway. However, Zhang Xian ignored him. Continue to repair its defects. Less than 3 minutes. Ignoring it has reached the limit that the body can bear. A Genshin impact just like him. Straight out from the center of the eyebrows. Suspended in mid-air. Zhang Xian saw the situation. With a sudden push of the palm, the newly unsheathed wizard spirit, he charged straight towards the thunder in front of him. Seeing this scene, the wizard was almost scared to death. This has just reached the realm of being out of the body. Even without time for consolidation, it was pushed over. His Miao Zhangshi. Do you think it's not enough for the leader of the hall to die alone? Do you want me to have a companion with him? And Zhang Xian saw the wizard Yuanshan staring blankly in mid-air. I couldn't help but shout, hurry up! Pull the primordial spirit of the hall leader into his physical body. The wizard who heard these words finally realized. Although I have entered the thunder, but he was not attacked by Lei Jia, so I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I quickly reached out and grabbed forward. Bring back the main spirit of the hall that was attacked by lightning. Immediately followed by a sudden press. The primordial spirit of the hall master was sent back to the physical body. Just the crowd who witnessed this scene. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Open your eyes wide one by one. Looking at Zhang Xian with disbelief on her face. Ask what exactly is going on here. Isn't it impossible to interfere with Lei Jia? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian just responded with a serious expression. Who said it's okay? Isn't this where it comes from? As soon as these words are spoken, everyone quickly looked up. Immediately after, I saw the thunderclouds in the sky getting stronger and stronger. It was supposed to disintegrate soon. Now open again. Start to accumulate. At this moment, Zhang Xian explained that the wizard had just broken through to the end. Shedding does not attract thunder. Therefore, going to rescue the Lord of the Execution Hall can successfully bring back the Soul God. But now it has been discovered by thunder. We also have to face the calamity of being out of the body. After speaking, he ignored the shock of the crowd. Immediately give a reprimand to the absent-minded disregard. Hurry up and return to your physical body. Upon hearing the other parties shout. At this moment, the warrior realized that thunder was staring at him. Suddenly, Genshin Impact trembled. Immediately returned to the physical body. Then he looked at Zhang Xian with a helpless expression on his face. I asked what I should do now. Zhang Xian smiled meaningfully upon hearing these words. Just say one sentence and wait for death. The abnormal and shocking operation in front of us. Bring a group of renowned teachers who have seen the world before. I was scared and turned into an emoji. They really didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. It really opened their eyes. Right back then, Zhang Xian's eyes clearly saw the master's primordial spirit. I'm about to be struck and killed by lightning strikes from the unsheathed joint. After pondering for a moment, just use the oath heavenly beast help to break through to the unsheathed realm without a master. Let its spirit come out of its sheath. Bring back the hall master who was struck by lightning. Finish these tasks. He also urgently crawled back into his physical body. Then he hurriedly asked the other person what he wanted to do now. At this moment, Zhang Xian took a few steps forward, and he patted the other person a few times. Speaking of this thundercloud, I refused because I felt your breath. Most of the lightning has been absorbed by the hall master. As long as it doesn't come out of the sheath, should be able to withstand it. However, after hearing the explanation, Wuxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he felt relieved, just heard a thunderous roar in my ears. Then a lightning bolt struck the head and struck it. At this moment, he felt a blackout in front of him. I almost fainted. His meow is mostly absorbed. How do you feel like the power has increased? However, Zhang Xian, who witnessed the scene, he also spoke with a look of embarrassment on his face, saying I'm sorry. I seem to have miscalculated. Because of your joining, the power of thunder is even greater than before. But it's okay. I believe in your abilities. It should be easy to get through. Listen here. Wuxia is completely foolish. I thought this guy was the most trustworthy. But unexpectedly, it was so unreliable. Now this paragraph. Don't I have to pick up my boxed meal in advance? But just when he didn't know how to deal with it. I feel that lightning accumulates more and more in my body. At this point, he no longer had the time to concentrate and confront it. Immediately after, a thunderous sound was heard. Sudden explosion in gas. His primordial spirit was impacted by immense power. Also suffered serious injuries. It feels like it could collapse at any moment. At this moment, I was filled with stubbornness when I realized that I had ignored my injuries. Just as we've broken through, we're about to face the unsheathed tribulation. This is really powerless to resist. So just as I saw that lightning was about to strike again, he knows when this blow hits, the original severely injured spirit will be crushed on the spot. But at this moment, suddenly, a pure and astonishing true chi surged into my body. At a visible speed, they are recovering from their injuries. Feeling the change, ignoring the clenched fist. Only then did he realize, Zhang Xian left her true chi inside her body. No wonder he dared to rescue the leader of the execution hall. I had already left my hands behind. Blink time. The damaged spirit has been restored to its original state. Immediately after, thunder struck again. So repeatedly. Experienced more than 10 minutes of out-of-body robbery. Ignoring it, the whole person is numb. I feel like I've gone through hell several times. Watching the clouds in the sky dissipate, I just breathed a sigh of relief. So after the injury recovered, just a few steps up to Zhang Xian, hurriedly clasped hands and thanked him, but I haven't waited for him to say a few words yet. I heard the other party using phonetics to make me stop talking. Hurry up and pretend to accept it. He looks seriously injured. I dare not hesitate when I hear this. After all, it must make sense for the other party to do so. So my body softened, collapsed directly to the ground. It looks like it's dead. However, Zhang Zhouxiao, who was unaware, saw the situation. Hurry up and help it up, and shout out his name. And with the support of the other party, the wizard also struggled to stand up. Just when I was about to see what Zhang Xian really wanted to do, I heard him give a faint shout. It seems that you already know we're here. Since that's the case, let's just come out directly. Anyway, you also want to kill me. I also want to kill you. Then there's no need to continue hiding. Everyone was stunned at the words. One by one, thinking inexplicably, who is Zhang talking to? So when Zhang Zhouxia was about to ask, I heard a gloomy voice echoing around me. Truly a zombie. Truly impressive. I just tampered a bit. You discovered it. As soon as the words fell, I only saw a piece of land, slowly emerging from the depths of the swamp. However, Zhang Zhouxiu glanced at it. He clenched his fists and shouted confirmed. This is Gui Pu. However, seeing the scene in front of me, the wizard was also stunned for a moment. Although he is the deputy head of the Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall, but this place has really never been in the future. The so-called ghost crying is also the first time he has seen it. This island has a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. In the middle is a spring water that looks like an eye. I can't tell its depth. Surrounded by strange rocks. Although the entire island emerged from beneath the swamp, but it seems like there's something protecting it. There is no trace of silt on the ground. On the contrary, it is covered with various low and short ones. Everyone witnessed this scene as well. Just when I thought this small island was very strange, just heard once again that he wanted to kill me. Then come over. If you come over, you can find me slowly. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Accompanied by the sound dissipating, the entire island feels like it's covered in a thin mist, partly hidden and partly visible. I feel like I'm about to disappear from my sight at any moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian walked straight ahead. Liao Bujing on the side saw the situation. He was anxiously blocking in front of him. Zhang Shi cannot marry each other. This is clearly prepared. We were all ambushed by him here. Once it passes, it will definitely fall into a trap. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also shook her head in response. He already knows we're here. Also prepared in advance. If we don't go now, with the passage of time, it will become even more dangerous. Don't overthink it. If you don't go, you will also suffer a surprise attack. Instead of passively waiting, it's better to go and see what he really wants to do. Otherwise, when we wait in place, we really want to take action. I estimate that at least half of us have already died. After explaining, I don't care if the other person can understand. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a gourd of wine and handed it to him. Let him drink and feed the hall master. However, Zhang Xian's sudden operation make Liao Bujing dizzy. Master, this place is almost dead from electricity. And let him drink. Is this because he didn't die fast enough or something? So I was at a loss for what to do in my heart. I heard a powerless wizard beside me, supported to come over. I shouted in a low voice, hurry up, follow the zombie's method. Upon hearing this, I dare not hesitate anymore. A few steps to reach the Lord of Xingtang. I just fed him the wine. Not long after, I saw the hall master slowly open his eyes. It seems that my spirits have improved a lot, but still looking powerless like my teacher. I helped him up. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the matter had been resolved. Say hello. Just jump towards the small island ahead. Everyone followed closely after seeing the situation. Soon everyone arrived on the island. I only looked around after landing. I took a glance at it. Everyone also felt that there seemed to be a formation arranged here. Cut off half of the air. At this moment, Zhang Xian also dared not take it lightly. After all, this guy in front of us. Even Kong Shi is trapped by him. This is enough to prove that his methods can be called Kong. So he activated the Eye of Reason. Quietly observed the surroundings. I also discovered that the formation here is not intended for attack, but it's used for floating and hiding. After understanding these, I secretly speculated. This land doesn't float up from below, but it's like a ship, floating above the swamp with the power of the formation, wandering around. Is it entirely up to him to control the current situation? After all, this guy needs to devour the Dark Master, to restore its strength. That's why they deliberately exaggerate ghost crying. attracting countless renowned teachers to search here, and then intentionally release a few famous teachers every year. Make them live ads here. After all, someone who can be released by him. They are all people who can increase their mood. This way, more people will come inexplicably. Think of this. Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This old monster is actually a marketing genius. So while he was thinking about these things in his heart, also came to the spring eye. At this moment, he turned around and instructed everyone to wait outside. Go ahead and explore for yourself. After finishing speaking, he walked straight into the spring. As soon as you come in, Zhang Xian immediately felt her consciousness being pulled out. Immediately afterwards, they entered a pitch-black environment. This place is almost the same as experiencing the Demon Jekyll back then. Like a sealed room, there is no light or sound. A deathly silence. It gives people a sense of awe and trepidation. However, it is unknown how long Zhang Xian has been walking forward. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. Call her Zhang Xinjian. Someone just took a few steps up to them, gradually seeing the other person's appearance. I just realized that this person is Ruwashi. So he nodded in agreement with satisfaction. This time it's finally a bit new. I mean it. After all, the inner demons he encountered before were ugly and unbearable, make people completely nauseous at a glance. This one is quite clever. Being able to cater to one's own distractions, transform into the appearance of Luo Ruwashi. Think of this. There was also a hint of a smile on his face. I thought to myself, this guy seems to be about to take action, so he hurriedly walked up to Ruwashi. I responded by saying that you have arrived. Later, I heard the other person say they really miss themselves. Just nod and respond with phonetics, saying bow. I miss you too. By the way, I have a heart demon technique here. Do you want to learn? After speaking, I saw that the other party was somewhat puzzled. Just continue explaining that the heart demon has been cultivated. You can become stronger. It can also detach from the host and become an independent individual. It will be very powerful then. Ruwashi was stunned when she heard this. I haven't waited for him to respond yet. Zhang Xian continues to transmit messages. Don't worry. This set of techniques, I combine various professions such as Witch Soul and Kirin, and created by the glass refining heart technique. If you don't believe me, I can tell you first. Immediately after, I saw him holding Ruwashi's hand and continuing to transmit the message. Heart demons are actually a form of spirituality. A spirit with special human thoughts, like dual personality. Critical moments will arise. Give practitioners a fatal blow. Just the practitioner dies. The demon will also disappear along with it. Why do you have such a proud heart demon? Can only become a vassal of cultivate. Why can't we escape from this fate? My heart demon Dharma has a detailed overview. So the more I listened, the more excited. His gaze gradually became blurred. Later, I heard the other party say that as long as I want to learn, worship him as a teacher will enable you to receive teachings on martial arts. So my heart moved, immediately kneel to the ground, crying at the mouth, teacher. But at the moment he knelt down, Zhang Xian seemed to hear the sound of spitting blood coming from the space. At this moment, he also ignored the ruthless person hiding in secret. Just look at the eyes. Ruwashi said before, please transform back into your own appearance. However, upon hearing the command, the inner demon, my body instantly transformed into its original form. At this moment, Zhang Xian had a brief chat with him. I learned that he doesn't have a name, also named it Magic Armor. After finishing these, Zhang Xian, just say hello to him. You go out now. We will try to meet again in the future if there is a chance. Mo Jiawan also nodded gratefully in response. A mental movement. The pitch-black space immediately disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Only then did I realize that I was still standing in front of the spring water. It seems like nothing has happened before. At this moment, Zhang Zhuoxiu saw him sober up. I hurriedly inquired about his situation. Later, the other party said they were fine. I looked at it again with confusion on my face. Can't help but ask again. Didn't you experience a demon just now? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Xinjian, everyone looked puzzled. Just peep and don't come out yet to meet all the famous teachers. As soon as these words are spoken, a black mist suddenly appeared behind him. Immediately after, the demon appeared in front of everyone. Respectfully bowing, Dao Mo Jia has met all the famous teachers. Everyone who can see the scene. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Each one had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. But the demon can escape alive. And so polite and courteous. Is this really a demon? There's not enough information on the side about this matter. I can no longer resist the curiosity in my heart. Just ask Zhang Xian what's going on here. After all, as the new store owner, I have read countless books related to inner demons. This guy was born out of his mind. Not only cruel, he's still very domineering. Everyone avoids it for fear. How could she be so obedient now? However, we haven't received a response from Zhang Xian yet. The magic armor was filled with admiration and a sigh of admiration. It was the teacher who influenced me. Otherwise, I would still be living my life and death aimlessly. Unknown life. It's really embarrassing to think about it. Upon hearing this, everyone is stupid. Moved. It's still his teacher. Are demons living beings? How can we take back the students? At this moment, Zhang Xian responded by saying, "Don't dwell on such trivial matters anymore." While speaking, finger towards the eye of the fist. "Would you like to come over and take a look too? Although this guy in front of us is a pervert, but he sneaked into the ghost cave for the sake of the human race, facing various challenges. Although the process is quite abnormal, even in front of this group of deceased old acquaintances, do such a thing, but I also believe that he didn't mean it." Just now, Zhang Xianyang plays Yan Tianshou. After capturing the inner demons in the illusion space as students, he walked out of the space with him. Everyone learned that this demon had become his student. They were all scared like a gust of wind. At this point, Zhang Xian also advised everyone not to dwell on such trivial matters. Instead, he pointed to the spring and asked who wanted to go in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiuxiao, a movement in my heart. Just let me know, I'll do it. After all, he has been to this place before. I have also seen the demon in my heart. I just saw that Zhang Xian can take this thing as a student. He also wants to give it a try. However, Zhang Xian saw him walking over. A thought penetrates into the other person's body. That's why he went over to see the spring water. Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes just fell on the spring water. Immediately, I saw countless distractions arising from it. It seems like it could invade my mind at any moment, make him a little crazy. I was just trying to cut off these distractions. There was a roar in front of me. Immediately, just like Zhang Xian before, entered a pitch black space. Immediately after, I saw a figure slowly appear in front of the person, and revealed a sly smile on his face. This is inside Zhang Jiuxiao's body. After seeing Zhang Xian's reflection clearly, I couldn't help but twitch my eyebrows. He really didn't expect it. This descendant of the Zhang family, the biggest demon would actually be oneself. And Zhang Jiuxiao came in. I was thinking of taking in apprentices. You can see that the inner demon is. Zhang Xian immediately became somewhat confused, and hysterically shouted loudly, "I must surpass you." After all, his state of mind, not as capable of controlling her thoughts as Zhang Xian. The moment when the demon appeared, all the negative emotions in his heart surged out. At this point, I have already lost my rationality. However, the demon heard a roar. I responded with a tone that bewitched the magnetic field. "Do you want to surpass me? Okay, I can make you surpass me. As long as you can cultivate according to what I say. It's also easy to achieve." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiuxiao fell into it. It's just Zhang Xian's idea. Seeing someone's inner demons like this, also full of shock. After all, he has also encountered his inner demons 3 times. There was a lie during the first canonization. Everything else is very clear-headed. I thought everyone else was similar to him. It doesn't seem like that at all now. Heart demons are born from the heart. The moment it appeared, the cultivator can no longer grasp the inner world. Nature is easily attacked, or become obsessed with it. However, understand how other people's inner demons are formed. Zhang Xian no longer understands. Thoughts flew out with it, starting to bewitch the demon with the oath of the heavenly beast. And at this moment, the people outside the spring water, seeing Zhang Jiuxiao standing in front, sudden convulsions in the body. Each one also showed a solemn expression. An elder just spoke up and asked, "Is he really okay like this?" At this moment, the shopkeeper only responded that Zhang's research on demons is extremely high. Since we let him go over, there won't be any problems naturally. Don't worry, everyone. Upon hearing this, when everyone was about to say something, I saw Zhang Jiuxiao spewing out a mouthful of turbid air. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Immediately after, I saw another demon head covered in pitch black, appearing in front of everyone. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at him and scolded him. I haven't paid my respects to all the renowned teachers yet. As soon as these words are spoken, after seeing the demon's respectful response on his face, just bow, Daomoe. I have met all the famous teachers, and when the magic armor beside heard the other person's name, I always feel like something's off. But just when he was puzzled about it, I heard the teacher continue to ask who else is it? So someone went in like this. Zhang Xian followed in with a thought. Once, I quickly developed the inner demons of Jia, Yi, Ding, Ding, and Si. At this moment, the magic armor finally reacted. I thought the teacher named me magic armor. It's a guardian-like armor. Its significance is very important. But unexpectedly, the teacher was just for the convenience of simple memorization. Think of this. Magic armors all have a kind of urge to vomit blood. I'm so happy to have such a good name. However, despite having 4 demons, Zhang Xian still encourages everyone to continue. Just when it was Wei's turn to go up and try it out, I saw the spring in front of me constantly shaking. Immediately after, the spring water in the pool is descending at a visible speed to the naked eye. It's like the bathtub has been unplugged. After the spring water disappeared, the stone steps below slowly appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Xian saw the situation. I couldn't help but complain about what was going on. Is he so stingy? I can't afford to play with only 4 of them. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Just below the stone steps came a message that wanted to see me. Just come down. After all, ruthless people know. If we continue to be taken down by this guy, the opponent's strength is not weak. It will become stronger and stronger. His original intention. I want to use spring water to make these people have inner demons. As a result, it can be effortless. We can make these famous teachers our subordinates. I followed orders. Who knew he was meowing? I just got a few demons. They were all accepted as students by the other party. However, at this moment, although Zhang Xian felt unwilling, look, the spring water is gone. Be forced to give up. Then he greeted everyone. Just walked down the stone steps. Not long after, we arrived at a spacious hall. Zhang Xian saw corpses standing around him. Her appearance and figure still retain their just dead state. Just the soul is not in it. I can't tell how long I've been dead. At this moment, the altar master beside him, when I saw one of the physical bodies, I couldn't help but shiver all over and exclaim in surprise, why is Vice Lord Lu here? When Zhang Xian saw the situation and was about to go up and comfort her, I heard the wizard beside me exclaim again, why is the new elder here? So, in a state where everyone was filled with sadness and anger, after viewing the physical bodies of the people standing in the entire hall, I just realized that many of them are old acquaintances. Most of them disappeared within the past 20 years. Genshin Impact. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xiankai let out a sigh. They were all rendered soulless, astonishing. The Witch Soul Master sucked away their primordial spirit. You can also borrow their bodies. Upon hearing this, Wuxer's face turned white with anger, then let out a furious roar. I must report this matter to the headquarters of the famous teacher hall. Not only harming famous teachers, we also need to refine it into a puppet. This is unforgivable. As soon as these words are spoken, I heard a sinister sound coming from all around. I'm afraid it's too late to report to headquarters. As soon as the words fell, just heard a roar. Immediately after, I saw the entrance, suddenly blocked by a stone door at the entrance of the cave. Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened upon seeing this. This is the broken dragon lock he has seen before. Once the out-of-body environment is closed, even the peak powerhouses are difficult to break through. It's just that he hasn't finished being shocked by this yet. Many undead people around me were amazed and opened their eyes at the same time. At this moment, a chilling intent swept over everyone. Everyone, take a look back. Everyone couldn't help but feel their scalp tingling. Immediately afterwards, he was full of vigilance and observed the surroundings. His physical body was at this moment. One of them had no soul and moved astonishingly. Immediately fly towards everyone. At the same time, the palm suddenly chopped towards the crowd. His palm power was unleashed. Everyone immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened upon seeing this. This is quite troublesome now. Nowadays, there are over 100 renowned scholars with a quadruple reputation, refined into a refined person. If everyone were to take action, how should we deal with this? However, just when he felt scared about it, store owner Wei took a step forward on the side. Just flip over one of the Gene people who are attacking, diving towards the opponent, grasp it with one hand. Just as I was about to tear him apart, I saw an elder from the famous teacher hall greet me. Discouraged, this is Elder Wang from our renowned teacher hall. We have known each other for a long time. Can you please not destroy the body? Let me take him back for burial. Upon hearing this, the shop owner hesitated for a moment. Just as I was about to respond, the captured golden man suddenly swung his palm out, directly hit him. He took a few steps back before stopping. At this moment, he only felt a tightness in his chest. Then I saw the golden people around me. There are also signs of starting to take action. I can't help but shout loudly if I don't kill him. We are about to be killed. You want to die here? You can die on your own. Don't implicate us. As soon as these words are spoken, the elder's face turned extremely ugly in front of him. After all, he knows many corpses around him. Even many of them are old friends who have been together for hundreds of years. He originally thought he could bring the body back, let them settle down in peace. But now in this situation, he doesn't know what to do. But just when he was struggling with this matter, the other one has no soul and is astonishing. 5 fingers tear like hooks. After identifying the source, the elder couldn't help but shout, Elder Who? Immediately, my heart stirred. Just recalling all the experiences we had with him. Eyes turned red. The body's movements also slowed down. A bloody wound was immediately drawn on the shoulder. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw the old man, still immersed in past friendships. His face darkened. just scolded Elder Zhang. You need to see clearly. He is no longer Hu Chanlao. They are no longer the old friends you know. Now these golden people have become dead. It is an unconscious growth. Old classical Chinese hesitates for a moment. Immediately after, a movement moved in my heart. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes. I gritted my teeth and responded. Then I saw his palm flip over. The breath on my body was rolling. Just welcomed it up. Engage in a scuffle with the other party. At this moment, all the soulless golden people around suddenly moved their bodies. Immediately after, he rushed towards the crowd. Immediately surround everyone. Upon seeing this scene, Mr. Liao's face darkened. Immediately welcomed it up. 2 consecutive palms astonishingly split open the 2 charging ends. So I couldn't help but shout, Master Zhang, what should we do now? Subsequently, the other party responded that the lack of soul was astonishing. Only when someone controls can it be exerted. As long as you find the person in control, kill it. Natural release of danger. So I shouted loudly, everyone, hurry up. We set up the formation. Protect Zhang and the others. As soon as the words fell, everyone immediately formed a circle. Zhang Xian, the Lord of Hexing Hall and the wizard are guarding it. Be vigilant and look around. At this moment, the wizard who was protected within it. Just now, with a face full of confusion, he asked Zhang Xian using phonetics, should they both take action? I just heard him ask that. Zhang Xian told them not to worry. Continue to pretend to be seriously injured. It's not time to act yet. Now these are just some soul-less amazing things. Although they are very powerful. But breaking through the formation is still somewhat difficult. Let me first see who really controls it. Perhaps we can find the whereabouts of the teacher from the Blue Sky Emperor. After all, these hundreds of soulless creatures are astonishing to Zhang Xian. It doesn't pose any threat at all. If he were to take action, one person can take them down. Why haven't we moved yet? Mainly, I want to follow the vines and explore the fruits. Have a look. Can you identify the person behind these guys who controls them? Get it out. If the other party is ruthless, that would be even simpler. Just find the location. Identify the flaws of the other party. We can conquer it in one fell swoop, as long as it succeeds. The hidden dangers of the famous teacher hall are also equivalent to a complete solution. Think of this. Just wriggling with the eye of reason. At the same time, the divine stone spread out, so I used the eye of reason. Looking at one of the soulless creatures, it's amazing. By observing, only then did I realize that a thin line had appeared in the room, connected to it. Immediately after, I saw fine lines like a net. Every amazing one is connected to one, like a connected puppet. All the thread ends converge together, spread towards the depths of the hall. At this moment, Zhang Xian sighed with emotion. What a strong soul power. After all, one person can control hundreds of amazing people, make different attacks, engage in different battles. This requires extremely strong soul power to achieve. Even if it's him, I'm afraid it's also difficult to achieve this. Just Zhang Xian continued to look deeper along the silk thread. It's not over yet. I saw it blocked by the formation, unable to continue exploring. So my heart moved, just to explain to everyone. Let them hold on for now. Go out and take a look yourself first. After speaking, he leaped forward. He flew rapidly towards the direction of the thin line, quickly arrived at the end of the hall. The fine lines in my eyes disappear even here. It seems to have spread deep into the walls. Zhang Xian's mind twitched. I just looked at the wall in front of me. Only then did I realize. This is not an ordinary wall, but it was arranged by the authorities. It's obvious. The guy who controls these amazing ideas is hiding behind. So he raised his hand and explored the wall. Immediately after, a book appeared in the sea of stones. After reading the content, just shook his head helplessly on his face, murmured to himself. I didn't expect it to be a 7-star peak heavenly worker. It was arranged. It seems that among these amazing soulless creatures, there is also the Heavenly Palace Master. Although Qingyuan City does not have the Heavenly Palace Master Guild, but it doesn't mean that the entire Qingyuan Imperial City doesn't have it. The Heavenly Palace Master at the peak of 7 stars. The mechanism arranged. If ordinary people were unaware of the level, difficult to crack. But he's different. The knowledge stored in the library has entered my mind. I am already familiar with this institution, and refer to arrows. I clicked 7 or 8 times in a row ahead. A sound of famine echoed through the air. Immediately after, I saw the wall in front of me cutting open to both sides. Exposed a channel. The thin line that just disappeared is spreading inward. At this moment, Zhang Xian did not hesitate. I walked straight in. Just took 2 steps. I suddenly felt a sword aura rush straight to my forehead. Shot at him suddenly. He's in trouble today, pervert. Since time travel, the first time encountering an unshakable opponent. Even the golden finger couldn't help him today. Just now, Zhang Xian cries from the underworld of ghosts, following the fine lines of true qi on numerous soulless golden men. arriving at an office. At this moment, I saw him with both hands making a sword. Split open the wall in front of you. Then he walked straight ahead and entered. I just took 2 steps. I felt a sword aura shoot at him with a thud. Zhang Xian saw the situation. The pupils couldn't help but contract. This sword chi has an extremely fast speed. Like lightning. The most important thing is that the power is very strong. Even though his strength has greatly increased recently. I also instantly understood. If you don't avoid it, it will inevitably be pierced directly. Died on the spot. Therefore, the mind mover's boundless technique is immediately unleashed. The space on one side seems to be compressed. The whole person moved more than 3 meters, tightly adhere to the wall. The cold wind brushes through the sword aura. Stabbed from one side, instantly disappearing in front of my eyes. Fortunately, he has been boundless about space and mobility recently. I have gained a deeper understanding. Otherwise, this blow wouldn't have been fatal. He will also suffer serious injuries. Just this sword move just now. Zhang Xian has also confirmed the opponent's strength. At least reached the peak of the early stage of exorcism. Even skilled in swordsmanship. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unleash such a powerful attack. But just as I flashed this blow for myself, just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I feel the killing intent boiling again, suddenly extending 2 sword energies from the front and back, rushing towards him, block all forward and evasive routes. At this point, Zhang Xian knew that dodging like this was not a solution, so his face darkened. The ice rain sword in my hand rolled out, instantly swing back and forth. 2 sword energies rushed towards each other in 2 directions, accompanied by a roar. One move to defeat the opponent's sword aura. Just keep moving forward. Even if Zhang Xian wants to rush out of the channel with extremely fast speed, but the speed of sword chi attack here is not slow either. After 3 consecutive swings of multiple swords, only then can we safely pass through without any danger. Just arrived at an underground palace. 2 people flew towards us. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Palm gesture. Give a palm to both of them. This palm is out. Strength like a dragon. With an overwhelming force, it surged out wildly. However, the 2 elite people who felt the powerful palm power quickly turned around and chopped out the long sword in his hand. But they haven't fully exerted their power yet. The palm power has already reached the chest. Immediately after, I heard the sound of rib fractures. The 2 golden men immediately fell into the wall. Subsequently, the 2 golden men were beheaded. Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Confusion again, discovering fine lines of steam spreading underground. So I took a few steps to get to where I was, reaching out to touch the ground. Sure enough, it was discovered to be an entrance and exit of a mechanism. Immediately locate the correct position. Move your palm forward. The pushing mechanism was immediately activated. The time below was very quiet, just based on my previous experience. Zhang Xian dare not take it lightly now. Hold the long sword in your hand. I walked down step by step. Not long, arriving at the end of the stairs. There was no attack this time, so he took out a night pearl and threw it on the ground. Immediately illuminated the place in front of him. This is also a spacious hall. Very spacious. But I couldn't see a single figure. What puzzled Zhang Xian was, controlling numerous astonishing thin strings. He disappeared as soon as he arrived in this room. I thought many people would hide here. I didn't expect that there wasn't even a single person in sight. So I was thinking about searching around carefully. Is there any other mechanism? I heard the sound of hunger and panic on my head. Looking up, I realized that the entrance had just been closed. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Then I suddenly realized. It seems that the other party's purpose is very simple. I just want to separate myself from everyone else. In this way, fighting alone will be easier to deal with. Think of this. After looking around for a week, Zhang Xian, I didn't go to activate it. Instead, take a deep breath. Just shout loudly to shut down the mechanism. It seems like a picture of poverty has been realized. Since it is so, then come out. As soon as these words are spoken, a reverberating sound immediately came from around. Zhang Shi is indeed very intelligent. Immediately after, I saw a tall figure crawled out of the wall. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian knew it was the effect of some kind of mechanism. So I don't care. Just seeing the visitor clearly, my pupils couldn't resist locking. So I exclaimed in surprise, "Why haven't you died yet?" Thinking to myself, isn't this guy already dead? Why is it appearing here again now? This makes people recommend. The other party's expression also gave a cold laugh and died. I, Emperor Qingtian, am so easily killed. How can we manage the Qingtian branch together? Becoming a generation emperor, and the killing aura rolled out from him. Roar again. What you killed was just a clone of me. But it is also the soul that I have divided. It took a whole 500 years to cultivate a clone. Now you have killed me. How do you want to die? I can help you today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a disdainful tone. I naturally died of old age. Upon hearing this, Xingtian yellow sand gas boiling, accompanied by a roar of anger. Then it's up to you. Zhang Xian immediately felt, my own soul. It's like being attracted by a huge force. It can break through iron at any time. So immediately activate the heavenly Tao True Qi. Stabilize the soul. Steady footsteps. He suddenly rushed forward and out. The long sword in my hand glided through the air. The whole person instantly turned into a long sword. Glancing at the other party. At this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor standing still did not expect. The technique of restraining the soul won't work for him. With a flip of the palm, he quickly grabbed the air, accompanied by a roar. The air in front of me seemed to have frozen. The speed of Sword Chi's advance suddenly slowed down. However, feeling this power, Zhang Xian's heart couldn't help but tighten. The opponent has reached the strength of the late stage of unsheathing. This kind of strong person, it's not even the pinnacle of my own Tai Yin realm, can resist. So the long sword in his hand suddenly slid down. Extremely sharp sword aura. In the blink of an eye, he pierced the fabric in front of him. I suddenly felt much more relaxed in my body. But we haven't waited for him to regain his position yet. I saw the Blue Sky Emperor flip his palm. A palm print was taken over. So he raised his long sword in his hand and greeted him. It's just too hasty. I haven't had the chance to unleash all my strength yet. I was hit by this palm, accompanied by a loud bang. The ice rain sword flew backwards. It was inserted into the wall not far away. It keeps shaking. And Zhang Xian fell to the ground as a result, smashed a big hole in the ground. Although he is capable of fighting beyond his level, at most, they can engage in midterm battles with the unsheathed mirror. Compared to the later stage, it's still a big gap. At this moment, Xingtian Emperor, who had slapped Zhang Xian away, sneered coldly. At this level, you won't escape death today. As soon as the words fell, I saw the aura of killing spreading throughout the entire space. Then I saw him grab his 5 fingers forward again. A powerful pressure crushed and stopped. However, Zhang Xian, who was lying on the ground, moved her body at this moment. He jumped up from the ground. Immediately, the palm flipped over. Just throw a blow. The Great Compassion Heavenly Demon Palm welcomed it up. 2 powerful forces converged together. The surrounding space feels like it's about to explode. Immediately touch the palm with the other person. Zhang Xian's face turned red. The whole person immediately flew backwards. After all, the opponent is the emperor of the Aota clan. I don't know how many years the old monster has lived. I have a strong understanding of combat. In addition, with advanced cultivation level, Zhang Xian, who is usually invincible, is now fighting against him. But they can't get any advantage. And at this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor, seeing the other party being beaten like this by oneself, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Continuing with 5 fingers like hooks, strike again. However, the opponent's move seems ordinary and unremarkable. But based on Zhang Xian's understanding of martial arts, at a glance, one could see the terrifying aspect. This not only has steam attacks that make it difficult to dodge, but it also gave people a strong psychological suggestion. It's like a mountain collapsing. It gives people an inescapable feeling. Once this illusion is allowed to expand, even if one's strength can compete, I'm sure I can't escape either. So the state of mind began to operate. The inner panic immediately disappeared without a trace. Immediately, the eyebrows raised. Shaking body. The wanderer's boundless art is displayed. In an instant, he dodged the opponent's palm power. Meanwhile, one move of the big star dust command on one side of the body will trigger it. Standing upright like shooting arrows, I turned my gaze towards the eyes of the Blue Sky Emperor. At this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor did not expect it either. The other party can do it in such a short time. You can see where your flaws lie. I couldn't help but get excited. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. Immediately popped forward. Refers to a burst of light. Quickly, 2 forces collided with each other. The energy fluctuations generated. Can you also withdraw Zhang Xian arm? Although the battle began, he relied on the Heavenly Tao Library. Identified all the flaws and loopholes on the other party's body. But the other party is just too strong. Especially being able to control the surrounding environment. Despite knowing the location of one's destiny gate, attacks that cannot be approached are equally ineffective. So the current situation is that it's not easy for him to kill the other party. It's difficult for the other party to kill him. However, after hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian punched her palm again. Transform palms into fists. Lift it up in mid-air and strike it with a hammer, then leave. This punch is fired. A thunderous force. It's like tearing apart the entire space. Countless lightning strikes toppled towards the Blue Sky Emperor. This move involves 1,000 punches and thunderstorms. Although its power cannot compare to the Great Compassionate Heavenly Demon Palm, but the thunder he contains, it has a great impact on witch souls. Used to deal with Emperor Aota, the power may even surpass the latter. What Emperor Qingtian didn't expect was, the opponent only has the triple strength of Xingyu. Not only can it block its own consecutive attacks, can still make a counterattack. So his face darkened, continuously retreating with 5 fingers open. Grab forward again. The thunderous power in front of us. It's like being enveloped by a special force. Immediately after, compressed to the extreme strength, the customer exploded in the air. At this moment, Qing Tian Huang sneered coldly. I have experienced 3 lightning strikes in succession. Even thunder is difficult. I don't think you're a thunderous secretary. Does it have any impact on me? However, upon hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian, I also smiled. It doesn't affect you, does it? I don't know if my ice rain sword is the same. The Qingtian Emperor was very displeased upon hearing this. Why did the other party mention swords? The move just now was not to knock him away. Is it plugged into the wall? I can't help but think of me. I looked towards the location where the long sword was just now. Can you take a look? The pupils suddenly contracted. The sword was still there just now, wasn't it? At this moment, Zhang Xiankai extended his finger. Just tell him it's behind you. As soon as these words are spoken, Emperor Qingtian's face darkened. Immediately turn around and take a look. Just turn around and take a look. But I can't see anything. Only then did I realize that I had been deceived by the other party. So my body shook. I quickly jumped to one side. It's just that it's already too late by now. A solid footprint landed on him. This move was also rushed by Zhang Xian. Although the attack is not strong, but extremely insulting. It drove him crazy. The emperor of the Clearfield lineage, with a distinguished reputation. An old monster that has lived for countless years. The strength has reached the realm of exorcism. Later stage. I was actually hit by a little guy with only a penis that was too big. This is simply unbearable. So anger arose in my heart. The murderous energy inside the body boils. Just let out a roar, I'm going to kill you. However, with a swing of both hands. Just as I was about to unleash my strongest attack move, I heard the other person say again below. The Qingtian Emperor's classical Chinese was suddenly so angry that he gritted his teeth and gritted his teeth. I didn't expect the other party to arrive at this point. How dare he even play with himself? Think of this. The killing intent in the body surged again. Just as I was about to take action and kill him, I heard a sound coming from below. Lower your head and take a look. Sure enough, I saw the long sword inserted into the wall just now. I don't know when it hit underground, blade pointing upwards. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. A long sword that no one can control. Just based on spirituality, you want to kill me? You're underestimating me too much. Immediately flip your palm. We're about to strike at the long sword. But the palm hasn't responded yet. I felt a surge of pressure coming from above. Immediately after, I saw a huge skull crest. But against. His head sits down. Xin Tian Huang saw the situation. Immediately blocked the skull with both hands. It's just that the power of the golden dome is immense. The other party couldn't hold on for a moment. My legs softened and I sat down. This piece features a long sword strung with chrysanthemums. Chrysanthemums in full bloom. Flowers fluttering in the air. A symphony of chrysanthemum fragrance. Singing in the sweet and anxious mouth. Like the beautiful sound of slaughtering pigs. This pervert's behavior today. Let a perverted old demon be exposed. Everyone thinks he's a pervert. How abnormal is he really? To make the other person cry like this. Just now, Zhang Xian used the ice rain sword as a cover to deceive the other party once. Can I use this trick again for the second time? The Blue Sky Emperor no longer believes it. Unexpectedly, what Zhang Xian wanted was this effect. Just as the other party ignored the long sword on the ground, the golden dome in the sky suddenly smashed down at him. The Blue Sky Emperor saw the situation. Immediately raised both hands to block it. Just a golden dome that fell from a high altitude. How powerful is it? In fact, he can easily catch it. He couldn't hold it up with both hands. With a soft knee, I sat down. But this seat. The long sword on the ground penetrated directly into the scene. This Blue Sky Emperor cried out in one go, making ghosts cry and wolves howl. The screams were full of ups and downs. However, Zhang Xian, who witnessed the scene, I couldn't help but cover my eyes and dare not look directly. After all, this is just too harsh on the eyes. Besides, the ice rain sword that has been with him for so long, now pierced that place. How will I use it in the future? But just as he sympathized with the ice rain sword, the Blue Sky Emperor sitting on the ground has gone crazy. The more I think about it, the angrier he gets. The true chi inside the body instantly explodes. The long sword was expelled from his body by him. The top of the skull also flew backwards. And standing still, Zhang Xian, seeing the other party's explosive power, I couldn't help but exclaim how strong he really is. I thought I would insert it from here. Even if he doesn't die, it can almost be scrapped. I didn't expect that. The other party can still use their true chi. Force the sword out. And it erupted with such powerful force. Truly deserving of the title of emperor with a pure and sweet lineage. This is really a chrysanthemum made of iron. Truly admirable. Just haven't finished sighing about it yet. I saw Qingtian Huang in front of me accompanied by a roar. The body suddenly becomes bigger and bigger. It's like taking an expansion agent. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 3 meters high. Zhang Xian saw the other party suddenly behave like this. I'm also very puzzled. Make your body bigger in battle. Not only will flexibility weaken, but also, and the range of attack has also increased. This is a big taboo. However, just when Zhang Xian was unsure of the reason, I saw the other person's hands stuck in their chest, pull outwards at the same time. Suddenly, my body was torn in half. See here. Zhang Xian was completely stunned. Is he stupid? Do you think chrysanthemums have no face when they bloom? Shamed to the point of committing suicide, just when he didn't understand why. Only ruthless people say to him, Master, if he doesn't bleed, it should be using some kind of secret technique. Hearing the secret method, Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Ask him what the situation is. At this point, the ruthless person continued to explain. This is a special secret technique of the alien royal family. Same as the sudden surge in strength of the human race. Enduring immense pain. Split oneself into two in a short period of time. Once successful, it's equivalent to doubling the combat power. But it also has timeliness. Once the time passes, it will automatically recover. Moreover, cultivation will experience a significant drop. The other party should now know if they are an opponent. I plan to use this secret method to the fullest extent possible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His adorable blue sky emperor is so difficult to deal with. Once the split is successful, doesn't that mean there will be two? At this point, I shouted out the golden Yuan Ding ice rain sword. Stop this guy. After shouting, Zhang Xian immediately raised her hand and rushed up. People haven't arrived yet. The palm has already been chopped. Get this palm down. True Qi is like a dragon. He also made his hands his enemy. I plan to chop off the other person's head, but the power hasn't arrived yet. I saw Qingtian Huang torn in half. The body keeps wriggling. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two Outyan Huangs. Immediately after, I saw one of them defuse the hand knife. Extend the other palm. Zhang Xian was immediately thrown out. My back hit the wall before I stopped. At this moment, his face turned red. Blood spurted wildly from the mouth. As Zhang Xian's spirit moved, it was only after activating the heavenly Dao Qi that the injury was suppressed. At this moment, I also heard two sounds coming from ahead, so I looked up and saw. I just realized that Jin Yuanding and Bingyu sword were also knocked away. One plugged into the ground. A big hole was smashed out. However, the two blue sky emperors, at the same time, a fierce expression was revealed. Just shouted angrily and forced me to use this trick. You can be considered to have died on your own. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian has flown from the wall into mid-air. His eyes were full of vigilance as he looked at them. Be prepared at all times to evade the opponent's attack. At the same time, I also asked which one is your true self. At the same time, the two blue sky emperors responded and wanted to know. I will tell you when you die. After one's words, I saw the two of them rush over with just a movement of their bodies. But they move like this. The entire underground palace seems to be sealed off by killing steam. Every time Zhang Xian moved, it became very difficult. So I saw his face darken. With 5 fingers extended, he suddenly pressed forward, instantly breaking the quality of space, and shout loudly, quickly block them for me. However, upon hearing the command, the golden cauldron immediately roar, you who have been stabbed with chrysanthemums, I can't kill you. I'm not called Ding Ding. He suddenly rushed over. The blue sky yellow who can hear this. My eyelids twitched uncontrollably a few times. Immediately exploded with anger. Just got stabbed. It can be said to be the greatest shame in his heart. To insult the other party, they are now shouting it out directly. This is simply a sin for him. So one of them couldn't resist anymore. Immediately welcomed it up. Just fight with Jin Yuan Ding. However, Zhang Xian's eyes opened up. I just breathed a sigh of relief. Wrist flip. A long gun appeared in the hand. Immediately, the arm was raised. He fired a shot at the other party. Emperor Qingtian did not dodge when he saw the situation. Squint your eyes. Gently move your fingers forward, while blocking the gun's muzzle. A powerful pressure. This caused Zhang Xian to take a few steps back in a row. At this moment, Zhang Xian quickly recovered from her injuries. Then take a few steps back in succession. Keep a distance from each other. Just looked at the golden round bottom on the side. After watching the battle situation, I know that if this continues, I will definitely be beaten to death by the other party. Just haven't waited for him to think more about it yet. A wave of palm power hit him again. So the long spear in his hand was immediately swung out. Block it. Simultaneously unleashing the boundless power of the traveler. Instantly retreat to 100 meters away. But he just left the place. I saw the other party also following up. This speed is actually no weaker than his travelers. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, so they used the traveler 7 or 8 times to avoid the opponent. But this time, when he stopped, I just discovered another head, Qing Tian Huang. I don't know when it was already behind me, so he quickly distanced himself, and the golden cauldron is now upside down on the ground. Several thighs are constantly twitching. It seems like I was beaten badly by this guy just now, unable to fight in a short period of time. At this moment, Zhang Xian gritted her teeth and shouted out, "You are a proud emperor. Surprisingly split into 2 clones. 1 teammate. This is so unfair. I don't want to fight you anymore." Upon hearing this, Xingtian roars and I talk about fairness. Ah, it's fair if you die. And now, whether or not to fight, you can't control it. If you have the ability, you can also separate it. How many of me will be separated? I don't mind. Whatever you like. Come on, take it out and show it to me. See what you can do. Zhang Xian was also speechless when she heard this. So I shook my head and responded, I also want to. I just don't know how to do it. What should we do about this? As soon as these words are spoken, 2 blue sky emperors suddenly burst out laughing wildly. If you don't know, then don't blame me. Today, let's see how I use my clone to crush you. As soon as the words fell, I saw both of them exerting their strength simultaneously. The surrounding space seemed to freeze instantly. Zhang Xian is also like a bug trapped in amber, standing motionless in the same spot, just feeling that he can't move. The true chi in the body immediately operates. In an instant, it boiled up. Immediately afterwards, I saw him sprinting out with all his might, but it just flew out not far. 2 yellow ones have followed suit. Simultaneously swing a palm. Zhang Xian was immediately hit and thrown backwards, firmly smashed onto a wall 100 meters away, smashed a big hole in the flat wall. The whole person is also immersed in it. However, this heavy blow, still enduring the pain, struggling to fly out. He was seriously injured and flew in mid-air. My body keeps shaking. A shaky appearance. It seems like he could die at any moment. At this moment, Zhang Xian stopped. There was a desperate roar in his eyes, a big deal. Everyone hugged each other and died together. After roaring, the true chi in my body surged wildly. Seeing this scene, the 2 big liars were stunned for a moment at the same time. Then he shouted angrily and wanted to play self-destruct with me. It's not that easy. After speaking, both of them reached out their hands at the same time. Just as I was about to gather true chi at my fingertips, suddenly feeling a headache. 2 heads exploding simultaneously, as dazzling as fireworks. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was about to self-destruct, stopped, looking at the 2 headless bodies with contempt in his eyes, mockingly referring to a clone. It's like how awesome it is. Who's meowing? He hasn't had 1 or 2 yet. However, just as Zhang Xian was satisfied with her battle plan, when 2 bodies in mid-air also fell to the ground simultaneously, then I saw their Genshin impact fly out. At the same time, the whole space is also due to the appearance of Genshin impact. It also becomes more solidified, like being caught in a countercurrent. Don't talk about moving forward. It's extremely difficult to stay in place. Subsequently, I saw 2 great primordial spirits slowly merging together in the air, formed a whole again. At this point, the restored Qingtian Huangyuan god. I no longer have the advantage I had earlier. At this moment, I saw Roar with a pale face on his face. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Accompanied by his angry voice. At the same time, he also watched as he grabbed Zhang Xin again. After all, as the proud emperor of the alien race, the secret technique used did not kill the opponent. On the contrary, the physical body was destroyed. This intense depression made him very angry. But Zhang Xian looked at the other person like this. Not only do they not gamble, haha. Instead, he laughed and said earlier that he wanted me to die. Don't you think I'm still alive and well now? So stop shouting. Catch me first, then let's talk. At this moment, I saw him finish speaking. He reached out and rushed towards the opponent's spirit. However, the Blue Sky Emperor saw that the opponent's move was not very powerful. I don't care. Just when the single needle chi touches his primordial spirit, immediately, it was like an iron block encountering sulfuric acid. Suddenly, there was a sound of corrosion. In the blink of an eye, a big hole appeared in the primordial spirit. At the same time, the mournful cries of the Blue Sky Emperor also echoed one after another. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a ghost, looking at the other person with an incredulous expression on his face. And Zhang Xian saw his terrified expression. I couldn't help but laugh and say, I can't understand why this happened, can I? Indeed, if it were another out-of-body powerhouse, I really can't resist it. Just for you. But I have many ways. After all, the true chi of the heavenly Tao is the ultimate divine nemesis of the witch soul master. Just release the true energy of the heavenly Tao. Even if the opponent's strength is strong, there's no way to resist even with strength. It's like smashing sulfuric acid with a hammer. even if the former has great attack power. But as long as you get a little bit of it every time, over time, it will also corrode and lose everything. And hearing the other party say so, the Blue Sky Emperor, being angry, made the entire soul tremble incessantly. This moment, he finally understood. Under the calculation of the other party step by step, oneself, falling into a trap, they originally had an advantage. Now it has completely fallen into passivity. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and reached out to grab it in the air. At the same time, let out a roar demanding my death. Immediately afterwards, I saw the true chi around me being instantly dissolved. And Zhang Xian was once again frozen by the space. Make him unable to move. But it's harmless to him. Fully open the true chi in the body, breaking through the confined space at the same time. Immediately after, I saw him strike the opponent with one palm. True chi surged out wildly. Gather into palm prints in the air. Contact with the other party's spirit. Immediately make a sizzling sound. It's like pouring a few hundred degrees of oil on raw meat, accompanied by a mournful cry. I only saw the primordial god of the Blue Sky Emperor immediately shrink to a size of 2 meters. At this moment, he also knew the number of spaces in the sheath diameter is no longer sufficient to confine the opponent, so it flew several tens of meters backwards. Then the finger extended forward. A ray of light. Speed is like lightning. Just shoot straight towards Zhang Shendong. However, this move is too fast. Zhang Xian hasn't reacted yet. He was directly shot away. The Blue Sky Emperor also used this trick. Fly away the clone not far away. Zhang Xian was also a bit surprised by this. He really didn't expect it. The other party was able to detect it so quickly. What is the problem on our side? And we also found a way to crack it. Although the true chi of the heavenly Tao is the nemesis of witch souls. But as long as the other party widens the distance, without the support of weapons, the distance of true chi is so far away, the cohesion will naturally weaken. Even if we can defeat it, the consumption will also be enormous. If you can't handle it, your whole body's true chi will be completely depleted. I haven't even seen the ruthless person behind it yet. Just consume all the true chi. This is not worth the loss for him. But just as he was thinking about what to do, the Blue Sky Emperor once again lit up a beam of light. A tremendous force came through the void. It seems like we're going to shatter Zhang Xian. However, upon seeing this blow strike, Zhang Xian dodged the attack with a sudden shake of her body. When I was about to counterattack, suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred. What did you think of? Suddenly, with a smile on his face, he dug up the altar. Then gently stroke your palm upwards. A burst of light flickered. The altar is immediately activated. A powerful suction force. He began to devour the primordial spirit in the sky. At this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor, who had arrived at the powerful suction, fixed his gaze on it. I was surprised to find out. This is exactly the altar I set up in Qingyuan City. Just what puzzled him was, this thing requires the killing spirit of the alien race to activate. And the formation is very complex. Even if he activates it once, it all requires a significant cost. It requires a significant amount of energy consumption. But why did this guy start instantly now? How did he actually do it? Upon closer inspection, I realized, the other party is currently using their true energy to supply the altar. See here. The Blue Sky Emperor furrowed his brow. I thought to myself how perverted he must be to dare such extravagance. However, just as he was thinking, the other party may not be able to hold on for long. I feel the suction force getting stronger and stronger. The primordial spirit suddenly shook. I can no longer control my body shape. Immediately sucked over by the altar. At this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor began to feel a little flustered, so he was thinking about how to crack it. I saw two Zhang Xian rushing over at the same time. Just beat him up randomly. The Emperor Qing Tian was shocked by the beating of Genshin impact. At the same time, he felt bullied and angry. You have to scream loudly, so accompanied by a roar. Unleash all your strength without reservation. At this moment, there is a surge of killing intent. It was very difficult for the lizard to break free from the altar. He suddenly grabbed the other person. The attack hasn't arrived yet. I saw them both darting out 100 meters away at the same time. The Blue Sky Emperor saw the situation. Immediately bow your head and strike a blow. We need to destroy the altar below. But his attack has just hit the altar. Zhang Xian received it as a storage ring. Seeing this scene, the Blue Sky Emperor immediately revealed a look. The expression of wanting to tear him in half. Immediately rushed towards the other party. Just haven't arrived yet. I saw the altar reappear in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a powerful attraction emerged. Suck him over. At this moment, two Zhang Xian flew up to him again. Another fat beating. Beating the Blue Sky Emperor beyond recognition. Repeat the matter repeatedly. The Genshin impact of the Emperor Qing Tian shrinks to less than half a meter. The breath is also becoming weaker and weaker. At this moment, he cried. A dignified emperor. crying so tragically now. Over the past 10,000 years, he has seen countless great teachers. I have also seen highly skilled teachers, but he had never seen such a shameless name before. This one is meowing. It's simply an inhumane, twisted and shameless behavior. How could he become a wise person? I'm meowing. I'm not playing anymore. The pervert in front of us is trying to enhance the strength of our subordinates, not willing to use their own bodies. Accompanying a group of old men to the underground city. Do something that is difficult to grind one's teeth at. Just now, Zhang Xian used the ritual to absorb the primordial spirit of the Blue Sky Emperor. Take his original 2-meter-high spirit, forcefully hitting less than half a meter left. At this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor, who was about to dissipate from the beating. I also cried like a fool, complaining. How could I encounter such a perverted and shameless opponent? Just haven't waited for him to cry enough to become a clone yet. Continue to go up and beat up the other party. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her hand to signal that it was enough. After all, I'll call him until his spirit dissipates. I can't ask anything anymore. Just the clone can only stay in the storage ring every day. It's rare to come out and hit someone now. If he doesn't have enough, he really can't relieve his boredom. But at this moment, the Blue Sky Emperor, although it appears to be lackluster, but his eyes were still filled with hatred as he shouted at me. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian comforted helplessly. I understand. I will kill you. But for now, search for my soul. Hold on. It'll be fine soon. After speaking, I saw his finger move forward a little. A thin line formed by an idea. He just crawled straight into the other person's brow. However, upon seeing this scene, the Blue Sky Emperor's face was instantly filled with fear. Startled, the spirit trembled and wanted to escape. But the suction of the altar is too strong. Lying on top and crawling around, you can't escape. But the other party moved so recklessly. Zhang Xian's thoughts cannot be stopped either. So he ordered his clone to come over and suppress him, so that he can calm down. First, search for your soul before speaking. The clone who heard the command, with excitement on his face, he extended a foot, stepping on the forehead of the Blue Sky Emperor. But even so, he is still wriggling on the ground. Genshin Impact wants to break free but is powerless. The clone shook its head helplessly and let out a sigh upon seeing the situation. It seems that he still refuses to listen, so he shouted his sword to the side. Immediately after, the Ice Rain sword, which was inserted not far away, fell into his hand with a powerful force. At this moment, splitting oneself and holding a long sword, he shouted angrily and dared to move again. Believe it or not, I'll stab a sword into your mouth. Upon hearing the threat, Emperor Aota immediately stopped. I dare not move again. At this moment, the clone nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Zhang Xian and said, okay, it's not moving anymore. You go ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I saw the thin thread fly out again. He crawled into the other person's forehead. However, and just as the mind carefully observes the other person's memory, the underground palace suddenly began to shake. A gloomy voice echoed around. Renowned master of Heavenly Blade. Surprisingly, he can also perform the Witch Soul technique. If I leak this message out, how many people will want to come and study you after you finish? Kill you again? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian stopped soul searching. Wrist flip. Just put the altar and Emperor Aota into the storage ring together. Then he stood up straight. With a nod, you finally agreed to show up. At this moment, the ruthless person in the dark side with emotion. With the Triple Peak realm of the Holy Land, you can completely kill the Aotian Emperor in the later stage of the Unsheathed Mirror. Truly deserving of the title of Heavenly Blade Master, like Confucius back then, has a special understanding of cultivation and combat. Far superior to other geniuses. Just too young. I want to kill you. It's as easy as pie. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a violent shaking. My mind is spinning and spinning. My witch soul was forcefully pulled outwards by a force, as if he could detach from his physical body at any moment. So the true chi of the heavenly Tao immediately began to circulate. But this huge sharpness, Zhang Xian's consciousness cannot resist. In the blink of an eye, it seems like a black hole has appeared before my eyes. The witch soul was thus extracted from the body. Arriving at the altar, the ruthless person who witnessed this scene was immediately stunned. As an old monster that has been around for tens of thousands of years, he is not only proficient in witchcraft soul secrets, his witch soul is also very powerful. He just never dreamed of it. This guy in front of us has a bigger witch soul. This is already beyond the scope of understanding. It's difficult to recover quickly after being shocked. A pair of giant eyes slowly flew out from the black hole. Quietly looking at Zhang Xian, he said, you should know. I have the ability to easily kill you. After speaking, the other person nodded and said they knew. So I just smiled. I responded that since I have self-awareness, that's good. I can kill you. But he didn't take action. I'm sure you should also understand. You still have value in utilizing me. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at him. I asked if you wanted to use me. Let you out, right? So in their conversation, the ruthless person understands. No matter what you say to the other party, he refused to help. Just use the hall master and others as threats. If you don't agree, kill them all. Immediately after, the black hole in front of us is projected onto the underground palace on the other side. At this moment, the image can also be seen from the black hole. The crowd was surrounded by countless soulless creatures who were astonishing. However, protecting the owner Liao and others who ignore the Lord of Hexing Hall. At this point, he has already suffered significant injuries. He looks exhausted all over his face. Although their strength is not weak, but faced with so much pain, I don't know. Unknowingly exhausted which soul spirits. Still unable to resist. At this moment, the ruthless person saw that the timing was almost right. Also open a mechanism. Immediately after, I saw a figure. Slowly walked out of the secret passage. This person is also stunningly soulless. It's just that the level is much stronger than others. We have already reached the midterm of the out-of-body state. The true energy emitted also carries a strong killing intent. At this moment, the ruthless man glanced at Zhang Xian. Just laugh coldly and say that they can't bear these amazing things. If I make another move, do you think these people can still survive? As soon as the words fell, I saw an astonishing lack of soul just emerging from the screen. With a flash of his body, he rushed into the crowd. Wei Dian's expression darkened as he spoke. Just shout loudly, everyone, prepare for defense quickly. Just haven't waited for him to finish shouting. The other party has already come forward. The leader hit him on the chest with a blow. Immediately after, I saw him fly out completely upside down. Smashed fiercely against the nearby wall. Just fell down. However, as soon as he flew away, the formation arranged by a few people suddenly had a loophole. Everyone hasn't had a chance to readjust yet. I just saw this guy sneak into the crowd. I took a photo of the second strongest combat shop owner Liao. Zhang Jiuxiu saw two shop owners being continuously beaten away. Anger surged out of my heart, accompanied by a roar. A long sword appeared in the hand. He suddenly chopped at the golden man in front of him. It seems that the other party was already on guard. Just a gentle touch of your finger on this. The long sword stopped right in front of me. At this moment, let Zhang Jiuxiu exert all his strength. I can't move my body either. However, at this moment, the soul warrior slowly approached, reaching forward and gently pressing. Zhang Jiuxiu flew out completely upside down, just him in mid-air. A glimmer of light flickered in the chest. It seems that something like a talisman has been activated. Under the shadow of the light demon, it stopped in mid-air. The ruthless person in front of the black hole witnessed this scene. It's also funny to laugh out loud. It's just that this thing alone wants to stop me. There's not even a door. Quickly! The lack of soul in the picture is astonishing under his control. With a knee bend, he suddenly rushed forward. 5 fingers extended. Attack after attack, sweeping down one after another, accompanied by bursts of roaring sounds. Although protected by talismans, can protect Zhang Jiuxiu from harm. It's just that the number of attacks is increasing. The protective film is also becoming weaker and weaker. Subsequently, the Soul Golden Man once again delivered a powerful blow with great force. The light film that protected Zhang Jiuxiu dissipated with it. The whole person was hit hard by this blow and fell to the ground. So after the Jin dynasty defeated these 3 people, other elders with weaker abilities were easily defeated. Apart from being seriously injured, the teacher and the hall leader sitting in the middle, it can be said that the entire army has been wiped out. At this moment, the soul-free golden man took a few steps to approach the 2 of them. The leader raised the bullet but it still hasn't fallen. It's like waiting for your life. However, the ruthless person in front of the black hole, at this moment, with a strong sense of provocation, looking at Zhang Xian with a smile, he said, how's it going? If you listen to me, I can spare them. As a renowned teacher in heaven, you can't see your friends with your own eyes. Let's die one by one in front of you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just shake your head and die in front of me. Why don't I think so? I heard the other person say that. Hardcore people know he's tough-tongued. So just as I was about to say something, the situation suddenly changed when I saw the black hole image, disregarding and walking hall master who was seriously injured just now. At this moment, he suddenly stood up, and simultaneously take action. Blink time. 2 fierce forces hit the Jin people. This scene is really cruel. I never expected it. A severely injured person can still unleash such a massive attack. And the soul-free golden man in front of me hasn't reacted yet. A large hole was punched in the chest on the spot. However, just as the ruthless man was shocked by this, how about Zhang Xian just sneer? If you listen to me, I can spare this golden man. As an existence capable of trapping terrifying corpses, you can't see your subordinates die in front of you with your own eyes, can you? Upon hearing this, the ruthless person suddenly became speechless. At this moment, the 2 who had just successfully launched a surprise attack, seeing the opponent lose their combat ability. Just look around for a week. Immediately after, the two of them exchanged a glance. Let's each take action. He flew towards the soulless golden people around him. Soon they killed dozens of golden soldiers. After handling these, coming to the injured Zhang Joshio without any worries, in front of Mr. Wei and others, take out a gourd of fine wine, gave the beauty a sip. So it took less than a few breaths. Several injured individuals stand up one by one, fully recovered as before. At the same time, he looked at the two with disbelief on his face, asked them what's going on here. At this moment, the Lord of Xingtang explained that Zhang Shi asked us to disguise ourselves, mainly to numb the other party. At the final moment, just took action to kill him, caught off guard. Not long after a brief conversation, no matter what, everyone understands clearly. Also, let me say hello to everyone. Just walked towards Zhang Xian's direction. And this way, a pair of huge eyes full of killing intent looked at the other person. I asked a question. How did you know that I would send someone to kill them? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Xian still shook her head. The response states that I am not aware of this. Just be prepared and prepared. This is also what I should do. A cruel person hears words. He started using various vicious words to intimidate Zhang Xian. But Zhang Xian is not stupid. After all, she knows the other person can only talk about it verbally. It cannot cause any actual harm, because it was her first time encountering a heartless person. At that time, he was about to kill himself without hesitation. Without the help of the heavenly way, it would be difficult to subdue it. And now that we've been talking for half a day, we're still talking about the conditions. It's obvious that he can't do anything now. After understanding these, Zhang Xian is also too lazy to pay attention to him. The operation of the heavenly Tao's true qi within the body. The witch soul trembled in a wave. In an instant, a flower appeared before my eyes. Only then did I realize that I was still standing in place. Everything just now turned out to be just an illusion. At this moment, Zhang Xianjian was as he had guessed. I just breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I was at Chenji's house before. The other